Good morning, race fans. Welcome to Silver State. What is this, day 2? My name is Charlie Swanka. I'm here with Ford Martin bringing you nonstop coverage of the Silver State 2026 edition from, where are we?
Here at the Pervert Pavilion in Las Vegas, Nevada. It's a bit of a chilly morning we got here today, but otherwise it's great to be back here and ready for another day. We had a long day yesterday and ready to do all over again.
Desert life. It's windy and cold outside.
It has the vibes of it there, and I know at least the morning portion yesterday there was, at least our crew was all bundled up in the first hour and we were cold, but we were glad to be back here and do another day. We had about a 12-hour day yesterday, and let's do it for 12 more today.
Live streaming at its finest.
That's right. Well, starting out here is we split things in half. We got the 40-plus electric trucks out here right now for their first session, about to get the green light to go underway, and sort of the same format that we had yesterday, where each session here today will go out on the track for 6-minute quals, and they will do that 3 times today. And the only ones that are going to be on track this afternoon are going to be, as far as the scheduling wise, is going to be the nitro buggies and the electric truck qualifying. And that will be race number 23 through 46 this afternoon, and morning and evening.
It's a pretty massive facility. I have never been to Silver State before, and they have a huge arena here. This is like VIP level racetrack stuff going on. It's very impressive. If you guys never been to Silver State and you need an excuse to go to Vegas, I recommend it highly.
Well, it's free admission, so people can come in here for free and check things out. And the signs are everywhere, all throughout the casino. And a lot of people that I have seen that have been here, and they're here to check out Silver State and be a part of this big event. And it's been a pretty good crowd. The hotel is booked out,
yeah,
and that's always good news.
I'll take any excuse to go to Vegas, and even better if there's an RC car race involved. So let's go.
So I'm working that concrete slider right through here, and all day long we're going to be having some folks going through and getting their action on track today. And we had a lot of that all day yesterday, where everyone was busy. The garage had a lot of electricity in the garage yesterday, and just everyone was really just excited to be here. We did have practice on Wednesday, and Thursday yesterday we had the qualifying for the nitro trucks and the electric e-buggies yesterday, and in preparation for the Saturday and Sunday main.
Track looks like it's been holding up pretty good. They've been on 2 whole days now of practice and qualifying, and I was expecting a lot more character by now, but it looks pretty solid overall. Guys are able to pick their lines, inside, outside stuff. It looks pretty clean.
And that's something that we were talking about in the YouTube chat yesterday just a little bit, as far as how the track is held up, this being the horse dirt.
Right.
And it's held pretty well together, and from the people that talked to a little bit walking in here this morning, and they've been pretty happy about how everything has been held together for an entire 2 days.
Yeah, it's a good combo, like kind of blue groove-ish in certain spots. It's still kind of loamy and dusty in the other spots, so keeps you on your toes as a driver, and mechanics to stay on top of the setup, tire choices, all that fun stuff. And on that note, we should take a second to say hello to the super brain, the throbbing brain that is a live RC chat. We thank you guys all for tuning in and hanging out with us. It's Friday, so you'd rather be listening to this than doing work. So make sure you keep us on in the background, even if you're not watching. Let it roll. Tell your friends. Share the link. You got somebody who wants to check out cool RC racing? This might be the coolest RC racing to show somebody. Send them the YouTube link. Send them the Facebook link. Tell them all about the Silver State and how much fun they could be having for just a few $1,000 per race car. It's cheap.
And we had a great conversation in our chat yesterday, talking about how if this series, or in this, what some people call it a hobby, some people call it a sport, and we had a great conversation back and forth talking about how some of the series here that will be considered a hobby, come out here and have some fun and really enjoy it. Yeah, here in Vegas for it, but a lot of the series you would consider a sport, just about the amount of money they put into it and the mental side of things, as far as trying to stay sharp for these longer races and and the hand-eye coordination. You have a lot of work that goes into that, and we had a great conversation about that yesterday.
It's a very specialized skill set to do RC, and I think a lot of folks get pretty into this, and they spend all of their free time and their disposable income on their favorite thing to do, and I love it. I've been the same way. I grew up racing RC cars. My dad raced go-karts. He got me into RC cars because he thought it was going to be safer and cheaper. It turns out it was definitely a lot safer, but it wasn't a whole lot cheaper. You can spend as much money doing sports as you'd like to, so it's definitely something that everybody can do, and I think that's kind of the mass appeal that any of us can get an RC car together, put the time in, and be fairly competitive with these guys. So it's good to see. You see the guys out there that have full-time jobs racing with the guys who have full-time pro RC jobs. So it's a very unique crossover. You see that a little bit in some other forms of motorsports, but very rarely are they actually racing, I guess you'd say, head-to-head against each other like they do in RC cars. So it's good to see.
Charlie, for those that are coming in here and are not familiar with you, I familiarized myself with the group yesterday. For those that are coming out, a lot of people do recognize you, but for those that do not, if you can just sort of talk about your background here in the RC community.
Yeah, no, I grew up racing RC cars. Like I said, my dad got me into this when I was very young, and I've been doing it my whole life for the most part. I traveled a bunch when I was younger. We had a trailer and the whole 9 yards. Raced a lot of oval back in the day, did a lot of road course racing, a dash of on-road and a little bit of A-scale on-road here and there. I've never really gotten myself behind the wheel of a proper competitive A-scale race car, but I've driven around a little bit here and there, and it is by far, there's a reason that A-scale is continually the most popular, consistently attended race events, because A-scale is awesome. You can drive the wheels off of these things and not really worry about it, so it's maybe the premier form of RC car racing. And I've done, I'd say, probably more A-scale off-road announcer gigs than I have anything else. So, but my day job, I work for Hobbywing. If you guys contact Hobbywing, it's myself and Rick that will talk to you on the support lines. I get to travel to races to support Hobbywing racers, any racers at the electric scene. I'm usually on the road for 6 or 7 months a year type of deal, covering events. So it's a real good time. Better than a real job is what I always say.
Well, if it's something you love to do, then it really isn't considered a job, right?
That's what the rich guys tell you, to fool you, to get them to work for you. But yes, exactly.
As we're coming to an end right here at our first session of the day, the 40-plus E-Trucks with John Cayley's Paul Thacker, Singleman, currently your top 3. Mark G. and Jose Newman round out your top 5. John Cayley's right now with a 9-lap 6:24.5 pace. Thacker with a 25.8. Singleman with a 29.5. Is your top 3 currently right now for our first session on the day. Again, thank you for joining us here today on day 2 of our broadcast, but day 3 overall. There was a practice on Wednesday. Had some qualifying yesterday, day 1 and 2, and as we get in preparation for the mains on this weekend.
So Callie's going to set the early time to beat 9 laps in a 6:24 to Singleman's 9 and a 6:28.7, and Thacker dropping off on that last lap there. Cost him a little bit of time by a 10th, going to go 3rd overall. Qual points, if I'm not mistaken, if you guys don't know what qual points is, it's perhaps one of the more confusing aspects of RC car racing. Every round, they get a finishing position based off that round, and that finishing position gives them a point. So first place is 1 point and so on, and that happens each round. So that way, the time is not as important, because as the track conditions change, the track will get faster and slower, and you're going to have a guy go out and have a rocket round heat, and he'll run a much faster time, and it's like not fair. So they come up with this qual points thing so that every round each racer is racing the track, and that sorts them out more evenly, I guess, because life's all about being fair.
Coming up right now, I see the next grouping of our E-Trucks as they'll make their way out here going for a few runs. Take a look at our grid approaching, presented by A-Main Hobbies. Brian Eider, who was a lot of fans yesterday in the chat for Eider.
He runs a track, and they're hosting the Nationals this year. What's the name of Eider's track? Super Chat will tell us in 3, 2, 1. They're on like a bit of a tape delay, so it takes a second for me to ask a question in the Super Chat to tell us. But Brian Eider is a ambassador of the sport for sure, and he's got a lot of fans because he runs a very successful racetrack. I want to say It's in, they're going to tell us. Watch. Super Rain, come on, you let me down. Hurry up.
Well, I know that our friend in RC Victory Lane has been great on some of those stats and nuggets all day yesterday. That was very helpful with me and Grimjack and my man Ty. We had a lot of people in the chat yesterday that were really helpful as far as the actual content stuff. So we'll wait a second here before we.
I've said it many times. The chat is my favorite part of a live cast. These guys, they hang out like several days in a row. You'll see dudes just glued to their computers or carrying their phones around, chiming in every now and again. It's great. HRCR Raceway. Thank you very much, RC Victory Lane. You're the best.
If there was anybody in the chat that would know, I believe it would be him. He answered about 100 questions yesterday that we had.
I usually know stuff, but when I put the headset on, I forget everything. So it's my bad. But that's Ida right there. He runs the classic Iron Man or Ivan Stewart paint scheme type deal. So he travels with his trailer and his mobile hobby shop as well, which is great for the racers because a lot of times these travel events, you break something, you forget something, you need something type of deal, and you don't have it. So it's wonderful when guys like Ryan show up with their mobile hobby shops and take time out of their busy race schedule.
That is...
Look at Callis. That is a driver profile picture.
That is a headshot of headshots, I'll tell you that.
That's the Wizard? Okay, we're going to call John the Wizard. Thanks, Jensen. I still think that bonus laps should come back, and you guys could pay to hear the things that Jensen says to us in our ears throughout the broadcast, because it's very inappropriate for the kids.
Oh, you can't do him like that. Now everyone's going to think he's dogging the whole time.
He is, folks. The world-famous Jay Smoker to the front of this one. I don't think his real name is Smoker, but that's what he goes by. That is an intense dude. He loves RC more than most people. It's ridiculous, as he would say. I've known Jay for many years. When I used to live in Southern California, we raced at OCRC, which is no longer there. But they had a electric A-scale class, and him and his buddies loved that stuff. And at the time, I worked at Novak, and we were doing a bunch of testing. So we're like, hey, guys, we want to come race A-scale with you. Can you help us beat up on these speed controls? And they were obliged. They helped. It was great. Eider now back to the front, 39.2 that time by, setting a 10-lap pace to open things up, but it is very early on in this one. Kitches the pipe there, just over the doubles. Coming to the, what is that, the far side? We're going to name all the sections of the track eventually, because I love track name sections.
Well, it is the far side from our camera, so we can go ahead and call that the far corner that we have as they approach now this, I guess you can call it the back straightaway, just if there maybe is one there.
They went ham on this track. It's a lot of elevation changes for an indoor track, to say the least.
I got to ask, did you have a chance to walk up by the turn one uphill climb right here?
Not yet. I was late getting here. I was kind of in a hurry, and I got sidetracked talking to folks and looking for coffee this morning. But, no, I haven't looked around yet. We're going to do that here in a minute because it's dangerous for me. I know a lot of these guys. I can get stuck out there for an hour doing hellos and how you doing and where you been and what you been up to type stuff.
It is a uphill climb. Look at the dancing trying to get out of that. We've had a couple of, as we've kind of mentioned it yesterday, a little dirty dancing about some people having to get out of the way and maneuver their way without having oncoming traffic hit you.
The worst and the best part of RC car racing is turn marshaling. Something you don't have to do in any other form of motorsports. Maybe autocross, you got to go out and watch cones and stuff like that. Take your turn and do it. But this one, every time you run your car, you got to get back out there and flip over cars. They call it turn marshaling, corner marshaling, whatever your local track does. But it can be risky, to say the least. And a lot of us do RC, myself included, due to lack of fitness. And when you got to run 20, 30 feet, bend over, pick stuff up, you find you're really not into fitness at all. And I stopped racing because I couldn't marshal anymore. It's no good. It's no good. Hurt yourself.
We were doing a shot yesterday, doing a stand-up, and I was right in the back corner of the track. And I was told I really haven't officially done RC racing unless I had one of the cars hit me in the shin.
True.
Let's hope that does not happen.
Or almost get hit at least, yeah.
Well, they were right to my back. The track was, I would probably say, about 12 inches from my back heel. And I had a couple cars. I would feel some of the dirt hit me in the back of my leg. But, so yes, I was told that you haven't really experienced RC racing unless you've been hit the shin yet.
It's true. It's probably accurate. That, seen a runaway. Some of the night times the nitro cars will have an electronic problem and a carburetor will lock on and they'll get full throttle, no control. It's fantastic. Back to the front now with Eider. He just checked in with a 38.5, quickening his pace, 10 and a 6:28 now. Eider trying to be maybe the only guy to do 10 laps this round of 40 plus.
He currently has that pace, 28.3 with a fast lap of a 38.3. Time to beat obviously is John Callie's there with a 24.3. He had that 9-lap pace.
On board with Eider. Now you see him driving smart. He saw a car in front of him, backed it down, did single signal. It didn't cost him any time. Still did a 38.5 that time. So Eider at the top of the hill now, jumping down. You see him on the far side there. Smooth and easy. He's head and shoulders kind of quicker than the field right now. He's got a couple seconds over Brown and LeBeau. Eider picking his way through traffic now, getting a little help from the lappers.
And just, I had this, and I mentioned this in our chat yesterday. It's my first time I've done play-by-play for a RC race before. And one of the things I had a chance to do during one of my breaks that we had yesterday, and I went up there and had the opportunity to sit next to some of the guys that were doing the motor control at the very front, and just seeing just how locked in everybody was with their, and making sure that all, like, they were smooth with it. And I'm sitting there going, how do you do this? Like, it just knowing all the turns and when to jump and how much power you got to go through.
It's definitely a very intense experience. You think that it's just driving a toy car around a track, but it's so much more than that, and it involves maybe 110% of your concentration. There's been times where we'll go somewhere, run cars, we'll have a track, and there'll be spectators there. They'll come up on the driver's stand and they'll start chatting you up, and they'll talk to you, and all of a sudden you find you can't really drive your car. You start crashing because the dude's talking to you, and he's like, "Oh, sorry, did I make you crash?" You're like, "Yeah, actually, kind of you did. Go over there." Eider looking good right now, 38.3 that time. Continues to quicken the pace, 10 and a 6:27 now. Eider picking through here. I guess that's the advantage to having your own track. You're pretty good at RC at that stage. Some guys that don't have their own track, they don't race. Brian races, which is great to see.
Eider has Garwood right there in front of him.
Woody, a longtime RC fanatic. That guy gets into all forms of RC racing. Oh, no. Crashes in front of our leader. Cost him a second or so.
We just had to start talking about him.
Yeah. Actually, I think that would, according to time to score, that might have been Tyler Brown jamming him up a little bit there. But
Eider coming back around for his 10th lap.
Gonna go 10. That'll lock in the TQ for him.
And remember, he will be also in this class, he will be out on track 2 more times a day. And oh, geez.
Oh, no, that's not what you want.
You don't need right there. Need just to finish this lap. We'll see.
He was probably trying to go out on a hot lap. If you know you got the 10th lap, try to put in a heater, do hot lap on the last lap. Instead, he did a 43.
It will, for right now, him still be the top qualifier with a 33.5 pace.
Looks like top 10 actually beat John's time. That's a rough one for John, but the wizard. So you see there, Eider with 10 and a 6:33 to set the, what is this, round 1 qualifying time. Matthew Wolter in the 2 spot, 9 and a 6:02. Brown just barely a tenth and some change after them. Then it's Trammell LeBeau, Mike Battier, Woody Garwood, Tony Rooney, Daniel Lewis, Jay Smoker, Chris Friedenreich, Eric Hanneman, Nick Lester, and Richard Miller. I have found that people like when you say their names on the internet. Even though it's on the screen and they can read it, they like it when they hear it online. Sportsman electric truck coming up next. Do you think the Sportsman guys are going to be faster than the 40-plus guys?
I think so, just based off of what we saw, at least in the other somewhat categories when it comes to the Sportsman and the electric.
Sportsman's supposed to be casual. Less serious racers, race vacation type people. Maybe they're not sponsored. They buy their stuff from their local hobby shop. That's always a good thing. Or maybe they shop with A-Main Hobbies, which is a very common situation.
And that is your grid lineup. So now the Sportsman electric trucks, this will be 3 groups here of 42 entries in total. as they will come out here and head things out as they get set up. And obviously, it's been a great week overall as we head into the weekend. And don't forget, this Saturday and Sunday will be the mains, and we'll look forward to having you with us that. And also, don't forget, the first time the Oval Series will be out here at Silver State.
Dirt Oval is happening. That'll be Friday and Saturday, or Saturday and Sunday?
Saturday and Sunday. They have they're having their qualifying on Saturday in the main on Sunday.
I got to race some Dirt Oval last year at the RC Chili Bowl, and that you would think that driving around in a circle is super easy. Maybe harder than doing what I would call normal RC, or road course or off-road type of deal. You're going pinned everywhere and threading the needle constantly, and there's all sorts of crashing happening around the track. A dude will crash, and these lap times can be 3-4 seconds type of deal, so that you're just constantly on the wheel, passing crash cars, watching out for marshals. It's a very good time. You get a little dizzy at the end of the run.
As they get ready to set up, 6 minutes as they're getting their warm-up lap, about 10 seconds before the session gets underway. Got one stuck right here. And remember, they're not using any spikes. They're having to use those sandbags just because due to this being a horse track. And the horses use this here at the South Point.
They don't want to have any lost spikes? That makes sense. I was wondering about that. That makes sense, though.
If you look into our YouTube chat here, we have Reg, who is checking in from Anchor Point, Alaska. Pulling for Paul Thacker. Chris Wheeler, going around an oval is easy. Racing, going fast in oval, maybe the hardest thing in RC cars.
I agree. They have a master's class. RC car racing, a few years ago, they started doing master's classes where it's like an age thing, 40 plus, 50 plus. And at Chili Bowl, for whatever reason, they did 45 plus, which is interesting. So I got to race that, showed up with what I'll call a rent-a-ride. One of the local racers, no, he's not really local, but Monty Hess has several RC cars, and he let me run he'll call his backup car. So he brings it to the track, gave it to the Trackside guys. Trackside is in Wisconsin. They're super awesome. They helped Scotty put on that RC Chili Bowl. And basically tore the car down, rebuilt it with the hot race setup. I went out and struggle bust around the track repeatedly through the qualifying and the seating. And that race, you don't qualify into, like, with laps in time. You qualify based on where you finish in your race, and that gives you points. So you have a bunch of ties on points because there's so many racers and there's only so many in each race, and it ends up going to your seating time. Mine was terrible. So I ended up in, like, the semifinals, and they take the top two from each of those and they bump up to the next main. I ended up bumping all the way up into the main and racing the A final in 45 plus. It was pretty awesome. I haven't made an A main in years, so when you stand up there, they call your name out there, and it's a pretty cool thing. You get a trophy, so it was nice.
Awesome. And in here, and we also, as when I was told, as far as some of the broadcasts for Silver State's tradition, for every day to check in where everyone is tuning in from. So be sure, we have a few people letting us know right now in the chat, but let us know where you're watching today's qualifying sessions today from. We see we got RC Victory Lane from Charlotte, North Carolina. So I got another North Carolinian here. Me being from originally from Charlotte, but now live in the Winston-Salem area. So we have something in common there, being from North Carolina. We have Wilmington, North Carolina, Central Ohio. So we have a lot of folks tuning in here today. Corey Jordan, the Facebook chat, ask who your prediction for today is.
Mayfield.
All right, so we got
Mayfield. If you don't pick Mayfield at a nitro race, you don't know what you're doing. It's always Mayfield.
Well, especially when, the veteran that he is and what he's accomplished, it's always an easy deal. Now,
he's one of the only guys that has not slowed down as he's gotten faster. If anything, he's gotten faster as he's gotten older.
What about Mason Fuller? Does he sweep again?
We'll see.
How many races did he win this week?
It's a lot of pressure. I think it's a lot of pressure on those guys to come back and do that again, especially on a stage like this. But we'll see. I mean, a lot of these guys have been doing this for quite some time, so this ain't no thing. It's just another day at the office for them. So I'm not going to lie. I'm a bit of a fanboy for Mayfield. I always have, so I'm a little biased, I suppose. He always feeds me lots of Coors Lights after racing's over as well.
Oh, so we see some biases in a little bit. He feeds you beer.
There's that, yeah.
Oh, okay. Now we know why we picked Mayfield.
DNC, Dirt Nitro Challenge, is another one of Joey's wonderful races. I got to go to that last year and work the booth, and after racing's over, they camp there. There's a bunch of racers that have trailers, or they rent trailers, and they do camping things. Make a brisket, have a big full cooler, and I hung out for way too late every night with the techno guys. It was a good time. Telling race stories, and because, it turns into like a social event. There's lots of people passing through, coming over to see what's going on.
In the Facebook chat, everybody let us know where they're from. We have Texas, Brooksville, Florida, Seattle, Washington, Arizona, Houston, Mortali from Burlington, Iowa, Troy Hobbies from Longmont, Colorado, William Sharp from the Dirt Paris, California.
Joey's other track.
Let's see, and we got Fredericksburg, Virginia for Bryce. Big Country from South Georgia, go Dogs. We got Peter Tolzer from Calgary, Alberta in Western Canada. Carlos Hood from Texas, and Mike from Nashville, North Carolina. You're in the wrong Nashville, my friend. Named Mike Felton. So 1 minute here to go. Grayson Folan, Donald Flowers, John Stoltz, your top three. Then Hartshorn and Brian Rells round out your top five. Currently with Grayson having an 8-lap pace of a 7.65.
So this is heat 1 of 3, so I guess you'd say the slowest of the resorts. So it would be expected that maybe the first heat of Sportsman truck won't be as fast as 40 plus. So we'll see what happens. The heat 3 would be my guess.
Heat 3 would be the one, because these groupings are set based on practice speeds that everyone had on Wednesday.
The seeding rounds, they take, depends on the event. Some places do your whole run. Some places do multiple laps consecutive. Some races do just multiple laps. Doesn't matter if they're consecutive or not. They add those together and they seed the field. And the reason, most of the folks know this, but just in case you're wondering why, it's so that when you go out in your qualifier, you're kind of all similar speeds, and you'll end up with maybe a cleaner, better run because guys aren't getting out of the way for the one fast car, or the one fast car is not getting hammered by lap traffic the whole time.
And there goes the bell. So everyone have a chance here to finish up their lap.
Oh, look.
8 laps. Here comes Grayson Folan.
Hi, Mike. I finally learned Keep RC Fun's first name. I've known the dude for years. And then we were in Vegas for Vintage Off-Road Champs. And I'm like, by the way, what's your name? It's Mike. I still remembered, which is impressive. Team Associated had a vintage race. Vintage RC is very huge. Much like SCCA has those old car classes that they run. That's happening in RC right now. People are getting old RC cars off the shelves, out of storage, off of eBay from estate sales, cleaning them up and racing them on modern-day racetracks with modern-day tires. Associated put on an event in Vegas. It was at the Orleans, actually, and they did a replica of the 1980-something World's Track, invited all of the legendary racers from years gone past to come out. It was a super rad event. Had a big banquet afterwards where they had everybody do speeches. It was very cool. Vintage, I think that vintage racing is fine, but that event was even cooler because of the way they went about it. These guys are just shoving each other out of the way down there.
I wonder if that has to do with some of that last lap corner where all three of them got together and still kept running each other afterwards. So I guess you would call it fireworks, but a little bit of some folks getting together and frustration, all three of them kind of getting together.
Getting angry before 9 o'clock in the morning is not good for you guys. Deep calming breaths.
I mean, this is only our third grouping that just went out. We just finished it. We just started the day.
Oh, we got a check-in from the United Kingdom. Welcome to the show. Thanks for tuning in. Connecticut, Laredo. I'm surprised I can read that monitor from here.
I know. Would you like to move a little bit closer
no,
over
it's
here?
Fine. I like it. I can't see anymore, so the fact that I can see that is great. My dad.
That's the good news.
Yeah, I have to wear readers now. Like I do a lot of soldering and things like that. And one day I'm at the track and I'm trying to solder some wires on a dude's speed control form, and I'm like, I can't see what I'm doing. And he hands me his readers. I'm like, oh, look at that. So now I'm one of those guys who carries around a set of what do they call it? Drugstore reader glasses. It's good times.
And that is our grid lineup right there, rounding things out with Trace Wells, presented by A-Main Hobbies. As now we get set up for our second grouping here for the Sportsman electric trucks. Out qualifier Grayson Folan with an 8-lap pace of a 4.761.
Oh, Smiley. Hello, Smiley. Good to have you with us, sir. Is that Glitch RC, also known as Matthew Gonzalez? Matthew Gonzalez is the world-famous motor tuner. He has won more world championships than any motor tuner in recent history. He works at Hobby Lane.
You know, yesterday when I mentioned that you'll be on here today, we had a lot of, everyone was pretty excited about it. They said, oh, we can't wait for Charlie to be on here for tomorrow.
I have a track record with these guys of telling inappropriate stories at inappropriate times, so they're waiting patiently for me to...
Well, we have, 8:30? We have 30 minutes down, 11 hours.
Yeah.
And
we'll
30
get
minutes
there.
to go. I think we have some time for it, right?
I call it, you get a little punch drunk towards the end of the day because you run out of stuff to talk about. You told all your cool stories, so then you got to tell the inappropriate stories later on.
So we're probably looking around, 4 o'clock?
A half hour, 30 minutes or so.
Spokane, Washington. Eric's coming from Chico, California for Josh. Don from St. Louis, Missouri.
Is anyone running a Hot Bodies? Ooh, that's a good question. If I see, I wouldn't know if I saw it, but if I see some Hot Body stuff, I'll find out, and we'll get back to you on that one. I brought a piece of paper to write stuff down. I left it in the hotel room because I'm always telling all the chat that I'm going to do stuff, and I'm going to write it down. I never do. No, don't. It's one of the shticks. It's fine.
I come prepared.
Ford's trying to get me a notebook and a pen. He's a professional.
I have everything you might need in here. We got some chargers. I got some highlighters. I got paper. I got extra pens, Sharpies.
If it gets real serious, I use the notes in my phone.
Okay.
Scotty used to put on a race in Vegas, the IIC, and it was a week-long race. And then he added on the off-road race, the International Off-Road Championship, so it was back-to-back races, and we did 2 weeks in Vegas in a row of never leaving the casino. I like to have a cocktail now and again after racing is over, and if you're in Vegas, you don't know what time it is, so we would end up having some very good stories each night, and I would leave myself notes about what was going on so that when we got back to the track the next day, I could tell everybody all about it. That was before probably the days of live streaming, though, so I was just telling the room, so there was a lot of inappropriate stories.
Got some folks here checking in from Dublin, Ireland.
Whoa.
And I've really wanted the chance. My wife's actually, we're trying to figure out a trip soon. She has her 30th birthday coming up here this year, and we're trying to maybe go to Ireland. That has been discussed.
My mom's side of the family, my great-great-great-grandparents, I think, came over on boats from Ireland. Very Irish Catholic family growing up, and the whole family did a trip back to Ireland to see the motherland. I didn't get to go, but they did. And my kid went with, and they said it was an amazing time. Just beautiful country. I would recommend it highly.
Well, the biggest question I had is how's the golf out there? That's what I've asked.
None of them went golfing, but did they invent golf over there?
I think you're thinking of Scotland.
Oh, same difference.
A little bit. They're over there across the pond.
Right. One of them islands, Euro islands.
Well, they have good beer over there, right?
They went to the actual Guinness place, and my uncle said it was rad. They went on the aunts. I call them the aunts. They all put this trip together, and they made everybody go. The matriarch of the family, Aunt Ellen. They had a whole bus to themselves, and they just went up and down the whole country for like 2 weeks. That has nothing to do with RC. You guys are right.
Camera down, live RC, camera down.
About 4.5 minutes here approaching left in this one.
Pace early on 9 and a 6:27, so it looks like maybe 40 plus is the class. This is the same pace that the B sort did in 40 plus. He finished on like a 9 and a 6:27 or something like that. Look at me remembering stuff. That phenomenon will not last very long, I assure you.
So as of right now, to start in the second group, Steven Ramos, Scott Bordon, Richard Miller, Tristan Heat, and Joe Campbell are your top 5. Ramos with a top speed of a 41.6. Complete on lap 2 with a 9-lap pace of a 21.137. Right now, the beaten Folan's time. Folan right now is currently, the time being, slotted back in that 6th position.
I believe that is Ramos that we were on board with in that, I'll call it burgundy colored car. Drop back now to pick up Verdon and Miller duking it out.
Almost he did move back to 3, now back up to 2 after that last lap where he had a 46.4 after some contact there. And now let me ask you from a people that do an RC, and you've been involved with it obviously a lot. When you run in these qualifying, obviously practice is one thing, qualifying's another, but when qualifying, when you're one of the guys, especially in the fun groups, and you're just here just to have a good time and really enjoy and be a part of this, when it comes down to qualifying, you have someone where one of the faster guys is right behind you. Do you see a lot of these guys tend to just pull over and let these guys go, or is it more just like, hey, just try and pass me and try to figure it out?
It's in their best interest to give way, if you will, or at a minimum hold your line and not try to jam them up. Typically, race etiquette, the faster car has the right of way, and you're supposed to clear the lane, so to speak. So I'd say that for the most part, even at a very serious level, if they get enough pressure from the guy behind them, they're going to let him go because they kind of have to. The race announcer will call it. He's already been passed on the clock, so to speak, so it's one of those deals where it's in your best interest to not make enemies out there because you'll turn into that guy that doesn't let the leader by, and you're going to have no friends in the pits, and nobody wants that.
Well, you're going to be like the guy that was 8:30 and was already aggravated with some people on track after some of the contact that we had earlier. But
well, as serious or as non-serious as it may or may not be, these guys spend a lot of time and energy to come here, and to have what could have been a good run ruined by somebody just not getting out of the way or whatever, it's going to be a very emotional experience, to say the least. So these guys will flip out on the driver's stand in a hurry.
Minute 40 to go. Ramos back at the top of the board. Bordon, Campbell, Clark, McPherson, your top 5. Miller, Heed, Moreland, Genzi, Clark, your top 10 with Wells, Johnson, Garcia, and Wells. Rounding out your top 14 of drivers on track. Folan, who has now moved on after being the top qualifier in the first round. He's slotted back in that 8th position. Ford Martin here with you. Got my man Charlie has joined us in the broadcast today, so not solo. We do appreciate the YouTube chat yesterday and Facebook, having a conversation with us all day long and helping a guy that is coming here for the first time doing some RC racing and really did enjoy my experience yesterday. And I tell you, it was, as I told everybody, just try to be a sponge throughout the whole day and learn about it. And great experience. Our crew did an awesome job being here all day long, behind the scenes, a long day, and put forward great coverage.
Is that pavement? They get all the way down on the concrete right there?
Yeah, it's from what I was told, it's
they did
the
that on
concrete
purpose.
slider that they have.
That's
here on
awesome.
Purpose.
Multiple surfaces are very cool.
I thought at first, based on kind of the way our monitor looks a little bit here, and at first I thought it was, oh man, look at the rubber is already been built in.
Right, they blue grooved it.
But it's part of the concrete slider, as it's been called.
Yeah, that's awesome. There's been races where they have multiple surfaces, but they're pretty few and far between for the most part. I think Worlds, in one of the, I forget which one it was, but they had cobblestones on the track. So the super chat's going to tell us. Watch.
Nicole, who just joining in, says, I'm late to the party. Well, not too late. We're only just a couple segments in here right now on race number 26, started with number 23.
I almost forgot. I told everybody to go and share the YouTube link on their social media, and I haven't done it yet. So I'm going to go do that so that people can tune in and listen to our awesomeness.
Yeah, for Friday qualifying.
I don't know. Am I the only one that does this? I have a group chat with all of my friends, like not all of them, but most of them. It's very inappropriate. So this link's going into the group chat as well. paced.
Charlie's trying to get things going here as far as the link. And do we officially share it?
It's shared.
Okay, there we go. So we officially got it all set up.
It's on my social media. The whole world knows about it now. That's good.
That is going to do it for the sessions here. Tristan Heeb, that last one to come across the line. And that will be it. So that is going to do it for the second group.
Top 9, or check that, top 8 going to beat Grayson's TQ. I'm going to get us 9 and a 6:30 for Scott Burdon. Stephen Ramus after that. Richard Miller. Then it was Joel Campbell, Greg Clark, Jerry McPherson, Tristan Heeb, Michael Moreland, Robert Wells, Brian Johnson, rounding out our top 10 with Alan Ginsey, Riley Clark, Mark Garcia, and Trace Wells unable to make the start of that one.
And that will be your second group presented by A-Main Hobbies. So now this next group that's coming out now for the Sportsman electric trucks. And I've got a couple guys in this group. James Newman, Matt Lasher, got Kyle Kazarian, Jared McPherson, Mike Mayberry, to name a few, that are going to be in this one. Is the top 10 that you see here is on the grid lineup, once again presented by A-Main Hobbies.
Is that High-Tech's Mike Mayberry? It must be.
Followed up there with Reed Saunders and Mike Lasher. That is your top group here that's coming out for the Sportsman electric trucks. And look in the YouTube chat here. What time did y'all finish last night? Well, we started at 8 a.m. And I want to say we ended things, I would probably say around 7:45 last night.
I could tell you, because I know when you guys started gathering for dinner.
I know it was before 8. I do know that.
Oh. It was around 9. That's when you guys were getting dinner. There's a group chat.
Yeah, I think, well, I want to say 9 was, I know we took a while before everybody went to the room and showered, and we took our time there on that. So,
oh, here's a good piece of information. There's a question in the chat asking about when a driver is up. We don't know, but you know. You can go to liverc.com, go to the Silver State event page, and you can see the heat sheet and find your favorite racer there. We do know, but I'm really lazy when it comes to shuffling. Ford might do it for you.
I can give you the link right here. It's silverstate.liverc.com, and you can find out exactly the time, down to just about the minute, around roughly, about when your favorite driver will be coming up here, and have the chance to check it out, see the results from yesterday, and the schedule for the rest of the weekend. There's one tumbles and a bit of a professional cart flip there.
Ruben wants to know why it's split in half. Because they run the race in 2 segments to keep the classes that people are running manageable. So they're not running back-to-back or dealing with all their cars at once. So they kind of break it into 2 classes for the first part, 2 classes for the second part. Makes it a little easier. And there's only so many hours in the day that they can operate. So they try to keep it to a 12-hour day, which I'm a big fan of. You guys heard in the Psycho Nitro Blast, P&B, it happens every year. They run that race 24 hours. They never turn the track off. And so you can go out and practice in the middle of the night, middle of the day, whatever the case may be. Schedule your naps out. It's an interesting thing, but it just adds a level of complexity that maybe not everybody's a fan.
Well, when you talk about that, is that more like a 24-hour day, like any time throughout the day? Is that usually how it goes?
Certain parts of the day they're racing, obviously, and then after racing's over, track's open for practice. So you can go out there whenever you want for the most part. They do it by groups and times and all that. It's not just melee, but they do I believe, by 5-minute groups or 6-minute groups, whatever the case may be.
And is that every class they can go out there?
Yeah. So you'll get out there with pros and mixers all at the same time. It's pretty interesting from what I've heard. I could be wrong. They might separate it a little bit by classes, but the last guy that I talked to that went out there, he says you just go out and run. And he liked it because they could go back to the hotel, take a nap, come back whenever they felt like it, and get on the track before racing started, kind of get in the flow for a couple hours, run their races, and then they had several hours off after that, so they go back and take a nap and come back. So it's just get you on your own schedule. It adds to another part of the race strategy, I think, which is kind of neat.
Now, when it comes to these guys right here and this is why I'm glad that you're in the booth here today, when it comes down to when these qualifying sessions are over, the first, and then they have the second one, and they have a third one. In between those segments, obviously some guys have some different classes they run and they go in and compete in. But when it comes down to this variable car, what sort of adjustments can they make to these RC cars when it comes down to like what can they do? Obviously, I know where there's the basic things, but when it comes down to just whether adjusting things here and there, what can they tinker with?
This is a good topic. I've over the years, I've worked in this industry for decades now, and I've encountered a lot of guys who work as a race engineer for major motorsports race teams. And there are more adjustments in an RC car than there are in a full-size race car, and there's more range of adjustments in an RC car, so they can change everything from pivot points on the suspension, the viscosity of the fluids in the diffs, obviously the shocks, the positions of the shocks, the springs, roll centers, ride heights, cambers, casters, everything in between. And you can get a bunch of goofy geometries that you can't do in a real race car. It's just there's not enough room for it to happen. So these guys can, these race engineer guys can get to the extremes of that and see if they want to build something to that nature for their full size. But to answer your question more directly, there's an unlimited number of adjustments that they can make from not only the camber but the position of the links to make them longer, shorter, make one side longer, make the other side longer. You can up, down, inside, outside. It's pretty daunting, I guess you'd say. And why? A lot of guys choose the cars that they choose because of how well those teams work with getting that information out. They talk to drivers directly on what they should be changing between rounds. If your car does this, you want to change that type of situation. What a lot of folks call use case scenarios, I guess. But they will go back, usually they'll talk to the mechanic and say what they're going to change, and the mechanic will either agree or disagree, or they'll have some input on what they saw the car doing versus how the driver felt it. And like maybe you shouldn't drive here, and then you don't have to adjust that type of deal. So it's a very involved process. I would say that some guys are of the mentality that I leave the car alone and the track will come to me. I know what it works like on Sunday, and I'm just going to wait till it gets there and get used to driving it. Other guys are chasing setup the whole time and making pretty drastic setups in between rounds. So it's just a bit of a personal preference, but in some regard, maybe how serious you are too. Pro guys probably are never going to go back on the track with the same setup twice. Some of the sportsman guys, they're comfortable with what it does, and they know they just need to drive the car better, so they focus on that more than anything else.
Something that I did notice when I was coming out here, I watched some previous races, and a lot of the questions would be just different tires that they would choose. What is the different type of tires they can use, and what do you see that's the most popular one that folks usually tend to go with? Or does that depend on each class?
It does. It's a little bit on the class, a lot on the surface, and what the track's been doing throughout the day. You can change a bunch of stuff, from the inserts, the foam that goes in the tires, it's like air pressure in a real car, the compound of the rubber itself, how soft the material is, and of course the tread pattern. And they go from most of today's tires, if you were to line all the different brands of their most popular tire, they look kind of similar, I guess, in that it's what we call a mini pin. It doesn't look like a dirt bike tire. It doesn't really look like any sort of thing you'd see in the real world. It's got all these little tiny nubs on it for the most part. And most of them are going to be a variant of that. But specifically which model, which compound, that's all Greek to me, unfortunately. That I wouldn't know. But we'll find out. I'll write it down. I'll ask people what tires are running, because that's one that the Super Chat likes a lot.
This could be your chance to write in the notebook. Or
Totally.
Right there. Yeah.
Right, yeah. I'll get to that. We got all day.
And what do we bring in the bag today? I see we got some Starbucks.
I tried to go. I mistakenly thought that I could go get a Starbucks this morning, but the line was out the door. So I went to the little convenience store and I got my least favorite beverage, the Frappuccinos. These things are not good, but I needed some coffee.
This one. I'm not a coffee guy, but I do just for when you talk as much, especially yesterday we talked all the day long. Got the honey citrus mint tea.
Oh, nice.
And that's the way to kind of keep the vocal cords cool down and not sound raspy. You got to save it for the mains there this weekend.
I do the green tea usually when it gets bad. I'm hoping it'll hold up. I haven't done an announcer gig in a while, but I do talk all day, every day, so it's probably fine.
When was the last broadcast?
DNC. Last broadcast for Live RC was DNC. I got to announce for the racers at Cleveland a little bit, but that's not the same as a live stream because you're calling, way more boring.
And have you've only done RC and drift anything else, any other racing or?
I got to announce a monster truck event once.
Really?
Yeah, I've done some drone racing announcing as well, which is very different than RC cars because you can't tell what's going on.
I'm curious, what was the drone racing like?
So drone racing is FPV, first-person view. They see through the camera that goes out the front. So as an announcer, you have a screen like we have here, but instead of seeing the cars go around the track, we get all the feeds from the pilot's view. So if you know who's leading, you can kind of look at what they're looking at and call out the obstacles that they're at. But for the most part, you're just kind of waiting for the race to end to pump up the crowd type of thing. Telling people finishing times. Because the racing formats are all kind of different in drone racing. They do... some of the races are only like 1 or 2 minutes long. Some of them are lap counts. I haven't done it in a while. But.
Got right here, Reed Saunders is going to be at the top. He is once again
Well, that answers
fast.
the question. 9 and a 6:13, not faster than Eider's time, but faster than probably half of the other A-main guys in the 40-plus class. So now we know. Mystery solved.
And Bourdon will actually move down to the 8th spot. That's where he will be slotted. So there it is. There is your results presented by A-Main Hobbies. That is your top 10. And anything's out with Chevelle Keats. That's where she will end up.
Congratulations. Reed Saunders is going to set the TQ time for round number 1 in Sportsman electric truck.
Tom V, Mike Mayberry, Mike Lasher, and Joel Dennis. That is your top 14, and that's going to do it for the Sportsman electric trucks. As we move now on to the intermediate electric trucks, coming up for their first of 2 groups.
So Sportsman is what we'll call vacation racers. Intermediate is I want to be a pro racer one day. They're going to be the tryhards.
Coming up next here for the first, we've got Sean Mayfield, Cage Mills, Ryder Anhill, Nick Lester, Tony Roney. A few of those guys that are going to be coming out. And Chance Anhill and Kyle King. So 12 drivers in for this group. Look in the YouTube chat once again. Patrick Wynn says, I like what you brung and raced the crap out of it like you stole it.
There you go. Travis, there is a Nitro Monster Truck Tour that runs around various fairgrounds in the United States. They do a drone exhibition race in between their monster truck races. And I was hired to do the drone announcing, and the monster truck guy, we're both standing in the booth, and he had to go do some stuff with the tractor. He's like, here, take my mic. And he hands me the mic. So I did play-by-play announcing as he drove the tractor around to pick up a broken monster truck, and the people loved it. And then he heard me actually announce the drone race, and he's like, hey, would you be interested in doing a couple of these monster truck rounds for us? I said, hell yeah, I would. Because RC car racing is cool, but you don't have a stadium full of 10,000 paying spectators that cheer when you make a bad joke. So, I mean, it was great.
And Jason Gazana says in the chat, driver interviews are great, and he plans that we will be talking with some drivers here throughout the weekend, especially after the races are concluded at the mains. So we will have, at least we know we'll be getting that stuff down, and we'll be sure to bring you the coverage from live RC and our group here all weekend long.
I can tell you right now, after round 1, all of the interviews would be the same. Yep, could have done better, hoping to do better the next round.
I think it's a good summary of what you're going to get.
Every round for the first round. Yeah. Somebody took me out. Wish I would have done this. I like the driver interviews myself. I don't like doing them. I like watching them.
Are you the guy when you come? Are you the interviewee or the interviewer?
I'm too short to interview people because I'm always got to hold the mic up and I'm looking up their nose the whole time. I'm not a fan.
It sounds like a lot of stuff you see like on Monday Night Football or Sunday Night Football when they're holding the hands up and you got like all these tall quarterbacks all the time.
Thanks. I could probably interview Brandon Rose. It'd be fun. He's one of the few racers that's shorter than I am. Him and Paul Ciccarello are the only guys that are shorter than I am.
All right, so we get that you would appreciate that then. So that make it nice.
Yeah, it'd be fine. Get on my level, as they say.
Checking in from the Raw Speed Shop here in Arizona, says Sleazy T. Our Facebook chat. There's some people that are from Ontario, California, Rhode Island, Massachusetts, Our guy Ty, Charlie in 4, top of the morning.
Oh, Tyrone Robinson. He is one of the most consistent members of the Throbbing Brain.
A couple of people coming in, supporting Donald Silva. They're from our group that we had moments ago.
I'm 5'5" and a quarter, in case you guys were wondering how tall I am. The quarter matters when you're only 5'5". I'm taller than Jamie Tennis, I'm taller than Art Scrimo, and I'm taller than Paul Ciccarello. That I know for sure.
Is that like saying when you're like, when somebody asks how old you are when you're a kid, you're like, I'm 10 and a half?
Yeah, right.
Like, you're young when you say half.
Matters. Yep, the half matters. I've actually been this same height since I was 12 years old. I haven't grown since. Yeah, it's weird. When I was 10 or 11, I was kind of tall compared to my friends, and then they kept growing and I didn't. That's weird. Short people grow all of the way up early, and then they stop growing. Tall people grow slowly over time. I read that on the internet. It must be true.
It sounds like so you haven't, you feel like you haven't grown since you're about 12.
I know for a fact I haven't grown since I was 12.
What are you officially?
In fact, now that I'm old, I might be actually 5'5" and an eighth because my back is kind of arching over a little bit, so I might be shrinking.
You go to the chiropractor.
Yeah, I know.
They can actually help you get a few inches sometimes.
Maybe.
Crack the neck, crack the back, and
right.
have the spine extend you a little bit, and there you go.
I'm built for travel. Being short is an advantage in my line of work because I'm always on airplanes, and I'm always pretty comfortable compared to you tall people.
Got the headrest be in the perfect position.
It's more that I can stretch all the way out. I got to post a picture every time I get on the plane, and I said, short jokes welcome. Go ahead. I'm fun-sized. Scotty's brother Boomer used to call me fun-sized because I was like there's a regular Snickers, and then there was me, the fun-sized Snickers.
The Ancient Outlaw _ Raider 1 says, I am new to RC, sort of not raced since the 80s. I can tell you that watching a race or commentary makes watching great. I hate watching with no one talking. Good job, guys. Great job. Great job, Charlie. Doing awesome work so far. You're carrying the show for us.
It's not me. Sometimes, depending on the announcer, racing's better without the announcer, but I'm very, very cynical when it comes to announcers, unfortunately. I can't stand Scotty's announcing. People love that guy. I can't stand it. So annoying.
Well, we have a lot of Scotty fans in the chat.
Yeah, don't get me started. Scotty and I did the original live stream that Live RC, well, to my knowledge, did for RC Cars. Back, what year was it, Jensen? 2006? 4, 6, 8, 2008. It was 2008 for the IFMAR Off-Road Worlds that were in North Carolina. And we dubbed it the Charlie and Scotty Show because we went non-stop. And then over the years, people try to say the Scotty and Charlie Show. I hate you people. It's Charlie and Scotty Show. You guys should know better by now. It's alphabetical order. It's Charlie and Ford Show. Alphabetical order. It's fine.
Well, you got some people saying, Charlie, I love you, so
that happens.
You got some people. It's
weird,
but we've had a lot of, like I said, yesterday I come in here and everyone's expecting to hear Scotty, and they hear, who is this guy from North Carolina that calls ESPN college football and basketball? Who is this guy that's coming here doing this stuff? And we got myself familiar with the chat, let them know it's the first time doing RC, and they were helpful with it. They were great with it.
I laughed. I'm not a very professional person in general. I'm very inappropriate most of the time. And Live RC this is the second time now where I've had to work with a real professional broadcaster that knows what they're doing when it comes to this sort of thing. So I'm very nervous, actually. I could talk about RC cars all day, but all those announcer cues, it's totally lost on me. How many days is this event? 5 days. Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday.
All right,
yeah, starting out there with Wednesday for the practice for everyone. Thursday and Friday the qualifying, and Saturday and Sunday are the mains. Nicole says she knows you're being sarcastic, but she says, "How dare you?" Talking about Scotty.
Scotty and I go way back. I've known that guy since before I had my driver's license. He used to run Trackside Hobbies and Raceway in Wisconsin. I lived on the north end of Illinois, and we would go club racing up there on a pretty regular basis. He was actually the first place, when I got my driver's license, the first place I drove to when I got my driver's license was the RC track. Tells you what kind of nerd I am. Dudes go pick up chicks, I'm going to the RC track. What the hell? So I've known Scotty since my teenager years for the most part. He used to hire me to help him do Motorama. Motorama is a huge event on the East Coast that has, like this, an indoor horse arena that they race A-scale on, and they had what we called the Awesome Track. There was a second facility on the same property right next door that we ran a 10-scale race at. So that was very cool. I did that for a couple years. Hobby Wing is a big part of everything that Scotty does as far as his USA side events, and I get to work with him on a lot of that stuff as well. He lets me come help out in the booth, help him get pitch setup, stuff like that at Cleveland, so it's a real good time. Where is Scotty? That is a great question.
He is in Tulsa.
Tulsa, Oklahoma, running the Mud Boss Shootout right now. He runs back-to-back events. He's a big fan of 2 races at the same event for 2 weeks. He does that a lot these days. But the Mud Boss Shootout is this week, and then Sunday night, I actually fly from here to Tulsa to go to the Chili Bowl. RC Chili Bowl is happening, so I'll be there.
Awesome. That's going to be great. And you had the red eye, right?
Yeah.
No, I'm taking the red eye Sunday night.
Right.
To go back to Charlotte.
I think I'm going from here to Georgia, then Georgia to Tulsa for some reason. It's a cheap flight.
So you go from here to Georgia to
Atlanta,
and then back to Tulsa. That's kind of a crazy way to do a layover. I'm assuming it's Delta because it's Georgia.
Yeah, right.
All right, so.
Well, I had lined up so there was an error when I started doing my travel for this year. I had booked my flight for Tulsa incorrectly, flying out of California on Sunday, and then I told Live RC I could do this. I'm like, oh crap! I have a flight on Sundays, but I can cancel my flight. You guys just need to fly me from Tulsa, or from Vegas to Tulsa, and I'll be fine. So we looked into the options that were there for late nights and all that, and it worked out. I just have a really long flight Sunday till Monday type of deal. I'm not complaining.
As we get set here, coming up for the second round of our intermediate electric trucks here. Take a look at our grid lineup here one more time. The A Main Hobbies.
Hi, John Moore. Good to see you, sir. He has the same name as one of my cousins and uncles, so he calls me Cousin Charlie. I had to hit him up. I'm like, hey, are you related to these people? He said no.
William Hunt says he is ready for the mains. Folks are really excited. We're looking forward to the mains tomorrow and just the racing here. Well, the thing I'm very much looking forward to is
actual
that right there
racing.
at the top left of your corner.
Yeah, it's going to be a mess.
The uphill climb. And some of the guys that have been side by side, they're taking a couple tumbles. We've seen a couple. They've actually added a few times when this weekend, they've had a couple more extra marshals over there. Because there has been a lot of collisions. And
you could have 5 marshals up there and still not be enough because 10 cars are going to crash.
Now, something that we had that was that I really had some fun with yesterday, and we were keeping count with it just a little bit. I had my buddy Sean Miller in here just for a little bit, and we talked about it.
Sexy lady.
And, yeah, that's right, yeah. So we had 2 while it happened, but the marshals that were over there when a couple of the cars got flipped over took a tumble. They slipped a little bit.
Oh,
they
God.
fell down. Our number at yesterday in total was 5. Now we got to wonder, what is going to be the number at today?
Like I said, a lot of us get in RC because we're not that physically fit, and it shows up a lot when you're standing in the loose dirt trying to pedal. So
what do you think? You haven't seen anybody yet, but do you have a number for today? We had 5 yesterday.
So this is what ends up happening. The dudes who fall up there the first time never go back there to marshal again. And they usually tell people that they fell, so those guys won't go up there and marshal again. So you slowly weed that part out. So the people that do end up there kind of know what happened, so they'll hate it. So I'm going to guess it might not happen again. It might not happen again. I have faith in my RC brothers.
Got some cleats on or something.
Something. The official shoe of RC is Vans, which have no traction in the dirt, so it's fine.
And just that great shot. We only had one time where we had one of the cars actually had some contact and it flipped up and hit the tripod on the camera.
Nice.
So only one time that happened yesterday. What you expect being in this position, it would happen a little bit more.
You should get a bonus lap if you take out the camera.
You get an extra 5 seconds taken off your time if you hit the camera and keep it going.
Oh, there's a Sean Mayfield in this one. or the current TQ is Sean Mayfield, 9 and a 6 flat, just missing that 10-lap time. But as we see here, intermediate, our A-sort, Trevor Olins, Travis Horn, and A.J. Rodriguez at the front. Very, very early on, though. Only 1 lap completed.
Olins, Horn, Todardi, Rodriguez, and Todardi Jr. on the track right now. That is your top 5. It's a great event here overall, and a great design of this track by Joey Christensen and Factory Trucks, and the work they've been able to do to put this together. And from what I was seeing on Facebook coming in here about the vibe and the feedback that he got on the racetrack, the design of it, and then here today in the garage yesterday and on practice on Wednesday, everyone talking about the layout and how the drivers really appreciated the work that went into it, and they're a fan of the layout.
I think the extra time, most of the time when you come to these temporary facilities, they have maybe a day to build the track, which is doable. But when they have the extra time like Joey and his crew had, it makes a huge difference. You can see the track's held up a lot better than typical of these temporary tracks. So I think they got out here like 4 or 5 days beforehand to start on the track, if I'm not mistaken. I saw Joey's post, and they were already here like moving dirt on like Tuesday or Wednesday last week.
And they had some time to come out here and obviously appreciate the South Point. I know there was some talk about why did they move this date from that May-April slot over to now open now in January. Why did they do that? Well, the casino again and the hotel, if you weren't with us yesterday, they moved it due to just the scheduling wise, and that was the only weekend they had available. And in Joey Christensen's words, he said, okay, thank you, we'll take it.
Right.
But the positive news and news that he was allowed for us to share, this weekend will remain permanent with Silver State going forward.
Awesome.
So no one has to guess which this weekend or that week. It's going to be always the same weekend here going forward, and
that way,
and that's going to help a lot of people out a lot.
You can plan your Christmas shopping a little bit better and not buy so many presents and go to Silver State instead.
A lot of people are not sure. Some work, they have the PTO hours. You can stack up and use that extra money to bring over,
right.
and or they can bring up the next year. Some people don't. When December 31st at 11:59 p.m. it goes away and you can't use it.
Right. Cash it out. I haven't had a job with PTO in a long time. Tridardi Donato at the front of this one, 10 and a 6:25. I want to say Eider's 40-plus time was right around there on pace, and then on that last lap he had a rough one. So Olins, Tridardi, and Tridardi Jr. at the top of this one. Horn ran, Rodriguez, Lewis, Wyrick, Walter, and Rao are top 10. They're going back and forth, matching lap times, duking it out, 10 and a 6:26 to a 10 and a 6:26 to 10 and a 6:27 to 10 and a 6:28 are early paces here. So still very early on, only, 4 minutes down, 2 minutes left to go, so we're past the halfway mark in our A sort of intermediate electric truck. See there, our time to beat 9 and a 6 flat, just missing that 10-lap run. 30-plus second lap times. That's not something you see very often. And they're closer to 40-second lap times.
Yeah, right now the fastest lap currently so far in this session is set by Donato Tridardi. He has a 38.163 right there behind him, is the guy who's leading overall as far as the pacing in Travis Horn. But he just ran right now the fastest lap in a 37.784.
Horn knows he needs to put his head down, run some hot laps here in the closing stages. Couple good laps will get you a second or two here or there and really kind of take the pressure off. So working his way here through the rumbles. Up over the single, there's a 180 at the top of the hill. Big double to single roller to back around through in front of the starting area. And at that 180 one more time. Speed roller section. You see a little bit of a speed bump building up at the bottom there. Up and down the hill. Downhill double. Big air. Wing high. Over the speed roller. There's a tabletop to a downhander, left-hander. That's all pavement down there. That's the concrete floor of the arena. Getting squirrely. Back up to the elevated section and into those rumble strips again. Last time by 37.9, his hot lap of 37.7. This looks to be a pretty clean lap.
Over the bumps here. Left-hander here for Travis Horn.
Comes across line 38 flat. Not bad.
So how's that 10-lap pace going? Of a 24.79.
This is when the pressure's on. You're on your 10th lap. You got some traffic in front of you. You can see him having a hard time. All right, gets lots of room there. Last thing you want to do is take yourself out on the last lap. I've done it many times. It's a terrible feeling. And even worse, you come up on some traffic here, like
with two cars right there in front.
Flashing the headlights, honking the horn, waving your arms in the window. Get out of the way. Pitman's down there going, leader, leader, leader.
And it gets really close, almost nipped each other right there. Makes the pass. Got a little dicey there on exit. And he'll come across the line for his 10th lap.
Travis, you see it, even just coming through the traffic there, cost him a couple seconds. He was on 37s and 38s the 4 laps before that, ends on a 39. Just being patient, which is probably the very, very wise thing to do. Giardi going to finish in the 2 spot, followed by Rand and Rodriguez.
As we're coming back down pit road here. Travis Horn. And he will have that at the top, all the way down to the top 10 with Chris Burrell. That will be your top 10, presented by A-Main Hobbies.
Hey, do me a favor. I don't know if you are.
Sean Mayfield originally was the top qualifier. That will put him down into the 6th spot. They're coming up. Travis Horn once again being fast in intermediate electric trucks. As we now will move on to our pro electric trucks coming up.
Well, we've never had this issue at this facility ever in my history.
So I know everyone's really excited to watch the pro electric trucks come here. I know a lot of people have tuned into that category that class. 19. So it'll be a short group here for the pro electric trucks. 9 right here in this first one.
That's kind of typical, unfortunately, in the pro segment of racing. There's not as many of them, for one, and these guys that do this intermediate Sportsman electric stuff, they're like, I don't want to get beat by these guys in another class, so I'm going to run this instead. And they run Sportsman and intermediate, and the pros have less people.
So our 2 pro e-truck classes are a little lighter, so we will need some volunteer help. This first one only has 9 drivers in it, so we need help at the 10 and 11 after the next race. We're good right now.
Let's look at our grid lineup here coming up. Tyler Finster, Lee Lester, Adam Drake, all the way down to Ivan Moreno Jr. and A.J. Schumacher. Caden Fuller, a few of those. And their names here coming up now for our next session.
45 seconds to start the race.
About 45 seconds here before we get things going here. A group where Mason Fuller won this race in the Silver State of 2025. Starting to get used to saying that. Last year was 2025, or now in 2026, where that is still really hard just to fathom and even say out loud.
I'm old, so I remember every year at New Year's when you had to remember to put the right year on your checks. When you started mailing out checks after the first of the year, that was always a rough one.
He's over there, perfect. Do I have my 10 in the back right? That's going to be very good. That's you got it. All right, we are good. No more water races, so let's go ahead and roll them out. I'll start you out. That clock over. 1 minute. Starts now.
Here they go. Here's our group now heading on out. Tyler Finster, Lee Setzer, Adam Drake, Walker Spinrad, Spencer Heckert, Caden Fuller, A.J. Schumacher, Ivan Moreno Jr.
I hear the sounds of nitros in the background. Electric's kind of like flashlight racing. You just turn it on and go. Nitro's like starting a lantern or a campfire every round. It takes some doing.
And we had some folks yesterday, because they could hear a lot of that in the background, and they were noticing because obviously with us in the booth, we have it turned down a little bit.
Right.
We can hear ourselves a little bit in here. But one of the things that was fun that the chat was mentioning is somebody is really going to go through a whole gallon of gas
In
by
the warm-up.
revving it up
Yeah.
so much.
They don't try to save gas when it comes to nitro RC car racing, that's for sure. There's a lot of warm-ups. There's a lot of spillage, to say the least. You're right, it's not just a flashlight. Flashlights don't have wheels and steering, but in comparison. I actually have a bit of experience in the A-scale electric arena, and that because I work at Hobby Wing, so we're dealing with that sort of thing. And one of the big trends that's happened in the last couple of years is soft mounting the electronics. These things are going so fast, so much traction, cars handle so good that the equipment inside the vehicle is taking a beating from these big air landers, and they found that making sure your speed control is a little soft mounted makes it last a lot longer. Pro tips. We get on board here. That looked to be... Oh, they barely started, that's why.
Yeah, just now getting our first few laps in here now. And I appreciate RC Victory Lane, where I mentioned talking about Caden Fuller, the younger brother of Mason Fuller.
Mr. Fuller probably has a very sizable credit card balance every month racing RC cars.
Was when you win 4 in a row and you do what you did last year, I would think that does help.
It helps, but that's the kid's money, not the dad's money. Packard at the front, Moreno in the 2-spot, Fencer running third, but that's going to continue to shuffle around here. You see 10 laps and a 6:16 the pace right now. Oh, sounds like maybe we got a busted transponder out there.
And it might be there for Fuller.
Yeah, that's a tough break.
And we're hearing in the background some of the transponder is loose.
I think, if I'm not mistaken, I believe this is Spencer Heckard. The orange, white, and blue. It's been too long that I don't know anybody's paint jobs. I bet you the Super Chat will tell us. They usually tell us. The only downside of the Super Chat is they're on like a tape delay. When we say it, it takes 15 seconds before it gets to them. There's a lot of internet for it to get through before it goes there. And in case like I start swearing, Jensen he's got a dump button so that you guys can't hear me cursing. I don't know if that's true or not, but we'll test it out for you later.
And it is Spencer Heckard as he just went by on the front straightaway. As we're following him right now, 3 laps completed with the fast lap of a 37.528, a 10-lap pace of a 16.7.
So in seeding racing, it comes down to a couple different factors when you get out here for qualifying, and this is the B sort, we'll call it. And sometimes it's better to be in the B sort because you can lead and have everybody get out of your way and set in a pretty Richter time, whereas if you're at, say, the middle or the bottom of the A sort, you're going to have to move over a couple times for maybe faster cars, and that's going to ultimately slow your pace down. Or if you go out in the B sort, your leader, everybody should get out of your way. It should be a clean run for the most part. So the balancing act here, and it actually kind of puts a lot of pressure on that B sort as well, because it's one of the rare opportunities in RC that's like kind of a advantage to be in a slower heat.
2.5 minutes remain here left in this session for race number 30. We started at number 23 today. So 7 sessions down here, or 6.5, we should say, on completing our 7th one right now currently.
Spencer looking pretty clean right now. Not really any wasted movement, staying right in the groove. Little bit of a check swing there in the run-up, but all things considered, at the front for a reason. 37.1 hot lap for him last time by. Through the short chute, that's the starting drop down right there into the double-double section. Nice and easy, does doubles on both of them. Speed roller there. Gets a little sideways but hangs on. Does a 37.5, not too shabby. He's got some traffic in front of him that he's been slowly catching, but hasn't made up a ton of ground yet. I want to say that's Mr. Drake right in front of him. So our Drake and Heckert kind of running in some traffic here. It looks like that's going to be Setzer with them.
And how challenging is that when you're trying to go through traffic in front of you while we're trying to run your own race, but also just trying to navigate? Obviously, you want to pass them cleanly, but hitting the jumps right, not colliding, because you're looking at one little hit on the side, it can flip your car right over and lose precious time.
It can definitely be a high-pressure situation because you can't slow down to wait for them, but you can't put the pressure on and run into them either. So you're hoping that your competitor has the respect to get out the way if you get too close, and if you don't, you'll probably holler at him on the driver's stand. A lot of these guys recognize each other's cars, so like, hey, man, give me some space in a situation like this. He got close enough. Drake went a little wide. Heckert to the inside. Nobody lost any time. Maybe a tenth of a second for Drake on that one. But you see now he can check in right behind him, start picking up some pace, and maybe even make that tenth back. Heckert 36.9 hot lap. That's the first 36-second lap I've seen so far. And as you see there, Drake all over his back door now. He's picking up some cues on where Heckert's been driving.
Fast time of a 36.9. You had that on lap 7. So a few laps to go. A 10-lap pace of a 13.5.
Heckert looking good. Just enough slide, but not any excessive wasting slides, if you will. Just kind of pitches her in there, waits for it to come to him, gets back on the power. Out on final lap right now. 37 flat last time by. That's a heater. Up and over the double, down into the polished concrete section. Trying to finish strong here. 10 and a 6:13. Wants to set the early time to beat and make it not easy on these guys. Heckert now coming through the final section. Around the 180. A little bit of a roost there. Goes double-double, no problem. Heckert across the line. Going to finish on a 37.5. Not too shabby. Savoia going to sneak it away from Drake at the end there. Drake going to go third. Savoia second. Fenster fourth. And Moreno still to finish. Hey, there's Ronnie Rivkin.
Moreno comes by and finishes that. And to look at your race results, once again presented by A-Main Hobbies. Spencer Heckert right there at the top of that pace of a 13.433. Savoia, Drake, Fenster, Moreno Jr., Setzer, Fuller, Spinrad, and Schumacher is your 9 drivers in our first group of our Pro Electric trucks. And coming up is our second grouping, where you have those names of Ryan Mayfield and Fee and those other guys coming up. Van Dalen, who has been fast here this weekend. 10 drivers here coming up to knock off Spencer Heckert's 13.43.
Fee Long is a bit of a scale electric legend from, somebody in the chat will tell us, he put a pass on Bornhorst somewhere that was ridiculous. They had like a double-double, and he went like 5-pack, jumped over the whole thing. The super chat's going to tell us all about that here in a second. I saw they mentioned it yesterday, and I can't remember what the name of the race was. I forget more things than I remember.
Fee looking for that first U.S. title. He was fast in his classes yesterday for the pros.
That's Van Dalen's car?
The number 4 on it.
I don't know if that means anything. I think car number should make a return. It makes it easy on guys like us.
Figure out who's who with different paint schemes. They're a new year in January and their first big event of the year and different schemes.
Silver State. See? It was Silver State. 4 years ago.
Back in 2022.
There's Mr. Savoia standing there looking cool as ever. He comes from France.
So to beat Spencer Heckert's time.
The super chat never fails. Thanks, guys. And gals. Folks? We could call you all folks. That's gender neutral.
That's the correct way to do it, yeah.
I write I write a lot of emails for various things, press releases and whatnot. I use the term folks a lot, and it turns out it's very unprofessional because none of my editors ever let me use it. It's too redneck.
Well, from the South, you could say y'all.
Yeah, right. Y'all folks better listen up, her.
So coming up here now as they get a couple of their laps and move in, and the uphill climb is. We talked about it all week. Don't forget to tune into the main Saturday and Sunday. And even got the ovals out there. Have you been able to go check out the oval track over there?
No. I came straight in. Haven't seen anything yet.
Well, I was stuck in the elevator for a little bit this morning.
So the elevator bank, there's two sides to the elevator bank. And if you push the button, normally when you go in an elevator bank, one button makes all of them light up, right? If you notice, this hotel, that's not the case. One button works one side, the other button works the other side. So people will go over there, they'll push the one button, and they'll push the other button. They'll get in one side, but the other button's still pushed. I rode on an elevator today that stopped on every floor almost on the way down because of that phenomenon. There's nobody there because they got on the other one, and the light didn't turn off. It was awesome. That really has nothing to do with racing. And rolling now. Pro Electric Truck, our A sort, as we roll out with the world-famous Ryan Mayfield. Oh, bit of a bobble there, oddly enough, but Mayfield working to the top side of the track now. Jumps into the rumbles. Trucks having no fear there through the rumble strips. Big double, you see him correcting in the air. A lot of steering inputs in the air with these big trucks to get them pointed the right direction. A little short there over the double-double. These guys need to be down in the 38s, low 38s and high 37s, and maybe the occasional 36 if they want to be on pace here. Time to beat is 10 and a 6:13, and early on, top 4 or 5 guys all going to be under that early pace. But that'll happen early on. They haven't even had time to crash yet.
So our boy Ty has made his way from the Facebook chat to the YouTube chat. What's up, Charlie and Ford? Ty, good to have you here with us today. I know you were with us for a long time yesterday, so glad to have you back here once again. Got Marco saying, I love watching your guys' broadcast every year. This is Marco from Lake Havasu City, Arizona.
We picked
Havasu, and make sure I get that correct, and please correct me if I'm wrong, the RC Raceway.
Probably. 36 flat last time by for Fee as he comes out swinging, wants to put in an 11-lap run. Fee win. Cross the line, 36-4 that time by. The pink and green truck working right up next to the pipes there. Clean and easy over the doubles, right through that little speed bump. Up and over the tabletop. He's into the concrete section. You see it stepping sideways. Inside, outside lines there. Trying to find the clean track. On the gas going fast. Jumps into the rhythm section as they do.
I like that paint scheme.
Not a lot of green race cars.
Well, and racing, green is always the bad luck color.
Yeah. Supposedly. Unless you're Kawasaki, then you just go green and you don't care.
Look at Mason Fuller, who's trying to repeat, who's struggled here a little bit this weekend. So trying to find his footing, and after practice on Wednesday, he said he's just sort of trying to figure this track out. And he did end on one of his sessions he had yesterday. I want to say it was for, I have it written down somewhere, if I can find it, for the electric e-buggy. And his qualifying that he had, he ended up finishing second, where he struggled majority of the day and finally started to pick up a little momentum toward the very end. He got beat by Mayfield at the line that last lap of qualifying, the final segment of the day yesterday.
So just a couple corners back there. See, that's what we're talking about. Pushing hard, pushing too hard, though. Caught the pipe, spun around, now finds himself behind a lap traffic car, and that lapper is not very inclined to let him by because he just crashed in front of him to get that spot back. Meanwhile, he's got the leader on his back door as well, so one little bobble can put you in the mix.
Oh, then Fuller goes around.
That was Fuller catching that inside barrier, so Fee going to have some open track now as the lap traffic crashes in front of him as well. So it's all coming Fee's way. 36-7 that time by 10 laps and a 5:06 the pace now. I think they told him to back it down. He was going too fast early on. They said, you don't need to go that fast.
And let me ask you, when Fuller is right there behind a guy that is not getting out of his way, when do you, obviously you need to have a good time and you don't want to have traffic in front of you, but you don't want to risk, if you well, maybe have like a nice bump and push him out of the way, and that could affect obviously a flip. We didn't get to see it on camera there, but maybe that could have been the result. Where is that fine line of like? Is that where you start to like talk to people? You're having to concentrate.
Right.
You talk to people in the tower and let them know, hey, give me a break.
At this level, usually they got a spotter or a pit man down there, and they'll be yelling up at the driver's stand or talking to the other pit guy, or there'll be a conversation happening to try to get the message across that that's the leader with you. Typically, it doesn't take much more than that, and they'll move out of the way or something will happen. But as far as the driver taking it into his own hands, I would say that most of these guys wouldn't ever do that because it's so risky to make contact that it could end up just you crashing and not them crashing type of deal. So it's pretty far and few between where you see a driver do that. They will get aggressive and kind of put a wheel in when maybe they should have waited because like they go a little wide and they're like, oh, I'm going to try right here. That type of situation. But generally speaking, these guys try to run each other as clean as possible.
Ryan Mayfield now, that was V and Lutz under double box there. Now with Ryan Mayfield, the veteran himself.
Mayfield turning a hot lap, 35.9 a couple laps back to take over the top spot. That time by 36.4, 10 laps. 5.06 the pace for Mayfield. 5.06 the pace for Lutz. 5.06 the pace for Wynn.
Just nipping that and you just watch it just so smooth just over the bumps here and getting around this track, and pretty amazing what he's been able to accomplish in his career. It
looks like some of these guys having a little bit of trouble through that double section, coming up just a little short. New race leader is Lutz now on our top screen, Mayfield on the bottom screen. Back and forth they go. Anybody's guess here as we come down to the final 10 seconds on the master clock.
Final seconds, tip it off here. Mayfield and Lutz, who will grab the top spot. Mayfield now on the bottom screen. Lutz there on the top.
Mayfield did another 35.9. He says, I will take this lead, please and thank you.
Mayfield completes lap 10 with a 4.713 at the fast lap of a 35.9. As few of these guys make their way over here.
Lutz could steal this one with a heater on the last lap. Going to have to put his head down, mount a charge. He's only down by 0.2 of a second.
There's that pipe there. Traffic in front lays over.
Nice and clean over the doubles. Going to try to push hard here to the start finish. Can he do it? He can!
He does! Top of the board, Ryan Lutz at the buzzer with a 4.464, the final last lap of a 35.99.
He was in the 36s. He was in the mid 36s, not even in the low 36s. He had done a hot lap a couple laps before, so he knew he had it in him. Put his head down on the last lap, clean and easy to the end, 35.998 to finish it off. Steals the round one TQ from Mayfield by about 0.3 of a second, 2.5 tenths. Wynn going to go third overall. He's about 0.3 off of Mayfield. Van Dalen's a couple seconds off of that. Rivkin with a top 5 run. Then we have Wiggins, Wilson, Jermaine Robinson, Frankie Fingers Contreras, Mason Fuller rounding out our top 10. Everybody going 10 laps that time. That is going to do it for our pro Ace Scale Truck Division. Coming up next, 40 plus Nitro Buggy.
I'll tell you what, that's a pretty good way to end off the first pro category of the day at the buzzer there.
Battled down to the wire. There was 4 different leaders in that one, I think, and they only held it for a couple laps at a time. Lutz held it for 1 lap in the middle of the run, and then the most important lap, the last lap.
So great work is now the 40 plus Nitro Buggies now will make their way out here, and I know a lot of the Lutz fans that are in our YouTube chat are pretty excited about that one. What a drive that he had there to end things off our first pro of the night. Or excuse me, of the morning, excuse me. 40 plus Nitro Buggies up next. 36 groups coming up. There'll be 3 groups coming up. We are now an hour and a half into this weekend. Or excuse me, this morning, that is. Glad to have you here with us into this, our YouTube chat on Facebook and liverc.com. Oshia Stephen Smith, Chad Rott, Pepto Garrett, Tyler Yoon will be some of the guys that will be checking in here.
Pepto Garrett used to run 702 Raceway in Vegas. All around nice guy. He always brings snacks.
Right now, people that were checking out the pros and now checking out the nitro buggies. Upwards of around 600 people viewing now on YouTube, and glad to have everybody here tuning out for that. It's a great morning here in Las Vegas.
This is the class I'd be racing. I'm very 40 plus. I'm waiting patiently for them to have 50 plus. I'll be able to race that in a couple years too. Some races they actually have that. I think DNC has a 50 plus class. Just super seniors. That's what we should call it from now on. Super senior division.
So 1 minute down as people make their way around here in the 2026 Silver State Indoor Championships here at the South Point Hotel and Casino in Las Vegas, Nevada. At the Prevert Pavilion, a 100,000 square foot pavilion here, and
is that
one of the largest indoor events. Prevert, yes.
That's a weird name. It's like different than a pervert. It's before.
The Prevert Pavilion, yes.
I went walking around.
Brittany Gahn would have liked that.
I thought I was trying to get over here, and the one guy's like, "Oh, there's a shortcut. You can go outside, and it goes right there." I'm like, "All right." And I saw the sign for the pavilion, so I'm like, "Oh, I'm going to go this way and make sure that I don't mess this up, because you go outside, you might not know where you're going."
Yeah, you might get trapped outside.
Well, it turns out that's the long way. There's like 4 escalators, 6 cases of stairs, 4 hallways, and a zigzag involved to get here if you stay on the indoor route. But I've made it eventually.
Well, see, I like the indoor route because I'm sitting all day long right here in our container, so I take the stairs.
Right, get to walk out.
And I get to walk in, stretch things out, because you're sitting by yourself all day long, minus the chances where you get the chance to go and use the restroom. And so it's a good way to kind of get the exercise out of the morning. That's at least what I like to tell myself.
That's a good call. I liked it because it wasn't cold.
The wind's rough.
It was cold this morning outside. I went outside, I poked my head out the door. I'm like, it's freezing out there.
Well, the wind is rough. Last night, I was outside for a little bit. The wind was pretty rough last night. Get that hard wind chill.
Desert life. That's why I don't live in the desert. It's miserable. We are working our way through here. Tramel LeBeau at the front. See the lap time, bit of a rough one there, a 44. His fast lap was a 36, so hoping to get that back together.
Right now, currently 41 degrees. Feels like 32.
Downright tropical. That's almost 0 Celsius with the wind chill for you Euros. 30 degrees Fahrenheit is 0 degrees. 100 degrees Fahrenheit is 244 degrees. With the simple math, it's double plus half, or half plus minus half. There you go.
And we talked to some of our group in here that comes from the Wisconsin area, and this is pretty warm for them.
They like it.
This is the other heat wave.
These guys got their shorts on for crying out loud.
I know. Like literally, like I'm having a bundle up here in my quarter zips, and we got our crew wearing shorts and short sleeves. I'm not sure how they do that.
Eventually, they'll come to their senses and they'll move out of Wisconsin. But until then, they're going to be Wisconsinites. I grew up in Illinois, and Wisconsin and Illinois people generally don't like each other. Bears, Packers, Bulls, and Bucks, all that stuff. Or maybe Bucks is the baseball team. I don't know. I don't sports ball. But they call us fibs. Flat Illinois, whatever's. But yes, yeah. The cheeseheads versus the flatlanders. I will agree. Illinois is a very flat, boring state. I haven't been back in years, and the last time I went back, it snowed, and it was cold, and it was windy, and I told my brother, I'm like, you know, you don't have to live here just because you were born here. You're allowed to move.
I come from North Carolina, and right now we have about 3 seasons in 1 week.
Oh,
It's
nice.
going to be winter, it's going to be hot, and then it's going to be right in the middle of cool and warm.
That's good. Get it over with.
That's where we sit with, and that's where it gets aggravating because you're like, well, I have to walk outside. Do I wear shorts today, or do I
Right.
wear long sleeves today?
It's hoodie
Or
weather.
do I wear long pants today?
I was one of those dudes, when I moved to California for the first, 10 years, maybe 15 years, never ever had to wear pants. Like, I didn't even own pants for a couple of years there.
The country says 74 in South Georgia today.
Nice.
Brother, North Carolina does not have winter. You don't know winter. And user SY4 says, New York here always cold. I can only imagine the New York weather up there.
I don't miss the snow and the cold in any way, shape, or form. Maybe the only thing I miss, snow days. Those are always cool. But other than that, that's miserable life up there. The rust is I forgot how bad cars rust out there. You can't have an old car because it'll just rust itself to pieces.
Ancient Outlaw says, I live in Washington State and always wear shorts. Is that a flex? Because I feel like Washington State is always freezing, especially right up there near the Vancouver area. Always cold because people take those Alaska cruises and
I don't know. I'm geographically challenged when it comes to that sort of thing, but I would imagine only because Washington's way up north, it would be colder. Some people just don't get cold. They always wear shorts because they wear them in the snow. They wear them all the time. There's dudes like that.
Well, that's what I'm asking. Is that a flex? This guy is trying to show us here as far as wearing shorts all the time.
There's a stand-up bit that the guy's like, yeah, you're one of those guys who always wears shorts. Like, is that some sort of way to pick up chicks that she thinks she's going to want a baby that doesn't get cold legs and can wear shorts all the time?
Extra Gluten says, having 4 seasons is something to look forward to instead of the same damn thing every day. Well, yes, but I will say, though,
try it.
It gets aggravating because in the morning you have to bundle up. In the afternoon it gets hot, and then in the evening you have to bundle up again. So when you want to go out with some friends or whatnot, you're having to bring an extra set of clothes. I'm telling you, if you deal with it, it's aggravating. It's more aggravating than I think. Maybe I'm being a little dramatic. Maybe that's probably the case, but that's North Carolina in me, I guess.
Tramel LeBeau going to probably take this one home. He's got to keep it clean here on his outlap because Tyler Une is only a couple seconds off the back, so a big crash could cost him. Tyler across the line coming home in a 9 and a 6:41. Tramel should have this one in the
right
bag.
Coming up to the left-hander now.
Just has to keep it between the pipes.
He's a little behind here.
Oh,
some
no.
Contact he had.
He didn't make it. He's going to lose his TQ. Sad panda.
Yeah, right there at last lap. His previous one was a 45. Now he runs a 51.309. So I'll move him down where he'll lose that top qualifier position for the time being with that 44.79 for the time being.
That's a rough outlap, to say the very least. Une takes the top spot. LeBeau, Rott, then Smith.
Yeah, because like you look at his fast lap, he had only driver in the 30s.
Yeah.
At 36.2, and that last lap hurts him enough without pushing back.
Tough break. Crashing on the last lap may be the worst. It's almost as bad as crashing on the first lap because then you're like ruined the whole time, but you can kind of forget about it with a good run. But if you have a good run and you crash on the last lap, you got nothing to make up for that.
No. So now they have to beat Tyler now with a 41 flat. Don't forget, if you're just joining us here, welcome to the South Point Hotel and Casino here in Las Vegas. My man Charlie with me here. Ford Martin on the call. A date change that using the late April work. 3-4 months earlier now up here in January. Moving the date up here, the only week that they had available. to work things up right here in the Prevert Pavilion. The track builder of Joey Christensen and Factory Trucks for day number 2 of our coverage of the 2026 Silver State Indoor Championships presented by JE Concepts.
Anthony Westergaard is the Factory Tracks guy. He helped Vegas for the vintage race, too. He did all that track race stuff, too. Good guy. I got a chance to hang out with him in the casino in Vegas at the vintage race. He's a fun-loving RC dude. His kid, he's got a son. Forget the kid's name. He's like 6, maybe 4 years old. Turbocharged young man. The kid is on it.
Drivers there get together. Don't forget, if you're trying to see where your favorite driver had in the early portion, about an hour 45 minutes into our coverage today. If you want to see where your driver finished so far, we did have the pros that just finished up their electric run just moments ago, and you can go check all that out at silverstate.liverc.com. That's silverstate.liverc.com.
If you're old school like me, you can navigate your way there. You just go to regular Live RC. You can go to the View Live Racing, and there's a list, and you'll be able to pick the Silver State right off that. Because sometimes I can't remember. All I can remember is Liver C. Look, that's the spot we were talking about. They come over that tabletop, and that's the arena's concrete surface right there. I love me some mixed surface racing, so this is very cool. Stay here. Oh, we're just going the wrong way.
It just slides just there a little bit.
I gotta imagine there's like zero traction on that concrete. The cars just go where they were pointed when they got there. You can see the wheels cranked over, but the car not responding.
And we've seen some different track patterns. You see right here, and we appreciate the shot. We can stick with this here just for a moment. But now, as soon as we say that, we have no cars coming approaching. We see a lot of guys kind of use that little berm right there in the very top, and they kind of cut the corner off. And they come off there pretty shallow. Some people go in shallow and they exit high. As far as what you have seen this morning so far, what is an RC guy, if you see it for the first time, what is the type of groove that you prefer and that you like to work with?
The late in, early out for that particular section, because you'll have less time on that concrete, and the car will be mostly pointed the right direction. You won't have to change its angle of attack if you do it right coming out. You can just kind of throttle through there. So it'd be high in, low out, right at the base of the concrete, and just kind of go corner to corner across the concrete. Would be what I'd be trying to do. It's a tough corner. I mean, it's a tough one probably to see for the drivers, and it's a tough one to navigate because you go from medium traction to maybe -4 traction. That's like ice down there. This is 40-plus nitro buggy heat number 2 of 3 RB sort action. Give these guys a few laps to get things sorted up. With the time to beat is Tyler Uni, 9 laps in a 6:41. Barely getting that 9-lap run in there. Working our way through what is the far side of the track. Coming around the 180 into the double-double section. See Little Short there on the double, pushing him way out into the marbles. Back into the groove now, comes across the line. This is going to be Jason. Oh, it should be Ashton, I think. That looks like an Ashton paint job. I couldn't. The Super Chat will tell us.
And right there in that shot,
so there, see there, inside to outside, it goes right to where you need to go, I think. Up and over the single far side section. The banner placement is excellent. You can read all the banners. Good work, team. Now playing it safer. He's going to go single on the way out. That seems to be the safety line. If you don't have that double on lock, you'll go double single. Keep it between the pipes. Big air. Little over jump there. You see it pushed a little wide. They want to try to hit middle high to the top. And this is a lot of time on the concrete. Nice and straight. Didn't have to do any corrections. That car behind him, I think, has the line. Oh, look, they said my name on the PA. Wow. Jimmy and the boys. Jimmy Babcock has been a race announcer since as long as I can remember. And he runs Hot Rod Hobbies in Saugus. Super cool facility. Lots of very, very passionate local racers. It's great to see.
So how does it feel to have your name on the PA system like that?
It's all right.
I mean,
it's all right.
Does it give you a little bit of an ego boost?
Yeah, I'm like a H-level celebrity in the world of RC. It's great. I answered until very recently. I did all of the phone support at Hobbywing, and people would call up and be like, "Hey, are you Charlie?" Because we run a YouTube channel also, where I have to do videos for unboxings, how-tos, and stuff like that. I'll have some video footage of this. I brought my camera and stuff, so I'm going to run around tomorrow and get some clips to make a little show out of. But it's always interesting for me to have folks think that I'm anything other than a guy who works in an RC car company doing customer service and an announcer that loves RC. No celebrity status here, I don't think. I just enjoy this stuff.
Well, that's why I had to ask, because it's like having a new celeb. Everyone's kept talking about, I mentioned the chat yesterday about you being in here. Everyone was getting excited. You're the PA here. Like, that's a pretty big deal. And I thought, like, okay, who is this guy? He's going to come in here and he's going to...
Some super famous guy?
Super big famous guy in here. And it sounds like I wasn't wrong.
I don't know about all that. If Scotty was here, it would be a big deal. I'm the second fiddle to everybody else, probably. No, I've been very fortunate. I have had a very good time working with Live RC over the years. I made a lot of online friends. I've had a very travel-filled job where I get to get out there and meet a lot of passionate RC car racers that love this stuff just as much as I do, and it's always unique to make friends that way. I think when you got something that's this involved in your life that you have in common, you're automatically friends right away. You get along. You know you like that guy, so it's fun.
Do you have a favorite class that you like? One, let me ask you this. Do you have a favorite class that you like watching?
A-scale,
and one that you like competing in?
A-scale off-road, A-scale on-road, nitro stuff, by far best to watch. The pitch strategies that happen are unique to this form of racing, and it is the coolest. The race can be made or broken on pitch strategies, from fuel stop stuff to timing it when and coming in and out of the pits. Very, very unique. The extended races, the attrition for the cars, the concentration the drivers have to go through. For me, driving cars, I am a huge fan of two-wheel drive short course. To be specific here, my buddy's backyard track. He has a huge backyard track. It's probably 100 plus feet by like 50, 60 feet wide, and his fitness program is working on the track, making it nice and smooth. So to my buddy Mark Weir, the Peacock Pit, that place is awesome. We run two-wheel drive short course because we can bump fenders and race each other, kind of shove each other out of the way and not take each other out. We got guys stuck on the pipe here.
How about that back-to-back? They were just sending it right there and took as I've been told, a controlled cartwheel for and it would keep it right for at least a little bit there. One of them got stuck, but back-to-back there, they just sent it.
You have a rage moment where you're like, oh, and you just grip the throttle and you think it'll be fine, I got to punch my way through this, and then you pop out and you're going way too fast and your timing's all off and you crash again, and then you just want to punch yourself right in the groin. That was terrible.
See, some chats on the YouTube. Super famous in RC is still super famous. Since I met Charlie back at the Novak days at the Trackside Hobbies race.
Oh, yeah.
And Jake Peters is one of the better announcers in RC. The knowledge is a big part of it. So, there you go. Everyone still thinks you're a big deal in a better RC.
Thanks, guys. That's part of it. I have worked in this industry for a very long time. Long before I was an announcer. Well, that's actually not accurate. I've been announcing races the whole time I've been working in this industry, too, actually. I used to run parking lot races. I used to run club races for different tracks. So I've been around, made a lot of friends, and I thank you guys. You're making me get all emotional. I'm going to have to go on break and high-five myself or something. I don't know.
Oh, you could take a second here. And we've had a couple times to take a couple breaks,
I do have to go empty the tanks, so I'll be back in just a moment, folks. Thank you guys very much. I will be back in just a moment. I'm going to leave you in the very capable hands of Ford Martin, who'll keep you entertained and tell you lots of fun facts.
Yeah, that's right. We'll try our best with that. Thank you, Charlie. We do appreciate everyone for tuning in here as the 40-plus Nitro buggies are going to come to a quick halt, as that is going to do it for the session. One more car on track being Jason Ashton, now he gets stuck right there in the sandbag just right over the pipe, as that is going to do it for their run. Look at our results presented by A-Main Hobbies. Beto now is going to be at the top of the board here at the final session, or excuse me, make that the session number 2 of the 40-plus Nitro Bugs. Now is session number 3 coming up here. So Charlie about to walk out, going to go give himself a high five by himself. outside of us, so. We're having a good time here, and especially after the long days that we have here, the live RC crew, and you got to have a good time with it and still have a lot of fun. Next group coming up right here, some of the folks: Oscar Spratley, Reggie Tung, Brian Eider, Richard Sexton, Justin Watson, Anthony Howard, and Tyler Brown. Some of the names that are coming up here for this next group. The knockoff Mike Badles 6:11 flat. For 6 minutes here coming up. And there is your look at our lineup coming up. Your prior team getting that graphic up there. Presented by A Main Hobbies. Everything's off there with Brent and Gene Hickerson. And everybody gets some of their laps come in right here that jump right there, and on that concrete addition that Christensen and their team here and factory trucks have been able to do. Richard Saxton, thanks again to RC Victory Lane, the defending champion in this class.
20 seconds.
I do appreciate the help as far as some of the notes here and there, and RC Victory Lane has been on it, making notes as each group goes by into the spotting board here for my board to keep things all organized with everybody here for today. And this weekend here on Live RC presented by jconcepts.net for our final grouping of our 3 groups, the 40 plus nitro buggies. Going to ask our chat we've asked them where they are watching from, but how are you watching today? Do you got it on the TV in the garage? Do you got it listening on your car, your drive to work? Eating dinner while you're watching? Where are you watching, or excuse me, where are you watching it on today? On the tablet, the iPad, the TV? Where are you watching today's qualifying sessions? As we are approaching now 1 minute here into this 40 plus nitro buggies. They're saying they got the desktop, the PC, they got the phone at work, on the TV while they work, and people have been wrenching while they've been listening to our coverage. They've had the TV in on the garage, and we appreciate everybody for tuning in here. On the big screen in the hobby room. I love that. We're going to get the laptops out and the big screen in the shop in Minnesota. My wife actually is from Minnesota, and all I've been told here last night after having a conversation with her, she asked me yesterday, just how on earth did you talk that long? I had to end up making my conversation with her really short. I answered the phone, and she wanted to ask me, like, how did you do it all day long? And I had to ask her, I said, look, I love you, but I can't talk this long. I don't want to talk too long because I already spent all day talking. And she completely understood, and we had a nice laugh about it. But one of the parts that she did tell me in Minnesota, she was telling me that she was talking to her mom and saying how cold it was in Minnesota here. But today, rocking with our Honey Citrus Mint Tea, and we talked about it there at Charlie as far as Starbucks, and me not being a Starbucks guy, I actually went there for the first time really by myself in a long time, I think, before I've gotten some of their bagels. But as far as getting their coffees, was able to get a Honey Citrus Mint Tea to get the vocal cords all set for the rest of the day. That's why I'm glad I got Charlie here today. He can help me out and keep things going for me, and not where I'm by myself. Joe Walker says, I'm a tattoo artist, so I got it playing on my laptop while getting ready for my appointment to arrive. Good stuff there, Joe. We thank you for having it all set while getting ready for your appointment. Arts of Victory Lane, watch on the phone. Arts of Victory Lane, I got to imagine that you have at least 2 different tablets going, possibly, as far as you're getting me all these stats and locking it down, or is this coming from the noggin, right from your head, where you just know all this stuff at the top of your hand? If you keep your coffee cup from Starbucks, you get a free refill. I didn't know that. I mean, my wife probably knows that, but I didn't know that if you keep your coffee, you get a. Is it just based on any coffee, or is it just based on? Is it anything, I should say, or is it just coffee, or is it just like the drink that I got here, like the tea? I don't know Starbucks. I don't even know that's even a real thing. Minute 45 to go, and one takes a tumble right here. Taking a look here at Tyler Brown right now in that 3rd position. Running a fast lap of a 39.1 with a 9-lap pace of a 6:04.386. Saxon is at the top of the board. Watson, Brown, and Eider with Greg D. That's your top 5. Tyler Brown now moves a second as we take a look here now at Richard Saxton, that is.
The King, Richard Saxton. He's been with Associated for as long as I've been doing RC cars, I think, since I was a little kid. He does lots of things from tech support, team manager thing. He's a rally towel guy. When they get their teams out there, he gets the rally towels going. Make sure they know they need to go faster. And he's a wheel. Time to beat is Battier, 9 and a 6:11. He's on 10 and a 6:39 right now. Keeps it between the pipes for the rest of the run. He should be able to take this TQ. Someone's texting me. Oh, dude. Jensen is doing inappropriate things in her headsets again. Telling you guys, send an email to Brandon@liverc.com and tell him that you want the Jensen hotline. Don't do that, Brandon.
I'm wondering if we can maybe tap in to have a 3rd announcer for today and have him come in and join us during this practice session.
He's only funny when no one can hear him. When you put him on the air, he gets real quiet. We've tried it before. There it is. Saxton gonna do it. He has a bit of a rough one at the end there. No, not that bad. Did a 40, but he dropped off that 10-lap pace. Still does 9 and a 6 flat to take the TQ. Top 7 driver is going to beat Mike's time. With Mike still with the top 10. Degani in the mix, Eider in the mix, Brown in the mix. Good to see.
Nickerson just now crossing the line, and that's going to do it for the 40-plus nitro buggies. Take a look at our race results presented by A-Main Hobbies.
Saxon with the top time for round number 1 here, and 40-plus nitro buggy. See that 9 laps and a 6 flat, just missing that 10-lap run. Doesn't matter. Doesn't change the points.
So we were being told here from the PA saying we have made up with everyone working together. He said 25 minutes for right now, but I think he might have.
He's an amateur hour up there. You never talk about the time you made up.
Because now I feel like now if you say, I feel like you got to say we've lost 25. If you're going to say something, you've lost 25, or makes people will hurry up some more. Now people get a slack. Yeah, they'll slack a little bit here.
Slacking off. Not just that, the RC guards are watching. They're going to like shut the power down or something crazy like that. The lights will go on.
So coming up now, the 50-plus nitro buggies.
There you go. There is a 50-plus class.
There is 30 of them, so the 2 groups here coming up.
It's the nice thing about huge tracks like this. They can put 15 cars out there and you don't even notice. That's not common. See our A-Main Hobbies grid lineup. Kenny Brosh, John Kales, Keith Schroeder, Donald Flowers, Dave Didasco, Tim Lime, James Richardson, Keith Henry, Mike Pavia, Lance Anaga, Mike Christian, Brad Church, Brian Wright, and Mr. Doggett. These guys out there on their out lap, going to get things warmed up. They do a rolling start. If you guys are unfamiliar with Loop is Live racing, what they do is they let them go out in their warm-ups. They get like 1 in warm-up lap, maybe 2, and as the last car goes across, they do Loop is Live, and as they come around the next time, that's when their IFMAR qualifying clock starts. And if you're unfamiliar with that, they come across the line, their 6-minute timer starts, each of them starts their own individual timer, and it's best laps and times thereafter. So what they try to do, usually very unsuccessfully, as you see here, is space out. So they have no cars in the front, no cars in the back. You got several minutes before you'll catch somebody and run some clean laps. But typically, what ends up happening, the ego gets in the way, and you want to go first. Everybody gathers together, and they think, that guy's going to crash, I'm going to keep running, and they don't make space, and they end up kind of clustered together a little bit. Looks like they got it a little sorted out here. You see cars on each section of the track, which is always a good thing.
Green light is on, and here we go from...
Man, that concrete section has got to be a nightmare to drive through. Look at that. Just waiting for the car to respond, and then you get to go.
Now, I'm not sure if they... It looks like they did not, but I'm curious if they were going to apply just maybe a little bit more dirt. I know they kept it open for the most part, but maybe if they just give it a little bit more. I know they applied some last night after our broadcast ended and after all the sessions ended, but curious to see if they maybe applied just a little bit more to the entry and the exit, or just bring it in a little bit more. But
they could. It would make for some easier lines on the drivers, that's for sure. I love mixed surfaces, though. I think it's very cool. Makes that one section that could really make or break your lap. You see how long they have to wait for the car to do anything, just because there's, in comparison to the dirt's not super high bite, but that polished concrete, man, you walk around on that stuff, it's slippery.
Enough time going through the bumps there.
2 heats of 50-plus nitro buggy 30 racers. That means 15 cars on the track, which it's semi-common for the bigger A-scale races, but not super common. Sometimes you'll see 11, 12, but 15's a lot. And we are on board. I think that's Pavia we were just with.
That's Pavia right there into our screen. Kind of sitting there by himself, a little bit of an open track, which I know he appreciates. Two other cars right there in that tight left-hander. That hairpin corner, and a few of those now just getting across the start-finish line. The start-finish line right there on the exit of the final corner.
Man, think about that. You wait for hours to run your run for whatever given class, and then you basically get 8 or 9 laps to go prove yourself. It's not a lot. That's high-pressure laps right there.
Well, especially for someone that is just running one class.
Right. Wow, yeah.
And you don't have that much track time, and you have these 9 laps, and it's pressure laps.
I'd be interested if anybody's running just one class. I feel like that would be a mistake. In your race program, spend the extra money, buy the tires, it'll be worth it. I've gone to big races, and I'm one of the few guys that shows up and will just run one class because I got other work to do, so I'm not trying to spend a lot of time standing in line, turn marshal, and all that. I've got to help the fans and the customers and whatnot. And it is a long, long day to run your car one time. I go to Chili Bowl, and I thought there was 2 runs per day. I ran my run, and I'm like, so when am I up again? And they're like, you're not, tomorrow. I'm like, what? And it was only like 11:30 in the morning, and I was done for the day, and we were there till like 10 o'clock at night. gave me a lot of time to sell product.
So we'll try it when it's safe. Brian, I would maybe go for it when it's safe.
Working our way around here. Schroeder at the front did a 44.4 last time by. We jump on board with Schroeder, the white and orange with the yellow wheels. Let's see his line here. He's going to go inside. See, that's the one I'm talking about, where you stay to the inside, and it just kind of drifts its way over to the other part of the track. Saxton marshalling with his radio. That's smart. Keep it in your hand. Don't get it run over.
Callies now has moved to the top of the point. That 43.5. Oh, my goodness.
With the terrible line to wall tap, lands in no man's land. Had to do the rev bomb to get the marshal's attention. Back on board now. This was Schroeder. He was our race leader, but you see the long lap here from this time as he got hooked up on that pipe. Comes across with a 48 flat. 8 and a 6:03 is his pace. Not bad, but not that good. John Cayley's in the front spot right now as we stay on board with Schroeder as he works his way over that tabletop. We'll take a look here. Oh, gets it wrong at the top. Schroeder's car does not like to be on camera. It crashes when we talk about it too much. It's not him, it's the camera. The autofocus messes with the handling suspension and it makes it crash. I've seen it before. We'll probably see it again. This is a science.
We got the heaters on this weekend, and it's just dragging out the track, so we are laying down the water.
About just under 90 seconds remain. Got two cars there side by side with each other. Schroeder and Keith Henry. And one goes over the top for the first time we've seen all weekend. Launched himself. He got wide in the one, went over the top of the hill, and exited the racetrack dramatically.
That's not good because that guy's got to go down that hill to get your car and then come back and get it. It's going to be very precarious.
The only thing I'm disappointed in, we didn't get to see if maybe he was able to stay on his feet.
I doubt it.
I'm trying to get the slip counter going here.
The Marshall?
For the Marshall, yeah.
I thought you meant the car, like if it stayed on its wheels.
Well, that would have been actually a pretty cool move to be able to stay on the wheels, but we'll love to see if the Marshall will stay on his feet. I know we were at 5 yesterday. We yet to see one so far today.
Schroeder pushing very hard, wants back to that top spot. He's going to have to make up probably 2 seconds or so. He can do it. He's got the pace. Callies with a bit of a rough one there. Did a 46 and now a 49. Going to put Schroeder now back to the top. Schroeder working his way through the slick track. Up the hill.
Make it Pixel. Yes, the Chris Berman impression. Yeah, I know we kind of talked about it yesterday in the chat because people are asking me about my sports background and doing other sports, and someone wanted to have a Chris Berman impression. I said, well, yeah, we might could do that only if we see one car launch over the back. So, yes, he goes back, and he is gone. That car has exited the racetrack, and it's a home run. I'm not sure exactly who it was.
There's another one off the back. The Marshall just came climbing. And maybe it's the same one. He just got it back on the track. I doubt it.
Well, that means it really was back, right. Gone. There you go.
Way back there.
I could have more of the deeper voice that Chris Berman had.
Do your fake announcer man voice.
You gotta have that. Work with that or something. It's hard to beat a guy like Chris Berman. Someone asked me to do a Jim Roman impression yesterday, and I got to grow a goatee for that. Well, you want to do it for us here, a Jim Roman?
No, I'm terrible at impersonations. And that is going to do it here for race number 35, our first heat of 50 plus double masters, as we'll call it, nitro buggy. Schroeder going to set the early time to be 8 laps and a 6 flat. Cayley's going 8 and a 6:03. Brosh going 8 and a 6:10. Then we had Wright, Pavia, Mike Christian, Dave Didasco, Keith Henry, Brad Church, Donald Flowers, brought to you by A Main Hobbies Race Results. After that, we had James Richardson, Mr. Tim Line, Lance Anaga, and Eddie Doggett not able to make the start of this one. The bathrooms here are shockingly clean for an RC kart track.
Well, they've been working really hard all week long here, Wednesday and Thursday, and this morning due to all the dirt and that you would think would sweep into the bathroom. Right. They have kept that place clean.
It even smells
all weekend long. Yeah, it's been great. And major kudos to the people here at the South Point Hotel and do a great work of hosting all of these events. And I think they're pros at it at this point. Many events they host every single year and sell this place out every weekend. They do great work with that. I'm going to look right here, your A-Main Hobbies group coming up. Anything's over there with Dean Sexton there at the bottom. Someone asks, can anybody enter 50-plus nitro buggy, or do you have to qualify to come to this race?
No, in RC car racing, there's no qualifications. If anything, you can't run certain classes if you're sponsored. Like some of these races, if you have official sponsorships, you can't run Sportsman intermediate classes. There's subtle nuances in each of the events, but there aren't any real certifications or anything like that. If you want to sign up for pro, you can sign up for pro and get in the way all race long if you want to. But no, RC car racing is great that way. Sometimes there are races that they have like invitational classes and only certain drivers can race that because they're top levels and things like that. But for the most part, you choose your destruction. Another one where everybody kind of goes out all together. I think first lap they want to make sure they get out there and don't miss a warm-up lap, so they hustle up and try to get some heat in it, and then they space themselves out correctly thereafter. Maybe.
Time to beat Keith Schroeder with a 6-flat 8.89. He is the current top qualifier for now. With our third group coming up here, one on its lid or over that second bump there. Having to worry about cross traffic, goes for another tumble and stuck right there, having to go back on track, just resets, goes back to the front straightaway.
I think they do that
before their clock starts ticking. There it goes. It's green now.
That guy did the same thing. He wanted to find some open track, so he just cut. It can really make or break your race on where you start, so to speak. So I can see why some of these guys jump pipes to get that happening. Give these guys a few laps to get sorted out. Usually it takes a minute or two before we know what's going on. 50-plus are A sort based off of the seeding times. Our top 15 drivers from our seeding that happened, I think, Thursday. I think this may be Lawrence. We'll find out here in just a second. Everybody's clocks have started.
Lawrence and Mark have already hit this. Either is going to be Thacker. Takes a tumble there, and that was Oscar Spratley. That is. So Spratley takes a bit of a tumble, and
he did a roller.
He still got to the top of the board.
Right, yeah.
Thacker got him.
That was a quick roll.
The only problem is they got him at the very end of his first lap and hurt his next lap here just a little bit.
Spratley getting buck wild in that slick track section, using all of the steering for the counter steer. Down the hill, up over the top, little wisp, he spins the tires on that downside. Big air over the double, little over jump, you see him out in the fluff there. Pushing a little too hard here, but trying to find his rhythm. See him driving past the corners just a little bit, now getting it back underway. Spratley comes across the line that time by 43.9. We want to be down in the 40s like Mr. Donnie V at the front, Thacker in the 2-spot, Pateo running third right now. World famous Jay Smoker holding down the 4th spot. Perez, Spratley, Tridardi Sr., Chad Rott, Elton Martins, and Scott Howard rounding out our top 10.
RC Amigos, he said, what are the actual rules for jumping track? Last race we had my daughter broke on the last lap, and I told her jump track to finish for points.
Depends on the facility. Most places you can't. If you crash off of the racing surface, you have to re-enter where you came off of the racing surface, and you certainly can't short track, but a lot of times no one catches you, so you can get away with stuff like that. Every race has kind of slightly different procedures, but generally speaking, cut track's a big no-no. Same thing like not letting the leader by or crashing people out. I've been to a lot of races, and you'll go to venues like this, and you'll get spectators that have never seen it before. And they'll see two dudes racing each other. They're like, why doesn't he just take them out? I'm like, well, you're not supposed to. Like, but it doesn't matter. No one's going to get hurt. You're like, you're right, but
yeah,
they could get fisticuffs afterwards. As we jump on board with Donnie V. Mr. Vinkemolder has been racing RC cars for as long as I've lived in Southern California, and a legend in SoCal racing. Donnie V is ambassador of all things hobby. Ford, I need to take a second to do a personal note here. I have some good friends of mine that are on the road right now for their birthday party celebration. And to Amberlynn Parrington Sherman, happy birthday. I think she turned 25 today, so good to have you on board watching the show. I hope the drive's going well, and happy birthday. The chat's even going to wish you happy birthday. Everybody tell Amberlynn happy birthday.
Right, well, good stuff. Appreciate that.
Oh, she's going to miss it. You might have to scroll back. Anyway, it doesn't matter. It was during race...
I have to repeat it again.
No, it's fine. It was during race 36 with 2 minutes to go. You go back to like maybe 3 minutes ago, and you'll hear your cool announcement. With the tape delay, she might even get it. Vinkemolder across the line with a 41.3, Battier with a 41.2, Thacker with a 42.2, Hickerson with a 41.3. Top four drivers duking it out right now, all separated by a handful of seconds. But Donnie V has a bit of a gap now. He's on a 9 and a 6:09 lap pace. That is a lap plus faster. See Vinkemolder in the all orange there, up and over the single around the 180. Doubled nice and clean. You see him landed at the top of the downside. That's what you want to do.
Come back around to the final corner for a time of a 41.31 with a pace of a 9.49.
Vinkemolder, Patel. Now Hickerson into the mix. Thacker down to fourth. Perez in that 5 spot. Spratley, our early leader, been doing 42s the whole time. Holding down that 5 spot now, or 7 spot rather. Or 6. It doesn't matter. He's now winning.
Spectre V3 says the last time that I had been to a dirt oval race was when everyone was
Vinkemolder.
using brushed motors, arcades, and NIMH, Comlights, and 30 plus sets of foams, 20 sets of 6 cell packs, and multiple battery chargers.
The good old days. Since the dawn of 2.4 gigahertz radio systems, LiPo batteries, and brushless motors, RC racing has really kind of changed pretty drastically, and the reliability, the consistency, the ability for us to run 2 racetracks at one venue and not have to worry about radio frequencies. Back in my day, before you went on the track, you had to get a frequency clip because there was only so many frequencies available. And most people didn't own all of the different crystals to get them all of the frequencies, so you only had like 3 or 4 sets, and you had to wait your turn until somebody turned in the frequency clip, and it was a nightmare. Glitching, people turn their radios on in the pits. Big races used to have radio impound. You'd have to turn your radio in, and you'd only get it right before your race was up. Man, I'm old. I used to run nickel metal hydrides and NiCad batteries back in the day. You'd have to solder your battery in and out every time because plugs weren't really a thing. Sell all my AM radios right now. Vintage racing made a comeback, and there's a handful of people that tried to run the old style radios and the new style electronics, and the new style electronics don't really get along with the old style radios all that well. The frequencies are not, they don't jive.
Bait holdout for the moment will be at the very top as we come to completion of the 50 plus nitro buggies here in session number 2 of this group, as we get preparation for the Sportsman nitro buggies that are coming up next.
Tough break there for Vinkemolder. Had 2 or 3 really rough laps at the end that cost him the top spot. He'll still get a 2 for the round, but that's a heartbreaker when your last 2 laps aren't good. You see Vinkemolder's car right there in the ever-capable hands of Jay Neal. Also, another very, very long-time RC car ambassador. I like to call these guys more than just racers because they are dudes that make you want to hang out at the track because it's a good time. They're very helpful. So good to see Jay Neal out there hanging out with the homies still. They've been friends for as long as I've known those guys probably.
Look one more time at our results presented by A-Main Hobbies. And Sexton, Jay Smoker, and Scott Howard will round out that 16 car group.
A-Main Hobbies is like a household name in RC car these days, and that started from a dude taking apart T-Maxes in his garage and selling parts when they weren't available. Anytime a new RC car comes out, especially RTRs, parts are real hard to find. He saw that and decided to buy a bunch of RTRs, take them apart, and sell people the parts. And that's how A-Main got started, and now he's probably the biggest name in RC retail. They stock and carry and sell everything, including hobby wing stuff.
Perfect.
So the Sportsman Nitro buggy about to come out here. And turn like you did yourself. I'm going to take a quick break here myself, and
Do it.
And I think I'm pretty much leaving our chat in good hands here for the time being.
I'll keep an eye on him.
Okay, that sounds great. We'll keep here with Charlie, and I'll be right back myself.
Yep, give it a pull on the left side seat.
Working our way through the program, 50-plus Nitro Buggy about to make their way onto the track. We got Sportsman Nitro Buggy. We got 4 heats of Sportsman Nitro Buggy. Mason Westergaard going to be our top seed in this heat. See, they're taking a small pause to spritzel the track a bit. The dirt crew, if they do know anything, they know their dirt. And these guys will keep the track as consistent as humanly possible. They time out the water sessions so that it's not a huge advantage during any of the given rounds. And generally speaking, the lower seeds will get the better, I'd say slightly better track. Okay. Folks, we have good news. Don't move a muscle. We're going to take a small pause for station identification. We will be right back.
Live RC is the world's leading platform for all things RC, offering the most thrilling live RC racing coverage, breaking news, exclusive content, and much more. LiveRC.com lets you stay ahead with the latest RC news and articles, along with our industry-leading live racing results page that provides up-to-the-minute race results, lap times, stats, graphs, and race lineups. Unlock the full RC experience with our bonus lap membership. Enjoy live video streams from tracks around the globe, bringing the action right to your screen. Dive into our YouTube channel for live broadcasts from the world's biggest RC races, plus highlights and more.
Follow us on Facebook for the latest news, announcements, photos, videos, and racing coverage from around the globe. Don't miss a moment of the excitement. Visit liverc.com today and fuel your passion for RC racing.
Man, that is a nice sizzle reel. That ACL Worlds was in there. I got to go to that race. That's another one where I got to go announce with an ESPN professional. I got to hang out with Ken Stout. That dude's got some cool stories, too. So they're still spritzeling the track, laying a nice misty layer of high traction goodness. It keeps the dust down, keeps the moisture in the track, keeps the lap times consistent, and it gives Joey's crew something to do, which is very important. You guys hear all that rev bombing in the background? That's great. That's right, William Hunt, 6577. Don't forget to hit the like button. Share this with your friends. Put it on your social media. Email it to your parents and let them know that this is something they need to watch right now. RC Victory Lane says we need more likes on the stream. I agree. It helps the algorithm. I do a YouTube channel for Hobbywing, and one of the things that you pay attention to is the analytics of what's going on. And since we do non-monetization and we do it all organic, we're trying to keep it real. The likes, the shares, all that stuff, the comments, even if you comment on the videos, makes a huge difference. Beautiful shot of the slick track. That is concrete. That is not super blue groove. That is the shiny, shiny surface of the concrete. These guys doing the dance. Westergaard, Smart, Bird, Wright, Huerta, Sara, Reed, Church, Petrikis, and Zavas, as well as a handful more. About to take to the track here in Sportsman Nitro Buggy Heat 1 of 4, the D sort.
Here we go.
That's right, feed the algorithm. Casey Peck, what's up, buddy? Long time no see. I feel like I haven't seen you in forever. Good to see you on the chat. Jason Kensinger, you're very welcome, sir. We appreciate you guys tuning in and helping us keep you entertained.
I got Mason Westergaard in this one. Only going to be a matter of time before Max gets it, so.
Combustion RC official. I said the same thing. My boss brought that up, and he's like, hey, do you want to put some budget into this? I said, no. Let's keep it real. I like to be transparent in all things I do in RC. I try to be very straightforward with folks about what's going on, and that's a big part of it, is not faking our YouTube channel. I think when I started here, we were just under, I want to say, like 5,000 or 6,000 subscribers. It's been 10 years that I've worked at Hobbywing, and I think we're at like 20,000. I think this year marks my 10th year at Hobbywing. Before this, I worked at Novak Electronics. If you've been around RC at all, Novak Electronics was a USA-based electronics manufacturer. They had pick-and-place machines. They did all their own motor winding. They did all their assembly of speed controls. Even the cases were made here in the United States. I think the only thing, we had to buy the parts, obviously, the components. That stuff came from overseas because there's no component manufacturers in the United States, and some of the circuit board stuff, too. But everything else was done in Novak. I worked there from 98 until they closed in, I want to say, 2016. And I've worked at Hobbywing since the day after Novak closed. They called me up right away and said, hey, we saw Novak close, please come work for us. I said, sure, why not? And it's been a long road to hope. We made a lot of changes in service department, and we've done a lot of things to help with and the track support. We brought in Matthew Gonzalez a couple years back with the help with our spec and our race program, and it's been a huge change of pace for me. We got a massive team that is always making mains and at the top of the podium. It's been very rewarding for us as staff and for our team as well to have a very, I guess you'd say, budgeted support program to help our race team and our customers, for that matter. We say it about team drivers all the time because that's the hot topic, but when you guys see myself or Matthew or any of our team drivers at an event, and that's true for probably any of these manufacturers, don't be shy. Everybody says, I don't want to bother them, they're busy. Well, pick your times. Don't go talk to them right after their run. Don't go talk to them right before their run. You can even ask them, hey, when are you going to have a couple minutes? I have some stuff I want to talk to you about, and they'll tell you when. These guys love to help people out, myself, all these pro drivers included. That's why they make the big bucks, is because they're out there helping the paying customers decide to choose their brand. So by all means, get out there, get friendly. These guys are all pretty cool for the most part. Some of them aren't, but most of them are pretty cool. It's just like anything else with people.
7, 8, 10, and 11 numbers. 3, 4, 6, 7, 8, 10. 10. You got the 10.
Working our way around here. 3 minutes down, 3 minutes left to go. Brian Wright at the front of this one. He comes down the hill, up and over the double. Big air there. Got some wheel dots on there for making his tires look strange. Up and over the table, down to the slick track section. Oh, waiting. Now throttle. Comes up the hill, makes that right-hander. It's a big, long, winding right-hander to climb up the hill. He's taking it nice and easy, keeping the car on the ground nice and smooth. Seems to have a significant lack of steering, perhaps. We'll make some setup changes for next round. Working his way around that 180 one more time. Brian Wright coming over the speed roller, crosses the line. Last time by was a 44.6. This time by a 45.5. Still at the top spot, 9 laps and a 6.14 is the pace. Blue and white buggy over the speed roller. Coming up over that tabletop. He's moving to the outside, trying to go inside-outside here through the pavement. There he goes. That's what we're talking about. You start on the inside, you just power slide through, and you end up on the inside of the next corner. If he keeps this together, this could be a 43-second lap time, folks. Let's will him around the track cleanly. See, nice and easy there, hitting his marks. A little bit wide there, but he gets them lined up nicely for the double with nothing to worry about. Through the short chute, tap of the brakes there, gets it to rotate nice and easy. Oh, we jinxed him. We jinxed him hard. That's my bad for all the Brian Wright fans at home. We shouldn't have done it. Across the line he goes, bit of a rough one, 49.4, but somehow able to hold on. You see he's still got an 8-second lead over Mr. Church.
Again, word, guys, we did water heavier for this race, and I didn't make this up.
I agree with you guys in the chat there. These sponsored drivers, they are here to help. First and foremost, they're here to get results, sure, but if they can make a racer have a better week, that's as important to them And, I mean, guys, if you do ever have an opportunity to talk to these guys and you get some help, email their sponsors. They love to hear about that their top guys are out there in the trenches doing the Lord's work, making sure that everybody's having a great race weekend. So don't be shy. Right, still looking consistent here. That time by did get down in the 43s, so that's nice to see. See a nice clean line there through the slick track again. You want to go through it on an angle. That way you don't have to steer or wait on the car. Right, with a 43.6 last time. You see his fast lap was a 43.4, so on pace right now, starting to pick it up just a little bit. Through the doubles, goes double single. Around that 180. Master clock has expired. He's going to get by for the bonus lap. He's going to go 9 and some change. Checked in that time by with his new hot lap, 42.9. Wants to do that again. Get a good look at the line here. Ooh, that's not the one. Come into it high. You have that much more time on that slick track where the car is not doing what you'd like it to do. RC car racing is like learning a new language. There's a lot of small things that some of us would never even think to check out, know about. Shims inside a shock, spacers under ball studs, all those goofy little quirks that you don't know until you ask or somebody tells you type of deal. And it's great to share the knowledge. If you see somebody struggling, help them out. We get more people in RC for a longer time means we all succeed as a group. There you see our A-Main Hobbies race results. Brian Wright going to set the early time to beat, followed by Church, Mason Westergaard, Donald Flowers, and Jeremy Smart. Our top 5. Rest of the field not making the start. They may have paid their entry fee, so their next name stays in the computer, because bump up racing in nitro is real. You can show up and have no qualifiers. Start in the bottom main and just race your way all the way through the day and make it into the finals. It doesn't happen very often, but it has happened over the years. Scotty was telling me that there's he incorporated a rule into his racing that if you don't race a qualifier, you cannot just jump into the mains. Because there was a guy that came to a race, and that was his move. He would just not run qualifying and wait till the mains and just do bump-ups all day long. And apparently people took offense to that. I don't know why.
One is going to be Mason Westergaard. Let's see, where's Jeremy Smart? Jeremy Smart.
Well, that's a good one. Joe brings up getting a sponsorship. And part of my task at Hobby Wing is being team manager, part of the team manager group where we filter through people getting sponsored. And a lot of folks think it's about winning, it's about results, it's about how cool your paint job is, it's about your matching t-shirts that you paid money for to have your logos put on them. Realistically, we would sponsor guys that help people at the track, talk to them about what's going on, do the volunteer turn marshaling thing. If the facility needs volunteers to do track rebuild days, get in on all of that. That is significantly more important than your podiums and your mains in most situations. Results are obviously very important. That's what we all talk about. That's what we promote. But what really kind of keeps this hobby going, or keeps this sport going, is all of us helping each other be more rad. Yeah, Oakland, I don't know. I said the same thing. And the reason that I even know that this exists is because I was at a race that Scotty was having, and they had bump-ups, and I was in the 40-plus class. I'm like, hey, put me in Sportsman mod for the mains. I want to run. Yeah, I can probably beat some of these guys and bump up a couple times. He's like, no, we don't allow that. He told me the story. I'm like, that's stupid. I think that's not a good rule. But he didn't agree. He stuck with it. Coming up next, this is race 38 on your program, heat number 2 of 4 in our Sportsman Nitro Buggy division. They're out on their warm-up laps, getting themselves checked in. And they will go Loop is live. You see them a bit bunched up, a couple at the top of the track, getting some space. That's smart. Green flag is waving as they cross the line. This time by, their clocks will start, and the drama will begin. See how slick that concrete is. He's stepping out sideways like he's doing the Tokyo Drift. Oof. Taking a big divot out of the lander there. Man, the quality of the cameras has improved drastically since 2008. I'll tell you that much. Couldn't even tell what was going on. Now you can see the dirt coming out of the tires. That's not true. The cameras just got smaller. When we were in North Carolina for the first Worlds, they had like TV style ones, the ones you hold on your shoulder, the gigantos. Now they got like itty bitty guys in comparison. Coming across the line here, this is Pavia in the green and pink, getting it all sorts of wrong going up the hill. Was on the inside and just did a flip. Going single over the big center side doubles. Here he comes to the top side section. See what he looks like in the slick track. Looks very slick. Slid all the way to the outside.
Man, nothing better than when I see a Marshall hustling for my mistake. I love that. One of the reasons why I love the turn marshal. I like to get my fellow racer back.
We pick up, maybe this is pink and green. Eventually, come like Monday, I'm going to remember all the colors of the cars and who they are. Oh, crash right in front there. Turn marshal's got his goggles on for safety. That's good. You don't want to get any dirt in your eye. Gaggle of cars here working together, coming down the hill. Inside, outside moves to the white and blue car, trying to be patient with each other. Sportsman division. Some of these guys have been racing a long time, and they've realized water finds its own level, and they've been just racing Sportsman for a long time. That's fine. Other guys are just getting into this, and they want to have some glory, so they run the Sportsman as they work their way through the ranks, so to speak. Back in my day, all we had was stock and mod racing, and that's what you ran. And then Sportsman mod became a thing. That was pretty cool. I like that a lot. I think that should make a comeback like we have it now. But the 3-class thing, that I'm not too sure about. But, you know, opinions are like vacuum cleaners. Everybody's got them. Most of them probably suck. It's like Mustangs. Everybody's got them. Most of them suck. 3 minutes down, 3 minutes left to go in race number 38 of 46 on your program. This is our C sort of our Sportsman Nitro Buggy division. Down the straightaway, that's Josh Thompson, the all-white car. See him climbing up the hill, showing us the bottom of the chassis just for good measure. Oh, very wing high, but a little rap of the throttle brings it back down. Up and over the tabletop, way over jumps to the far side. But makes the best of it. That was a pretty straight shot through the concrete. And up and over he goes. Gets a little sideways there. Speed roller section. Takes it as a double, triple, double. Around the 180 one more time. Jumps to flats. That's a little over jump. Gets on the throttle front and almost stands up. Through that far side section. Over the speed roller. Gets it up on the bicycle, fights through. Thompson that time by 42.7, making up a bunch of time on Velato. Oh, and as I say that, coming down the hill and just gets it all kinds of wrong. Able to get it back on the wheels, goes sky jump. He's sticking to his line in the slick track section. It's been working for him. He goes to the high side and just drives straight across it the long way. And at the 180, this is what's the opposite end, far end of the track from us. Another little roller section there, the short chute. Hard on the binders, slides it through, goes double, single, as they do in the Sportsman division. Even some of the pro guys were having a hard time with that double. Thompson across the line, another 44-second lap, making up no time on Velato's. Velato got back on his horse to the 43 that time by. Thompson looking good right now. See if he does it again. Yeah, that's his line. He runs to the outside and gets a run through the pavement, or the slick track section there. Seems to be working for him. Guess who's back, guys? Ford's back.
Yeah, I'm back. It's good to be back right here with you. Took a short break over there and was able to go and talk with some of the Oval guys a little bit over there as they're doing some of their practice runs.
Where is it? I looked for it. I didn't see it.
Yeah, so if you know, there's that Budweiser trailer that's at the very back.
Oh, I know about that
it's
one.
It's right
yeah.
behind there in that other little part of the arena.
Okay.
In between that and the basketball style arena they have back over there.
Oh, gotcha. The arena. This is a pavilion. There's an arena.
Is the pervert pavilion.
That's what I said. It's a post-vert. It's a graduated.
Pavilion? Yep.
Oh, man, Thompson having a really rough lap here. Wing is broken. Car is not happy. He's had several crashes on this lap. He's like, stop putting me on camera, you guys. Pick somebody else.
So how has things been since I've gone? What have I missed since I've been gone?
You missed one race so far. Brian Wright had a good run. Took the TQ, but just barely. These guys are going to take it from him now. Looks like Vallejo was on a mission. But pretty clean run overall. He had a bit of a rough one through the middle, but then it was able to collect it. You would know, you have the stats. What's the most entries in what class? You know, is it Sportsman Nitro Buggy?
Well,
it's usually
let's take
Sportsman
a look. Yeah, you might have to give me a second here. Right now, the Sportsman Nitro Buggy has 36. We're gonna go through this list one time, so you might have to bear with me a second here. We have 53 in the. I want to say the intermediate. Yeah, the intermediate Nitro Buggy.
Yeah.
Has 53. We're going down one in a list at a time here on all my papers that I have set up.
Oh, you know what? I can find out.
Yeah, so 53. That's the biggest class that we have right here.
If you go on Live RC, isn't there like a summary thing that tells you stuff? I'm about to find out.
Based on the numbers that we have here, intermediate Nitro Buggy has the biggest class from what we have here.
That's what I would have guessed. That makes sense.
As we end up the Sportsman Nitro Buggy in their second of two classes.
Oh, there you go. A total of 583 entries at this event. That's a lot of entries, dude.
Now, I've heard that it's been in the past where there's been a lot of entries enough where it has resulted in them going into midnight locally here a few times.
Yeah, depending on how their race program goes, every once in a while you get some late nights.
And some of the people that we talked to yesterday were all saying about how the drivers really enjoy there not being as many cars here because they don't have to race as against as many people, and it's allowed them to kind of open the track up here a little bit more as well.
For sure. The schedule at events can be pretty treacherous, and if there's no race cap, you can have a 20-hour day at the track. You get here at 7 in the morning, and you're not leaving until after midnight type of deal. So, what did you say? 1,100 entries? In the past, they've had 1,100. Jeez.
And obviously, the date changes that over a little bit.
Yeah.
See right here, we have some people from Jessica once again that was in yesterday from Minnesota.
Welcome back, Minnesota.
We see a lot of the people that have come in that were here yesterday or come back today. They spotted for different times during the day. Some people from the UK, from Ireland, from New Zealand, whatever time it is, they wake up, and some people, when we start our broadcast, are about to go to sleep.
Right.
They go to sleep, and they wake up with their coffee, and we're still on the broadcast.
Yep. Go get your sleeps in and come back and join us. That's fine too.
The third session coming up here. One of those named Steven Ramos.
30 seconds.
An arm just appeared from the wall. That was cool. In this one, legendary SoCal racer Jay Neal. Scott Bourdon, Jack Folan, Stephen Smith, Chris Champlin, Mac Marvin, John McDermott, Sean Onesian, Steven Ramos, Pepto Garrett is our top 10.
5 seconds here, and the green flag is underway here for this third session for the Sportsman Nitro Buggies. And we're told from RC Victory Lane, the 2024 Silver State had 1,167 entries officially. Shannon says, "What's up, Charlie and Timu Scotty?"
Timu Scotty. Oh, that's terrible. Who said that?
Shannon Barr, 131.
That's great. Timu Scotty. Do you guys hear that? You call him Timu Scotty. Oh, that's not nice. Trust me, I've worked with Scotty over the years. Ford is no Timu Scotty. It's a totally different situation.
Oh, I think it's great. We've had a lot of fun with the YouTube chat over the time, so it's been a lot of fun.
We jump on board here with SoCal legend Jay Neal, the blue car with the yellow wheels, working his way through the rumble strips in our B sort here in Sportsman Nitro buggy. Jay is my age. I think he can also run the 40-plus class. He says years ago I took him out at the Roar Nats. I have no recollection of that, but I try to make it up by him by saying nice things about him on the internet now. So there you go. Jay, nice tight shot there as it comes across the line. 43.6 last time by.
Asking why the Cite says, why is Silver State so early this year? Well, it is because the reason for that being the only weekend that the hotel and the pavilion was open, so they had to change things around, and is the weekend they have, and this will be the weekend going forward permanently, according to Joey Christensen, is what he had to say. Ford Martin and Charlie Swanka here with you on this Friday morning here in Las Vegas at the South Point. Glad to have you here with us today as we're now on the Sportsman Nitro buggies here. Each group will appear on the track 3 times. We're getting toward the very tail end here now of our first round, and which will include our morning portion. We'll have the afternoon, and then toward the evening portion that we'll have.
So I was mistaken. That was not Jay Neal. This is Jay Neal in the. I think that's a gray. That's a gray. Isn't there a term for those new weird Toyota flat colors? What's that called? There's a something gray. Anyway, that's what it looks like. But Jay out here looking good right now, circulating in that 4th spot. The 44.7 last time by. Gets it squared up there, goes single after the double, runs a little wide. I feel like he should punch the throttle sooner. That's what I feel like. He's waiting a long time. Doesn't it look like it looks like he's waiting a long time to get on the gas. Come on, Jay, go faster. Oh, look at that. Nice inside line, goes crosstown through the pavement. That's what I like to see.
So your first time, and obviously answer real quick our YouTube chat, yes, Silver State will be permanently on this weekend now going forward instead of in that late April slot and June slot. So
that works out good for me because I don't have anything to do this weekend each year, but in the April slot I can't go. So this is much better for me. I'll be back.
But look, a question I want to ask you real quick, as far as now that you've seen a couple sessions this morning here, your first time being out here for this track, what are your thoughts now on the track after you've seen a couple sessions? We're almost gone through majority of our groups here today.
Layout's awesome. I think this should make for some very good racing. They got a lot of places where drivers can kind of put a move on. They got a lot of jump sections that the timing is pretty crucial. And this rhythm section, I think, is going to ruin a lot of people's day as the racing goes on. They're beating down the middle of it pretty solid, so it may turn into a one-line section through there. And as they try to go around folks, it's not going to be the same, and they're going to have a real bad time. But as far as like condition of the track after Wednesday, Thursday, this is halfway through Friday's session maybe. Very good condition. I think we haven't seen a lot of those huge ruts or potholes that really ruin your line. Guys are able to tippy-toe their way through everything and not really worry about the reach out and grab you lines where you're just riding along and your car flips over for no good reason. So good signs so far. Because Horse Arena dirt is usually not the same as RC car race dirt, if that makes any sense. It's a finer, sandier, softer type of dirt, and it's harder to get it to keep together. And I'm actually going to talk to Joey about that, and I'm going to ask him some questions about the time that they normally get. Because I know typically in Vegas, track build gets a day at the most, because the Vegas facilities, they charge you for every minute that you're here type of deal. So it's interesting to find out because they were here the weekend before the race started. I think they got out here on like Saturday or Sunday of last week and started building the track, which is pretty cool.
Another great shot from our crew here. Showing a lot of the background and the camera work that we've been able to have. One getting stuck right there in the pipes. As we go over the bumps here. See, A. Scott 2 says, maybe Ford has to pull with ESPN to get the Pro RC races on at 2 a.m. on ESPN The Ocho rather than professional pillow fighting. I think I could see what I could do with that. I think it'd be a great addition to have to do some stuff with those type of events. We've had cornhole, which is a lot of fun.
Cup stacking.
Yeah, we've had just about all of it, and it's a lot of fun. So maybe we can do something like that. That'd be a lot of fun.
That'd be good. I did ESPN. It was probably 6 or 7 years ago. They had a streaming service when streaming was real big, and they had their ESPN streaming service. And I got to do the live broadcast that was from Governor's Island in New York of a drone world championships.
Oh wow!
And the island had Live RC was there. The island had like no internet, so they were beaming the internet from the mainland, line of sight across the whatever that thing called, the bay, the channel, whatever. And then if a boat would come by, like a big ship, like there's a cruise ship that would come by twice a day, we'd lose internet. It was weirdest thing. But that was on the ESPN thing. They gave
ESPN 3?
No.
Back when it was before they had ESPN Plus.
It's on the internet. It wasn't even on their TV station. It did end up getting shown on one of the other ESPNs after hockey. Like we got to watch it after college hockey or something like that. I thought that was pretty cool.
See, you're over here trying to say you're not that big of a deal, but here you are. Now I'm hearing you're on ESPN doing this stuff here. Like
the guy who organized that World Championships, he had some contacts in the bigger industry world, so he had a lot of millionaire friends from the sounds of things. So there you have it, our A-Main Hobbies post-race results. Mac Marmon going to take home that one and reset the TQ. 9 laps in a 6:23. Going to bump down Jose Vallado. McDermott, Kazanak, Foland,
Hanasian.
That's what I said. J. Neal, Ramos, Smith, Bordon, and Morrow rounding out our top 10. And we had Mr. Pepto, Garrett, Raymond Gonzalez, and Mr. Chaplin not making a start. Pepto used to own, what's the zip code out here? 702 Raceway? 702 Raceway was an indoor 10-scale electric race that was next to the Spearmint Rhino. It was pretty awesome.
About to start the Nitro Sportsman Nitro buggies here for their final grouping here coming up.
Our top seeds: Garen Villegas, David White, Scott Sexton, Reed Saunders, Chevelle Keats, Eric Dindero, Dustin Metz, Jim Lemming, Travis Saunders, James Newman, David Vinson, Christian Franchik, and Michael Takami. That'll be our field trying to reset that time to beat by Mac Marmon, 9 in a 6:23. They're going to have to touch the 42-second lap times. They want a shot at that. You can do the quick maths. Do 6 minutes divided by 8 laps, and that'll tell you what you need to run to do exactly 8 laps in 6 flat. And then you take off 1/10 of a second, and you'll do 9 laps, whatever. We've seen 10-lap runs from the top classes, 9-lap runs pretty consistently in middle of the pack of the top classes, but you want to be in the mix in the pro classes, you're probably going to need to be in 10-lap run category, down in the very low 40s or high 39s. I think we even saw a random 36 and 35-second lap in our pro electric truck division.
15 seconds.
Jessica LeBounty asked, what time is the race on Saturday? Well, all the
All
races
day.
will start at 8 a.m. So
All
they
day.
start all day long.
Don't worry, just be here all day.
Just be here all day starting at 8 a.m., and that's the time that you would check out what the race is going to be. Basically, anytime you tune in Saturday, there is going to be a race going on.
Main, it's mains all day.
Mains all day, yep.
And the best thing is, it's bump up mains. So is it top 2 or top 1 transfer? Usually it's top 2.
We'll have to check on that.
Yeah, we'll find out. The throbbing brain will tell us. Their clock has started, but nobody has checked in on their opening lap just yet. So everybody out on their opener right now, but nobody knows what's going on because they've just now started their clocks.
So Sportsman Nitro Buggy on right now for their last group. Then coming up next will be the Intermediate Nitro Buggy. After they have their few heats, a few groups they will run, and anything's off the Pro Nitro Buggy, and they will have their 2 groups, and that is going to be it for at least the first round. And we reset and do it all over one more time.
3 rounds today, huh?
3 rounds today, all 6-minute
But
qualifiers.
It's not 46 heats. It's only 20-something heats. I keep
Yeah,
looking
'cause
at the
they
thing.
split it. Yeah, they split it yesterday. They split it yesterday.
That's kind of cool, I guess. Because then you get to run the same car more than once a day. Otherwise, you'd be running like once a day each car, and that can be kind of problematic for keeping things together. The track will change so much or whatever.
Yeah, today is races 23 through 46.
Half the field.
Yesterday was 1 through 22.
Makes sense. They split it right in the middle. That worked out good for them. You can't always do that because of the number of heats for given classes, because you have to finish a class. You can't just stop and have the final round be the next day. That'd be bad. We got a request for the pink and blue car. We'll see what we can do about that. Mets, our current race leader, 41.6 hot lap on the last lap. He is on 9 and a 6:22 pace, just under the TQ, but not. Oh, that's not good. That was him. Was that him? Let's see.
Let me ask you, how does that work exactly? Because it was half the track he started flipping, and he comes back to the other side. How does that work?
He should have gave himself a bit more of a stop and go on that one. So depending on if race control saw that, they'll make him do a drive-through penalty or a stop and go on the track. I'm not sure what their procedures are for that. But generally speaking, that's a no-no. You're supposed to either, one thing, you drive back to where you crashed, or if that's too treacherous, you just wait there, give yourself a 2 count, maybe a 3 count in that scenario because there's a 180 involved, and then go, so that if someone does see it, they can run up to race control, or in a situation like this, it's on camera. Like, they have evidence that this happened. They can mark this in their thing, roll it back, go show race control, and then race control can then dock that guy time or whatever the case may be. But hopefully, a lot of times what will happen is you'll do that, and the RC gods are like, hey, you can't do that. Here's some karma, and they'll make him crash on the next lap, and it's way worse. Like, he'll be jumping off the top of the hill or something like that. The RC gods are watching at all times. That's the big problem. They'll keep us honest.
2 minutes here left remaining. Someone's asked.
There's a blue and pink car.
John H., what's the indoor air temp right now, currently the track surface temp? Not sure about the track surface temp, but the indoor, it's probably in the high 40s, low 50s currently right now inside.
It's sweater weather. Outside in the sun, it's quite nice. I went and stood outside in the sun for a second, and it wasn't that bad. But
I mean, that shade, it's about 10 degrees cooler.
Yeah, desert life. Oof. Throwing up some front-end dirt roosters as he's dragging the front end through those downsides there. It's not where you want to be. We'll pick this guy. I bet you I can tell you who this is as he crosses the line this time by.
Keats.
That's Keats.
Yeah, Chevelle, she's...
Daughter of Clay.
Chevelle?
Young Chevelle has been racing since she was like, I don't know, 9, 10 years old. I think she's 14 or 15 now, maybe at the most. Maybe she's not even that old, but she's a wheel. You've got a very passionate pit crew. Her dad and her mom hang out with her at all the races. It's always good to see.
There she is right there, currently residing in the 4th position. I believe that is Metz there currently now. He just ran his fastest lap at a 41.4, 41.1.
Nice little Chachi line there through the slick track. I wonder if somebody will let me drive their car after racing's over. I bet you they will.
I tell you, if they put me in charge of this, one of these cars, I would be really proud of myself if I make it up turn 1 and don't crash or flip it.
So I do this event every year, the TDS Enduro. It's a bicycle race, and it's an enduro bicycle race. So it's mostly downhill, and the pedaled sections where they go back up to the top are untimed. At that race, they have an RC car track. It's a pretty big RC car track. It's like probably 100 by 60, give or take. And all of us, me and a bunch of my buddies, we go out there and we bring our RC cars. And after the bicycle race is over, we go out there and we run laps. And we race each other. We do 3-lap races. And there's a couple, several hundred people at this bicycle race. They all camp on the property. We do as well. And then we just run RC cars late into the night. They get lights and power and chargers, the whole 9 yards. It's great. We've let the bike guys come over, and they're like, dude, this you guys make this look really good. Can I try? I'm like, sure, dude, of course you can try. The best thing you can do to get somebody interested in RC or maybe completely not interested is let them drive your RC car. And these dudes, I'm like, just don't try to break it. Go slow. Just get your feel for it, and we'll get you up to speed. These dudes drove my car for a half hour and couldn't get a lap without crashing.
Oh, wow.
Like, it was rough. He gives me the radio back. He's like, here, you do it. Show me again. Because after he drove it for a while, he got an idea of the tempo and you could hear what you're supposed to hit the throttle. And they were just blown away because you grab it and you just start ripping full throttle right away. And they're like, what? How long have you been doing this? I'm like, well, sadly, my whole life. Because I've gone out and around mountain bikes with these guys. A couple of them, the dudes at RC with us, they're pro. They're former pro or currently pro mountain bike riders. It's scary how much faster these guys are on a bicycle. Like when you go do stuff, you're like, they're gone. I don't even know where they are anymore. We go down trails and stuff. I'm like, Jesus. I mean, it's the difference. You do it your whole life. I kick their butts at RC, so that's something, I guess.
Reed Saunders there at the top of the board. Dustin Metz.
Marmon gonna hold on to the TQ.
Even after the problems that Metz had there toward the very end, that he actually had that last lap where he took that bit of a tumble. Given a 47.126 that last lap, brings about a 24.1 pace. But that 24.3 by Saunders have him lead the way.
Yeah, Metz had a very rough outlap, 47.1 to finish things off. Not what he wanted. That could have been a 44, a 45, a 46. He would have held on to the TQ. But Mac Marmon, Sportsman Nitro Buggy, round number 1, gets the TQ. Nice work.
As they will get set up here. The next one for the intermediate Nitro Buggy, there's 4 of them. Here once again. I'm just glad we haven't heard the PA announcer say anytime recently that we are ahead of schedule.
Yeah. I should send him a text. Don't say that.
We had that early on and don't want to hear that anymore.
Somebody probably told him. Anytime I've been in the booth and I've mentioned that, someone looks at me with the evil eye and they're like, what are you doing?
And that goes based off of is it really just people being at the grid on time and being set up?
Very much so. Cars being ready, people getting out to turn marshal, all those fun things happening. All of the things that as racers we know we're supposed to do, but we get distracted because racing is very, very emotional. You come off the driver's stand, someone will say something to you, you start talking to them about your run, and next thing you know, you're not walking out to the track to turn marshal, and they're calling your name over the PA. You're like, oh, that was me. And there are a handful of racers that do everything in their power to not turn marshal because they're jerks. You guys know who you are.
DJ says, I just lost the difference. Yeah, he says, what different oils are the guys running here?
Oh, many. I'll find out. I'll go do a walk around later, and I'll talk to a couple of the racers that I know, and I'll ask them some setup questions as far as tires, compounds, oils, things like that, because I am, as you are, interested in that. I just don't know because I don't race.
Once again, this is your first time out at Silver State, correct?
It is. It's not my first time around A-scale, though. I'm familiar with this stuff enough, but I couldn't ever pretend that I was ever a setup guy when I raced. On-road racing, I knew a little bit about setup, but I relied very, very heavily on all my buddies that I raced with for telling me what to do. I could execute the setup changes, but very rarely did I decide on my own how to set up change. And that's even more so in off-road, because I'm clueless on that sort of thing. But A-scale racing, setups can be, I guess you'd say, somewhat similar for a driver's style. They'll look at the dirt and the roughnicity of the track, and they'll adjust some things on their shock program. A lot of these guys run those flappy valve shocks. They'll run them one way or the other. Diff oil is a huge difference in how the car handles for a center diff, and they need more rear bite or more front wheel spin type of deal. So there's lots and lots of things that they can tune, and who does what kind of depends a lot on how hard they drive. You can take 3 or 4 of these top drivers, all have them drive each other's cars, and they'll hate each other's cars in some situations. Or other times they're like, man, I should have done your setup. I ran this the whole time. In the greater world of RC racing, at some stage, a driver will give up on trying to figure out his own setup and do the cut and paste, where he copies somebody else's setup that's beating him, and he figures, well, this should be the setup that I should run because I'm getting beat by this setup. The driver's not the same, doesn't work out, so they'll do most of the setup and make a couple little subtle changes. Either a lot of times calm the car down, make it less aggressive, or if that driver drives very aggressive and they need a calmer car, they'll make it more aggressive type of deal. So.
James Spratley now currently leads the way. Matthew Willoughby, Brendan Barlett, and Jay Smoker with Roman G, your top 5 now currently. Sit here as we are about a minute and a half into this first grouping of the intermediate nitro buggies.
Slow fast. At my buddy's track, he put A-scale shocks on our slashes, and he got the flappy paddle pistons for those. And I'm like, this isn't going to help because I've been beating him with my stock slash, and I still can beat him with my stock slash. But he built me a set of those flappy paddle shocks for my slash. Now nobody can touch me. Like, my truck's so much better with those things. It's not even funny. I hope you guys are listening back home at the Peacock Pit. I am telling everyone how I dominate you guys on a regular basis. We have a group of maybe 10 or 15 of us that all get together at my buddy's backyard track and we run laps. Normally we just do like 3-lap races, 4-lap races. We'll just go out there and run each other and not really keep track of who's winning or losing. We recently purchased a timing and scoring system from Live RC and Live Time, and it has really ruined some friendships out there now that we know who's actually fastest. But I will say this, I have very, very little experience using the Lifetime scoring engine. It's pretty intuitive. Like, it's simple to set up. I got it to say our names when we do lap times. If you have a backyard track and you want to really know what's going on, get everybody together. What we did is we got a group chat. We say, hey guys, we need to raise a couple grand. Who's in for how much money? The richest dude in the group says, I'll put in 1,000. So that means we all got to put in a couple $100. Next thing you know, we had more than enough money to buy the scoring system for the group. So now our quote-unquote club has a brand new A&B system with a fancy Lifetime scoring engine, and we can post our trash right on the internet and show everybody who's the fastest. So we're looking very forward to getting that done. The guys are actually getting together this weekend, and they're all mad at me that I had to come do this instead of that because none of them know how to set up the computer.
But it's good to be here, though, right?
Yeah.
It's good to be here at Silver State.
At some stage tomorrow, I will have to step away to do a FaceTime call to help those guys set up the timing and scoring at the Peacock Pit. I hope they're listening. They're probably. I mean, they're all working.
2 minutes to go here, left in this first round. We're at number race 41 of 46 before we conclude the first round. So
I got an idea. Throbbing Superbrain, that's you, group chat. You know who I'm talking to. You guys all have friends that are here at this track, right? When they're not racing, go ahead and shoot them a text message and let them know that this throbbing super brain wants to know what kind of oils and tires and stuff they're running. And then you can chime in the chat and fill us in. You'll get the information faster than I can. This is a great idea. I like it. I like it a lot.
The investigative journalist of the YouTube chat to help us out. Hey, well, how about this? Whoever can help us get out with the oil, whoever answers quicker, the fastest, we give them a shout out.
We'll say your name on the internet.
Say your name on the internet. Yeah, there you go.
That's nothing cooler than having your name said on the internet.
You can go ahead and screen record it and post on your social media and say, I got a shout out to you.
Yeah, I like it. When I'm sitting around and there's a race going on and my buddies are like, what are you watching? I'm like, there's a race going on right now. And I'll be like, hey, watch this. And I'll type something in the chat and the announcer will say my name. And I'm like, see, guys, they know me. It's pretty
They
cool.
know me.
It's pretty cool. They say your name on the internet.
It's like Will Ferrell and Buddy the Elf. It's like, Santa, he knows me. He knows me.
Early leader in this one is Spratley. Did a 42.1 lap time by his hot lap, though, a 39.4. So he's got more in the tank. 9 laps and a 5.08 is the pace. He's got about a 4-second gap over Bartlett and Willoughby right now. Can he hold on to it? I don't know if it's me or not. It looks like the track got a little slicker. There seems to be a little bit more check swinging going on out there. I could be wrong.
Oh, and right into the sandbag.
That's not the line.
Took a hard hit.
That was Spratley. I figured it out. The lap timer bar, when it's about just before halfway, they're at the 180 right there. I'm getting good at this. This is my first day.
And you can, people at home can also go ahead and see.
Yeah.
Besides what we're seeing right now as far as the bar where they're at on the racetrack,
So
you can go to silverstate.liverc.com.
The only lame thing about that is that it's not on the tape delay. So the timing and scoring runs in real time, like we see it, but the broadcast goes out on tape delay. So it's a little
Yeah.
So you'll know who won the race before we do in the chat.
Spratley
will
move down to second as Bartlett. So Spratley, after that tumble, he took right into the sandbags. That puts him at P2 there as Bartlett now moved to the top with that 10.93 pace.
Look at Tyrone Robinson. He has all sorts of information. Look at him go.
See, Raw Speed is running Blue Compound. Super Minis is Truggy. All right, so
here's another piece of information I would like from you, Super Chat. When you tell us what compound they're running, because I don't know all the various brands, color codings, tell us where that falls in their range of soft, medium, hard. Then we'll have an idea of what these drivers have for options as far as tuning to a softer or a harder tire. The rubber compound can make a big difference. In qualifying, sometimes they'll run a softer compound because the race is shorter and it gets more grip. And then when they get to the mains, they have to run a harder compound because they'll run out of tire before the race is over. So that's another fun fact for you guys to get for us. Thanks, guys. I appreciate it. I could go do it myself, but why when you can do it?
Second group coming up next here for the intermediate nitro buggy. Take a look at pit road. It's going to be a busy place here this coming up weekend, Saturday and Sunday. And don't forget, the ovals are here.
Just wait till you see pit stops, dude. You haven't even seen any pit stops yet. Pit stops are
That is
awesome.
something I'm really looking forward to seeing. I've seen so many TikTok videos about it and all the YouTube videos and about the pit stops, and it's actually now made its way right. I've researched it so much. It's on my For You page, my algorithm, and it's now set up on where I see it all the time now. So I'm very much looking forward to it and calling the pit stops here tomorrow.
It's big pressure stuff going on down there. The pit man can win or lose a race. We've seen at DNC, we saw passes being made in the pit lane on the pit man. He was just quicker on the gun, and his driver got around the other guy in pit lane, which is pretty awesome. You'll see they got these quick fill. It looks like a gun. It's basically a tube with a trigger, and they can shoots the whole tank of gas in there in a hurry. That guy's using a squeeze bottle. That's the slow way. There used to only be fuel bottles back in the day, and then someone invented the fuel gun. Who invented the throbbing super brain? Who invented the fuel gun? That would be a good one. I don't know that fun fact. We should find out about that. Someone's going to tell us.
Now explain to me the fuel gun.
Okay. So it's like a tube, and the top of it is wide open. The bottom of it has a closer, and when they pull the trigger, it opens the bottom, and you have all gravity feed as fast as possible. So it's like taking a tube of water and just taking your hand off the bottom, and it just dumps out right away. So it's significantly faster than having to squeeze it out of a bottle like they do casually.
Okay, all
so
right.
They'll pull into the pits, the dude grabs the car, picks it up, and in that motion, he's grabbing the fuel lid and opening it as he picks it up, and the other hand drops the fuel gun as he's pulling the trigger. And it's usually more than enough gas for the tank, so it'll spill everywhere, make sure it's full, and then away they go.
It really is, as one guy put in the chat here, Combustion RC official, it's a game changer. And it sounds like that was the case compared to how it was normally done. And now it looks like, I know you said some guys are still using some different ones, but it sounds like the entire garage almost is starting to use it now.
Every once in a while, during finals, I'll see a casual team that they're more comfortable with the fuel bottle. So you can have some problems with fuel bottles if you miss, or with a fuel gun if you miss the top of the tank, and there's no way to get more fuel into that gun to put more gas in there. With the fuel bottle, you can kind of watch it. You'll lose some time, but at least you get all the gas in there type of deal. So we'll get into that tomorrow. It'll be good times. Jensen, do we have a pit lane cam? We do, right? I'm sure we do. We do. We always have a pit lane cam because this is the coolest thing.
Yeah, see, there it is right there.
We've seen this view already. I already knew the answer to this question. See, I've been totally paying attention, guys. So did they tell us Proline made the first fuel gun? Is that true?
Was one Reagan used, but it sucked. He modded it to be faster and leak-proof.
Reagan. So Reagan worked at Kyosho. Maybe. Somebody clarify. Use your grown-up words. Tell us the whole story. Intermediate nitro buggy heat number 2 of 4 are C-sort. Wolter, Winkelmolder, Sowinski, Eichenberger, Howard, Saunders, Howard, Wheeler, McCall, and Coker, with a couple more in the mix. RB Concepts. He says it was RB Concepts.
It said it a couple times.
Casey might have had a stroke out right there and just fell onto the keyboard.
It said about 3 or 4 times.
Thanks, Casey. Sometimes the chat goes so fast I miss it on the top, and I don't know how to scroll. I work from a computer most of the day. I have to edit videos, do emails, spreadsheets till my eyes bleed. So when I do stuff like this, I try not to touch a computer. It's way better. Just ask you guys.
Tanner here now coming back to complete their first laps.
Is that a lady racer? Not too many lady racers these days. It's always nice to see.
Yeah, Eichenberger, Diana Eichenberger, Chance McCall, Justin Coker, Boomer Wheeler. 4 drivers that have passed the start-finish line, now followed by Brandon Hicks.
He's off getting the car. I see him. My bad.
And I believe we're following Diana right now.
He heard the death threat.
Or Diana?
I'm going to go with Deanna.
Deanna? Okay.
That'd be my guess. A 40.2, now a 39.9.
Oh, trouble. One car.
On the gas, going fast. Time to beat is Bartlett, 9 and a 6:10. Pace right now is 9 and a 6:01. Eichenberger's got probably a 10-lap run available. Nice line there.
Navigate traffic, and one car stuck up against the pipe.
Saw the crash traffic, knew the marshal was coming, went way to the outside. Smart driving there. Darren Howard in the 2 spot. Bevan Howard, member of the Howard Racing Legacy. Those guys have been racing SoCal locals since as long as I've lived in Southern California. They were children when I first met them, like little shorter than I was, which is pretty short kids. They're not even double digits yet. I bumped into them in Vegas at the vintage race, and I'm like, I recognize the parents. I'm like, wait, these are the kids? They grew up into full-grown adults. They go to college and stuff now. It's pretty cool. Darren Howard actually moving to the top spot. Eichenberger dropping down a spot. had a 41-second lap to a 39-second lap. These top two drivers kind of running nose to tail, and you see Howard with the red light on. That's going to be a rough lap. Tough break there for Varon with a 45. Varon's the older one, Deep's the younger one.
I'm told here right now it is Deanna is one of the girl racers that you see a lot of the events. Others include the Katie Wiggins, formerly of Roxbury, and Kayla Espinal.
There you go. Eichenberger looking pretty consistent here. Did a 39, a 41, and now a 40.2. Pushing a little hard, but just hard enough that it didn't cause the car to crash. That short shoe section right next to the pipe. Nice lines there, going double, single, single, as they do. Speed roller section, just a little air under the tires. A 40.5, nice and consistent. 9 laps and a 6:04 the pace. Gonna have to pick it up if they want to get down to that 10-lap run. Gonna need to do 3 or 4 laps down in the 39s. The magical pace can be a little misleading at times. Sometimes you just do a couple heater laps and you get that bonus lap on the pace, but you need to keep doing those heater laps because the computer thinks that you're just going to do that the rest of the time. Looking good here, going double, checks up there for the single, a little bit wide, nice and smooth over the roller one more time, checks in this time by with a 40.9, staying in those 40-second lap times, nice and safe. Good consistency. 9 and a 6:05 is a decent run. It could possibly hold on for a top 10, but I think you need to be in a 10-lap run here in intermediate nitro buggy. Time will tell. This is our C sort, so we've got 2 more quicker seated rounds coming up after this. A lot of times drivers will have a bad time in seating for whatever reason. They miss the setup or just kind of fumbling a certain section of the track that nobody told them about yet, and they will be kind of seated lower than they should be. This one's pretty consistent. Everybody running about the same lap times. Deanna now 39.6 that time by, dropping a second off the pace. 9 and a 6:03 right now. Got a minute on the master clock. That's going to give her maybe 3 more laps if she can hustle. Going to try to put in some heaters, but it's a balancing act. Do you want the 10-lap run or do you want the clean run? Pushing it harder could cost you. Some crash traffic in front of you like that.
Yeah, great job avoiding that one.
RC guys are keeping an eye on her. Said, you crashed to the outside. Give her the race line. Just smoking the tires there coming out of the corner. That was sick.
A little bit of a slide, and they're across the line.
40, that's not going to do it. Drops the pace just a touch. 6:03 is better than the 6:05 she was on, so.
A 3.63 as far as her pace, but she's a pretty wide margin right now.
This should be a final lap. She'd have to do a 36-second lap to get it across the line before her clock expires, so she's probably going to try to play it safe here and get around the lap traffic cleanly. There it is. Nicely done.
Great work letting her go and move her in. Hard right-hander. And
Devin Walter, if I'm not mistaken, doing a great job in traffic. Ooh, getting a little buck wild there. Trying to push it hard here at the end, costing a couple tenths. Checks in on a final lap, 40.1. Not too shabby. 9 laps and a 6:03 for Deanna Eichenberger. Everybody else still left to finish, though. You never know what can happen here in the closing stages. It's Howard, Sawinski, and Howard duking it out over that 2 spot.
Eichenberger's going to run another lap.
Track time's track time. These are the ones where you can go out and feel it out. See how fast
trouble. And 3 cars all get together, one of them in Eichenberger.
Eichenberger knows they're done, so they moved out of the way to let the cars race around behind. That's good. Good race etiquette. I've seen guys go out and do their extra lap and just jam up people that aren't done yet. I'm like, you're a jerk.
And they talked about that yesterday toward the halfway. We had an announcer come on and mention that people need to be doing that and take care of their stuff and not getting in everybody else's way.
So
and that was something
in a situation like that, she goes across the line, and normally everybody gets done. They cross the line, they go through the pit lane backwards. That would have been bad if Eichenberger would have done that because there's still cars on the track. So she maintain, finish the lap that it doesn't count, and try to stay out of everybody's way. Nicely done. New time to beat, 9 laps and a 6:03. New TQ time here for round number 1. Intermediate nitro buggy goes to Deanna Eichenberger. Baron Howard going to be in the 2 spot, 9 in the 6:12. Sawinski 9 in the 6:12 as well. The other Howard 9 in the 6:15. Then it was Hicks, Vinkemolder, Saunders, Wolter, Cage Mills, Chance McCall rounding out our top 10. With Boomer Wheeler, Justin Coker, and Drew Schroeder rounding out our A-Main Hobbies race results. More racing action. It's non-stop racing today, folks. There's no breaks. There's no downtime. We're just racing the whole time, right? There's no lunch or nothing?
No lunch breaks or anything.
They can't. There's no time for that. Ain't nobody got time for that. I go to races where they have a lunch break. I'm like, what are you doing? You're just making dinner later.
Yeah, we had great work. Our crew went out and got us over here by the bowling alley. There's like this nice restaurant here at the South Point where they brought us here. Had one of the best crispy chicken wraps I've ever had.
Casino foods. Up next, our intermediate nitro buggy B sort, brought to you by A-Main Hobbies Grid lineup. Mr. Ryan Dunford, Hayden Hathcote, Barry Rowe III, Justin Watson, Chris Morale, Ryan Days, Luke Deming, Paul Somariba.
Let's call him Paul S.
Reggie Tung, Ryan Wyrick, as well as Javen Mallory, Dylan Peterson, and Paul Thacker. Paul Thacker has a lot of fans online. I bet you somebody's going to say go Paul Thacker, because every time he's on the track, somebody says go Paul Thacker. Look at that arena. There is a somewhat distinct nitro smell in the air when you go out by the track. It's not that bad.
See the haze right there from the sun peeking in there in the back corner here.
A little bit of dust, a little bit of nitro. Oh, it's Rob Jackson. What's up, buddy? I didn't see that one. Hi, Rob Jackson. I'm sorry, Rob Jackson. He used to run the... now I'm going to forget the name of the place. But the Drake Raceway, what used to be... What the Drake Raceway was before, Mr. Jackson ran that with his son Levi. And one of my first paid announcer gigs was because of him. We had a Novak race there, and I went out there because I worked for Novak at the time. I'm going to announce your race, and he gave me money. I'm like, no, I'm here for Novak. He's like, no, you did a great job. I want to make it worth your time. I'm like, oh, thanks, dude. Little did I know.
So you started to set things up as the green light has now officially gone on. I asked when to the deli. Yes, we did actually go to the deli. It was very good. We did some of it this morning. Five seconds in.
Everybody has finally started their clock. First one across the line is going to be Paul Somariba.
So a minute in, Dylan Pearson as of right now, the top of the board.
That makes the track look huge, that shot. It is huge. That's why it looks that way.
Zoomed out right there, some of the folks down here in the bottom corner watching some of the guys go right here. Great work by our camera crew. And that sun haze in the background kind of showing the track, and nice work just kind of panning the track and showing everything that's going on.
Thank you, Super Brain. You corrected me, Rob Jackson. When it was in Rob Jackson control, it was called Thunder Alley. It's a super nice place. They got big elevation changes. Now it's the Drake Raceway. Matthew, yes, Novak did. They made nickel metal hydride batteries. In the chat, you guys can help me with this. Does anybody remember when Novak made nickel metal hydride batteries? This came up at Cleveland a couple weeks back, and people didn't believe me. But there were some people that were there in those days, as old as I am, that remember. So tell Matthew in the chat that it's a real thing. I'm not making it up. Oddly enough, when we Googled it, we could find no images of the packaging or anything like that. But I think, back then, that was before the internet was so cool and we did post stuff like that. We did, like, magazine ads. You know what I mean? Like, that was back in the magazine ad days. Chickarello, what are you laughing at? Back me up here. You should know. He's Chicky, baby. I was saying nice things about you earlier, Chicky. No, I was just saying that I'm taller than you. Chickarello is a very fast racer. He used to race on-road, and then he got older and decided to start racing off-road. And now he's like the king of 40-plus off-road racing, which is great. He just won the Clash. Way to go, buddy.
One car takes a tumble, and one is stuck right up against the pipes. Had to navigate traffic and just avoiding just in time.
Watson, Daze. I think it's Daze. We're going to go with that instead of Days. Morale, Rowe, Mallory, Hathcote, Wyrick, Dunford, Deming, and Peterson are top 10 here in race number 43 of 46, heat number 3 of 4 in our intermediate nitro buggy division, our B sort. Deanna Eichenberger, your current TQ, 9 laps and a 6:03 is the time to beat. Daze is on 9 and a 6:06, not gonna do it. Watson on a 6:10. These guys are gonna need some clean, hot laps here if they want to ring this one back in. Already on their 4th lap, only have 5 laps to make a difference. That is not a lot of laps to make up some time. That's right, Chicky races ACL off-road too. I always forget that.
And everybody right now currently in that 9-lap pace, only one being in Thacker, having an 8-lap pace currently, down in 13th.
Well, they're quickening now. 9 and a 6:04 the pace for Daze. Watson on an 09. Rowe on a 12. See, Daze just checked in there with a 39.5. On the gas, going fast, pushing his way. Far side corner. This is the back opposite end of the track. 180's there. That big sky. Downhill doubles are always fun. Through the short chute, little tap of the brakes there, stays right in the blue groove. Goes double-double. Don't see a lot of that going on.
And we were told that is the correct pronunciation for Daze.
Oh, good. Look at I did something.
I was to say Days, but finding out Daze. So, and yes, tomorrow morning, racing kicks off 8 a.m. both days, Saturday and Sunday.
All mains tomorrow. And bump up mains, you guys. The super chat, we're going to be needing your help tremendously. Because one of the coolest things in bump up racing is multiple bump ups. There's an unofficial award for who gets the most bump ups. It doesn't matter what main they start in or what main they finish in, but Live RC announcer staff loves to know who gets the most bump ups. They might even get a special interview just in case. But it's on the super grain to let us know who it was.
And let me ask you, as we saw that last corner right there, I know we have the concrete slider over there, but for example, right here, and then we saw the last. We'll actually stick with him for just 1 second. I want to pinpoint the exact moment here as they make their way all around. I believe this is Daze that we're following here currently. Right now, currently with a 39.2, just ran his fastest lap. The left-hander makes one pass. I believe that was on Mallory.
He is under the TQ time now.
So right here, where it's black right there. How much more black do you see that turn getting, the rubber build up here as the weekend goes on by Sunday?
All the way. It'll be all the way black right there, I think. That's a braking acceleration section, so they're using up everything. Oh, no! Daze with a bobble down the hill. He
did have a nice recovery.
He was under the TQ. He did a 6:01. That looked to be maybe a 2-second bobble. He is out on his final lap right now. That was an out-lap crash, so he's on 8, going to do 9. He might have been able to sneak a 10 in there, but that crash is definitely going to cost him. He did 3 39s in a row to get under the TQ lap, or TQ time rather.
And here comes Daze, final corner. Where does this mark him? And he will stay at the top of the board for now.
Just barely.
We'll see what Watson and Rowe can do. Here comes Watson. And Watson will stay in second. Rowe now, he comes back around. Final left-hander, here he comes Rowe. And Rowe will drop down to 5th with that last time of a 42.7.
That's not what you want.
Tung, the former NFL safety, will stay in 7th. He's one of the last ones to go, and a couple stragglers there in the back that are trying to finish their lap.
Straight in, or just ignore the race director and just keep driving around, whatever.
There you go, our A-Main Hobbies race results. Ryan Daze going to reset the TQ 9 laps in a 6:02.9. Beats it by just under a half a second. Justin Watson going to go 4th overall for the round so far. we still have one more heat of intermediate nitro buggy, and generally speaking, the top 3, maybe top 4 drivers will get under the TQ, and what you're trying to get is top 10 points every round to secure your spot into the A finals, so very important in that regard. So I would guess that Daze and Eichenberger's time may hold on for a top 10, maybe even inside the top 10, like top 8, top 7, something like that. We're about to find out. See our grid lineup there. Horn, Rudy, Antle, Johnson, Howarth, Rand, Hagemeyer, Rodriguez, Tridardi, Avellino, Tridardi again, the Donato flavored, Sean Mayfield, Ryder Antil, and Trevor Owens. This is our A sort here in intermediate nitro buggy based off of our seeding times. Car's starting to roll out now to take the one. I was going to say grid, but there ain't no grid. I think they get one out lap, which is long, and once they all check in, the loop goes live.
Once they're about to shortly get the green flag here momentarily to beat Ryan Daze.
There's young Ryan.
We thank everybody for tuning in here today. Ford Martin alongside Charlie Sawenka here on this Friday qualifying edition on Live RC. Thank the viewers that tune in our chat, Facebook, and YouTube. YouTube yesterday, 11,000 views that we had yesterday all day during qualifying. On Thursday for those categories and those classes that were to be able to be out there yesterday. It was the nitro trucks and the electric e-buggy. And then tomorrow, the nitro buggy and e-truggies tomorrow. Or excuse me, that is today, but then tomorrow's for the race. The nitro trucks and the e-buggy mains.
Yeah, they switch it
tomorrow. Yep.
It's a back and forth. This is heat number 44 of 46. Pro Nitro Buggy will be up next.
Got the old Climax side-by-side LED width out there.
I do believe we'll find out. This should be, I believe it's Rodriguez, first car out of the gates. Comes across the line, opens things up with a 39.9. That is an aggressive outlap. 39.8 there for Rand. A 40.6 for Tridardi. Tridardi Jr. with a 39.4. 10 lap paces early on in this one, but will they be able to hold on to it? We're on board with A.J. Rodriguez. Rodriguez working smoothly through the rumbles. Up and over that single, hits that 180. Coming back down the downhill double to the single speed roller. Mashes the brakes, just staying on that black tarmac-y looking stuff. There's a line to the inside, but it's all dirty and dusty.
And don't forget, coming up next, our final group and one of the most popular one that's coming up next, the Pro Nitro Buggy. Coming up next.
The hotly contested Pro Nitro division where paychecks are on the line. Most of these drivers, I don't want to say most of them, there are a handful of professional RC car racers that make their living being drivers primarily. And some of them have subsidized their income with their own brands. They sell shirts and stuff like that, which I think is very cool. Get the merch out there. And a lot of them have their own line of products even, which I think is even cooler. So you build up a fan base, and of course they're going to buy your stuff. It's just like the real world, except RC. This is
off the jumps here as we're about to reach. Inching a little bit closer to the halfway point here in this one for the intermediate nitro buggies.
Yeah,
and do we have a schedule for the ovals on tomorrow for our scheduling broadcast yet?
No, definitely not.
We have seen them. They've been doing a bunch of practice and qualifying.
I saw one of them in the pits. He was washing it in the bathtub like it was a little dog. It's hilarious. He was scrubbing it down. I just realized something. These races are only 10 laps. There's more than 10 cars in them. We could not even get each car for one lap in the course of a race if we wanted to. That's a rough one. Still on board, I believe this is still Rodriguez. Looks like the same car.
Rodriguez, the current U.S. Junior National Champion in nitro buggy.
I didn't even know that was a thing. Started out at the point, worked his way down to 6th, back up to 3rd right now. Rodriguez across the line, going to hold on to that 3rd spot. 10 laps in a 6:39 the pace. Our top looks like 6 drivers under the current TQ time. Rodriguez up the hill. Coming into the rumble strips there. You see the center section getting nice and low. They've all been beaten down that center section. I think that's going to make those outside lines very, very treacherous as the day goes on.
So we do have the schedule here for the oval division.
Oh, I lied.
Today, currently right now, they are having their all classes. They are practicing from 9 a.m. to 7. This is obviously, we will not be having their practices broadcast today, be focusing more on it's on their road course here now currently. Tomorrow, qualifying 2 rounds, the lower mains if time permits, starting at 9 a.m. local. Then Sunday, the mains, the 5-minute mains, all classes, the October presentation at 9 a.m. And I believe we'll be broadcasting the mains there on that Sunday. Yes, we will.
Tough break for Rodriguez. Got it wrong in the big double, and nobody saw him. The marshals were all far away when they did get there, and it's the super danger zone. So that is a tough break. You see the red bar of death. He just did a 39.6. He still hasn't come around. This could be a 50-second plus lap time, unfortunately. Heartbreaker. Kyle Johnson now to the top spot. Johnson across the line with a 39 flat. 10 and a 6:34 the pace. You pick up Johnson here through the center. I believe he's second in line. Lots of contact here in the closing stages. We've got some crash traffic. We've got some lap traffic.
Now Johnson, Horn, Tradardi Jr., the top 3. Johnson working right now at the fast lap of a 38.3. Comes along here with Horn right there on his bumper. Tradardi Jr. there after that mistake. All right there together. Travis Horn at the top.
These are all leaders together right now. And you see Kyle Johnson checked in with a 41.7, working through some traffic. Drops him down a spot. Horn to the top. Olins, though, was up to 3rd. Heartbreaker of a lap there. Drops him down at a 44. That's going to let Trinardi Jr. moving to 3rd, but he just checked in with a horrible lap, 47 seconds. Master clock's expired. It looks like these guys may sneak across for one more lap. They're going to have to push very hard if they want the 10-lap run. They all had kind of rough laps that last one. You see Rand getting caught at the line, checks in with a 9-lap. Horn making it across, Johnson making it across. Tradardi Jr., another rough one, 44-second lap's going to drop him down the board. Not the run Tradardi was hoping for, not the run Rodriguez was hoping for. Johnson, though, just checked in with a 39.9, going to try to finish strong. Horn was on the lead for just a couple laps as Johnson was getting shuffled through some traffic. Coming down to the final lap now as they're trying to make a nice solid outlap. Going to be coming down the hill right now, up and over the speed roller and across the line. Johnson with a heater, 38.4. Horn with a 39.1. Good outlaps for both of them. Going to take that TQ spot 10 laps in a 6:36.6 to 10 in a 6:37.5. What was that, 9/10 of a second? Less than 9/10 of a second separation.
That is going to do it. Kyle Johnson will take it again one more time with a fast lap of a 38.3. Only him and Travis Horn had the 10-lap pace of a 36.6 and 37.5 respectively.
So That means Daze and Eichenberger are going to make top 10 runs this round. You see the top 9 drivers beating the TQ, and then you got to skip down. You got 12th, so that means Daze is 10 and Eichenberger is 11. So pretty good. Pretty good.
We have one comment from the YouTube chat. Says it will be Pothole City by round 3.
I believe it. Hey, Nick Watlet, what's up, buddy? Tic-tac-toe. Wally Builds is one of the first people to capitalize on modern-day RC budgets. Folks want to get into RC racing. They're pretty good at driving. They don't have the time or the energy to build a proper race car, and they don't have any racing buddies to come hang out with the track. You can hire Wally Builds to be your race buddy. You can sign up, go pit with them, and work on your car. He'll spot you. It's very cool. There's a couple guys that do this thing now. I think TiVo does it as well, and I think it's a pretty cool thing. They have that in all forms of other motorsports, and I think it's just leveling up RC. If you got the money but not the time, we got an answer for you. I have my buddy Mark, Peacock Pit guy. He's convinced that he can go to an A-scale race and just win. He thinks he's that good. And so we're going to hire Wally Builds for his team next year. We're going to run Nats. We're going to try to do the World Studios.
So coming up next now, the Pro Nitro Buggies. Tell your friends. Currently right now, we're seeing everyone's tuning in for it now. 742 people now starting to watch as we see the Nitro Buggies starting to make their way out for their first of 2 groupings here.
You know what you guys want to do? Post the link in your social medias and tell everybody the pros are up. That way they can click and watch the pros. It gives like 1,000 more views.
A good way to do it, yes.
Do it.
Alongside Charlie Swanka, I'm Ford Martin. In place of Scotty, who is usually here. He's down in Tulsa, so I'm here this weekend to be out here for the 2026 Silver State Indoor RC Championships here in Las Vegas.
I think you're a significant upgrade over Scotty. His voice is like nails on a chalkboard to
You can't do Scotty like that.
He knows I hate him. I tell him all the time, your announcing sucks. I've been listening to his announcing since I was I think the first race I ever went to, I was 13 years old at his track, and he announces the same ever since then. Nothing has changed. So it's the same lines, checked out, gone, put it in the bag. It's cool side of the pillow. Chances are he's at the Mud Boss shootout right now listening to us, and I'm going to hear about this when I get there next week. He's a multitasking type of guy.
A lot of Scotty fans in the chat yesterday. They love him.
The people love him.
Yeah, a lot of fans for Scotty, and I know it's, as I said yesterday, some big shoes to fill here for him this weekend. The great work that he does, but I know you're being sarcastic and everything. Or maybe you are. I don't know. We'll see.
But no one ever knows. I try to never be serious if I can help it. No, I love Scotty like a brother. He's done a lot for me over the years, and I talk a lot of trash because I like him more than most people. I know he can take it.
Charlie Ford wants to tip inside. Currently right now, at least outside, we do know it is in the mid-40s. In here, probably it's in the high 40s, low 50s.
Yeah.
It's been a while since we've stepped outside. We've been kind of in this container here.
It's not bad. I'll say this. There's been times where like DNC, dude, we were in the booth freezing. Like, we had a heater going and everything. It was downright cold. This is fine. I'm comfortable. Just a couple guys blowing up there to get things started. Everybody's clock's underway. So, Pro Nitro Buggy, we'll see all 39-second laps if they're doing their jobs. A bunch of 38s and maybe some 36s. I think in Electric Truck they did some 36s for sure. And I want to say Electric Truck is usually faster than Nitro Buggy. I could be wrong. Super Throbbing Brain, you'll never know. This is heat number 1 of 2 in our Nitro Pro Division, the B sort. Look at all these hard-to-say names.
I tell you, we are going to need a name pronunciation guide or something to help us out here this a little bit. Carlos A. right in the front. Julian O.
No, that was
Setzer.
Oliveras, Arredondo. Those are a taller one.
Fishback the fourth. And I was talking to our group yesterday about this, and I had when I'm calling college sports, a lot of times the team SID, who handles all the stuff as far as getting out the news and stuff, and they would provide the name pronunciation sheets and the guide. I had a college soccer game, a Louisville and Virginia Tech, and I asked him what's the name pronunciation sheets, and he handed me one, and every name. I'm not kidding. Usually a couple names you see like a Fuller or a
Right.
Johnson or
Easy
Martin or whatever. Every name had to require to list it out. I had to write it out to help me understand it, and that's the way it had to be done. And it was one of those games where it's like, oh, geez.
I'm terrible with names, that's for sure. I have a terrible to pronounce last name as well, so I don't really feel bad when I mess it up. But usually, thankfully, the super brain, the throbbing super brain of our group chat, will fill us in on how to pronunciate things correctly. They'll type it out phonetically. When I announce races, like when I'm doing Jimmy's type thing, I'll say it over the PA, like, hey, if I'm butchering your name up here, come over and tell me how to say it correctly. I probably won't remember and I'll butcher it again, but it's worth the effort at least. We get to know each other. I'm a name butcher. I'm cutting them up and making sandwiches. Arredondo at the front, 38-1. You see Pico Ivanin with a 37-second lap. Ivanin with a 37.7 that last time by again, so back-to-back 37s. Board here with the yellow and red with the yellow wheels. That's going to be either Fishback or Moreno. I'll tell you right about.
I believe it's going to be Fishback here.
Look at that, you're right.
And it is Fishback. Fourth, following him around.
Whew. Very wing high there. Me and my dad have the same name, but I'm not the second because he doesn't have a middle name. So technically, I'm my own person.
As that right-hander goes up with that sun in there in the background, the back corner.
It is getting pretty hazy.
It is, especially when you have the nitros out there.
Fishback pushing hard right now. Last time by with a 38.9. Going to try to pick that up a little bit. Works his way around the 180. You see him just to the inside there, getting inside tires on that dusty line. Ooh, hard pivot there. Maybe caught a rut. Cross the line this time by 39.2. Not doing themselves any favors. 10 and a 6.30 is the pace right now. 10 and a 6.28 is the pace for Oliveras. Cavallari running third right now. Ivan and Arredondo, Moreno, Sedler, Lim, Setzer, and Nelson as we pick up Oliveras now.
Currently at the fast time of a 38.4, a 10-lap pace of a 28 flat as he's at the top of the board currently.
Julian been racing nitro buggy at top levels for many years right now. I've seen him at most of the ACO races I've ever attended. Straightaway across the line that time. Ooh, a bit of a rough one. 40.5 going to allow Fishback take over that top spot, but Oliveira's trying to hit his marks now. Up and over that speed roller. You see just the front tires coming off the ground, keeps the contact, does the cross train there through the slick track where you go inside to outside. Up the hill he goes. Downhill section, back up now. Makes that 180 clean and easy. Car looks very stable. Drop back now to our current race leader, Jimmy Fishback.
Yeah, the air quality right now, really hazy out there now currently.
They do have, it probably looks a little worse on the cameras only because of the way cameras work, but it's definitely hazy out there. Even when I was out there before, there wasn't really a lot of nitro going, but it was pretty hazy. They got the big garage doors open, they got fans blowing, but this is heavy air, very heavy air.
They did a great job yesterday fixing that air because I know a lot of folks were asking how hazy it was. As far as much as on camera, as far as seeing it on camera, this is probably the worst it has been. But as far as yesterday was, when you would walk outside and see it, it wasn't nearly as bad. Obviously, the camera lens has to look at far away. But see, where you look at when it's a little bit closer, it looks a little bit better. When you're far distance away, it looks a bit hazier.
And we pick up our race leader, Pico Ivanin. He's been doing 37s like it's going out of style, but he also did a handful of 40 pluses that were doing him no good. Pecco now to the top spot in the green and white. Jensen's like, you can't call him Pico. You have to say it correctly. Pecco Ivanin. Oh, no. We jinxed him big time.
And announcer jinx strikes once more.
One of the few powers I have in life is my announcer.
Oh, and there he goes again.
It's getting worse. Get it together.
Not the lap that he was needing. The hard right-hander goes back up. That's the lap he was looking for, so we'll see how he ends up here now. It took a little more time at Fishback. He was at the top of the board. We have one that's kind of stuck right there. I want to say that was maybe, is that Moreno Jr.?
Fishback across the line. Good, solid lap here at the end, 38.8.
And Fishback another time. That one flips.
Oh, no.
Gets it back riding.
Those outlaps are killing these guys.
Being told it's Pecco's birthday.
All Arredondo coming in done. He does a 6:31. Cavallari's out on his final lap right now, so is Fishback. A lot of 10-lap runs right at the 6:30 mark. So
on the jump there now. Following Fishback. The time is a little bit slower. We'll see where he ends things up right here.
it's like Fuller working together right now.
Coming back around for lap number 10. Fishback moves to 5th, and Ivan Moreno Jr. will be at the top of the board with a fast time of 38 flat, a 30.95 pace.
Another situation of that final lap costing him.
That last lap on Fishback was a 42.4 as we take a look back at our results for our first of 2 of the Pro Nitro buggies. Moreno Jr. at the top of the board, as that is your top 10 down to 10th, and Dylan Nelson, who had a 9-lap and a 5.3. Bigot, Rose, Westergaard, Sedler, Schumacher, and Wheeler round out your top 16.
I wonder if Boomer Wheeler is related to Chris Wheeler. Chris Wheeler is a longtime professional RC car racer. Well, top level. I don't know if you've ever got paid for it, but he currently hasn't been racing much. I think he's got a real job.
Combustion RC, I bet it smells great in there. My eyes would be burning, but it would be awesome. Well, right now, currently, we're residing. You can't see us right now on screen. We're on the other side of these stands, on the garage side, and we're in a bit of a container here to kind of keep all that dirt and smell and everything out of here. The air quality is great. I mean, we see you got some Starbucks here next to you on the table here. You're having a great morning, and now as we move into the afternoon, this is about to hit 12 p.m. local here time
already
in Las Vegas. So. And just as we said that, it's officially now afternoon time here in Las Vegas.
Oh, it means it's Miller time.
It's 5 o'clock somewhere, right?
You can't drink all day if you just don't start in the morning, so it's too late. It's afternoon, so we can't drink all day now. But if we drink from now until the evening, it's fine. We didn't drink all day.
Well, now I know what we'll be doing tomorrow morning for you, right? Getting
No.
Modelo's in here. And
we have to pace ourselves with that. I get a little sloppy if we get too many of
well,
those
that's why you always say it's a marathon, not a race, when it comes down to that stuff, right?
My alcoholism doesn't think it's a marathon. Oh, there's Chris Wheeler. He just checked in. Hi, Chris. Yeah, look at that. The haze. One of the tallest guys in RC, that's Ryan Lutz right there. Current TQ, he TQ'd round 1, rather, of Pro Electric Truck. And I'm a short guy. Guys like that have a significant advantage in driving RC cars because you can see them better. The higher up you are, the better you can see the car over the pipes, perspective, all that. So I always try to bring a box and stand in the box to get me at least to the 6 foot mark.
Miller Lite Night says he's drunk right now. And I would think if you have Miller Lite in your tag, you must be drinking a Miller Lite. I would think.
Huh?
Miller Lite Night. Right now on our YouTube chat. Charlie's looking over trying to see here.
Drunk right now. That's great. The chat is very entertaining. Kim messaged me about this, and I'm like, I'm actually very excited to come do this. I haven't had a chance to sit with the chat since DNC, so thanks, guys. It's a lot of fun.
So here we go. Now for the Pro Nitro Buggies in the last event as far as round 1, we will reset and do it all over again for the events that started at 8 a.m. this morning.
Yeah, if you're familiar with RC car racing, it's qual points as we pick up Jared Wiggins working through the center section of the track. Every round it resets and it starts fresh, and you can go out and TQ each round. And the idea here is to keep I guess you'd say the surface more equal, so that your groups are racing on similar surfaces and the track degradation doesn't make it so that one round is super, super fast. And then rocket round qualifying, you'll go out and one round will be way faster, and if you have a problem that round, a bad round, a break, or whatever, you're pretty much out of the run because everybody goes a lot faster or half a second, whatever the case may be, but you get the
A lot more viewers now tune in. 830 viewers now for our YouTube chat currently right now. And I'm curious to ask chat, we already done this once before, but since many people are here now for the Pro Nitro Buggy, where are you tuning in from? And who is your pick to win in the Pro Nitro Buggy here on Sunday?
We jump on board with Team Associated Spencer Rivkin from the greater Arizona. looking with his new paint job out there. I almost didn't recognize him. Spencer running in that 2 spot right now. Lutz running third, Mayfield Lutz running at the front, Mayfield running second, but they're only 2 laps into this one, so take a little bit of time. See, that is Spencer working with Mayfield, I think. Oh, no, that's Lutz.
Come back around for the final corner.
Lutz
now he goes to the top of the board with a 37.249.
Lutz, Mayfield, Lime, our top 3 right now. Rivkin did a 39-second lap, which is not a bad lap by any stretch of the imagination, but went from 2nd to 6th. Trying to find the line again as Lutz works his way through the rumble strips. Right up next to the pipe there at the top side 180, comes down the downhill. So he puts his tires there, a little slide job working on that 180 as you pick up Camden Lime.
Right now sitting in 2nd currently, and a lot of folks in our YouTube chat tuning in with some people from Venezuela that are in here right now, some people picking Fee to win. We have the folks here from Nebraska that are tuning in here. A lot of people watching here. Some people picking Wiggins to win here. So we'll see if he can do it. Not many people. Don't think if Fuller is going to go back and pull the sweep once again this year.
Rough one there for Lime. Drops him way down the ladder. You see a 41-second one from the top to the bottom as we pick up our new race leader, Mr. Ryan Lutz. Last time by for Lutz at 38.4. This time across the stripe, 38.3. Going to hold on to it. It's Lutz, Fuller, and Wiggins at the front of this one.
Rivkin, Fenster, Mayfield, Drake, Lime, Wilson, Contreras Jr. round out your top 10. Currently right now on track.
Lutz at that top side section. Looking smooth. Did a 37.2 early on in this one. Has been backing it down here. Just keeping it nice and consistent. They know what's going on the track. They've got a spotter telling him how much gap he's got. He's got a 4-second lead over Fuller right now, so just has to keep it between the pipes. Mayfield on a charge, climbing back up the leaderboard now. Checks in with a 37.3 to move to 2nd in front of Fuller. Fuller and Mayfield both on matching times. Lutz a couple seconds ahead of him. Here comes Wiggins now, matching that time of Fuller and Mayfield. Super close racing in our pro division from 2nd to 8th. 3 seconds, less than 3 seconds the gap. Mayfield checks in with another 37-second lap time. Pick up Mayfield now.
Approaching 90 seconds to go left in this session.
Mayfield finding some lines out there, maybe liking that high line through the concrete section. He's jumped way out to the pipe there. Last time by for Mayfield, 37.6. We got Mayfield and Lutz.
Lutz on top and Mayfield there on your bottom right corner, going double box here on Live RC.
Mayfield is catching him. He's going about half a second or maybe almost a second quicker than Lutz, reeling him in. That time by for Mayfield, one of his slower laps of 38.1, still quicker than Lutz's last lap. So both of them got 3 laps left to go and a score to settle. Mayfield wants the TQ. It is very, very important not only for the confidence but for the consistency in the starting positions. Lutz at the front, 38.4 last time by, comes across the line this time by 38.1. The gap closing now as Mayfield continues to haunt. Mayfield over that far side going double-double. At the 180 coming down across the stripe now. Going to look for that 37. Not going to do it, 38.1. So Lutz able to hold on right now. 2 more laps left to go for both of these drivers. Who's it going to be, or is it going to be Fuller? Fuller checking in with a 37 last time by. Going to try to reel him in. Spencer Rivkin now back into the mix as well. Just a couple seconds off the back of these guys. Oh, Fuller with a rough one. 39 seconds lap's going to drop him down. But Lutz and Mayfield still at the front going toe-to-toe. Lutz checks in with a 38.1.
Final seconds tipping off here. Lutz, Mayfield, Fuller, Rivkin, and Wiggins.
Oh, Lutz in
your
traffic.
top left. Some traffic in front. Mayfield completes lap 9.
Coming down to the out lap now. Mayfield's going to have to put in a heater. Lutz got a little jammed up there coming through traffic. We'll see if that's going to cost him. Pushing hard here. You see the back end step out going double-double, tapping the brakes to get the nose down and the rear over. inside. Line comes across line 38.4. That may not do it.
Lutz will keep it for now. Mayfield and Fuller still on track. Ripken just finished his. He finished 10 laps piece. Wiggins stays in third. Mayfield now. Last chance. Here he comes. Mayfield. And he will stay in second.
Put in a heater, but just didn't have enough in it. 38.4. Could he have gotten down to those 37s and taken it? Maybe. Separation just under 1 second between Lutz and Mayfield. Wiggins with a good, strong finish. Came back from that 39 with a couple back-to-back 37s. Fuller as well to take over the third spot on the final lap. Lots of changes here at the end. Ryan Lutz, though, Friday is his day. Starts off his day with 2 TQs, one in the Pro Electric truck and one here in Pro Nitro buggy.
And there is Ryan Mayfield himself right there, the veteran himself. As we take a look at your results now, presented by A Main Hobbies. Lutz, Mayfield, Fuller, Wiggins, Ripken, Drake, Finster, Wilson, Van Dalen, and Spinrad are your top 10 in your race results. Finishing it out with Contreras Jr., Lime, Savoya, Robinson, Heckert, and Fee, who only a bit of a disappointing effort there as he rounds it out the top 16.
Tough runs there for Heckert and Wynn with the 9-lap runs there. That's not what they were going for. That concludes round number 1 of qualifying here from the Silver State Indoor 8th Scale Off-Road Championships from the beautiful South Point Hotel and Casino. We're in their, what's the name of the thing?
The Freefurt Pavilion.
That's what I said. Freefurt Pavilion.
You've been struggling with that all day.
It's a weird word.
So we will restart and move things over with the 40-plus electric trucks. As we have completed the full round 1, we started at 8 a.m. and we got to 12:10 p.m. local. And that is where things are currently set as of right now.
So they're giving these guys a moment because they got to get marshals into position. They're probably track crews assessing the situation to see if anything needs to be done. And I think this coffee has run right through me. So, folks, I'm going to leave you in the oh-so-capable hands of Ford Martin, and I will be right back. Thanks for tuning in.
All right. Trying to take a quick break here with us, and I'm Ford Martin. We'll keep you here as we get set up for the 40-plus electric trucks. And be sure, Charlie, go check out the oval track over there while you're over there. So take a moment here as we get things set up. I want to thank everybody for tuning in here on YouTube and Facebook and liverc.com, wherever you might be, to check out today's race or check out today's qualifying sessions. But in the meantime, we'll take a quick break here. We'll be right back for the 2026 Silver State Indoor Championships here from Las Vegas.
Unlock the ultimate RC racing experience with the Live RC Bonus Lap membership. Rewatch every lap you raced at your local track using the RVA system. See your lap times, stats, and charts. Analyze your data just like the pros. Plus, enjoy full HD live streams from RC tracks worldwide. Elevate your racing with unmatched insights and global coverage. Join today.
And welcome back here to Las Vegas, Nevada, the South Point Hotel and Casino. Ford Martin here with you, Charlie Swanka, my partner, who's taking a quick break. Long broadcast on for today, and we went about 12 hours yesterday, and looking to go the same thing here this morning, afternoon, and evening. And glad to have you here all with us as getting a couple of the marshals set up and now. As we've gone through our entire group all the way through, as we now will reset for their second round, going to the 40-plus electric truck.
Today than what we had yesterday. We were slated to put water down 3 times, and that's what we did in round number 1. But
there's a look at
obviously
Ryan Mayfield himself.
There, and that's not only for us racers, Joey,
after coming off a
that's also for the facility.
good performance there.
So what we're going to do is we're going to adjust our water schedule, throw some more only going to water 5 times in round number 2, and then the same thing.
So the first of 2 groups are coming up next here. 1 of 2 for the 40 plus. The names will be Bart Singelman, Jose Newman, Mike Mayberry, Paul Thacker, to name a few, Mike Kaz, Alan Ginsey.
We're just kind of working out that schedule here in timing, and I'll let you know. We'll make it fair, make sure that the track.
As they get set up with some of the marshals here, as we moving through on this Friday afternoon.
Let's have a great round 2. Good luck to you.
It's been a fun week so far overall. Starting things out on Wednesday, had practice here. Our crew came in and flew in right here to Las Vegas. Had things set up. We did all our Thursday qualifying yesterday, and now have our Friday qualifying the day before the mains here this weekend. And if you are just joining us and wondering why Silver State is moved up to this week, they did move it over from their original position that happens a few months later to now January. So folks were confused, and we've had a couple of people asking why Silver State is now in the January slot. It was the only weekend that the hotel had available for everybody, but Joey Christensen was able to communicate to the drivers and to us, the broadcast team, yesterday that this is now a permanent date going forward. So now Silver State will stick in January now for the foreseeable future. And there is the green light. So now the second round for the 40 plus electric trucks are now on track. And look at the bright colors. I'm not sure exactly who that one is. Especially the colors there. It's pretty easy to see that one has a little underlight on it too. A good looking truck there. We'll find out exactly who that is when they come back around for the timing and scoring. Consider the hard right-hand turn over the bumps. I mean, yeah, we're talking our crew. The lights and everything, it looks great. And that is Alan Ginsey's car. And you got to love the detail to that. That's got to be, I would think, probably the best-looking car that we have seen so far.
Everybody over on the oval side went over and checked out Jimmy Babcock. Now, I've heard stories, right? I spent a lot of time with Jimmy in the booth and even outside the booth. We're great.
So good-looking car with the light inside the body, shining through, and we're following Ginsey here. Hard on the brakes and nearly makes contact. Oh, to hold it straight and keep it riding. As Ginsey had made some contact there with Jose Newman. Newman there behind, Ginsey in front. And they made more contact once again. Those two really going at it right here the last lap and a half or so. Ginsey.
Everybody goes over and surrounds that oval track.
Gets away from him there just a bit.
Not a good idea. Great idea. The thing is, Jimmy doesn't even care about staying on time and efficient.
Ginsey goes through traffic, and for the hard right-hand turn, a little bit of a slide, and over the bumps. And yes, that car is glowing. The light inside of it, and as they go up the hill. Look at some of the other drivers on the track as Paul Thacker leads the way with the fast time of a 41.457. A 9-lap pace of a 15.5. Newman, Singelman, Kaz, and Ginsey is your top 5. Callie's right now just moved over down to 7th. Mike Mayberry 8th. Michael Moreland 9th. And Jeff Luton in that 10th position. Gormley and Racoma round out your top 12.
You must love the cold, and he says, I hate the cold. Read this letter. You need to move to Phoenix. Still love Phoenix, baby. A lot of fun up there, snowmobiling and whatnot. Thacker leading the way right now, 9 laps, 6:19, 1.9 better than Singleman. Joe with a Newman, and that for 3 spots. And now Newman up in the top 2, Singleman back with a 44.8. Gerard is fourth now, 41.5 that time by. That's his fast lap. John Cowley for 42.2. Cowley in the top 5. Mike
So as of right now, with Thacker still leading the way. 4 laps in with a pace of a 17.994.
Moreland 3 back. 8 lap 6:46 for Jeff Luton. Formerly on a 7 lap 6:52. Felix looking at a 6 lap 6:54. Almost a 7 lap pace there for Felix. Here's your new improved water schedule. So we're putting water down for race 25 here in round 2. And then race 28, you will now get water. Race 28, you're going to get water. Race 32, you're going to get water. Race number 37, you'll have a wet track.
90 seconds here to go.
Race 41,
Left in this one with a 40-plus electric trucks.
So right here in round 2, the races that get water.
Just ran his Thacker ran his fast time of a 41 flat. This time he comes by and runs a 41.4
And look at those posted up.
with that
John,
all types of colors
probably already got
machine right there. The pink, neon, green, blue, all the colors located on that one. Not sure if it's enough as Adam Allen Ginsey just passed by right there moments ago, right there in that 7th position.
If you have any questions, you can head down to the heat sheets, the water schedule right there.
As Newman comes back around and
Inside a minute to go.
he will complete his lap after being stumped up there for just momentarily.
9 lap 6:15 over 6.
48.3.
Another 12 back, 7 tenths back to Jose Newman. John Calley for the 1.3 behind. Mike Kaz, 2.9.
30 seconds left here to go as we've reached 5.5 minutes.
20 seconds, that's huge. Big gap.
Don't forget, everyone, to join us here on Live RC. Be sure to like and subscribe to the channel. Share the link for those to help grow the RC community here in this weekend at Silver State here in Las Vegas at the South Point Hotel and Casino. A weekend that will really reside and be permanent here going forward for Silver State.
Nobody done. Everybody's still working laps here. Now I've got Gibson done. Alec Gibson with an 8 lap 6 flash test.
Our left-hander right here is we're starting to come to an end here.
Off the back.
Thacker, Callies, Newman, Singleman, and Gerard right now is your top 5 as my man Charlie has now officially made his way back. Did you check out the oval track?
I did. It's pretty cool. That's much nicer than I expected it to be, but I guess I should have high expectations of everything that Joey does. Looked pretty cool. I didn't get to find out any other information, though. I just walked over there and looked at it, and that was it.
Pretty short and sweet.
I've seen tracks before. That's fine.
So what do you think is going for the first oval, your opinion, as we're wrapping things up, as Paul Thacker, at least for the meantime, looks to be at the top of the board. We'll see what John Callies can do right here. Can he move to the top? And Thacker will stay at the top with a pace of a 22 flat. But as far as what you like about the oval track, for the first time at Silver State, you think we're going to have some good racing here this weekend?
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how the track holds together. I think that with a lot of these dirt oval situations, there's more in the track servicing than there is in anything else. How well the track crew can deal with the track stuff. So we'll see. That'll be the big factor because it looks like some pretty soft dirt out there. Dudes' cars are coming back caked, if that makes any sense. So there's a lot of dirt stuck on the cars. So that'll kind of affect things because that dirt doesn't get back onto the track after they wash off the cars. So they're taking dirt away everywhere. But it looks like the cars were getting around pretty good out there. I don't know what classes they're running, but it look cool. Look like dirt oval. Track's huge, like very, very wide lanes. Pretty massive. I walked in and I was like, wow, it's huge. I was expecting a small little one, but they got that whole arena.
And I'm looking forward to you and I both being able to be on the call for that. It's going to be a lot of fun.
Oval racing is intense. There's always tons of action. These guys get queued up here for the start of heat number 2 of our 40-plus electric truck division. They will be trying to beat Paul Thacker's time of 9 laps and a 6:22. They're going to have to be in the 42s, 43s probably if they want an assault on that.
All right, thank you. So number 2 is Jose Newman. Top left, top left.
Gonna fix your headset here just up a little bit. Get you all set up. There we go. Now for the second grouping of our 40-plus electric trucks have made their way out now. And one saying, oh, it's barely staying upwards and being able to do just that. And it's amazing now after we do have a little bit of a haze in the back, but it's amazing when you don't have the nitro trucks after they've been gone for a while and things have settled down, that the haze people are talking about is starting to go away.
When I walked out there, it was the end of all that nitro racing, and it was pretty hazy. I went outside, came back in, and a lot of it was cleared up already. So it only takes a couple minutes for it to kind of air out when the electric guys start running, but it's definitely kind of heavy out there. It smells great. Like, I love the smell. Oh, there's no one off the top.
That barely stays in.
That's not the line, bruh.
And yes, Plumber Dam 77, we will show the oval race. 40-plus electric trucks. You're taking a look at the lineup here coming next as they have Fisher just gotten the green light. There's Eider himself. As we'll start to follow him along, that left-hander, back up, hard on the throttle, right with on the concrete slider. Right-hander back up here on the jump in the back portion of the track and shoots back down.
Django, yes, Cavallari is racing Silver State. I think he had a top 5 run last round in Pro Buggy, if I'm not mistaken.
About a minute into this 40-plus electric truck. And for their second time on track as we reset. We started out on our groupings here today at race 23. We go to 46.
So there's some comments here. They're talking about these things look like buggies. Truggy. They used to call it truggy class back in the day. And in recent years, Aero started to make a difference in this new style of cab forward body, or what, when they first came out, we dubbed as trug boats, because they look like a tugboat with wheels on them. Somebody in the chat's going to like that one, because I always get a comment for trug boats. Dual window technology is pretty cool.
Well, it's a new feature in it now that move the tab over to here at the top.
Hold on a second. Hold on.
We're trying to figure out one at a time.
I got to find it first. That's
all right.
That's not the right button.
So as he's trying to find that out currently right now, 3.5 minutes to go left with the 40-plus electric trucks. Now with Brian Eider right now leading the way with the fast time of a 39 flat on a 10-lap pace of a 31.6.
Oh, look at that. I missed one. Lance McDonald probably not. He's probably asleep somewhere. Thank you. That was 45 minutes ago. I'm sure Lance is still listening because he loves RC as much as I do. Lance McDonald is the talent behind the J Concepts INS and coming ONS series, as well as the Florida series that run out there. He's one of the hardest working dudes in race announcing right now. He's gone I'd say every week doing a different event. So hats off to Lance for giving us cool races to go to. I think he was just at the Clash of Champions, if I'm not mistaken. So. I like Lance. He's cool.
Now, we did water heavier at the end of round number 2, and the track was just
Eider at the front of this one, owner and proprietor of HRCR. Hayden RC Raceway is what it's called. I was over there. His trailer's over by the restroom, so I got to read the sign. But Brian, a great ambassador for the sport, as we've mentioned before, and he runs the Ivan Stewart paint scheme, which I think is awesome. At the front right now, 41.9 last time by his hot lap, nearly 2 seconds quicker than that. He did a 39 flat early on and going to try to get back on that pace. He's on a 10 and a 6:36 right now, looking to take the top spot from Mr. Thacker. Truck's looking good there as he runs through the rolling rumble strips around that top side 180. The downhill double way too far.
And just clip sandbag there in the pipe, just a bit too much, but keeps it on all wheels.
I'll call it a 38. Oh, I was going to say a 38. He did a 38.
Yeah, 38 too. Fastest lap of the session so far.
I mentioned earlier that I thought that HRCR was getting the Nats. That's not true. I think that was last year they got the Nats. My time frame in my life is very confusing. So it was last year they had the Nats. This year the Nats are going to be A-Main Hobbies, actually, in Chico, California. So that'll be fun. That's close to me. If you guys are doing that, I can drive to that one. I don't have to deal with plane tickets. And if you guys are going to ask me, I would rather have Ford than Scotty, just FYI.
You've been on Scotty's case today, haven't you?
I have to be.
That's like, what, the fourth time today you've been on Scotty?
I spent a lot of time with that dude throughout the year, so it's fun. He likes it. And people like when I make fun of him, too. I'm pretty sure the chat likes it. And if they don't, I'm still going to do it. I don't mind. Stephen Kalb, you asked this question a while ago. I'm pretty sure there is, yes.
You're blocking the lane. Don't. No. Why?
You guys shouldn't be watching on Facebook anyway. The YouTube stream's way better. Go over on YouTube. Talk to us on there. It's way better.
A lot of people have been chiming in all day just from YouTube and Facebook, but most of our audience has been here on YouTube. We at some point had nearly 900 viewers watching the Pro Nitros there moments ago before we reset over to the 40-plus electric trucks.
Man, we've come such a long way in viewership from when we first started this stuff. Originally, live streaming was only on that company's website. You couldn't put it on YouTube and Facebook and all that other nonsense. Now, it's so fancy. The very first event we did the internet, they didn't have internet at the track. They thought they did, and then they didn't. And we were at a crossroads where we didn't have enough internet to do the broadcast. So Rhodey flew Jensen from North Carolina to Ohio, and they rented a satellite truck, like the same ones that they use for news broadcasts. This was in 2016, so this is a long time ago. In 2008, even longer ago. Jeez. And he had to drive overnight. Like, he flew in on a red-eye, got up, basically got to the place to get the car in the morning. They had to open on Saturdays. The dude's wife came to the place, showed him how to flip all the switches and turn all the things to make the internet work. Then he got in the van after 20 minutes of training on how to use this very advanced thing. Drove it all the way back to North Carolina. Did you get it stuck in the mud at one stage? It was raining every day. The parking lot was a mud bog, so as he tried to get the van in, it got stuck, and they had to unstick the van. But then we had gigabyte internet speeds after that. It was amazing.
Well, Brian Eider will lead the way in the 40-plus electric trucks.
Racing line, of course. But I want to get additional water on the outside.
Eider with another TQ, if I'm not mistaken. He got TQ last round as well. So Eider should, with that, probably locks up the TQ unofficially.
So if you can just kind of trot around, maybe try to move a little bit quicker than we normally do.
Victory Lane, thank you. 2024. There you go. On point, the weather was horrible. At one stage in that race, the rain was coming, and all of our cameramen were up in the towers. They had these scaffoldings that were 2 stories in the air to get, the coverage was awesome. Go watch the replay or the DVD if you have it. And the rain was coming, and we had to get them bags to cover the cameras. So this is way back in my early days before I had zero fitness. I wind sprinted myself all the way around the perimeter of the track to bring the bag, climbed the ladder, ran back to the booth because we were going to the race was starting, so we were trying to get the bags to the camera guys, and I proceeded to I couldn't announce the first 15 minutes of the race because I was about to pass out from being overworked. It was the pinnacle of my fitness.
And there's one of our crew out here. Get some good shots of them as they water down the track from Live Race Media. We've been bringing all the coverage.
That's Davis. Travis hates Davis, right? Isn't that the joke? Travis doesn't like Davis. Wasn't that the joke for the longest time? Oh, Davis doesn't like Travis. That's what it was. In return, Travis now doesn't like Davis.
Shot of pit road there. It's going to be a busy place here on Saturday and Sunday.
You guys, you want to know a funny story? Every time I see Davis or Cam, it takes me a minute to figure out which one is which. It annoys the hell out of me, and I don't know why it happens. Everybody else, I'm good, but for whatever reason, you two are mixed up in my head. No, I think it's because sometimes one of you's in charge and the other one's in charge, and I just try to figure out who's in charge, and I get the in-charge guy mixed up. We were at the last race that Davis went to, and I'm like, somebody asked me, because they were working at the race, like, what's the Live RC guy's name? I'm like, well, it's either Cam or Davis. Give me a second here. It's Davis.
Over the time being, I'm going to take a quick break right here. As it's getting toward the lunch portion area, we'll leave in the hands of Charlie here for the moment. And
they're watering the track. I bet you we're going to do a commercial break while they water the track. I can read Jensen's mind.
Well, we just took one when you left.
More commercials. They're better.
We'll leave that up in the hands of him then.
That's not our department.
Here. We'll let him figure it out.
Tomorrow we'll be super serious, guys. Don't worry. All this screwing around won't be happening.
All right. Well, I'll be right back myself. We'll leave the hands here. Charlie here. I'll be right back.
Enjoy.
Unlock the ultimate RC racing experience with the Live RC Bonus Lap membership. Rewatch every lap you raced at your local track using the RVA system. See your lap times, stats, and charts. Analyze your data just like the pros. Plus, enjoy full HD live streams from RC tracks worldwide. Elevate your racing with unmatched insights and global coverage. Join today.
All right, here we go. Roll them out, check them in. Race 25 track is yours.
Enjoy ours, I assure you. If it wasn't for you guys, I'd be telling terrible stories nonstop, and nobody wants that.
Right in front of me here, Daniel Lewis.
Appreciate you guys chiming in. The throbbing super brain that is any Live RC event chat is extremely helpful not only to us, but to all the folks at home watching and following along. You can watch it on the YouTubes. You can watch it on the Facebooks. And I'm sure, I think if you can watch it right on Live RC still, too. Jeremy wants to know who's going to RC Arena next weekend. I'm not. What's at RC Arena? Tell me all about it. This is heat number 1 of 3, race number 25 out of 46, Sportsman electric truck, heat number 1. They are off and rolling now. You take a look at our huge driver's stand. It's on the back side of what would normally be the arena seating, which is pretty cool. They're way up there. We'll take them a couple laps to get things sorted out. We'll get you running order and let you know what's up with that. Gregory Todd, I'm assuming you mean Ty Tessman, but they retired 2 years ago. They've moved on to full-size four-wheel drives. I talk to Ty every once in a while, oddly enough. He ran for Hobby Wing at the end of his time in the RC segment, and I told him if you ever need anything at all, you're a lifetime VIP, let me know. Him and his wife got into rock crawling, so Had some rock crawl tech support stuff for him, and that's been a lot of fun talking to one of the winningest drivers in RC about driving slow, so it's been fun. Underway here, Joel Wilkes going to lead him out early on with a 45.3. BJ McPherson with a 45.9. Getting a little buck wild there in that little uphill section. See him to the far side now. Coming to the rumble strips. Trucks have no problem with that. They just kind of hop their way through. Topside section tagging the brakes. Looks like he's got a little bit of a lower ride height here than some of the racers, but that might just be my on-road eye not knowing what I'm looking at. Cross the line he goes. That's McPherson. Checks in that time by with a 46.7. Down the hill he goes, nice and easy. We drop back, and we will be picking up, I believe that's Wilkes, our race leader. Yellow wing, white wheels, working his way a little sideways there coming up the hill. Electric A-Scale has copious amounts of power, way more than you would ever need in a race car. So a lot of it is self-control, holding back, and finding that proper, I guess you'd say, speed control setup, radio setup. These guys do a lot of tuning on the electronics to make it feel how they like. There's different RPM motors available. A lot of guys run a 2200 kV, some run a 1900 kV. Some guys are even running like an in-between 2000 kV motor. And if you are an electric racer and you're watching this, pro tip, soft mount the speed control. The gel tape is a good step, but what we like to do for a lot of our top team guys, just to make sure that speed control's got nothing to worry about, is use a bunch of layers of the regular good old, clear tape or the double side tape, so it's a lot softer than the gel tape is. That gel tape wasn't developed for shock dampening. The gel tape was developed for gyros and vibration abatement, I think is the word I'm trying to use there, where you just take out some of the vibrations. So it'll help, but it's not the real solution. I talked to Adam Drake about this at length, and he's done some videos for it. And I'd invite you guys to go check out Adam Drake's YouTube channel. He's got lots of helpful things for all of you A-Scale guys. Spencer Ripken does a series of videos as well. A lot of these guys do, and if you want to pick up some pro tips, just punch your favorite driver's name into the old YouTube search bar. Not now, later, after this is over. And you can educate yourself on lots of fun stuff to help you go faster.
Joe Wilkes leading the way right now. Right now, 634 pace.
Wilkes still looking strong right now, coming down the hill, 42.44 last time by his new hot lap. Gonna set the early time to beat if he can keep it together. 9 in the 6:36 the pace right now. Gets out into that fluff. Reins it back in out of that blue groove. Comes up a little short there, gets it sideways, but able to rein it back in. Wilkes up and over the speed roller, crosses the line that time by his worst lap so far, 45.1, but we saw it was got a little off track there for just a moment. Getting squirrely there down on the concrete section. Top side he goes, bumping and banging his way through that short chute. Turns the wheels coming through the rumble strips. That's a risky move, but able to hold on to it. Kissing the pipe right there, but able to slide away cleanly. Coming back towards us at that 180. Does the outside line for good measure. Wanted to get a run at those doubles. Wilkes last time by was his rough lap. This time by gonna be a lot better. 44, about a second quicker. Coming up on, lap crash traffic was trying to get themselves out of the way. Collected our leader. Trying to salvage something here. Tries the inside jump line, ran out of space, found himself in some sandbags. A little bit of contact there with some lap traffic, trying to find his way around. Wilkins has a commanding lead with +5 on the field. Trying to maintain that. Little more slowdowns there. Just a rough lap altogether. Started with some crash traffic jamming him up and hasn't been able to get away clean. Going to come around here to complete lap number 7, but it'll be a slow one. 48.2 that time by. Still on a 9-lap run, but now a 6:42. Cost himself about 4 seconds coming through the traffic, but now has open track, going to try to maximize, put his head down and put in a heater. backside section now into those rumble strips one more time. A little aggressive on the out. Looks like he tried to accelerate through. Shove the truck into the air. Tires not on the ground, make no contact. Time is winding down now, but none of them are going to be done. They should get across the line, everybody, for one more lap. Wilkins for sure. Looks like McPherson is done. So our race leader had about a 2-second lead for a while. Wilkes drops down a second after that very rough lap. Folan now to the top spot in the closing stages here. Going to set that early time to beat if he can keep it together. Folan still got about a half a lap. Him and Wilkes actually together at the top side. See those itty-bitty cars on the far side. This track is gigantic. I want to get some measurements on it, but it's got to be like 200 by 100 type of thing. That's feet, in case you're wondering. Watkins B6, they have. Round number 1 is in the books. The Pro Nitro Buggy division has been run, as is the Pro Electric Truck division. We will be having another round of Pro Electric, with 2 more rounds of all of the pros today. We're 3 rounds of qualifying this afternoon. We're running the second half of the program, our electric truck divisions and our nitro buggy divisions. Yesterday they ran nitro truck and electric buggy, and they switch it up for the day, get all the qualifying out of the way. And then we switch. Saturday is mains for nitro truck and electric buggy. And then Sunday is the mains for electric truck and nitro buggy. That's surprisingly hard to say correctly. Django, I am also hoping Drake gets a top 3. I like Adam. He's been a long-time professional RC car racer. I have a good Adam Drake story that when he first moved to Southern California, I also lived in Southern California. He was coming out to start working at Horizon. Or no, at the time it was Losi. He moved out here from Ohio in his super sweet, I think it was like a 1992 Camaro, which were pretty uncommon in Southern California. This was probably early, mid-2000s type of deal. And we were all sitting around. It was New Year's Eve, and we're like, what are you guys doing tonight for New Year's? Everybody's like, oh, nothing. I live pretty close to the track, so I'm like, let's all go back to my house. I'm like, Adam, you want to go? So Adam Drake, I think Tosa was there, Barry Baker. I don't remember. There was a bunch of pro drivers in my house for New Year's Eve. It was pretty awesome. Drake was there. I guess it wasn't that cool of a story.
Chris got it, right? Yeah, Chris was on board. Here we go. Roll them out. Check them in.
There's a Mark Santa Maria Superfan meetup after the Nitro Buggy final. Really? I want to go get his autograph. They are all on their warm-up check-in lap now. Each of these races probably takes the 6 minutes on the clock, right? But you got your warm-up, and then you got your out laps. And these out laps are between 30 to 40 seconds long. So you're talking about each run is closer to 10 minutes than it is to 6 minutes by the time you get on and off the track. In this one, we got Riley Clark, Scott Burden, Robert Wells, Richard Miller, Tristan Heeb, Brian Johnson, Jeremy McPherson, Mark Garcia, Joe Campbell, and Mr. Ramos. There's more, but I can't see their names. Time to beat is Grayson Folan, 9 laps in a 6:41. See everybody getting queued up here. Some of the field getting nice and spread out. Some of them don't care. They're like, I'm going to practice racing. That's been, oh, man. Burden starts out from the front, but going to run it in the back now. Got it all sorts of wrong over that big double. That should be Wells at the front and Ramos and Ginzy, Heeb. See them all coming through the field here. That is, folks, concrete that they're running across. Mixed surfaces. They drop down onto the shiny, polished concrete. Hold on for all it's worth. On board here with who I believe is Mr. Scott Wells, or Robert Wells, rather. Going double, single, single, nice and easy. Wiggle of the wheels there, coming out of the corner. Checks in with an opening lap. Ramos, rather, with a 42.5. Running the high side, little Power wheelie over the top of the hill. Look at his line here. Goes inside, middle, outside. I think that's the way to do it. You're going to, what I call square pantsing that line. Be inside, inside. Comes through the ripples. A little hot. You see the rear end stepped up in the air there, pushed him out high. Cost him a tenth or two. Do that short shoot section around the 180. He's going to go double. I'm guessing single again. Yeah, plays it nice and safe. This is heat 2 of 3 here in our Sportsman electric truck division. They did a seeding rounds to position the drivers in their qualifiers, and they run that round the whole way the rest of the weekend. Of course, until we get to the mains. Ramos dropping down a little bit now. It's shuffling around 42 flat that time by. Campbell now to the front, then it's Millers, Ramos, McPherson, Moreland, Clark, Ginsey, Riley Clark, then Trace Wells, and Heeb as our top 10 runners. Oh, going for the cartwheel ride, a little anger throttle on the way out for good measure. Come across the line now. This is going to be McPherson, currently running in that 5 spot. McPherson coming down the hill, playing it nice and easy. Doesn't jump down it, just rolls down it. But he's able to money the downside on the big trip double. That far side section, you see him working through the concrete. Couple battles here in front of us. Lots of big air, and you see him making some divots. Oh, coming up short there. How do you come up short and shruggy? I forgot to pull the trigger. Oh, lawn darted it. Rough lap there.
Moreland lead the way, 3 laps in, 9 laps, 6:20. Current 2 shoes, 9 laps.
Pick up, I want to say this could be Ginsey.
Steven Ramos in the 2 spot here, 1.7 back, so Campbell.
Or maybe it's, yeah, I think this is Ginsey we're on board with.
Miller in the mix, Riley Clark in the mix, so about a 6-way battle confirming 6.4 seconds.
Ginsey working his way down the hill now, up and over the doubles, cleans it that time. A big long lap there for our leader Moreland. He did a 54, drops him way down, moves Ramos back to the top. Just about 2 minutes and 30 seconds remaining on our master clock here in race number 26 of 46 on our program. 20 more heats for round number 2, and then we'll kick things back off on race number 23. If you do want to find your favorite racer's heat number, you can go to silverstate.liverc.com and you'll find the heat sheet there. You can look up their names, find out what race number they're in. We run the races in order. Today we are always running race 23 through 46. That'll be our program all afternoon. We are in our second round of qualifying of 3 total rounds this afternoon. From the beautiful South Point Hotel and Casino. We're in the Prefert Pavilion, which is their biggest pavilion here. They have stadium seating, there's a snack bar, there's really, really, really nice restrooms. I don't know why I talk about restrooms so much, but it makes a difference. You got a nice clean bathroom? Huge deal. Riley Clark showing us our race leader right now. Did a 40.6 last time by.
1:15. 1:15 remaining. Riley Clark working on a rough lap here. Riley Clark, 47.4.
Coming back down the hill around the 180, up through the doubles. Everybody in Sportsman going double, single, just to be safe. Come across the line now. That was, is that Ramos we're with? It's either Ramos or Wells. They came across at what looked exactly the same time. Tough one there. Gets off the track. The pipe says you can't go back on the track.
Riley Clark. Joe Campbell, another 8/100. So your overall right now, Ramos, Campbell, Clark, McPherson, that's Jeremy, Richard Miller, and Grayson Pullen with sliding.
On board here as we come back down the hill through the rumble strips. Plays it nice and easy. You almost see him tap the brakes there on the way out. Over that downside double through the speed roller. I think someone should be able to triple that downside thing. That'd be sick.
Got one more group to go. The A qualifier coming up in Sportsman.
I'm pretty sure orange and white car that we're with, that's been Wells this whole time. He and McPherson trying to work together now. Master clock has expired. Looks like everybody's going to be out on their final lap. Oh, getting sideways there, pushing hard and a little too hard. Electric A-scale is real easy to overdrive. These guys have way more power than they probably need.
Marshall, then you have cars kind of coming all the way around, so be ready for that.
Ramos is done. Going to set the time to beat 9 laps in a 5:26, besting Folan's time by about 15 seconds. A couple more still to finish here in heat number 2 of 3, Sportsman Electric Truck Division, and that is a race. I'll stop, no more laps. That's going to do it. Steven Ramos going to set the new time to beat 9 laps in a 6:26. Richard Miller going to be in the 2 spot, 9 in a 6:31. And it looks like top maybe 5-6 drivers all beating the current TQ. You see Clark, Campbell, McPherson, Heeb, Burdon, Clark, Wells, Ginsey rounding out our top 10 with Moreland, Garcia, Wells, and Johnson finishing up the running order here in our Aiming Hobbies race results.
Okay.
Up next, we have our top sort, our A sort, if you will, in the Sportsman Electric Truck Division based off the seating process that happened on Wednesday. There's Jay Smoker, looking cool as ever.
SPT electric truck. Heat 3 of 3. Bob Casarite. Iman Moreno Sr. Matt Lesher.
Coming up next, Sportsman Truck A sort, it is James Newman, Matt Lasher, Ivan Moreno Sr., Chevelle Keats, Martin Sowinski, Kyle Kazarian, Jared McPherson. Then we got Verstegs, Dennis Saunders, and Mike Lasher rounding out our running order.
So do we have an ETA or what's going on? I'm on 5 hours up here.
Sorry about that. Getting queued up here so they can open the track. They like to wait till the marshals get into position. I'm a big fan of that as well. That way, if you're out there on your warm-up laps, you get flipped over, and you get boned, and you miss your whole warm-up lap. No one wants that. No one wants that at all.
Riley, a little quicker. Yeah, because these cars are all coming right through, so. Here we go, rolling out, checking in. Grade 27, track short.
Jared McPherson. Reese Saunders. Mike Lesher.
Sorry, folks. I'm plugging in my laptop. I'm not paying attention to what's going on.
45 seconds to the start of the race. Richard Mike Maker.
Warm-up laps happening. As we've mentioned before, time to beat 9 in a 6:26. They're going to need to be down in the 42s and 43s most of the run. There is a dirt oval race. We're going to get some of the coverage on that starting probably tomorrow when they actually start racing. They're just out there practicing right now. I walked over, checked it out. It's a huge dirt oval track. It's like 30-foot lanes, and it's probably at least 100-foot straightaway, I'd have to guess.
Who's got like a 3?
And Sportsman Division, they all kind of queue up together on the straightaway like that. I would not do that if it was up to me. I would try to get way, way behind. If you guys ever go to those go-kart tracks they have now, the indoor go-kart tracks where you don't get to race each other, it's all about lap time, that's very much what this is. You basically want clean track and nobody in your way. Get a couple laps under our belts here. We'll get you an idea of what's going on as continuing coverage of the 2026 Silver State Indoor A-Scale Off-Road Championships from the South Point Hotel and Casino continues here on liverc.com. Saunders, McPherson, and Moreno trying to work together here. going fast on the gas and trying to run each other very clean. So far, so good as they've moved positions and not made contact. See different lines there, inside, outside. Trying to stay to the outside. Didn't want to slam the door on them. That worked out good for them because they made contact on that inside line. Believe this is going to be Saunders, maybe McPherson. We'll check it right here at the line. That is McPherson we're on board with. McPherson in the pink, blue, and white truck coming down the hill. Over the center double. Catches that speed bump on the inside. Works his way back over now. And through that concrete section, running the high side. That might be the line. I think that's what Mayfield was doing the whole time. You shoot to the outside on the throttle, and then you're just going straight across until you get to the dirt, and then you got control back. A little wide there. It's not going to kill him. Coming down around that 180. Through the doubles, going single, single. Oh, a little aggressive on that second signal. Almost came out a little wing high. Up and over the roller, steps it out sideways. Saunders right with them now. They all started together, and they're still running together. McPherson and Saunders swapping spots on the leaderboard. Little berm shot there. Trying to keep it clean here, but still go fast. Looks like he was going to give him the line, and then maybe not so much. All right, that's going to let him slide by. That's Saunders and McPherson trying to work together. And on that, Saunders jumps way up the leaderboard, all the way up to the third spot now, the white car with the yellow wheels. Oh, getting real chachi in the concrete section and costing both of those drivers some so valuable time. Saunders was pretty much off the track there. Saw the marshal carrying him back up as McPherson was going by. So these guys haunting each other right now. Meanwhile, Chevelle Keats at the front of this one, 9 laps in a 6:14, looking to crush the TQ time. Young Chevelle Keats and her dad Clay, one of the hardest working families in RC. There's nothing she doesn't race, I don't think. It's always good to see.
Throwing water down a couple times. Track is getting good again. It doesn't stand out.
Keats last time by 40.9. Lasher with a 41.6. Monk with a 42.8. Saunders with a rough one. We saw it.
Qualifying yesterday.
Into that third spot. 4 down, 2 to go on our master clock. This is our A sort here in Sportsman Electric Truck Division. Formerly known as Truggies, now they call them Truck. I think it was because people, when they watch it, like, what the heck's a Truggie? Made up RC car words.
Who am I looking for?
It's like when the track has too much roughnessity. We don't like that. Wait, whose name am I saying wrong? You guys can spell it phonetically. I'll do my best.
Top 9 drivers looking to go 9 and top 7. All inside the current TQ. We got about 15 to go, 1:15 remaining.
Back on board now as we work our way through that center section of the track down to my favorite area, the concrete. That's another one that does that berm line. Maybe they're onto something that I don't know about.
And we're coming up on a minute to go. 1 to go on the master.
Chevelle Keats still at the front of this one, but Saunders trying to reel her in. 39.8 for Saunders last time by, within striking distance, and has a couple laps to make it happen. Chevelle in the 40s, Keats, or Saunders, if he can stay down into those 39-second lap times, could have enough time to reel this back in. Chevelle across the line, 41.6 that time by. Blue-pink truck coming down the hill, getting a little sideways there. That may be the difference. Keats and Saunders duking it out for round number 2, top qualifying position. Who's it going to be? Chevelle has it right now. Saunders wants it back. Had a very rough start. Saunders across the line with a 39.4. He's going to take over that top spot. Keats had a bit of a mediocre lap that last time by, and this time probably not a whole lot better. Had to go single over the big double in the middle, taking it nice and easy there over the speed roller. Safety lines there, jumps to flat, goes single, nice and slow. Going to come across the line and try to put in a heater now. 42-2, not going to do it. 9 laps. They're both out on their final lap. Keats is going to need some bad luck from Saunders. Saunders just a couple corners away from the finish now. Saunders came in last time by, like we said, 39-4. We'll see what he gets on the leaderboard. But Keats going to need a clean one here. Pushing hard through that top side section. Saunders putting in the work, 39-6 to close things out. Basically going to seal the deal. Keats working up the hill around that 180 on the far side. Salad down through the 180 section. Up and over the doubles. Chevelle wants to finish on a 39, salvage what she can, hold on to that 2 spot for sure. Comes across with a 40.2. That should do it. Lasher would have to put in an amazing last lap to steal that one. Not going to do it, so that's going to finish things up. Just waiting on Lasher to finish. Looks like a very long lap for Matt. Is he going to be able to stay in the top 3 or not? Looking for Lasher to finish. Still not there. 1 more car on the top side. 2 more cars on the top side. Still not done. Maybe Lasher broke on the last lap. In electric racing, sometimes you get battery things that happen. No, here he comes. So Lasher with the longest outlap so far. Coming in. That wasn't it. No, Lasher broke on the last lap. Never mind. I was all excited for nothing. Oh, no, there it is. Nope, that wasn't it. It just shuffled down. So round 2, top qualifier, Sportsman electric truck, gonna go to Reed Saunders in the last 3 laps. Brought it back together with some bad luck from Chevelle Keats. See here in our A-Main Hobbies race results, it's Saunders, Keats, Mensch, Newman, Kazarian, McPherson, Sowinski, Moreno Sr., Bennett, and Matt Lasher going to round out our top 10. Mike Mayberry, Tom Versteg, Joel Dennis, and Mike Lasher in our running order. It's a Matt and a Mike. Yeah, good run there for Reed. Good save for Chevelle. That could have got a lot worse. A lot of times you're out front like that, you know the TQ's on the line, you have a bad lap, and it can fall apart pretty quickly. So good job on Chevelle keeping it together. A 2's not bad. Everybody wants a 1, but I'll take a 2 anytime. It's an easy way into the main. With that brings up our intermediate electric truck division heat number 1 of 2. Case Mills, Woody Garwood, Sean Mayfield, Brandon Hicks, Ryder Antill, Nick Lester, Tony Roney, Christopher Spears, Bart Sengelman, Mark Gerard, as well as Chase Antill and Kyle King going to take to the field. Buckinghamshire, welcome to the show.
7 is Gerard McPherson. So I need McPherson on 7. Mike Bennett's going to be on 8. 9 is open. That's Richard Moench. Second, I've got 11.
Appreciate you guys all tuning in and joining us for continuing coverage of the 2026 Silver State Indoor 8th Scale Off-Road Championships from the beautiful South Point Hotel and Casino, where we have completely taken over the Prefert Pavilion. It's huge. It's got stadium seating. I haven't been to too many races where there's extra space for pits. Everybody gets their own 10-foot table. It's pretty awesome. All the manufacturers that are here showing off their gear have gigantic booths set up with lots of area to work. It's great to see.
30 seconds to the start of the race.
All right, Chris says we're good. Here we go. Roll them out, check them in. Race 28 track.
So satisfactory. Says, let's go, Bart and Nick.
1 minute to the start of the race.
I like that. Nick Lester, Bart Sengelman, fan in the chat.
Water on the track for race number 32.
Dave Mills, Nick Lester, Woody Garwood, Marcel Miller, Sean Mayfield.
I'm interested to see how the starts all work. They're going to do the motocross start. That's very cool. Trailers inside, pretty cool. I think you got to be an event sponsor to get your trailer inside, so make sure you hit up Joey about that. I did see some folks pitted outside. And then the dirt oval track has its whole own pit that is also massive. So very cool. I want to know who Joey's hookup is in Vegas for this awesome facility that he gets access to. This is pretty great. If you didn't know, they had to change the dates because of Vegas. Vegas has bookings up the wazoo, and South Point said, sorry, you can't have your weekend or your week anymore, but we'll give you this week and we'll write it down that you get to keep it forever. So from now on, Silver State will be happening the first part of January, from now until forever. Probably, maybe. I don't know. That's what they told us. Coming out of the gates, swinging, trying to lead the field around, it is Tony Roney. That's a cool name. Imagine if your last name was Roney and your parents are like, let's call him Tony. Give these guys a few laps to get sorted out, and then we will know what's going on. Coming around here to kick things off, opening lap. Roney across the line with a 41.5 that time by Girard with a 41.1, 40.3 for Hicks. It'll be a couple laps before they sort this out, but the orange truck is Mr. Tony Roney. Came out swinging, trying to hold on to it. They don't make them start in any particular order, so it always gets a little shuffled up here, and sometimes the faster guy will come from middle of the pack. Up and over the double section, back down the hill. Roney across the line with a 40.4. Hicks with him there with a 40.06. Hicks in the red truck running in that two-spot ride now. Big air over the double. You see him wiggle the tires just a bit to air it out. Anthill now at the top of our leaderboard as we pick him up here in the white and blue. Working his way over those doubles. A little aggressive there. Check that. Not Anthill. This is... maybe this one, I think it is. Up and over that top side section, gets a little buck wild coming down the hill. Through the rumble strips, very aggressive, moves to the inside, catches the pipe, pays the price, upside down, needs to be marshaled. You can crash an RC, that's fine, it's not that bad. You're like, oh, I crashed. But when you get marshaled, that's even worse. I categorize those differently. There's crashes and there's a marshal. If you have to get marshaled, that's way worse. Ryder Anthill, Woody Garwood, Tony Rooney, Chase Anthill, Cage Mills, our top five right now. Ryder across the line with a 41.8, Garwood with a 41.4 that time by Rooney, though. Class of the field, 40.0. Check that, Mills, 40.3. But here comes Chase Anthill, 38.5 last time by for Chase. Working their way together, upside down car in front of them. They see it, they go to the high side. Marshall clears the lane. Oh, a little side-by-side sliding contact there. Getting together to come across the line. That's going to be Chase and Ryder, and looks like Mayfield in the mix as well. Mayfield of the Sean flavoring. Just past the halfway mark in this one. Intermediate electric truck race number 28 of 46 on your program. Just a reminder, if you are wondering what your favorite racer is, you can find out. Just go to silverstate.liverc.com. There's a heat sheet, and you can look up their names. If you know what class they're in, it'll save you some time. We run 40 plus, then 50, then Sportsman, and Intermediate, then Pro. If there is no 50, obviously we don't run that, but some classes there's a 50 plus. Oh.
He's got a great valve going. 2 minutes left. And now Katie's with a 39.6. Showing out my lead at 10th up on Ryder. Tony another 2.2 back. And now Brandon Higgs. Remember, Higgs had a 44 second lap that dropped him to 7th. So he's all the way back up now.
I forgot to look at the menu.
Fighting for maybe a top 2, top 3. Right now he's in third. Tony Roney and Chase Ansel, as well as Woody Garwood. Right there, making a full-weight battle in third. Nick Lester on the 9 lap 6:13. Ben Gerard, Sean Mayfield,
Cage Mills now at the front, Ryder in that 2 spot. Then it's Hicks, Rooney, Antill, Garwood, Lester, Girard, Sean Mayfield, and Sengelman, our top 10. Down that downhill double. Oh, so tricky to get the timing right there. You got to run up the hill, and then your landing's way over there and down the hill. Working our way around now. This should be Antill, I believe. Ryder flavoring in the pink. It's hard to tell when all our leaders are close together. They come across the line, the light blinks, and we're not sure what's happening. Ryder on that far side section. Up and down he goes. The turn marshal's giving everybody the thumbs up as they go by. That's encouraging. Pace for our leader right now, 10 laps in a 6:39. Trying to set the early time to beat as a 10-lap run. That's kind of the magic number. 8 laps. That's easy to do. 10 laps, it's a little harder to do. And the pink is Mr. Ryder Antill. White nose, pink tail coming down the hill. Big air over the doubles. Kisses the top side just perfectly. Able to whoa the truck down and get it right along the inside of the pipe. Through that concrete section, you see that middle high line happening. 39.6 last time by for Antill, trying to go out on all heaters. He had a 38 in the truck early on, pushed that a little too hard, costing some time, had to fight his way back to the top of the leaderboard. He's doing so now. Hitting the marks here, coming through that inside section, going single nice and slow so you can get the truck back on the ground right away. Kisses the pipe, going in a straight line. Checks in that time by, almost a new hot lap. He's going to sneak across for that 10th lap. He needed it. He's on 10 and a 6:38. Everybody else getting caught on the line with paltry 9-lap runs. Antill working his way up the hill. Only driver in heat number 1 of 2 to go the 10 laps. Going to set that early time to beat, but wants to make it count. Pushing hard here on the final lap. Wants another 38-second lap time. Down the double, hits it nicely. You see him taking it nice and easy over these rollers, trying to get the truck back on the ground as soon as possible so he can lay down the power. Big power move here coming down the hill. Crosses the line that time by 39.8. Not too shabby. Going to set the time to beat 10 laps in a 6:38.1. Great run there for Ryder Antill. Cage Mills going to go to 2. So setting the early time to beat with a 10 laps and a 6:38.1. Mr. Ryder Antill, nicely done. Cage Mills in that 2 spot.
One volunteer to number 12. Kind of right in the middle of the track there. So Cage has number 1. Number 6 is Nick Lester. Number 3 is Sean.
Heat number 2 of 2 in our intermediate truck division. Coming up, electric truck. I got to clarify. Race number 29 to 46 in your program. It's Trevor Olins, Travis Horn, Kyle Johnson, Donato Tridardi, Ryan Rand, AJ Rodriguez, Chris Morale, Renato Tridardi Jr., Brian Wyrick, Barry Rowe III, Daniel Lewis, and Matthew Wolter, rounding out our A-Main Hobbies grid. These guys looking to take down Ryder's time, but it will be no easy task. 10 laps is a tough one. Got to do sub 40s or all 40s.
All right, here we go. Roll out, check them in. Race number 29. Gary Tracker for another trio. Ronnie White, AJ Rodriguez, Matthew Wolter, Daniel Wilson. 45 seconds to the start of the race. Chris Merrill. No Trevor Owens, no Kyle Johnson, no Renato Tridardi Jr.
Cars rolling out now here for round number 2 of qualifying. We've got 3 rounds of qualifying today. Working our way through the program as we approach the halfway mark. If you're just joining us here, the program is a little shuffled. They have 46 total heats, but they break it in half. Friday was nitro buggy. No, nitro truck and electric buggy. Thursday, rather. Today's Friday. Friday is today. Is electric truck and nitro buggy, and they do that same swap for the mains. So Saturday will be the mains, for the nitro truck and electric buggy, and Sunday will be the mains for electric truck and nitro buggy. Donato Tridardi wants to lead the field out, and he does so. He's got some good open track in front of him, and that's what you want to see in a qualifier. Gamesmanship or your racecraft on being wise about how you start your qualifier can be a huge difference in how your run goes. You see no cars in front of them, so that means even if somebody crashes, there's plenty of time for them to get out the way. Still very early on in this one. You see the clock started and we already got 40 seconds off of it. They haven't even completed the lap yet, so that's how that works. Donato coming across the line, coming out swinging 39.2. Morale with a 39.2 as well. 39.9 for Lewis. So opening laps in the 39 seconds. That is a great start for these drivers here in our intermediate electric truck division. Now the other Tridardi moving to the top of the leaderboard is Donato dropping down a bit. It's going to be a shuffle fest here, as these guys are going to be all over the board. But early leader Tridardi Jr. comes out with a 37.3. Good gosh. Donato Tridardi working his way around that top side section. His last lap, 39.2. This time by going to do a 38.1, cracking the whip. You see Johnson with a 38-second lap opener. Rodriguez with a 38-second lap opener. Back-to-back 38-second laps for Johnson. 37.9 for Rand on his second lap. 38.4 for... I'm sorry, check that. Here comes Rodriguez. Rodriguez checks in with a 38.7, so everybody on the gas going fast. Top 8 drivers on a 10-lap run right now. It looks like top 7 are under our current TQ time of Ryder Anthill. Tridardi Jr. at the front of this one. Going to be in this group right here. Should be the multicolored car, if I'm not mistaken. I believe it is. 38.9 that time by for Tridardi. Drops him down to the 2 spot. Rand checked in with a 37.9, but late to the line now, so tough break there for Rand. We stay on board with Tridardi Jr. working his way through this tricky far side section. A lot of elevation changes. Luckily, the drivers are so high in the air they can see all that, no problem. Little kiss of the pipe there, pushes the truck wide. Same things happens. I believe that maybe Johnson with him right there. Tridardi Jr. and Johnson trying to work together and go fast at the same time. Both of them in 38s last time by. Tridardi checks in this time by 38.6. Johnson 38.6, but that's going to lead Rodriguez now to the top spot. He is not in this mix. He's got a bit more open track. He's working together with maybe Olins right now. We stay on board with Tridardi and Johnson. This is top spot. Not really a battle technically speaking, but if Johnson gets much closer and maybe one car up on him, he will have the top spot from Tridardi. They're only separated by 1/10 of a second on pace right now. 10 laps in a 6:24.6 to a 6:24.7. After that, we got Donato Tridardi in a 6:26 and Horn on a 6:26 as well. So anybody's guess right now. Tridardi Jr. across the line, 37.9 that time by. Starts to stretch it out just a little bit over Johnson. Johnson falling off to the 38.2, still one of his better laps. And in fact, it was Johnson's hot lap. Tridardi, top side section, a little speed bump starting to form there over that big side double. New look here from the top side as they work their way down that downhill double into the short chute. Hard on the binders there. You saw the front end dive under braking. 37.9 last time by for Junior. This time by 38.3. Still very quick. Johnson with a 38.5 that time. Pace for our leaders, 10 laps in a 6:23. They're just past the halfway mark, out on lap number 6 right now. It's kind of an easy 10-lap pace if they're about +7 on having to worry, or +10 on having to worry about it probably. Room for a bobble, but that's not what you want. Tridardi and Johnson with Horn now running third. Donato Tridardi running in that 4th spot. Rodriguez rounding out our top 5. Anybody's guess. It's only maybe 6 seconds from 1st to 5th in this one. One bobble. So we see Johnson getting by Tridardi there. I looked at the scoring. I did not see what happened. Johnson going to move by, and that's going to give him the top spot. Tridardi Jr. did a 39.2 to Johnson's 37.8. So you see one Kind of a miscue lap. Oh, Johnson gets it wrong coming up the hill. Now Tradardi back by him. And that's going to slow Johnson down just a little bit. May give the new lead to Horn. Nerves playing effect here. A little unforced bobble by Johnson allows Tradardi Jr. to get back by. Another bobble by Johnson as we pick up now Chris Morale in the green car across the line. Travis Horn late to the line as well, but still holds on to the top spot. Looks like top 9 drivers under our current TQ of Ryder Anthill. Horn at the front right now. Tradardi Jr., then it's Tradardi in the Donato flavoring. Kyle Johnson in the 4th spot. Rodriguez is rounding out our top 5. Last time by for Horn, a 37.7. He has got a little more than a second over the Tradardi Jr. right now, but as we've seen, nerves can get the best of him. A little bobble here, a little bobble there. Cost you some major time, moves to the inside there. That is Horn, our race leader, out on his final lap right now. Did a 37.6, wants to make this one count. Oh, Tradardi Jr. late to the line, a 43 going to cost him. That's going to allow Donato to move all the way up to the 2 spot. Rodriguez now up to 3. Qualifying points on the line here on the out lap. Final lap for all these racers. Rodriguez out on his last lap right now, going to try to put in a heater. Horn pushing hard, the all-yellow truck, double, single, a little aggressive there, pushing hard, gets it turned sideways, kisses off the pipe, dives to the inside, comes across line, 38.3, going to set the time to beat 10 laps in a 6:23. Round number 2, top qualifying points going to go to Travis Horn. Donato Tradardi going to salvage a 2. Renato Tradardi Jr. going to come all the way back up to 3rd. And we got Olins and maybe Rodriguez. If he can put in a heater here at the end, we'll let you know. Johnson is done. Morales is done. That is going to do it. A couple more still to finish. Great run there for Travis Horn. Going to set the time 10 laps in a 6:23.7. He's plus 16 on Anthill's time. Antill going to still hold on to a 10 for a round, which is very good from the B-Sword.
Renato Tradardi Jr., Trevor Olin, A.J. Rodriguez, top 5. Kyle Johnson, then Chris Morale, Brian Wyrick, Ryan Rand, Ryder Anthill, 10. Matthew Walter, 11. Barry Rhodes, 12. Cage Monster.
So I think, there we go, our A-Main Hobbies race results. You see Travis Horn set the time to beat, then Donato Tradardi, Renato Tradardi Jr., Trevor Olins, A.J. Rodriguez, Kyle Johnson, rounding our top 6. Then it's Chris Morale, Brian Wyrick, Ryan Rand, Matthew Walter as our top 10. Coming up next, Pro Electric Truck Heat number 1 of 2, race 30 of 46 on your program. Ford, how was lunch?
It was great. It was. I had a chance to my man Ty, who's always recommended going to the deli, and had a chance to go on over there and got a salad. And I needed something a little healthy, so I've had a fruit cup this morning, had some orange juice, had a salad, grilled chicken salad.
You guys realize that Ford has never been around an RC car race. That is not an approved RC car racer diet. That's way too healthy.
I got to do it. That's I went on a cruise over Christmas. I already ate bad enough. I'm taking part in Dry January. So no alcohol for the whole month of January. So here I am walking, getting a salad.
That's good.
Need something good.
It's probably good for the body. I should eat healthy and stop drinking.
What you ordered like a popcorn or something?
I think I ordered. I don't know. I ordered a burger.
A burger.
We'll see what happens.
Well, I had a burger last night, so I had something had to be a little healthy here this time as we get ready for the Pro Electric Trucks, the 2026 Silver State Indoor Off-Road Championships here.
Fenster, Setzer, Drake, Spinrad, Heckard, Fuller, Savoya, Moreno Jr., and A.J. Schumacher. 9 cars in this field. They split it up to give these guys a bunch of track so they can get nice, clean runs in. Because they probably could have put all 19 of them out there and not even cared. The track is huge. How big is the track? It's like 250 by 150 feet. Every time I say how big the track is, it's going to get bigger. That's going to be my shtick.
You got to figure out as far as how many turns there are exactly. I mean, we can get to that at some point.
That gets be tricky because sometimes people count turns differently.
They count turns like this could be like 1 and 2.
Right.
But it's like 1.
Yeah, I don't do that. just one turn. Like a 180 is one turn, a bend, that's another turn. So decreasing radiuses. It's a lot, though. I mean, your 30-second lap times is long, and these guys are doing 30-plus second lap times and 40-second lap times for the regular folks. So.
And the last time we saw the Pro Electric trucks on track in that second grouping, that is, it was all Mayfield in the session where he was going to lead, and then on the last lap, Ryan Lutz came by and stole it in the final corner.
The heaters.
Was on a hot lap, and he would have completed and knock off Mayfield.
So all these guys are doing the high line through the slick track. They jump to the berm, run down the berm, and just shoot across in a straight line. So it shows you what I know. My line sucks. Drake of the Adam flavoring on board right now as he comes down the hill. Those Telltale Adam Drake paint schemes, he's had that for a very, very long time. See what his opening lap is. He comes out swinging 36.9 to open things up. Let's go. Drake hits the top of the downside. A little power wheelie over the downhill there. See that berm shot? Big power there. That way, if your truck's going in a straight line, you can just spin tires all the way across that pavement. Drake jumping into the rollers. Far side section looking nice and strong. You see a little correction there in the air as he turns into it. A lot of in-the-air steering going on. You wouldn't think that it would be that necessary, but it's a very crucial part of off-road racing. Some people get a little buck wild with it and overdo it, so it's like the balancing of how much to do inputs is very key. I miss Whip It Wednesdays. They used to do a thing on the internets. Guys at their local tracks, they'd go out and try to do the biggest whip they could with their RC cars. These dudes can get these things upside down and bring it back. It's pretty impressive. We jump on board now with Lee Setzer.
Top of the board now, a 7.85, a 36-second one, a 10-lap pace of a 9.230.
Setzer, very nice guy to chat with. He's a lot of fun to hang out with the pits as well. He's here to race, but he's having a good time as well. See the pro trucks here going double-double, no problem, because they have copious amounts of power. Setzer checks in that time across the line with a 37.1. You see A.J. Schumacher working with him there, trying to run him clean. Up and over the rollers they go, downside section. Setzer's line a little less high side there through the concrete patch. Be interesting, maybe that's the line. Kind of middle? I'll find out later that it doesn't matter how you go through that section. They're all the same speed. Someone's going to tell me that. Setzer 37.1 lap time by. His hot lap was a 36.7. See him barely getting any air over the roller. That's about perfect. 37.3 that time by. Coming down the hill, a little buck wild there. Through some inside bumps. Once again, doing that inside line. I like it. There's a couple sections on the track where there's some differing lines, but everywhere, some of the sections are pretty much the same, but in particular, that concrete patch, they really start to mix it up in there. As we jump on board with Spencer Heckert. Heckert in the, I'd say it's fluorescent red, white, and blue, because that's not a regular red. Heckert across the line, 36.63, his hot lap that time by, trying to claw his way back to the back door of Setzer. He's got about 2 seconds to make up. He keeps doing 36-second lap times. He should be able to reel that in before the end of the run. Setzer checking in with his 36.9. Heckert jumps into the rumble strips, kisses the pipe, but able to hold on. Up the hill he goes, around that 180. There's a downhill double. See him showing at the top of the truck.
So as of right now, the top five: Lee Setzer, Spencer Heckert, Ivan Moreno Jr., Reno Savoya, and Walker Spinrad are your top five, followed up by Tyler Finster, Adam Drake, A.J. Schumacher, and Caden Fuller, who has not taken a lap here in the first portion of our Pro Electric trucks here in one of two.
I think that happened to Caden last round, too. He got a transponder problem is what I thought I heard, but I could be wrong. Setzer coming down the hill. Very aggressive up the hill. You haven't seen him whip it there to catch it. Out in the fluff, throwing a roost. 37.4 last time by for Setzer as he works his way into the doubles. Going double, single that time by. Playing it a little safe. Maybe burning off a little tire. 37.4. He's been 37.3, 37.4 for the last 3 or 4 laps. Nice and consistent.
Hard on the brakes with the left turn there as we go double box here. Spencer on top.
Setzer on top. Spencer's on the bottom.
The Spencer's on the bottom.
Heckert working his way through that bottom section. You see him going over the doubles. He's still doing the double-double, so he's pushing hard right now. He just checked in with a 37 flat. He is chipping away at Setzer bit by bit. 36.7 that time by. Can he do it? 0.2 of a second. Setzer hears it. Setzer comes back in with a 36.9 that time by. Not going down without a fight. Down the hill goes Heckert. Top section. Doing that downhill double. Heckert's been reeling in Setzer oh so slightly every lap. Going to see if he can pull in another 36-second lap here. He is ahead of Setzer on the track. So we'll know Heckert's time before we know Setzer's time. He's out on his final lap right now. 37.2 is not going to do it. 37.3 for Setzer, giving back a 10th. Heckert with a chip and a chance right now. He is 0.2 off the back of Setzer, pushing very hard on the final lap. Wants that top spot here in heat number 1 of 2 in our pro division. It can be the difference between being in the main or having to race into the main.
Last seconds here coming up here. The hard on the right's a chance to see what Heckert can do here. The left-hander back around Heckert to see where he can end up. And Heckert will, for the time being, stay in that second position. Setzer back around for his lap that will complete. And with a slower lap by Setzer, Heckert will jump to the top of the board.
You gotta wonder what happened to Setzer. Did he get collected by some lappers? Was it an unforced error? I bet you we'll find out eventually. But Spencer Heckert, cool, calm, and consistent, held on. Didn't have it on the last lap, but a rough lap there for Setzer. Gave it to Heckert. So TQ time to beat for now. 10 laps in a 6:11.
Reno Savoya, Tyler Finster, Ivan Marino Jr., Walker Spinrad, Adam Drake, and A.J. Schumacher, with Caden Fuller not taking part in a lap. That will round out our 9 drivers who took part in the first portion of our pro electric trucks.
Oh, I missed it. Scott Heckert in the chat. What's up, Scott Heckert? Is that your boy? Are you the relative? I should know this. I probably do know this. Some of these racers I've known since back in my Novak days, but they grew up into grown-ups now, and I don't remember anymore.
I want to thank again the YouTube chat that's been joining us all day long and all day yesterday, where I was so low for majority of the day. We appreciate everyone for tuning in, and now here with Charlie and myself, Warren Martin here, as for the second portion of our pro electric trucks here now. Fee with Spencer Rivkin, Ryan Mayfield, Seth Van Dalen, Ryan Lutz, Frankie Contreras Jr., Jared Wiggins, Mason Fuller, Jermaine Robinson, and Jonah Wilson. That is your top 10. And the 10 drivers that will take part in the Pro Electric Trucks. Now we'll see once again, can Ryan Lutz pull a rabbit out of the hat in the last lap and become the top qualifier again?
Or will they even be able to beat Spencer's time?
11.976.
We'll know pretty early on. If they're under the pace right away, pretty good chance of beating it. They got to be under by a bit because you got to think there's going to be a mistake or two in there. Oh, look at it. We got double UKs. Welcome to the show, guys. Thanks for tuning in.
Yeah, Soul 68 OU1 from the UK as was Watkins.
Get it? 68 OU1.
As long as it's not 6'7", that what needs to get out of here.
We could have done a whole day and you had never said that, and I would have been fine. But now I know you're a square.
No, trust me. The amount of games that I've had to do.
Oh God!
When we had, I tell you, one game we had a bunch of kids in the stands during one of my games. and the entire crowd, when one of the guys in the game knocked down a 3 and was 6'7", and the entire crowd is screaming.
That's terrible.
Oh gosh, it was one of the worst things I have ever been a part of.
The kid I work with, he says it all the time, and I want to punch him in his stupid face every time he says it to me. I didn't know what it was. I had no idea, and I was talking to some drivers, and they laughed when I said it, so I just kept saying it all day because I'm a clown, and I'm there to entertain the drivers sometimes. And then they told me what it was, and I stopped saying it. All right, we are off and rolling now. Race number 31, our A sort here in the Pro Electric Truck Division. We roll around with our opening lap.
Up at the top of the hill, where that's going to be a lot of fun all weekend long. So coming around here for the right-hander, back up again. As we are starting things off, Mayfield goes off. Contreras at the top time here for, as of right now, followed up by Wilson. Bit of a slower time for Mayfield as he now drops to the 4th position as of now 5th.
Back and forth they go. Opening laps, tell of the tape. We'll give these guys a couple more to get sorted out as we see Mayfield's opening only going to keep him 7th right now. 8th, actually, as Robinson checks in with a 36-second lap time. These guys need to be down in the 36-second lap times. Look at Lutz, 36.2. Fuller with a 36.5. 36.5 for Germain. 36.6 for Van Dalen. Wilson with a 36.7. 36.8 for Rivkin. Anybody's guess, but Mayfield back underway now. 36.9 that time by as he airs out that big double.
Yeah, much better of a lap. That first one, not as clean as he would like. A 36.937 with a 10.5 pace. Van Dalen, Lutz, and Fuller are the top 3 as Robinson comes by here at the line. Robinson will improve the 3rd as we start to follow Ryan Lutz here.
Fee checking in that time by 36.2. Working his way up the hill now. Kissing that outside berm shot. You see the wisp of dust. Pace right now for our leader, 7 seconds quicker than our current TQ. Actually, check that, 9 seconds quicker than our current TQ. That's some time to work with.
Boy, right there, being right on the edge. Drifting his way and takes a tumble.
Well, there's Sexy Leg.
There's old Sean Miller himself. Great work of the marshalling, able to flip it over just in time.
Van Dalen, Lutz, and Fuller at the front of this one as we get on board with, I believe this is Fuller? No, it's Van Dalen, my bad.
Yeah, Van Dalen, yep.
I was trying to remember the colors. Oh, the colors.
Well, that's why I've been relying on you to be able to help me out with the colors here, because you know a lot of these guys. And
I should.
And also, it's a reminder, too, this is the first, obviously with the race being moved up now January 1st opportunity where people will be in new equipment, even some new schemes, and changing things around for the new 2026 year.
Man, Van Dalen just checked in with a hot lap of the race, a 36 flat, flirting with a 35-second lap time. He keeps this up. He could go a 11-lap run. Just has to pick it up a little bit and run it clean. He works his way around here. He is with either Wiggins, I think that's he's with. Yeah. Makes short work of that. Comes across the line. 35.8 that time by. Drops the pace even quicker. 10 laps in a 6:01 the pace for Van Dalen. Pushing hard there. You see him almost get it up on the bicycle, touching the pipe. Power slide there through the concrete section, keeping it nice and clean next to the pipe. To the top side section. Lands on the outside 2 wheels. Oh, so risky. Slaps into those speed roller sections. Going to be up on some lap traffic now. As we jump over to Lutz.
Ryan Lutz, who led the previous qualifier earlier this morning, now sitting a 36.189 as far as his fast lap and a 4.74 10-lap pace.
Man, Van Dalen has found something. Another 36 flat that time by. Lutz musters a quick lap of 36.4, not too shabby. Fuller in that 3 spot now doing a 37 flat. Mayfield at the 36.5. Moving himself now past Fuller into that 3 spot. Thank you. Back on board with our race leader, Seth Van Dalen. Did another 36 flat last time by. Looking to set the early time, or the round 2 top qualifier. Comes across line 35.8 again. Van Dalen has found something this round. Lutz with a 35.7. These guys pushing very hard here in the closing stages. Right now, Van Dalen is +3 over Lutz. That is a comfortable gap. But as we've seen, Lutz has some heater laps in him at the closing stages. He did all of his 35s at the end of the run last time, and he's starting to do them early on here.
Take a look here. Ryan Lutz here once more. We're in that second position as everyone tries to beat off Spencer Heckert. Right now with 11.9.
Van Dalen working his way up the hill. Comes back down the double. Big air there. You see him little over jump there. Cost him maybe half a tenth, but when you're doing 35.7s, it don't matter. Sorry, that's Lutz that we're with. My bad.
Yeah, still Ryan Lutz here now currently. 3-point flat currently, with Van Dalen still leading the way.
Van Dalen wants that 11-lap run. He's only got to do maybe a couple more 35s, and he might click that guy off. 36.5 slows him down. Not going to do it.
Van Dalen here now.
As we see that, we pick up our race leader. Just checked in with what for him is a slow lap, a 36.5. Other guys are trying to do 36.5s in the field. 10 and a 6:01 the pace, but here comes Lutz. These guys are out on their final lap right now, have to make it count. Lutz is maybe a second and a half off. That would be a hard one to do on a hot lap. It'll be up to Van Dalen to keep this clean.
Can he do it again? Lutz, final corner, and
35.5 to finish it. Van Dalen goes out swinging, brings it down to a 10 and a 6 flat. Lutz with a rough one, finishes on a 37.7, drops his pace down, but still holds on to the 2 spot. Meanwhile, Jonah Wilson, 10 and a 6.07, going to finish third, and Spencer Rivkin going to round out our top 4 with Frankie Fingers Contreras Jr. going to finish in that. Oh no, check that, Fuller on the last lap getting by.
Fuller now moves to the top 5, and Jermaine Robinson will stay there with only 9 laps completed.
So top looks like 8 drivers in this one getting under Spencer Heckert's time, but still a 9 for Heckert is a very good run coming from the B-Sort.
Take a look here, our A-Main Hobbies results. Seth Van Dalen over Ryan Lutz. Lutz, who led the first qualifier. Jonah Wilson, Spencer Rivkin, Mason Fuller, your top 5. With Contreras, Mayfield, Robinson, Fee, and Wiggins as your top 10 and your results. And that is going to do it for the Pro Electric Trucks here, and they'll see them one more time later this evening.
So TQ in electric trucks still to be decided. I think Lutz has a 1 and a 2 now, so he'll be in the best shape. He could kind of TQ depending. He could TQ without TQ in the last round, depending on how everybody finishes out. So we'll see. Yeah, slows fast, I agree. He had that one little rough lap there in the closing stages, probably had a safety line, and it cost him the 11-lapper. It still got the TQ, so who really cares? But it's nice to be the only guy to do the extra lap. I mean, it's kind of like mega bragging rights. I always put that in my race reports. He went +1 on the field. As I hear the constant revving of nitros in the background, we are working our way into the nitro buggy segment of our program. Rest of the afternoon we'll be running nitro, kicking things off here with our 40-plus nitro buggy division. Then we'll have 50-plus nitro division. Then we'll have Sportsman, Intermediate, and Pro to round things out. But don't worry, folks. This is just round number 2. We have 3 rounds of qualifying this afternoon, so you get to enjoy some awesome racing action all afternoon and into the evening. Continuing coverage of the 2026 Silver State Indoor 8th Scale Off-Road Championships here at the beautiful South Point Hotel and Casino. We're in the Pre-Fert Pavilion. That is massive. I have been to a lot of treks in my days, and this might be the biggest one I've ever been to. It's huge. I don't know, the thing they did for the vintage race at the Orleans Arena was pretty huge also. This is another one where you can get up in the stands and watch the racing like real sports. It's kind of cool. Oh man, I got so many text messages.
You got. It looks like you got. What we got to eat here over here to the right of you? Looks like you got that cheeseburger. You got a coffee that you just got delivered here just now. These aren't the 40 plus nitro buggy.
Garrett hit me up to see if I needed a Starbucks. I just got a coffee. Thanks, Garrett. We're all right. He's right next to us. They're probably watching live our stream. Thanks, Garrett. You're the best.
As we take a couple moments here to get the 40 plus nitro buggies going here. Be 3 groups here. Osanasian, Smith, Rott, Garrett, Yoon, LeBone, Vincent. To name a few that will be here in our lineup for this first one.
Yeah, the chat's noticing the change in the track in the last couple rounds, that we've got a groove and we've got some fluff sections that are going on. Much like any form of motorsports, that'll start to happen. You'll see the dirt crew tending to the track as they see fit to keep that in check. And they did sprinkle a little water to get the dust factor down. There's Fee's dad out there marshalling for the boy. He's like, boy, you go drive. I'm going to make sure that you don't get hurt turn marshalling.
And right there, just one of the great additions here on this track, that right where that concrete is at. They did great work this entire week, and the folks, obviously the track builder and Joey Christensen and Factory Trucks, and able to obviously run this event and get this track looking out, and the way it is held up, the way it has been great work by everybody here involved.
It's a massive undertaking to host an RC car race, whether at a regular track. Never mind if you got to come in and build your own track.
And especially here with the horse dirt holding it as well.
I'm going to ask Joey. I wonder how many hours he's got driving a Bobcat building RC car tracks. It's going to be thousands and thousands of hours.
I would say the hours are definitely up there for sure.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure you haven't, but if you ever get a chance to watch that guy drive his tractor on a setup day, it's like an extension of his arms. He feels the dirt through the tractor. It's pretty impressive. DNC, they had, I forget exactly what happened. Either it sprinkled real bad the one night. Something happened to one of the parts of the track, and he had to go out there in the Bobcat and fix it. And it was like, but by the time I could walk back and get my phone to take a picture, it was over. He had fixed it already. It was very impressive. And looks like everybody's clock has started. We kick things off with Pepto Garrett leading the way right now. He is in this blue and white buggy, working his way up the hill. Into the concrete section. Oh, it's not the line. Maybe for truck and buggy it's different. I think maybe the buggy's like that inside line. Pepto working his way to that top side section. Over the rollers now. Makes that right-hander. Goes double, single, as you do. Crosses the line that time by 44 flat. Big air over the doubles. Chris Friedenreich, our leader. Dave Vincent in the 2-spot. LeBeau running third. It looks like a rough lap there for O'Heinson as he drops way off the leaderboard. Tyler Ooney going to run first. Garrett in that 5-spot. Brez Boyce in the mix as well. 5th and 6th going back and forth. Coming down the hill. Getting a little buck wild there. Catches the pipe. Goes up the hill sideways. That's not the fast line. Jumps down the hill to the flats. It's not where you want to be. You want to hit the downside.
With 3:35 here left remaining, Cremo now leads the way. Vincent followed there in second. Cremo now has that 9-lap pace of a 24.4 currently right now, and our fans have really enjoy. I know the electric cars are obviously hard to hear, but then the nitros, the buggies that get out there, it's always really enjoyable for fans to listen to hear some of those nitro cars in the background, even when they're revving them up, and now on the track.
Well, I love the smell of nitro in the morning, or the afternoon, or the evening. It's good all the time. Oh, no! That's our leader, Trammell, getting all kinds of wrong through that double section. He and this is Trammell and Matt now working nose to tail. Those are our two race leaders. LeBeau and Bresbois.
Getting that higher arc on his entry. They make the way down the short part of the straightaway there and takes a leap over. And Mayfield, who's right there in front of him, tried to assist him. One of them that flipped over as he's marshalling over there.
It's tough. When you know the leader's with you, you're trying not to take him out. You'll take yourself out a lot of times, try not to ruin somebody else's race. And I got mad respect when that happens because he's not doing anything wrong. He's just trying to stay out of the way for the most part.
How do you think the turn one uphill climb, as far as the dirt, it's gotten a little rough as the week has gone on here? How do you think overall is held up and
that's
not as rocky?
By the end of the weekend, they're going to be finding new lines to get up that, because where they're driving right now, it's going to be gone. That's going to be all rutted and pitted out, most likely. But you never can tell. Those guys, they fix the track. You know what I mean? Like, it's not like they just want their track to suck. So those guys will go out there and fix the track up and make sure it's not terrible. I mean, that's what I would do. But like this bottom section there, that inside-outside line, probably going to get pretty hammered on.
Woo! Major error.
Yeah.
Right there, getting it. Really sent it down in there. You have one stuck and right in front, threads the needle all the way through, and to avoid that traffic, right by where the concrete slider's at, and does do it again.
He had
cars, you could put him under a blanket.
Leader had the inside line, but the buggy's like, no, we're going to the outside line. Never mind. Little over jump there. You see they slap that downside. Car loses some momentum. Oof.
Look at that. Just nice crossover.
That's Chad Rott with our leader trying to do his best to give him some racing space, but also not slow himself down too much.
And boy, it has been a lap for these three right here all together. Great work by our crew sticking with it. And taking his battle out again and sent it right in there. Wow, what another move. And right immediately afterwards gets caught inside the pipe.
Sucks to suck. Trammell been at the front of this one for a bit, mainly because he's had a huge lead, so these rough laps aren't hurting him too bad. He's given back a second or two here or there, but still able to hold on. Early on, though, 40-plus nitro buggy. Leader with some lap traffic.
Oh, another
here.
back-to-back. Does it all over again.
Oh, there you go. See, now, I would have driven around.
Oh, geez. This is a nightmare of a lap.
This is a lap to
killed
forget.
The front of it, too.
So a couple things could be going on right now. Could be nerves. Could be a setup change that he's not used to, and maybe he burned up some tires here. But I'm going to guess in 40-plus it's mostly nerves.
Oh, and he already hit the wall again.
Gosh. This is the cameraman curse. We try to let him finish strong. The cameraman pointed his camera too hard at the guy. It's definitely not the announcer's jinx, that's for sure. And maybe it's the producer's jinx. He's pushing the buttons wrong.
Yeah, he's right. He's the one who wanted to follow him the whole time.
He's the dude that's in charge. Oh, man.
A nightmare of a lap.
How long of a lap is this? What is he going to hold on to the top spot is the bigger question here. No!
Third.
Oh, no.
Benson. We'll see what he can pull up right here as he's coming across the final corners. Benson stays at the top. 43.5 for the time being. But Trammell, my goodness. What a final lap.
A 52-second out lap. Maybe that was my bad. I said he had a 10-second lead, and that was more than enough, but it was not more than enough for that really, really rough final lap.
You look at the only one in the 40-second bracket as far as time.
Our bad, Trammell. That's our bad. You can blame Live RC for your horrible round number 2. It's mostly Jensen's fault. He was over there cursing your name the whole time.
Trammell there will fall to third, but it's all David Vincent here. In this one, he'll be the current top qualifier in the second round for the 40 plus nitro buggies, as now the second group here now for the nitro buggies will come out for the 40 plus division.
You know what I just remembered we used to do? We used to have a cameraman, and he hated Facebook, and he hated friends requests. So we would have the chat send him friends requests, and he would get back to the hotel and be confused about which ones he was supposed to accept or not. Because he's like, dude, I got like 100 friends requests today. I'm like, yeah, we got you in the chat. He hated it. It was great. We should do that again. Everybody send Jensen a friends request. It's Eric with a K. Coming up next, 40 plus nitro buggy heat number 2 of 3, race 33 of 46 in your program. If you are wondering where your favorite racer is, you can go to silverstate.liverc.com, look up the heat sheet, and you can find out exactly what race number they're in. We're running races 23 through 46 all day today.
And if you are around the area, and we had a couple people, I know my guy Ty was talking about possibly driving down here this weekend and watching the events this weekend. If you are, join them. It's free to come down here and be at the South Casino.
Any excuse to go to Vegas. If you're a SoCal, locale, or anywhere, just drive on over. It's like 4 hours, 3 hours type of thing, isn't it?
It's a short drive to over here in Sin City.
Shannon Barr says
back forward. Jesus, if you have a blue car, it's definitely not your the last few minutes. That one right there just crossed our screen, took a tumble there, and
maybe blue is the jinx color. Shannon says, tell the people the real reason they should turn in. I don't know. Turn in for what? Turn down for what? Maybe you meant tune in. You talking about my podcast? We'll get to that later. We'll save that till the end. I do a podcast. It's called RC Stuff, Powered by Hobby. We give away free stuff each and every episode. Just listen to an episode. You find out how to enter to win. It's very easy.
I remember Shannon saying something about earlier. That's when we were talking about Scotty for a little bit. And when we were talking about that, that's when she messaged you about it.
Oh.
Maybe they tuned in for Scotty. Maybe they tuned in for you as well.
I don't know. We'll find out. That's my tagline that I say in our podcast. The only reason people listen to it is to see if they can win. Alrighty.
To the hotel rooms there. It's right now there is a big conference going on down in Las Vegas.
Yeah, CES is going on right now, isn't it?
Yeah, it's one of the. I know they got like Apple and Google and a few folks here. Is
CES in Vegas? It's in Vegas, isn't it? Yeah, it's happening at this moment. Yeah, we could go get our nerd on later.
Yeah, CES is that's going on
right now
currently.
What are the hotels? I don't know. I don't pay for hotels. I got people for that.
The hotels are on the expensive side here, at least this week.
Whatever. Vegas has Motel 6s. You can always go stay at the Vegas Motel 6 if you really want an adventure. I did that once. I don't recommend it. On board with David White right now. I came across the line first. Going to try to lead the field around. Looking pretty solid. The multicolor green, pink, orange, white with the yellowing yellow wheels. See there. Oh, getting jammed coming up the hill. Through the rumble strips he goes. Around that. I'll call that, it's not really a 180. It's like a 150. Oh, jumps to flats. That's not what you want to do, but it's better than coming up short. White working through his far side section. Back down the hill right now. Open things up with a 43 flat. Comes back with a 43.8. Getting a little wrong coming down the hill there. Paying the price. We jump on board. I believe this is Mr. Ashton. Maybe. I don't think it is. Jason's crossing the line right about now. There he is. Top of the hill. Jump on board with second spot runner Jason Ashton now. Jason came out to the vintage race and won several classes. Working his way through that far side section. Up and down the hill he goes.
Obviously, everyone trying to beat Vincent with a 34.3. Down now leading the way with a 40.9 as far as his fast lap and a pace of a 12-point flat.
Man, Ashton's car looks like it's a lot of fun to drive. He is pitching that thing around out there. Up on the wheel. Lots of inputs, lots of throttle. Look at that. Kisses the pipe. Doesn't even care. Just stays in it. Ashton with a 40.4 last time by. Is that the same Jason Ashton I'm thinking of? He didn't look no 40 to me. Somebody check his ID. Back up the hill. You see it pitching it sideways right there. Sometimes going fast doesn't look fun. Ashton's making it look good right now. Using up the whole track. And all of the dual rates. Oh, look at that. Perfect timing. Kisses the pipe. Had he been a little bit closer, that could have been disastrous. That thing's just dancing around on the track out there. Interesting look at his line there through the concrete patch. Like Tokyo Drifto. Down the hill he goes, gets it up on the bicycle a little bit, but able to save it. Oh, check swing there. You see, he knew he was going to hit the pipe, and he swung around it. I like that. Heads up drive. Way to the outside there, trying to find the hot line. Blows her down now, a little more controlled, coming up on some traffic here, looking for a way around. Ashton with a 40.9, moves to the inside. Gets the help that he needs. Going to try to overjump this to stay clear. Oh, actually comes up a little short. Maybe he was trying to money it to run away. This is a tough spot to be in between two similar pace lap cars. You can't make a mistake. They will make a mistake. They'll either crash in front of you or your mistake will get you collected. Ashton coming down the hill, very aggressive, up on the bicycle. Had to counter steer out of it. Jumps to flats. Oh,
there's
no.
all three of them all together.
Double crash. There's so many. Grab the leader and throw him over him. Jeez.
And one might have an issue.
Oh.
Not sure exactly what that is. They're going to try and get him right. Yeah, that's a full issue. Going to come off the track officially. One stuck in there between the pipes.
That's our leader, Ashton. It went from bad to worse. He went over that double, collected the crash cars that were in front of him, went away third in line while the crash cars were getting marshaled first. So that's a tough one for sure. That's 52nd lap time for Ashton, a devastator. Did have Vinkamolder to the top spot, but as you can see, Vinkamolder yet to cross the line. That's going to cost them some valuable time. Probably going to let Battier now to the top spot. Yes, it is. Gaslam now to third. Gaslam to second. Ashton down to third. Martin's running fourth, and it's Craig Boeg running in that 5 spot.
Only a few seconds remain now. Battier at the top.
I wonder
Gaslam there in the second position.
Is that guy related to Robert Battier? I don't. If that's the case, maybe he doesn't even say it that way. He might say it American style. Batam.
I was told from our friend Ty, who's helped me out, Battier is the pronunciation of the last name.
Yeah.
That's what
well, there's another very famous Robert Battier, multi-time world's finalist, champion, all that, and he's from France, so we definitely say his name that way. I've met some American folks that got Euro last names, and they don't say it that way. They say it American style. It's easier. But you're right. It's probably Battier.
I've learned a lot of new ways how to say different names this weekend, I will say that. That's something that I have learned where I thought it would be a certain way, and it's a completely, I am not even in the same ballpark of it.
I was watching sports ball the other day, and the names that they're on the Bears team. I grew up in Illinois, so I was watching the Bears and the Niners game because now I live in San Francisco. And some of those names are unpronounceable. Battier going to take it home. 9 laps and a 6:18. Going to beat the TQ time of David Vincent. Gaslam going to go in the 2 spot. And then it is Ashton, Martins, White, Newman, Wade, Viterbo, Trudardi. So we're going to see all these names again when the A-name scoreboard comes up. I like when the chat just uses the chat as their own personal conversation.
Everyone's just having a
they're
conversation
just out
there
there
right now,
having it
currently.
up right there. I like that. You guys are making online friends. Where are you from? Well, I'm from here. Where are you from? It's great. Remember when you weren't supposed to talk to strangers on the internet?
Now it's encouraged.
It's highly encouraged, in fact.
Yeah, I was asked to come in here and you really got to talk with the chat some more. You really got to talk with the chat.
Yeah.
So then that's what we're doing. So yeah, we're really being encouraged to do it.
They love it. I know that when I watch a live stream and they talk to me, I like it. It's good. Sometimes the racing's terrible and you'd rather talk to the chat.
That's right.
Sometimes, not always, but sometimes.
Yellow spray out on the track somewhere. And it's actually something that we really need.
Yeah, it went from don't talk to strangers to talk to strangers on the internet to use your phone to have strangers come pick you up and drive you around. It's great.
Going up against everything that we were ever taught growing up.
Right, yeah.
That's pretty much it.
Seems about right.
I think you let your hamburger get cold over here.
Oh, yeah. Here, I'm
Did
going
you forget you had it?
I got to eat that before the pros come up. I'll be back.
Let's take a quick break and
Newman, I'm going to move you to number 2.
have his burger here. Ford Martin here with you
Number 6.
this Friday afternoon.
Number 7's there. Number 9 is Justin.
This man's over here making me hungry once again. I had a salad and this man's around. I'm okay. I'm good. I appreciate it. Going to have this whole storage container in here smelling like hamburger and fries here. Coming up next here, the final portion of our Nitro Buggy. After that, we'll have the 50-plus Nitro Buggy, the Sportsman Nitro Buggy, the Intermediate Nitro Buggy, and then with the Pro Nitro Buggy.
Here we go. Roll out second man.
Yeah, that's right, Vacant Pixel. I have strangers bring you takeout as well.
Next time into the water now, we race 37.
Well, these guys starting to go back on track now for the 40-plus Nitro Buggy, the final 6-minute qualifying. And we'll see them later this evening. Come back around here and get some of the green light on as they will officially get this qualifying session underway. And there it is. The green flag is in the air. 6 minutes. The final 40-plus Nitro Buggy on the afternoon with one more later this evening. About 30 seconds in now as you come back around to start their first laps. They'll complete their first laps, and everything else starts out with Howarth now with a 40.289. Brent in car 11 with a 40.4, and Richard Saxton with a 40.1. He goes to the top of the board with a 1.422 pace. Trying to beat Battier right now, who has the pace of a 18.1.
Next water coming up for race 37, guys. Race 37. Right after the 50 plus for Sportsman.
So again, coming up right after the Nitro Buggies is going to be the 50-plus Nitro Buggies, the Sportsman Nitros, the Intermediate Nitros, and the Pro Nitro Buggies. Anything's out for each round. Richard Saxton leading the way over Tyler Brown, Anthony Howarth, Greg D, and Justin Watson are your current top 5. All right, so someone from the Facebook chat is saying Mike Battier, or is now pronounced Bat Tail. So we have 2 different, we might have to check on that because we're going off for 2 different versions that we're told. 2 different versions that we were told for some people. We had 2 people in the chat yesterday that said Battier, now we're told him Bat Tail. So make sure we get that all correct too as well. And for everybody. I appreciate Jimmy Hayes tuning in here and letting us know. So with about 90 seconds to go, Richard Saxton, Anthony Howarth here, Tyler Brown, Greg D, Britt Theichel are currently your top 5. Minute to go now here. That's left as we've reached the 5-minute mark. But Saxton having a fast lap of a 39.8. with a pace of a 6.92. Tyler Brown currently sitting in second. Anthony Howarth, Reggie Tung, and Britt Theichel are currently your top 5. Ryan Eider, to name a few, back down the 9th spot. Ryan Dunford dropping out your top 10 with Spratley and Degani. Degani had to pull off track. He was only right now at a 5-lap pace as he had to pull off for a few there. Buzzer has officially sounded. They're going to come back around to complete their 9 laps. Richard Saxton comes back across the line. Last lap of a 41 flat. He will hold the lead for now with a 1.53. Tyler Brown does the same thing. Reggie Tung at the line, and he will give a 40.19. That will keep him in the 4th spot. A couple of other ones in Hickerson, Eider, Dunford here to complete their laps. Paul S. will fall down to the 10th. Dunford will climb up tonight, so they will swap.
While you're done, and here comes Oscar. One more to finish. Marshall on the right. One more spot. One more.
As we'll head down pit road, look right here
And that's a wrap.
the results. The last 40-plus nitro buggy. Richard Saxton
Howard 9605. Reggie 9605.
will lead the way in this one here with the 40-plus nitro.
Your top 10 for the round. Richard Saxton will be your TQ. Tyler Brown,
The defending champion, who was fastest in Group 1, and now Group 2.
Those 8 all came from that race. And from the B qualifier, Mike Patel will be your 9th qualifier. Doug are going to be your 10th qualifier overall for round number 2. All right, hustle back out. Everybody from the last race, hustle back out.
Okay, race number 31. 50-plus nitro buggy. Keep on through.
All right, it's going to be Tyler Brown after 1, Howard after 2, Coleman Watson 3, Saxon 4, Eider 5, Duckford 6, Dragon 7, Sonarita 8, Stratford 9, Reggie Tunner 10, Telke.
So he's now get ready for the 50-plus nitro buggy.
Hustle back out, Marshall. Hustle back out. Water coming up.
Kenny Brosh now for them, John Kaylees, Keith Schroeder, Donald Flowers, Tim Lime, Mike Pavia, to name a few. That will be coming up here in this 50-plus nitro. To be first of 2 groups coming up in this one now.
Reggie Tunner all the way to the back right corner. Looks like we're missing the 6. That'll be Duckford to the left side. Duckford to the left side. Missing the 12 of Keith Dickerson. Dickerson to the 12. And once again, back right is going to be Reggie. All the way to the back right. Hold on, guys. And Paul Samarino should be. Greg, do I have somebody at the 8 cone, or Kenny, do I have somebody at the 8 cone on the right, Kenny Ross? Yep, from there. All right, so just waiting for Gene Hickerson after 12. Gene Hickerson after 12.
And thank you for joining us here today. Charlie Swanka is potentially taking a quick break here momentarily. He'll be back later on. I'm Ford Martin. Thank you for joining us here for the 2026 Silver State Indoor Championships here on Live RC, presented by J Concepts, Las Vegas, Nevada.
You got to sit down right there for this one. Thank you. All right, let's roll them out.
South Point Hotel and Casino at the Prevert Pavilion. As things are getting underway here for the 50-plus nitros. Waiting here for their green light. One takes a quick tumble.
Seconds, no check from
30 more seconds before we officially get the green light. The guy's trying to space themselves out just enough just to get him a clean racetrack.
All right, 10 seconds, drivers, 10 seconds. Less than 5. Loop is live.
And now the loop is officially live here now. So they'll take it over. Wright, Henry are the first 2 that take the line to start their qualifying lap. Seconds gone down here with 5:30 left here. 6 minutes as always. Each person will have 3 opportunities to be on track. Everyone has already gone through their first one. We are just about halfway during our second one, so halfway throughout the day here. Maybe a little bit past it. Friend Charlie Swank has made his way back here.
That was a good burger. Oh, that's way too far.
A lot of air right there.
How did he even do that? That's the farthest double jump I've seen so far. He landed in the corner. Impressive. Not fast, but impressive nonetheless. Watkins, I agree. There's nothing better than the smell of nitro in the morning, or the afternoon, or the evening. Oh, no.
Bit of a zigzag and cross each other over.
I call it swerving Mervin. This guy's having a real bad time. Look at that thing. It just doesn't want to go in a straight line.
Right there on the pipe again.
I'd be willing to bet that car has a broken drive line. It won't accelerate straight. It won't brake straight. He's probably got a CVD that's leaving the chat. Oof. That concrete is slick. I'm going to go walk out there after racing is over. I want to do a track walk.
You can imagine how slick that's got to be, especially throughout the day and as
it gets dusty.
Go on.
Yeah, they're bringing dust down onto it basically, so it's not much slippier than polished concrete and dust on top. This should be Schroeder coming across the line. Yeah, it is. I'm good at this. There's another. Oh, no, that looked like it was going to be a way over jump, but he moneyed it. The trick is they want to hit the very top of the downside. That way they get maximum time to decel and adjust the course of the vehicle for optimal race lines. It's too many words. You're right, folks. I sound like an idiot.
Schroeder now currently leads the way. Kenny Brosh second. Goncalves in third. Richardson fourth. Badasco in that fifth position.
Schroeder with a 45.3 last time by. It was a rough one. That one's quite a bit better, a 44.5. See some of these guys getting down to the low 42s, like Kenny Brosh, for example. There is more pace to be had out there. Our first heat of 50-plus nitro buggy. And we will be with you guys till probably around, I'm going to guess, 7 o'clock or so tonight, based off of what they did yesterday. It'll be a similar schedule.
Well, if we go based off how the morning session went, starting at 8 a.m. to 12.
Okay.
The round one ended at 12:10 p.m.
Okay.
And if you just go based off of that short sample size,
12 hours. It should be 8.
You're looking for about, that's what?
8 o'clock.
4 hours?
8 to 8.
Yeah, about 8 o'clock.
Yeah. That's pretty reasonable considering, it's 20 some odd heats. They're running 69 races each day. That's a lot. Because it's 23 times 3. 3 times 20 is 60. 3 times 3 is 9. Yeah, 69 races. Look at me.
And as far as the races go, how long are those usually, as someone who's coming in here for the first time, how long do the races usually go for the day? Is it just basically another 12-hour day, or how does it usually work?
Yeah, I'd say most of the races that we go to, we're at the track for 12 hours. They try to not do it much more than that, depending on what's going on. It just kind of works out that way. There's been a handful of races that I've been to that they'll have, let's say, only 30 heats or so it gets a little quicker than that. But a lot of the races that we go to these days are high 30s, low 40s as far as heat races. And races like Cleveland, we get into like the 50s and the 60s type of deal, so it's a very long day. Big difference, though, for some forms of racing. The warm-up lap isn't nearly as long, so you save some time there. And the out lap isn't nearly as long either. They're not doing 30-second lap times. So the times would be, and the races are shorter, too. Electric racing, we only do 5 minutes. This is 6 minutes, which is a little uncommon, but also very cool. And so you save a little bit of time that way. You're talking 23 races with an extra 3 minutes each, essentially, compared to what we do in an electric race. That's a lot of extra time on the track to get it accomplished. So A-scale racing does take a bit longer, do the warm-ups and all that stuff. But normally, races are only 5 minutes. So this is a little different, too.
So roughly, with everything all together, it comes out to about the same.
Give or take, yeah. You can pack in more heats to the same amount of time at an electric race. Schroeder still at the front, 44.4 last time by. He is on pace to go 8 and a 6:01. He could get some superhero laps at the end here, but I think it's too late to remind him. Oh, he makes it across. He got the bonus lap, put in a heater, 43.3, shaved off the 6:01 that he was on to do a 9-lap run. Nicely done, Mr. Schroeder. See, you
Great
guys.
work. He beats the buzzer just in time.
Yeah, they're just do the opposite of what I say from now on, and that'll be better. So that's great. When you get the bonus lap like that, that could be worth 3 or 4 spots in the running order. I would rather be the slowest 9-lap run than the fastest 8-lap run, right?
And he did that while getting the fast lap on that last one, a 43.363.
If you're going to do your heater, do it at the end, I guess.
Very end.
Here's a 42. He's going to go even quicker. No, I lied. It was a 45.
45.
Maybe if I would have said he did a 45, he would have done a 42.
He would have done a 41, maybe.
Right.
Take a look here at the results for session 1 of 2 for the 50-plus Nitro Buggies, presented by A-Main Hobbies. And again, if you don't know who A-Main Hobbies is by now, I think it's...
Oh, they all
give them a look and
they know.
Check them out.
Emilio Gomez, hello. Where have I been? I don't know. I went to lunch. I had a lunch break. But I've been here all morning. If you're just joining us, thank you very much. And MX, yeah, don't recommend the Motel 6 in Vegas. That was a while ago. Maybe my screen froze. Let me hit refresh. I don't know what's going on with the internet.
All right, hustle back out. We'll need Travis or Kenny Rochester 1 up on top of the hill.
What did you say I could do to my tabs?
Yeah, so you 2 hands click it like this. Move it over a little bit. Move it over just a little bit right there where it has to the right of the Facebook word. And then 2 fingers both at the same time. And click it down. Like you right click like this. It'll do this. You just do that. And it'll pop up like that.
You do it.
There you go. I'll try it. Here you go.
Oh, liar.
It's not working for you.
Liar.
I don't know why.
It's telling me lies, folks. It's telling me lies.
You might need an update on your computer, maybe. Maybe that's the case.
It's fine. I'll just do this. This works.
That's fine. It's okay.
This works fine, too. I'm just trying to stay in contact with our fans.
Well, it's a new feature that they just came out with literally just yesterday.
Oh, maybe I do need an update.
But it's the first time. I only used it for the first time yesterday, and it really came in handy being able to do this with Facebook and YouTube here at the same time.
Normally, Cam dials us in on this cool like multi-chat thing that they got. There, that works fine. It's the same. People at home are like, "What are these morons?
What are these guys talking about now?"
We're right-clicking and triple-clicking and using 2 fingers on the mouse pads, dude. I don't know what's happening. Look at how tall Jay Smoker is. That dude has stood on a box for. He knows that the height is a huge advantage. It makes a big deal. Getting ready to get underway here with heat number 2, our A sort in 50-plus Nitro Buggy. We got one in the pit lane getting tended to.
With oncoming traffic coming quick.
Yeah, so the starting process is always interesting because they never start where they pit. So they got to start the cars, and while they're in the starting area, they have all their stuff with them. The fuel, the tools, the starter box, and then start the race, and they grab all their stuff, and they got to hustle themselves over to pit lane to be ready. And some of these pitmen are not that agile. Everyone disappeared. Maybe they went on lunch break, Watkins. These guys are about to start their clocks. It is a long process here. You see them picking open spots on the track, trying to find some clean space. Green flag is not waving yet. See, when they would call less than these 3 guys together, they're doing it wrong. You should slow down, make you some space, like this guy.
Oh, right at the top.
Oh, all the space in the world. Yeah, that's Jay Smoker right there. You know how you can tell? He runs that little piece of tape on his wing everywhere that he races so that you know it's him. It makes it easy on us. Smoker runs the Trans Am paint job. It's got the Phoenix Hawk on the front. It's pretty cool. It's pretty cool.
So you have like a little bit of a ribbon there in the back?
Yeah.
Spoiler there?
It's his rookie stripe. That way he can pick his car out of a pack real easy.
I like that. I like that little addition there.
Out in the fluff.
Ooh, right there in front.
He's kept it on the pipe.
Great work avoiding that.
Oh, man.
Great work again.
I'll take lucky over good any day.
Ooh, geez.
First lap starting to check in right now. Hickerson to the front. Smoker going to hold on to that 2 spot early on. Came in with a 41-second lap. Spratley also with a 41-second lap. Smoker waving the flag as he comes down the hill. See the track getting a little dried out right now, end of this round. It's been, I think, 7 or 8 races, maybe a little bit more since they spritzeled. They're going to be out there for another one after this, most likely. I'm lying. I know they are because I heard them say it on the PA. Nice downside there. See that speed bump starting to form in the middle. A little bit of a pothole just on the inside there. Be interesting to keep an eye on that. That's going to change that lineup quite a bit. Oh, big crash at the top side. This is, I think, Perez working together with the tail. Maybe? Nope, the tail's across the line. So that's Perez and Chidardi, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, it was. Yeah, I'm getting good at this. With that rough lap for Perez, that's going to put Smoker now back to the front.
For now, and he's, as we said that, he's back to third.
Oh, wow. 41-second lap time isn't bad, but those guys did a couple heaters in a row. And we are still very early on in this one. Only a handful of laps completed. Time to beat 9 in a 6:44. They're 30 seconds to the good of that time right now. Smoker, Hickerson, Bataille, Perez, Spratley, Vinkemolder, Thacker, Tridardi Sr., Martins, and Rott are top 10 right now as we stay on board with Smoker, working his way back up the hill, coming at us now. A little power wheelie there over the speed roller, checks in with a 41.3. He's been in those 41s kind of the whole time, chipping away at these guys as they go a little quicker, but then they go a lot slower. Slow and steady may win the race here for Smoker as we approach the halfway mark. Out on lap number 4 of scheduled 9 laps. Right about here is the halfway point of the lap.
Vic Mulder, tongue twister there. Got one car off the pace.
We had a driver there doing a very good example. He was upside down, and either his car stuck wide open or he was doing rage throttle, which is something I often do. My car flips upside down and hold it full throttle. Marshall ran up to it, didn't pick it up, and he continued to rage throttle. Maybe he didn't. It could have been that it stuck on. I don't know.
I thought that was Tridardi Sr.
Yeah.
Maybe that he hasn't completed a lap, or he's only completed 3 laps.
I would guess that these guys are experienced enough to know not to do that. It's bad for the engine. It's bad for the marshals. So I'm going to guess maybe a linkage fell off, or he had a servo, or maybe a receiver battery died. Who knows? Could be anything. We jump on board with Donnie V. Orange with the yellow wheels, moving up to that 2 spot right now. SoCal legend, Mr. Vinkemolder. When I first moved to Southern California, I ran parking lot races for Ultimate Hobbies. Me and my old man.
Oh, wow.
Did that.
One just shot right across.
That's the wrong way.
Entering turn 1, they got him too hot and went across one part of the track to the other side.
Doing a lane change.
Trying to get all the time he can.
Oof. But Vinkemolder used to race parking lot with me back in like the early 2000s. Touring car stuff. It's Bataille, Smoker, and Vinkemolder, our top 3 right now. All 3 of them, and in fact, top 10 are all under our current TQ time right now. Keith Schroeder. Schroeder did a 9 in a 6:44. Our leader Smoker on 9 in a 6:15. Bataille on 9 in a 6:15. Vinkemolder on 9 in a 6:15 as well. Top 3 drivers going lap to lap right now. Smoker with a 41, Bataille with a 41, Vinkemolder with a 42 flat. They are approaching white flag waving this time by. Bataille comes across line. He's going to have 2 more to go, actually.
Oh, sideways, zigzags his way all throughout the bumps.
That was a mistake.
Vinkemolders able to get that lap for the 7th one.
Not bad, 41.4 with all that swerving. Alrighty, so Smoker out on last lap. Patel should make it across the line, as should Vinkemolder.
Mikey B out front. Donnie J. Smoker, Gene Hickerson, and Oscar Spratley, your top 5. Spratley just crossed the line. He ran a 42.8 with a 28.1 9-lap pace.
Patel has it right now, but here comes Vinkemolder. Vinkemolder turned in a 40.4, nearly matching his hot lap in the closing stages here. Vinkemolder has it. Oh, Smoker with a rough one, had a shot at it. Did a 44, not going to do him any favors. You jump back on board with Patel right now. He'll be the first one across the line of our lead group. Hickerson checks in there, not going to do it. A couple seconds off the back. Patel has to keep this clean. He knows Vinkemolder's pushing hard right now. Vinkemolder just did a 42nd lap while everybody's in 41s and 42s. Patel across the line with a 42 flat. Vinkemolder through the traffic, but just barely pushing hard right now. Gonna steal it. Does a 40.7 to take the TQ here in round number 2 of 50-plus Nitro Buggy.
Vinkemolder now, he'll go to the top. Mikey B there at second. Hickerson, Smoker, Spratley, your top 5.
I want to say that he got TQ last round. Hey, look, luckily I can tell you right now because I can check out the results on liverc.com. Thanks to their beautiful integration with Lifetime Scoring Engine, you can see all sorts of stats at the push of a button. Let's see, I got to go to 50-plus Nitro Buggy. So Patel TQ'd the first round. Donnie got a 2. So they're back and forth. They both got a 1 and a 2, and they've both been running 9 laps in a 6 and a 15-ish range. So pretty close racing right now. Right now, though, looks like Vinkemolder may have him beat on the tiebreaker. He's a 6.17 and a 6.13 to 2.614. So all on the line here, 50-plus Nitro Buggy TQ still to be decided. It's coming down to Mike Patel and Don Vinkemolder.
All right, so don't go back to the pits, guys. Make sure you jump out there to corner marshal. Hickerson should be up to 1. Renato Garden Sr. up to 2.
Working our way through the program, we pick up Sportsman Nitro Buggy coming up next. Heat number 37 of 46 in your program. Mason Westergaard, Jeremy Smart, Keith Bird, Brian Wright, Randy Huerta, Jeff Sara, Cody Reed, Brad Church, Carson Petrakis, Louis Zavis, and Donald Flowers in our A Main Hobbies Grin lineup. Heat number 1 of 4 in our Sportsman division. I think it's the second largest class in the program. Mason Westergaard. I wonder if that's Anthony's son. Does that kid race? Show me the driver's stand. Sometimes you can ask for things and they do it. Sometimes they don't. Sometimes they can't hear me. Oh, we got a vibrating camera problem. There's a water guy watering our camera, I think, is what they told me. We'll get to it here in a second. But they are on a small pause for the water because they do have to tend to this race surface to make sure it's primo. Oh, dude, did they water the pavement? It seemed like a mistake. That's going to be horrible. Oops. I remember my first day watering the track. I got fired. We call it, you have to have your license in hydraulicism if you want to try to water the track because you could screw it up for everybody, and that might be one of those situations. I could be jumping to conclusions. I really don't know what I'm talking about here, folks.
Good look at our guys here getting set up here for the next one. The Sportsman Nitro Buggy. 4 groups of our larger entries here on the weekend as they're watering things down and doing great work keeping that water down. And boy, is that going to be a very fun turn 1 here during the mains.
The top of it's getting all beat up.
I wonder if you're going to be having some extra marshals there during the race, considering what carnage that you might be seeing here.
I would imagine for the start still, somebody will go stand up there. It might not even be asked. Like, I've been to races where there's dudes who are in the pits are like, dude, we got to go help, and they get out there. Ooh, that looks moist. Perhaps even damp. Oh, I want to see him go through the wet concrete. Can we show him go through the wet concrete? That'd be fun. Oh, it's not that bad. You know what? It might have cleaned the dirt off a little bit. Well, those guys aren't going very fast. Oh, that looks terrible.
One's just kind of struggling.
It's just going where it wants.
You just had to say the N-word, didn't you? Because you got the whole chat, you got the chat talking about it now, and
I thought you said something else. You said M-word.
I
was like, I like this guy. Warm-up laps underway here. Heat number 1 of 4 in our Sportsman Nitro Buggy division. And they're getting ready to go green. First car across the line is going to be Donald Flower. Why do I say David? See him getting a little hung up there. Short in the downhill, but Money is the big double. Moves to the inside of the wetter spot. We'll see what it looks like here. Nice straight. Not bad at all. You see kind of backed her down to maintain control. It looks okay. They're not like leaving tire marks or anything or making roost. They should just run a sprinkler over there the whole time and turn into a mud.
You know, I'm telling you, if they had like one of those one of those things like you get at Walmart or something, where it has like a little bit of a like an arc of water that shoots it down.
The lawn water thing, and they just turn it on randomly. It's the Joker.
Or have it keep going the whole time. Really add a whole new element to the concrete slider.
That'd be great.
The concrete water slider.
There should be. I always think that tracks need to have a Joker lane for stuff like that. There's a couple races that do that. We have it at our home track too. That we run a Joker lane, so you get one lap where you can cheat.
All right, 1 minute down, 5 to go. We'll get to the revive for lap number 1 here.
Watkins says, just put a puddle on the concrete, separate the boys from men.
Looks like there's only 5 up there now.
Oh man, that backside section looking a little dusty, but I know they just watered. Maybe that's just a rough spot on the track. It's a very short turnout in this one. Only 5 cars on the track. See if these guys can take advantage. Wright, Flowers, Westergaard, Church, and Smart. Oh, man. How are they jumping so far?
Once again, so a ton of volunteers needed right after this one, guys.
Oh, double Marshall. Overzealous. I hate when that happens.
Start making your way out there so we can keep the program moving. I'll be rolling them out there.
At the Worlds in North Carolina, they got the local Boy Scout troop to come do turn marshaling so that drivers didn't have to. The problem was these kids had never been around RC cars before, so they had no idea what they were getting them into. And these kids were like,
how did they handle that?
Young, not good. Young kids out there marshaling A-scale world championships. This track was huge. It was very fast everywhere. So that lasted maybe a half a round. And like, this is a bad idea. We're going to get these guys out of here. Thanks for your time. But it seemed like it was going to be a good idea. But they were
done.
Yeah, they needed to train them all, or maybe let them see some races beforehand, because they were grabbing cars by the side, and if you grab a nitro car on the side, you'll touch the pipe and shut it off, type of deal. So that's a big no-no. You reach for the wheels, rear wheels, not front wheels, wing, not the body. Then there was a race, the Worlds in Thailand that were there, in Pattaya. They had hired marshals, so none of the drivers ever had to marshal. They had dudes out there in bike helmets and yellow vests all day long. But through all of the safety that they did, in flip-flops. So I thought that was pretty cool. Remember that, Jensen? We for sure thought we were going to see somebody get a toe amputated, but they made it through. It was fine. Working our way, Brad Church, our early race leader in this one, on schedule to go 8 laps in a 6:09. Wants to set that early Sportsman Nitro Buggy time to beat. Right in the 2-spot, Flowers, Westergaard, and Jeremy Smart rounding out our top 5 and our running order.
All right, we got
We are on board here with, I believe, the blue car was Brian Wright. We'll see if I'm correct.
That was Brian Wright. Donald Flowers is the one that just got hung up right there at the start-finish line.
Hyper donut. So race 37's on the track right now. We'll have 4 heats of this, and I think that'll bring us to a 41, and there's 2 or 3 heats of intermediate, and then we'll get into our pro divisions to round out this one, race number 45 and 46, in case you were wondering.
Our final 2 before we head into the final stretch, the final round of all 3, starting things off once again at the beginning with the, let's say, the 40 plus nitro buggy, I want to say.
First race is 40 plus electric truck.
Electric truck, yep, that's correct.
Oh, rough lap there. Just drove it off the side of the track, but maybe the pipe's hidden. He didn't know that was the end. Did he single? It's not fast. That was Mr. Westergaard. Rough one, 58 seconds. That's several bad corners.
Only 5 cars on here right now for the nitro buggies.
That happens. People get signed up, but they can't do it. They want to do it, and they can't do it.
What is that the reason? Is they working on their cars too much, just taking things and
No.
not
Most of these guys are no-shows. Like they're not here. They signed up for the race, but they didn't actually make the trip. I would say that happens a lot, especially first day, because they don't know who's here or not. And then the race director will reach out to these. Hey, are you coming? And they're like, no, sorry, I can't make it. They're like, can I get my money back? They're like, no, you can't. And then they're like, all right. Westergaard across a much better lap, 45 flat that time by. Church was a 45.9. Last time by for Wright was a 45.4, 45.8 for Flowers. Oh, Jeremy Smart with a lap to forget, a 108. Ouch. It's like 2 laps.
As the bell has gone off, Brad Church leading the way here with a 45.9.
Oh!
And right into the sandbag. I got caught up with the sandbag there just a bit.
That's better than a stake, because a stake would have been way worse than the sandbag was. That was our leader with a bit of a rough outlap. Checks in with a time to be 8 laps and a 6:08.577. Brian Wright going to finish in the 2 spot. Flowers, Westergaard, and Smart rounding out our finishing order here in the main race results.
Got caught up right there in the pipe at the end, but able to keep it going after a rough little last lap there, as it brings us to the second group of our Sportsman Nitro buggies.
Matt Nelson says, what a waste of money. Maybe some guys use it as an alibi. They can say, oh, I signed up for this race. You can find my name on the internet. I just didn't get any laps because my car was broken or whatever. But I was there the whole time. Meanwhile, I hope that's not the case. Sportsman Nitro Buggy Heat number 2 of 4 up next. What is that? Valadao? Lime, Bennett.
Valadeo.
Calba, Richardson, Thompson, Pavia, Robert Wells, Trace Wells, Amir Circus Jr., Tyler Une, and Braden DeMazzi will be up next here in race number 38 to 46 in your program. If you do want to find your favorite racer, just go to liverc.com, click on events, and you can find it there, or go the easy way, silverstate.liverc.com, and you can find the heat sheet. Find out where your favorite racer is. We're running races 23 through 46 all day today. We're approaching the end of round number 2 of 3 rounds of qualifying, so we're going to do this one more time this afternoon.
We have a morning portion, an afternoon portion, and then the evening portion.
Right. Every round takes us, give or take, 4 hours, just about. Start at 8, first round ends at noon, the noon round ends around 4, and the 4 round ends around 8, so it's not too bad.
It actually works out pretty well. So if someone can't catch the morning, you get the afternoon. If you can't catch the afternoon, you get the evening.
Yeah. But really, you want to watch it all. It's the best. And even if you can't watch it, just leave your computer on and let it stream. It helps us. The views.
The watch hours go up.
Hit the likes. Tell your friends. Email the link to your parents so they know to tune in and watch. Warm-up laps underway here for race number 38.
Concrete starting to dry up here just a little bit.
I'd want to go over there and do a bunch of donuts.
I imagine like how slippery it is just by walking on it right now, as much as they have and how much they've been watering it down. So Sean right there. Gonna get that pipe to sit down there just a bit.
Sean is Jimmy Babcock, kind of partner in crime for a lot of the stuff that Jimmy does, and he comes and helps out whenever Jimmy runs races. He's also a pretty decent race announcer. I mean, he's a very decent race announcer. I did an event with him a few years ago, the Horizon Educational Group. They do this hydrogen program where they give a bunch of high schools grant money to go out and build RC cars and race them, and they're augmented by their hydrogen power system. Sean and I got to work a race with these high school teams that were racing RC cars against each other. It was an endurance-style race. It was very, very cool. If you go check it out, it's called the H2GP, and they have a global series right now that's participated by something like 15 or 16 different countries. And California alone, we have 6 or 7 teams that participate in it, all up and down California. It's very, very cool. I didn't have no RC club in my day of high school, so I've announced a couple of them since then, and I always tell the kids, you guys got it made. You get to go to school and do RC instead. It's great. Most of these are, a lot of those schools have those STEM programs, and it seemed to be, there's I'd say 50-50 between private schools and public schools that get into it, so it's good to see. We are underway here, early leader, but not even all the laps checked in yet. Actually, maybe they are only 7, 8 cars in this one, maybe 10, here they go. We work around here, it's either going to be Bennett, Lime, or Wells. Lime and Richardson, it looks like. I believe we are on board now with Mr. Tim Lime, father of Camden. That's one of the jokes we've been doing for a long time. Whoever their dad is or the kid is, we call it that way. It's the son of Tim or the father of Camden. A long time racing family. I think the Limes have been into this for probably 15, 20 years type of deal. I think he's one of the ones, when we were at the Worlds in Chico, he came over and showed me a picture of me and his kids standing next to each other, and I was a grown-up and there was a child standing next to him. Oh, that's cool. He's like, oh, this is him. And they look over and it's a full-grown man standing next to him. Oh, jeez. Never would have guessed. Or that's somebody else, and I got my story completely wrong. It's happened more than once.
Josh Thompson leading the way. Jose Valadeo, Lime, Bennett, Trace Wells, your top 5. And as we say, Robert Wells drops down to number 7. Got our Une. Or is it Yoon or Une?
I'm going to go with Une.
Une will now reside in position number 5, with Thompson having the fast overall time. Just ran his fastest lap of a 41.347 with a 16.69 lap pace.
You know what I like to do when I'm watching the live streams, and you can just feed bad information into the chat, and the announcers don't know if you're making it up or not. So if you guys want to tell us how to say his name incorrectly and have some fun with him, that's a good one too. Don't do that. I was just kidding.
Well, someone that doesn't know me, the drivers, I would take them. The community knows a lot of these guys by name.
Right.
They've heard it so many times been called, and I would fall for it.
I've announced races for the years, and a dude will come up to me at the end of the weekend and be like, it's pronounced, and he'll say it very aggressively to me. I'm like, hey, man, I'm sorry. You should have told me at the beginning of the weekend so I could have at least known I was getting it wrong. I had no idea.
Valadeo crosses the line with a 42.6. So in that 31.8 9-lap pace. Only 2 drivers in that 9-lap bracket right now in Thompson and Valadeo.
White car with the highlights on the wing. I think it's definitely going to be Tim Line. I know for sure now. Just watched it happen. Tim looking pretty solid right now. Dropped down a little bit. It was a bit of a slow lap that time by. Probably our fault. Line working his way through that topside section. A gaggle of cars behind him.
Good contact back there. And riding the pipe all the way through.
I'm stuck.
And he's stuck right there on the pipe. So you see in the bottom right of your screen. Going to retrieve it.
That's a bummer.
And they finally get to go.
High-sided.
About 1:20 left here to go in the Sportsman Nitro buggies. Thompson, Valadeo, Bennett, Une, Wells, Lime, Richardson, Trace Wells. Robert Wells in 5th. Trace Wells in 8th. Javier rounding out your top 10.
Coming down the hill on the left side, got swirling, ended up flying onto the front straightaway. All right. Pain.
30 seconds left to go here now.
A couple early retiring there, getting carried off the track. That's never how you want to end your run.
And not sure exactly who that might be.
Thompson and Vallejo at the front of this one for some time now. See if they can finish up strong. They are +1 lap on our current TQ of Brad Church. But as we've seen, anything can happen on the final lap here.
The buzzer sounds and immediately coming on oncoming traffic. Good work.
See what that guy was doing there? Was going back where he was supposed to go.
Try to get to his previous spot.
Stay out of the way. Because if he would have turned right in front of those guys, that would have been real bad.
Ooh, near contact. Great work avoiding with one other car right there off to the side.
Getting aggressive here at the end, but sometimes you have to be. You're going to make the move. Make it stick.
No, and this one takes a controlled cartwheel. Another one.
Oh, I thought he was going to take him off for sure.
It was one of those what you could do, I could do better. Try to top you on it.
Thompson playing it smart there. Went single, single, single instead of trying to push the issue. New TQ time. Going to go to Josh Thompson. Well, that is unless Vallejo can come in with like a 40-second lap time probably.
Valadeo now see him at the very back corner. He just made that jump. As they approach here to the right-hander, we're off screen. As he's going to come back around. Does Valadeo, can he go to the top of the board?
Maybe. That's a heater.
Valadeo, he will stay in second. He does have a fast lap of a 42.4, but it's not enough with a 36.7 pace to Thompson's 34.4.
Finishing order, Josh Thompson taking the top spot and resetting the TQ. Vallejo in that 2 spot. Bennett, Lime, Une, Richardson, Kalba, Pavia, Sarkis Jr., and Robert Wells rounding out our top 10 with Trace Wells and Brandon Damazzi finishing up the field. That is going to do it for race 38-39. Coming up next, heat 3 of 4 in our Sportsman Nitro Buggy division. The B sort. Beautiful look there at the uphill-downhill section that leads us into the concrete patch. That is the actual arena floor that gets so tricky to navigate. We see some guys running the high side. They'll run the berm shot and then kind of shoot through it straight along the lower part of our screen here. Other guys will run the pipe to the inside and carry enough momentum to shoot corner to corner, so from the top of the concrete to that bottom side. Not sure what's faster. We got to get some guys in there side by side. We'll find out tomorrow. Oh, see, somebody answered in the chat. See, the Throbbing Super Brain comes back with more information. Why would someone sign up for this race and not go? They got the early bird special before the dates changed, and they couldn't make it to this one, so that makes perfect sense. Coming up next is here, Jay Neal, Scott Burdon, Jack Folan, Stephen Smith, Chris Champlin, Mac Marmon, John McDermott, Sean Ohanassian, Stephen Ramos, Pepto Garrett, as well as Raymond Gonzalez, Matt Morrow, and James Kazanak. See our rostrum there, full of very passionate, talented racers, getting ready to take this B sort very seriously. We talked about that before. Sometimes the B sort's the place to be. Top of the B is better than the bottom of the A because you're going to be probably one of the faster cars on the track, leading the way, having traffic get out of your way. Whereas if you're in the A sort, chances are the leader's going to catch you. You're going to have to let him go by at least once, and that will slow you down at least that much. And maybe it'll be the difference between you getting a top 10 or not.
Oh, one car has a... Oh, they're going to jump over here to get the light.
He's looking to get his open track. Yeah.
He was drifting off a little slower than we usually see where people try to cut the track to get that open light, but some traffic that were a little off screen that we weren't able to see. As we start to route number 3 of 4 for the Sportsman Nitro buggies. Keith Bird, the Facebook chat, said, signed up for the early bird. See the last name there before the event dates were posted. Couldn't make the early race this year.
That's a bummer. No refunds. Smith across the line to open things up, 44-1.
Wide exit over the jump.
Early on, looking pretty clean, playing some safe lines right there. You see the track getting a couple rough spots now where you're seeing cars kind of jumping around. They weren't doing that earlier in the day, but that's A-scale racing. That always happens. I would expect it to be much worse by now. This is day 3. We're more than halfway through the day. Right there, one little bump on that outside line, couple little bumps there through the inside line, but nothing too bad. That part is probably going to get real action-packed here for our main events. A little bit of an overjump there. Waiting for the car to rotate on the concrete, then mashing gas.
All right, so now Mac Marmon leading the way.
Down the hill he goes, left-hander now. Up and over that top side single. Jumps down the hill. A little bit of an overjump again. You see there's starting to be some bumps there forming from so many people getting that a bit wrong. On board with second place runner Steve Smith, last time by 42.7, this time by...
trying to cut it a little too much.
New hot lap, 42.5. Just a little short, but not too shabby. Taking it to the high side there, trying to avoid some of those rumbles on that inside line. See him just kind of tippy-toeing his way around out there, not pushing too hard, just making sure the car stays pointing in the right direction, keeps it on the ground as much as possible. Runs a little high side drift there, goes double, single, single. Smith now to the front of our leaderboard. 42.5 last time by, this time by 42.9, not too shabby. Ooh, a little short coming down the hill there. That's not where you want to be, but able to make the double, no sweat. Far side section one more time. You see the wing dancing around in that flat section, and that just means there's a couple little holes forming up there. They're not too bad because he seems to be going through at a decent tempo. Slides it around there. See that off-color patch that skips across it. 42.9 last time by, 43 flat this time by. So Smith falling into a groove right now, playing it nice and safe. Not running super tight aggressive lines, just trying to make sure the car stays upright. That's that inside to inside line that I was talking about. They come kind of through the lower section on the hill and then shoot straight across the concrete.
So Smith, Bourdon, McDermott, Folan, Marmon are your top 5. Smith leading the way with a fast time of a 42.5 and that pace of a 27.1. He right now is slotted in that first and second spot is Bourdon. Josh Thompson, who was the previous top qualifier, will be in that third spot for now. John McDermott, Folan are 5th, 7th, and Marmon in 8th, respectively, the EQP.
Oh, getting a little sketchy there under braking, turning it sideways and slid way to the outside. We come across the line. This should be Morrow.
1 minute to go. 5 minutes completed. With one more group left here in the Sportsman Nitro Buggy.
Trying to set an aggressive time to beat Josh Thompson. 9 laps in a 6:34. They're on 9 laps in a 6:29 right now. So Smith gonna have to keep it together here in the final 2 laps. He doesn't have a ton of time to play with. And as we've seen in the Sportsman divisions, we have seen some very, very rough laps from either crash traffic or drivers just having a bad time as the nerves get to them. All sorts of wrong there.
Sideways. Another one had to stay on its feet there and was able to. Where the concrete is at. Back over the hard right-hander, the jump. The bell sounds. As the time is out, we'll go to finish their laps here.
Man, I got an idea for race organizers. You make everybody run a different color side dam on their wings, and then we can tell who's who real easily.
It will help a lot
Yeah.
as far as getting the names kind of figured out. The guys coming here and finishing their laps. Stephen Smith, as for now, at the top. Here comes Jack Folan. Right here. He's about to approach your screen here in just a moment. He does. Folan will remain second, and Scott Bourdon. Does he have enough? He's back there in that far corner, that pink machine. He'll come along down to the straightaway here to the hard right-hander, back over the bumps.
Oof.
And I heard him a little bit there, so we'll see if Byrne, does he hold on to position number 3?
Ooh.
And got loose there once again. Bourdon will hold to position number 3. And that's going to do it for Group 3 of 4 in the Sportsman Nitro Buggy with Stephen Smith, Jack Folan, and Scott Bourdon leading the way.
You see it, Stephen Smith taking the new TQ time, 9 laps in a 6:30, followed by Folan, Borden, McDermott, Neal, Marmon, Garrett, Kazanak, Ohannessian, and Morrow as our top 10.
630 people watching us right now on YouTube. We thank you for checking us out as the Sportsman Nitro Buggy and their final grouping is about to head on out. We'd love to hear where he does a few times, 2 times today, but here as we'll do it one more time, then we got the evening time is what I've heard as a tradition here with Silver State on the broadcast. Love to hear one more time where you're from and where you're watching today's qualifying event here on this Friday afternoon in Las Vegas.
It's a roll call. Let us know where you're from, where you're watching from, how long you've been watching, and how long you're going to be with us. We love to know a little bit about you, where you're from, and what you're up to. You could even tell us what kind of RC you're into. We don't want to interrupt this conversation that these guys are having. But come on, chime in. Let us know that you're there. We love you guys.
Chat has been very lively. Is Watkins and a lot of people have been talking. They've been really mentioning about how pretty much they're going to talk about some RC racing a lot. Back and forth has been great. See, Jessica LaBounty said she liked the pink one, that pink car. So your profile picture has, I think, some pink in it there. She's been active in the chat all day yesterday for the most part and today. So thanks again, Jessica, for watching.
The warm-up laps always look so hectic. They all want to get out there and not miss a lap, so I can see that. I would go last. That'd be me, but who knows?
Well, Jessica was the one, I believe, I want to say from Minnesota that was tuning in.
Valparaiso, Indiana, and it'll be here all night.
So Northern Illinois. We got some from Alabama.
Eyeball Performance. I grew up in Northern Illinois. I grew up in Lake County, Illinois, right? The most northern town, Antioch and Lake Villa area. We were almost Wisconsinites. Southern Utah. Welcome to the show, everybody. Thanks for joining us. From Pahrump. I've been there. Well, there's a count to go there if you drive through it on your way to Vegas. We stopped there one time, and we did do some gambling. We gave some money to the casinos because they needed it. Cheatech, Wisconsin.
Yeah, we have another ball in Wisconsin. We got
another Minnesota.
Another Minnesotan is in here.
Louisiana. Emerald City. Whoa.
Washington State, another central Wisconsin. Washington State, yeah. What is it? Oh, yeah. I'll make sure we get. Is this? It says Chickasha, Pennsylvania.
No,
what a name of a city.
Say it super fast. I can't. I'll swear immediately. We're off and rolling here. Heat 4 of 4. Our Sportsman Nitro Buggy A main resource. These guys trying to secure their way into the A final. Several of these drivers put in top 10 runs last round. They're going to want to do that again, but to do that, they need to put in a clean run first. And things get underway. A little messy for a few of these drivers that came out of the gates swinging. We work our way around. This is Travis Saunders, and I want to say Vincent across line. Saunders and DeAndrada, actually.
I want to ask our chat, what do you think? One more question for him. Who ends up getting the top position in this group? Do we see Steven Smith hold on for everybody, or does Matt Saunders, Sexton, Travis Saunders, James Newman? Who is going to be and lead the session here?
We got Kentucky, we got Alabama, Norfolk, Virginia, some Sydney, Australia, g'day. Another one. We got a Lake County, Illinois. Are you sure? There's not too many people from Lake County, Illinois. I'm kidding. There's lots of people. Texas. Smiley Hen. He's out there painting bodies and listening to racing. Thanks, Smiley. We appreciate that. And Boston, Massachusetts checking in. Good to have everybody with us, tuning in from everywhere around the world. RC Cars has gone global thanks to Live RC.
RC Victory Lane is our YouTube moderator. He's looking pretty fast. Racing. He thinks
they say
Reed Sanders will get it.
Sanders at the front right. Oh, as I say that, his red light comes on, which means he's late to the line. They got there.
Other Saunders able to get it in Travis.
Saunders met Saunders, the top of the running board right now as we approach the halfway mark of this one. Last time by for Travis, 41.2. Pace is 9 laps in a 6:22. 8 seconds to the good of our current TQ time. Not a lot of room to work with. Metz, Reed Saunders, and it's Scott Sexton as our top 4. James Newman rounding out the 5 spot. Christian Franchuk running in that 6 spot right now. Garen Villegas, Chevelle Keats, Eric D'Andero, and David White, our top 10. As we get on board with the green car of Travis Saunders. As we say that, gets it wrong coming up the hill. Cost him a little bit of time, but not too much. He did a 41 last time by. Well, that was not Saunders. That was Saunders behind him. Green car. Nope. That one. Blue car. My bad. Travis Saunders, believe in the blue with the yellow wheels. It could be the car in front of him. I'm not 100%. He's very, very close. Working their way up the hill. The leaders now working together. Dustin Metz, Travis Saunders, Reed Saunders, our top three. As we are on board with second spot runner, Travis Saunders checks in that time by a bit slower. 43.3, we saw him go for the wild ride. He can do 42s and 41s, and a little bit of a bobble there as the cameraman jinx is in full effect. Since we put the camera on him, he's just been going slower. It's Metz, Saunders, and Saunders at the top. Time to beat is a 6:30. Their pace right now is 6:20. Top 5 drivers under the current TQ time. Steven Smith likes the sound of that one. He'll take a 6 any day. Working down the hill now. There's Saunders getting a little sideways there. Goes double, single, single. Around that 180, comes back down the hill. Crosses the line. Bit of a rough one. That's going to give it back to Reed now. Travis with that rough 44-second lap. Going to drop down a spot. He's still under the TQ, but he's losing track positions. We come up the hill here. Our leader should be in this main group here. Dustin Metz. Going to be the car in front of that one. Yeah, that's the guy crashing. Oh, the tough break there for our leader. All we had to do was think about getting him on the camera, and his car went for a wild ride. He was doing fine without us.
See, a lot of them have done that. Matt Saunders, Reed Saunders, that is.
So we had the camera on Reed in the beginning, and then he crashed. He hasn't crashed since. I've been watching all these lap times here. Metz was the same way, and all we had to do was try to get him on camera, and his car crashed. So Metz is that white with the pink coming down the hill at us right now. Current race leader, he's on 9 and a 6:19, good enough to TQ. Reed Saunders on 9 and a 6:23. They're going to have another lap to go. Metz late to the line, 44.4. Still on a quick time. He's on a 22, but will it be him or Saunders? Metz going to have to make this lap count. Saunders across the line with a 41. He is within a 10th now. So it's coming down, final lap, top spot between Metz and Saunders. Villegas not really got a shot at this one. Metz going to have to keep it clean. Saunders going to have to do the same. Metz now coming up on some lap traffic. Going to have to get some help from these guys. You see him pushing a little hard right there. Car steps out. Going to cost him a little bit of time. Comes down the hill. Hits some of the downside. Little swerve in there. Hard on the binders. Runs it a little wide. Goes double, single, single with the slap jump to the outside. Metz now did a 44. This one going to be much quicker. Checks in with a 42. Will it be enough? Where is Saunders? Saunders coming through just a couple corners back. Saunders did his quick lap last time by a 41.3. Can he do it again? Doesn't look like it. Saunders with a 46, dropping down to third. Villegas going to take the 2 spot, but Dustin Metz TQ's round number 2 here in the Sportsman Nitro Buggy Division. 9 laps in a 6:22, 8 seconds quicker than Smith. Nicely done, and hats off to Smith. He's going to hold on for a top 10 run as well.
That's going to do it for that. Dustin Metz will take the top spot as we take a look here one more time at our results for this one. Presented by A Main Hobbies. Metz, Villegas, Saunders, Sexton, Diondero, Saunders, Granchuk, Keats, Newman, and White, your top 10, with Vincent, Takami, and Lemming will round out your top 13. And that is going to do it for the Sportsman Nitro Buggies.
Man, Smith's time, the previous heat's winner, he was the
Steven Smith will be 4th.
Yeah, 4th for the round. Nicely done. Say Brian Merica Hemet without saying Murica. Say Brian Hemet. Is that what you
Say Brian.
America?
America Hemet without saying
California
America.
without saying America.
America? I guess you go.
Oh, I see. Brian Merrick. He's from Hemet, California. But say it without saying America, because it's hard to say it when you're from Hemet. Thanks, Daniel. That was a fun one. When the stars align. Oh, they're hosing the track again. They got hose in all the corners of the track. Keeps the dust down, keeps the traction up. I wonder if they're going to water the pavement again.
I think so. When they have watered it in the past, they will end up watering the pavement, and
doesn't look like it. Maybe that's just the way it looks.
I think. Well, we'll see here.
No.
It's a little bit lighter. It's not dark enough. They have not watered it. No.
I mean, it kind of looks like it looked when they watered. Maybe they didn't water.
I think
before,
they got the entry.
So.
They got the entrance over here, but they didn't get the rest. We see a lot of the other spots where they did water it down there a little bit.
It's moist.
Can't say that. You cannot say
You're right. I'm sorry. Correct. It's damp.
That's much better.
Oh, damp
I
it.
appreciate that. Much better. Jeez.
I'm not saying that one. It's not even funny. This is heat number 1 of 4 in our intermediate nitro buggy division. Race number 41 of 46 on your program. This guy's going to go see how wet that is. Not that.
It's already soaking in really well already.
This arena type dirt, I'll call it horse dirt, right? They use a very fine, soft dirt for the horses so they don't hurt their little horsey feet. And when the people fall off the horses and the bulls, they've got a soft landing. They never pack it down. This is not dirt that packs well. So for this surface to be holding up for 2 3/4 days already, I think they did a great job. I did find out they got 2 whole days to build the track, which is a big deal. Because that's a whole extra 24 hours for them to soak that thing down and let the dirt pack in and do the steam roller, the vibratory roller.
So as the intermediate nitro buggies will make their way out now, the group 1 of 4. Elton Martins, Roman Gastelum, Katie Wiggins, to name a few that are out here now.
Oh, guys, I got an idea. Next time they water the track, we'll just put it on that one corner camera, and then we'll watch if he waters it. That's a great idea. I'll see if I can make that happen, chat. One time, I've worked with Live RC for many years, and one time I got to work the switchboard, and there's so many buttons to push. Sometimes you got a joystick camera, and you can put it on people. It's great. These guys have so many things to do over there, let alone try to listen to my silly requests.
Again, thank you for joining us here for the 2026 Silver State Indoor Championships, presented by J Concepts from the South Point Hotel and Casino in Las Vegas, Nevada. Right here, the Prevert Pavilion Arena, 100,000 square feet. You can follow the stats and live here on silverstate.liverc.com alongside Charlie Swanka. I'm Ford Martin. Thank you for joining us here for today's coverage on Live RC for day number 2 of 4 and the Friday qualifying coverage here today. It's been a great week overall so far, leading into the mains starting tomorrow on Saturday. You can also find the schedule for tomorrow, which will be the nitro truck and the electric buggy main starting at 8 a.m. local time here in Las Vegas. And on Sunday, the nitro buggy and electric mains also as well on 8 a.m. But to make it pretty simple for everyone back at home, 8 a.m. for both days. You can join us right here on Live RC on YouTube and Facebook and on liverc.com.
Winner of this heat going to set our early time to beat for our intermediate nitro buggy division. See how long they can hold on. Sometimes you're TQ for only one race. Sometimes you're TQ for a couple races. Going to have to put in a heater here. Intermediate nitro buggy already down into the 41-second lap time for Jay Smoker at the front. Roman Gastelum in that 2 spot. Morales running 3rd, but it is still very, very early on in this one. You pick up Mr. Jay Smoker with that trademark Smoker flag on the wing. Oh, coming up a little short there. You saw him wiggling the wheels, hoping for the best.
53 entries in this one for the intermediate nitro buggies. The most of any group here in any class this week. And then after this, the Pro Nitro Buggies coming up immediately at the conclusion of these 4 groups here for qualifying.
Oh, Smoker with a dirt splash coming up the hill there. Found a soft spot on the track. Heater coming down the hill into the rollers and almost went wing over tea kettle, if you will. I wonder if that flag affects his aero package at all.
I wouldn't think it does. But
maybe it's so small and light it doesn't matter.
I think it's one of those that you just find at the dollar store and just hang right there in the back. At least to have something, but not affect too much of the drag. I like to think if it's one of those when you're going behind one of those 18-wheelers down the interstate,
right?
And they have those little arrows.
Yeah.
I forgot what they're actually called, but something at the back of the 18-wheelers where they think it helps the wind. And
science.
Maybe that's his way of help. Maybe
maybe
he's tested things out. Maybe he watched some sports science or something on the old ESPN show and watched that one and maybe helped him out.
I'm sure people at home that know Smoker knows that he definitely does it for the aerodynamic advantage that it has for his car in the air, not because he likes everyone to know where he is. Spratley, Willoughby, Smoker, our top 3. Bartlett, Morales, Wiggins, Martin, Gastelum, Viterbo, and Bresbois, our top 10 right now. Top of the hill now, orange and white car. This could be Spratley. I think it is. We'll find out, right? Wow. It is. It's definitely Spratley. 41.3 that time by. Picks up the pace, 9 laps in a 6:10 right now. Spratley going wing high over the center double, but able to hold on to it. Landed on the front wheels, gave it a little bit of throttle, made sure she rode out of that one. Back up the hills he goes. Jumps over the crashed traffic. He really had no choice in that situation. Coming down the hill, gets turned a little sideways as the back end gets a little bit loose. Top of the hill looks much more stable now. Jumps to flats, able to hold on to it. Smashes on the brakes. You see it almost lock up the front end and push into the corner. Last time by was a 41.3. This time by, maybe a little quicker. 40.5 that time by for Spratley. On the gas, going fast right now. Jumps down the hill. Going to try to hit that downside. Nicely done. Landed at the top. Rolled it all the way down in max control. Running that outside line through the concrete corner. Didn't slap the berm, but ran the high side nonetheless. Works his way through that top side section. Misses that big hole on the inside. Coming back down the hill right through the center of the baby rollers. Up and over it goes. It's that right-hander. Still a little bit too much on that downside, leaving a tenth or two out on the track. Runs a little wide there, playing it safe, goes double, single, single. Coming up on some lap traffic right now. Spratley last time by, 40.5 this time by, 41.3, not too shabby, maintains his top spot.
Spratley still leads the way here. 1 minute to go with Brendan Bartlett. They're in position number 2, Jay Smoker in 3rd. Matthew Willoughby in 4, starting to red line here in our monitor. Still has not reached the line back yet, but he finally does after a 47.64. That actually makes him down to 6th, knocks him out of the top 5.
That's one of those sections where just drove the rut a little bit wrong, a little bit fast, and the car said, nope, we're going to flip over for you right here.
Spratley still leads the way. Bartlett, Spratley comes back around here as we're following him along right now.
Oh, rough one there. Cost him 3 seconds, maybe more. Going to move Brendan Bartlett out of the top spot by about 9/10 of a second.
15 seconds now. Bartlett now coming around to complete their final lap. Bartlett, Spratley right now, currently, he's only had done 7 laps as he's right there with them. Spratley, Bartlett right there together. The bell sounds. Coming back around to complete lap number 9.
Looks like this is our leaders working together right now, trying to cooperate. They both know they have good runs separated by barely anything. Bartlett and Spratley. Spratley and Bartlett.
That's going to do it for Bartlett. Pulling to the right to get out of the way where he stays with it here.
Or he's going to try to race him and take him out to make sure.
A little bit.
Pretty sure the announcers let you know. The computer voice tells them when they're done, so they should know better, but you never know.
He's going to stick with it still.
Keeps the pressure on. He doesn't want to make it easy on him.
Right there, first and second.
Looks like he wound up a little bit. So Spratley trying to put in a heater because Bartley just turned in a 40.9. Bartlett, I don't know. If this is
there he goes. He flips it over.
Bartlett keeping the pressure on, and maybe in the back of Spratley's head was like, who is this guy behind me? I better go for it. Tried to double out, but maybe he knew he needed the heater lap as well. So either way, Spratley with a decent run, but allows Smoker to slide by at the end to steal that 2 spot, with Bartlett taking home the number 1. After those 3, it was Wiggins, Gastelum, Willoughby, Viterbo, Martins, Morales, Bresbois rounding out our top 10. Our A main hobbies race results, with Christopher Spears, Brundage, Didasco, and Parker not making the start.
We'll do it of our first group. Now coming up there, our second group of the intermediate nitro buggies. So Brendan Bartlett will be the time to beat with a 6:12.86. We're completing their round 2 runs. We've still got one more round to go today, as we've gone through the majority of our second round.
Sportsman, Nitro, where's the thing here? I'm going to look up some stats. Wait, no, this is intermediate Nitro buggy, right? This one.
This is intermediate nitro buggy, yes.
So, round 1, this is round 2. So, Kyle Johnson TQ'd round 1, Travis was second, Diaz. So these guys are all in the next heat. But Deanna Eichenbachberger from
really
the
fast
B-Sword,
in her run.
Yeah, went 4th for the round last time by. So keep an eye on Deanna. And anybody else from this heat, top 10? I don't think so. So we'll keep an eye on what's going on. But last round they did 10 and a 6:36. Deanna did 9 and a 6:03. There was only one driver, Kyle Johnson, to do a 10-lap run last. Oh, I'm going to check that. There was 2 drivers, Horn and Johnson, both did 10-lap runs. So too many stats. Jason, I agree. An aerial cam would be cool, but they don't let us do that. We're too close to the airport.
One of our guys to ladder, go to the very top.
We could get him in a harness and hang him from the ceiling.
Yeah, that's right.
Sick.
Right there at the top of your screen where those guys are at, and have them just hang there for a few hours.
You could do a zip line, and they could go back and forth across.
Yeah, there you go.
They used to have a cable cam. It was pretty cool. Jensen hated it because he always had to make it go, and it never cooperated it. But when it did work, it was pretty cool. When I think like the second time that I worked with these guys, maybe the third time, Jensen had a DJI, what was that thing called? A flame wheel or flame wheel? Back in the super early days of quadcoptering or droning, if you will. Did you ever fly that thing? Oh, okay. It didn't work with the event that I was at, but you got it working after that. Good times. Off and rolling here. Heat number 2 of 4 in our intermediate nitro buggy qualifying round number 2 of 3 for the day. Every division here at the Silver Stake gets 3 rounds of qualifying. Today we are doing nitro buggy and electric truck. Yesterday we did the opposites, nitro truck and electric buggy. Tomorrow will be our final, Saturday and Sunday, our main days. Saturday will be the electric buggy and nitro truck. Sunday will be the nitro buggy and electric truck. We'll be doing that all day, every day. We are approaching the end of round number 2. We got one more round to go today. Takes us about 4 hours around. We started at 8. 3 rounds times 4 hours is 12 hours. We'll be done right around 8, just in case you were wondering how much more awesome RC car racing you have ahead of you. There's lots. Opening things up here, 42nd lap time for Deanna. So far, only driver down in the 42nd. We've got 42s for the rest of the field. They take it kind of easy. Deanna has a 4 for the round last time by, so all eyes on Eichenberger. Even Howard now to the top with Vinkemolder at the front. Vinkemolder checks in with a 39.86. Deanna now already on lap traffic, though. That's not where you want to be on lap number 1. Eichenberger checks in 39.7 that time by. Down into the 39s early on in this one. Far side section working up the hill.
It's over 90 seconds into this next session. Nick Mulder still after that slow overlap of a 41-2. Eichenberger now goes back to the top of the board.
Vinke had a bit of a rough one there. He opened with a 39, did a 41 the second time, so that kind of equals those two out. Eichenberger pushing hard there, almost went Casey and JoJo over the doubles. 39.7 last time by, this time by a 40.1. Coming up a little short, but able to ride it out.
We're starting to see a lot of this dirt now where the concrete has started to take over. It really was, at least where it was yesterday, we saw less of that concrete. Now we're starting to see more of that concrete. It's starting to show up as the weekend goes on. Didn't think they applied, as far as the way how it's gone, not sure if they applied any more dirt overnight, but it sounds like at least if this keeps up at the pace it's going right now, where these guys are starting to land, you might start to see some of that concrete start to play, and that might have to change things, at least as far as the drivers and how they drive that jump there.
And they're accelerating through it a lot more, so it's going to get basically more and more concrete as it goes on. And there's only so much they can do to get that to stick down there, because at the edges it's going to be kind of thin and it's going to get worked away. So Eichenberger checks in 41.5 that time by Dinkemulder with a 41.3, 40.9 for Viven Howard. Boomer Wheeler now into the mix. Top 4, top 5 switching around as we go. 41.4 for Eichenberger last time by 4 laps completed. 9 laps and a 6.04 is the pace right now. Top 2 drivers from round number 1 did 10 lap runs. 41.4 again. The pace quickens just a little bit. 6:06.092 now the pace for our leader. Not enough time, I don't think, to get that below to a 10-lap run unless you start doing 39s, like you got nothing better to do with your day to do 39-second lap times. If it was that easy, we'd do it every time. Varen Howard now to the 2 spot is another rough one there for Vinkemulder. We saw it a 47-lap run. Varen and Viven Howard now moving to the top spots, their 2nd and 3rd respectively, as Eichenberger continues to lead the way, looking to smash that TQ time by about 6 seconds. 41.2 that time by Eichenberger, falling into a rhythm now. Did a 39 early on, but since then backed it down. Staying nice and consistent, trying to stay clear of the crash and the lap traffic. Oh, as I say that, Eichenberger overjumps a little bit, turned the wheels, landed on the outside, and went wing over tea kettle. Crashed away from the Marshall, so that may be the difference here of a TQ or even a top 10 run at this point. Eichenberger going to try to push hard and make it back. Still has maybe 2 more laps to try to make something happen. See there, costing 3 full seconds, did a 44.3, but somehow able to hold on to the top spot. Still under the TQ time, but just barely. 9 laps and a 6:11.5, so a second and some change. But that is not what you hope for. And there, oh no, another bobble coming up the hill, gets a little crossed up. Car got light, turned sideways, too much sidewall, not enough front wall. Went upside down, and another Marshall job. That's always a tough break. Anytime you get Marshall, that's a 2 seconds at least. So Eichenberger, unfortunate turn of events here. Last 2 laps, not great ones. Coming around now, last time was a 44. This time a 42. Viven Howard checks in last time with their quick lap. 39.7 on the gas, going fast for Howard. Trying to make something happen. They are less than 0.1 of a second separated between our top 2 drivers. Eichenberger are on the final lap right now. They are just under the TQ time, but barely. Howard now has the top spot as he checks in with a 41-second lap time. Eichenberger trying to hold on, needs to put in a heater here. Every point counts. Every second matters. Through the doubles into the singles around the 180. Eichenberger charging down the hill. Comes across the line on a heater. Takes the top spot back, but will it be Howard or Howard? Varen and Viven duking it out. Separation less than a handful of tenths. Vinkemulder trying to get back in this mix as well, but I think he's out of time. Viven now coming down the hill. Going to be around the corner. He did a 41. Needs something quicker than that. Does it, but it's not enough. Viven going to hold on for 3rd. Maybe Howard, the brother of Viven, Varon and Viven, the Racing Howards, working their way, should be last in line. Oh, a tough one there. Varon did a 41.4, so switching up the order there. Less than a tenth and a half separating our top 3 drivers in the closing stages of that one. Deanna Eichenberger, 9 laps, 6:11.73. Viven with 9 laps and a 6:11.80. Varon with 9 laps and a 6:11.89. Very, very close racing here in the second round of qualifying. Our C sorts in the intermediate nitro buggy. It's a barn burner. See there our finishing order: Eichenberger, Howard, Sawinski, Vinkemolder holding on for 5th, Hicks, Saunders, Wolter, Mills, McCall, as well as Schrader, Wheeler, and Coker, rounding out our running order and our 8 main hobbies race results.
So that's going to do it for the intermediate buggies now for now. And for group 3 of 4 coming up next, Eichenberger, as of right now, lead the way after she had a nice run in her second run.
So Ryan Daze in this one, another one that had a top 3 run actually last round. So he'll be one to keep an eye on. It can come out of anywhere for the most part, but that's a notable one because I happen to have my information posted. Coming up next, you see Dunford, Hathcote, Rowe the third, Watson, Morale, Daze, Demick, Somariba, Tung, Brian Wyrick leading the field out with Mallory, Peterson, and Thacker after that.
That'll be it for your top 13 as they will come out here and get ready for our third of 4 for the intermediate nitro buggy coming out next. All those guys getting ready, and we again thank you for joining us here on today's coverage of the 2026 Silver State Indoor Championships in Las Vegas, Nevada, here at the South Point Hotel and Casino. You can join live stats and information. You can go to silverstate.liverc.com for all the coverage today. Don't forget the Oval Championships. The first time here at Silver State, they will make their first ever appearance, and we will have the coverage of that tomorrow. We'll be sure to have you with us, and we're really excited about being here on the call. Ford Martin, myself, Charlie Swanka, here to come in and be a part of that broadcast. It's going to be a lot of fun, and excited to see how that's going to turn out. The Oval course is actually in the building right next to us, right from behind, so that's going to be a lot of fun.
You got to clarify, it's Dirt Oval.
The Dirt Oval, that is correct, yes.
It's huge. I'm gonna find out the run line on that track, but it's got to be 100-foot straightaways on that. Maybe not. I'm pretty short, so everything looks big to me.
Contact there from behind us. Everyone's trying to make sure they get that clean alley, and they're all knocking each other left and right.
Because they can't.
Beat fenders here.
They're race cars. You can't sit and idle. You got to keep it piped up.
As now we are off and away. I want to note for our fans here at home, on the left side of your screen, which shows the third, that is Barry Rowe, the third. That is right there in that second position, showing the 3 IIIs that you see right there for that second position. That is Barry Rowe, the third.
I thought his last name was III.
Unless that is his name.
I don't.
I'm the third, so I'm sure that will pop up on mine right there at least. As now we have been given the green flag. Some of these guys starting to finish up their first laps.
Time to beat Deanna Eichenberger, 9 laps in a 6:11.7. They'll come out swinging, but maintaining that opening lap pace is trickier than it may look. Razzle Dazzle Daze is what Ryan goes by back home. So he works his way to the front of the leaderboard, sitting second right now with Watson at the front. Reggie Tung now making his presence felt. Paul Sacker now into the mix. Give these guys a few laps to get sorted out. Let them work their way through traffic. See, finding that open track early on, very important. Get you into rhythm, makes you the race leader. That way people got to get out your way and you're not getting out of their way. Watson and Daze at the front right now. Both of them doing 39-second lap times. Daze with a 39.3, Watson with a 39.6, Thacker with a 40.4 to open things up. Morale with a 40.9, Rowe with a 41.5, 40.4 for Reggie Tung. Tung quickens now, checks that, slows down a touch, 40.5. Watson, Daze, and Tung, our top group. Rowe and Sombria stuck together here. They started at the front. They're running mid-pack or so.
Watson, Daze, Tung, Pearson, Morale, your top 5. And are currently leading the way as we are starting to inch towards the halfway point here in this third session of qualifying. Trying to beat Diana Eitenberger right now, who has that 6:11.73 9-lap pace. Where right now, if the results would stand, she would be slotted in that 7th position.
Jump on board here with Reggie Tung. He was running second, but we picked him up at the tail end of a rough lap. Came across there with a 43.2, dropped him way down the ladder. Same thing happened to Watson. He was at the front, had a similar lap time, a 42.9, dropped him down the ladder. But right now, Tung looking pretty smooth and easy, trying to collect his thoughts and get that back underway. Reggie at the high side, jumping down the hill. Daze and Peterson at the front of this one. Razzle Dazzle Daze got a 3 last round. He's on
slide, all 3 right there together in the concrete.
They told me in the chat it was Daze.
Are we finding, is it now Daz?
I don't know.
I feel like Daze sounds better. Well, yeah, let's go with it. It sounds good.
Chat, they're telling us that it's not Daze. There's a dude who races at his local track. You tell us, we'll take your word for it. Oh, we got one upside down at the doubles. That may be Peterson. Ryan across the line, 41.2. Barry with a 40.2. Morale with a 40.3. Watson late to the line, still not there. 44.4, heartbreaker. Wyrick now climbing the lap with a 40.9. Reggie with a 40. All right, check that. Reggie coming across the line on a heater, 39.6. So Reggie got a fast race car. Just needs the consistency. Oh, no.
One that flips up there on its lid and keeps it riding.
I think that was Mr. Ryan Daze trying to make that air back. Can be catastrophic.
So we got a couple people in the chat kind of going back and forth. We got it's pronounced Daze. We got it is Daze. Daze is how it's pronounced. So, yes, Walkies is saying someone's got to say it right. We're giving a lot of people giving us different ways to say it. We're just going to keep and remain it with Daze, and we'll just keep it at that.
I've already started saying it that way, so I can't stop now. That's the way it works. Barry Rowe the third now to the top spot after Ryan's 42.4 on that rollover, costing him some valuable track position. But as I say that, Rowe comes across with a 43-second lap time, dropping him down. And it looks like Eichenberger's time holding on right now for about a 5. Still got 3 or 4 laps to go for everybody, so it could get better, could get worse.
Daze still at the top. Chris Morale, who just popped off his 7th lap at a 40.7. Daze still leads away with the last lap of a 40 flat. He has a fast time of a 39.3, which he ran on his 2nd lap. Overall with the pace of a 6.28. 9-lap pace here currently with 25 seconds. Back down the straightaway here to make his way his round. The right-hander puts on the brakes with 17 seconds to go. Can Daze hold on to the lead? They get sideways and make contact around. Daze for lap number 8 pops off a 40.79. Morale, who's off screen, you'll see where he pops things out. The red light is on. It's still on. He finally crosses it. That will knock him down to position number 3. Again, Rowe, who right now is in number 2. It is Barry Rowe the third. That's why you're seeing the 3 slashes there in the middle as the bell sounds.
Ryan D at the front of this one, getting not a lot of love from traffic on this last lap, but able to hold on. Happening to get door-to-door with these guys. He's out on his 9th and final lap right now. Just has to keep it clean and hope that nobody runs him over.
Daze, can he get it now and hold the lead? Ryan Daze, and he will hold it on to the point there for now. Barry Rowe, the third, will get second. Chris Morale, third. Reggie Tung, fourth. Dylan Peterson will round out your top 5. And that will do it.
Oh, Reggie's still the finish here, so there he is. That's a good thing.
Reggie goes. Now there goes Reggie, and that will do it here for the group number 3 of 4. They will knock off Diana Reitenberger as she will now be slotted into position number 4 as of now. One more intermediate nitro buggy to go before we hit the last class in round number 2 in the Pro Nitro Buggies.
Finishing results there, you see Daze 6:07. He did a 6:02 the last round, so not as quick as he was. We'll see if that holds on. Top 10 is all they're really hoping for when you're in a B sort or a C sort. You got a lot more traffic to deal with. You got a lot more cars to pass. You didn't do as good in seating, so maybe you're a little behind the ball on setup or maybe hitting some points on the track. But that's the beauty of ball points.
Dustin's got 1, Jamie's got 2, Barry's got 3. Dustin Buckley's got 4.
Coming up next, our A sort here in Intermediate Nitro Buggy: Travis Horn, Mario Rudy, Chase Antill, Kyle Johnson, Anthony Howarth, Ryan Rand, Noah Hegenmeyer, AJ Rodriguez, Renato Tridardi Jr., Joey Avellino, Donato Tridardi, Sean Mayfield, Ryder Antill, and Trevor Owens. Our 4th and final heat, the A sort of Intermediate Nitro Buggy. Time to beat is 9 laps in a 6:07. A handful of drivers in this heat capable of 10-lap runs. We saw it in round number 1. We may see it here again, or we could see some bad luck catastrophes as we've been seeing often, unfortunately.
So now coming up for the group of 4 here. So as we've been going, we started this today at 8 a.m. Now at 4 p.m. local. Got to ask, how's the vocal cords doing over there?
Fine.
Not too bad?
Fine. Just muscle through it. And then the trick is, what I found, just go back to the room and go to sleep right away. That way you stop talking to people. So much cool stuff happens. I could sit in the room and talk to Jensen about it for like hours on end.
See, what I was able to do last night, because I did solo by myself all day, first thing I did is I went back and got some dinner and then immediately watched the end of my hockey. My hockey team was on one of the TVs, sat there and watched it. And then with everybody, the college football playoff was on and watched the final little bit of that. Did no cheering, tried to not talk to anybody as much as I possibly could, and just went to the room.
So far, maybe I'm going to jinx it, but I've lost my voice one time in the middle of an event. It was like on the last day.
Raspy and everything.
Yeah, but 3 days is easy. Plus, we're not yelling that much in here. When I do like on the track announcing for the event, like over the PA to the racers, it's much worse. Like you have to say lots more things, be lots more exciting the whole time, and use your grown-up voice to yell at people. This is a bit more casual. I'm not worried. I'm going to jinx myself. We're all going to get the flu inside the box or something. And no one's going to be able to work tomorrow. Oh, man. Horn came out on a heater, did a 39.9, but then did a hyper donut in the middle of the straightaway for no good reason at all. It's not the way. TQ last round was Kyle Johnson. He and Travis Horn had excellent runs last round. Came down to the last lap. We'll see if they can do it again. Coming out of the gate swinging with 39-second lap times for our top 3. That's Johnson, Chase Antill, and Travis Horn. Ryder Anhill with the quickest of the 40s did a 40.1. The all-yellow car, I believe, is Horn, dropping way off the leaderboard there. You see Johnson checking in, 38.9 that time by Kyle. Chase Antill with a 39.6 coming around for lap number 2. Chase Antill with a 40.1. Chasen Ryder running 2 and 3. Rodriguez running 4. Howarth is in the 5 spot. At the front, though, it is Kyle Johnson.
Anyone standing out in the pro class yet? Ask Robert, 3078. I think obviously is, without a doubt, it's always going to be when you look at some of the guys that, Fees has done really well all season, or at least all day yesterday he was during his classes. He really hasn't performed to his liking, at least for today, as far as how he ran yesterday when you compare. Ryan Mayfield has been one of the top class, but I think it all,
Lutz.
Look at some of the guys. Lutz, he's
Lutz
been
had a great first round. He top qualified both of his pro divisions, electric truck and nitro buggy. So great to see Lutz on top. He's always fast, but seems like sometimes cracks under the pressure a little bit at these super events, if you will. And it's great to see him out there being super consistent and turning the hot lap times. Kyle Johnson still at the front of this one, 39, 39, 39. He did all 39 so far, and that's where you want to be. Chase Antill into the 2 spot, did a handful of 39s, and if he's not doing 39s, he's doing 40.1. You can't get much quicker than that. Leader's pace right now, 10 laps in a 6:33, well under the TQ time of Daze. But the real question is, where will Daze's time hold up? You see right now, good for 4th overall, not too shabby. This is, I believe we are on board with Kyle Johnson here. Johnson with the yellow-red comes across the line. There it is. Does a 39.8. Another 39-second lap time for Johnson. And that is he's trying to work together there. I believe the all-yellow car is Travis Horn trying to race him clean. Travis had some very bad opening laps. He actually started in front of Kyle, but through the crashing, Kyle got by him, and now he's trying to work his way back around as they get side by side coming down the hill. Runs to the high side. He says, you go ahead, I'll follow you. Don't crash, please.
2 minutes to go here in the intermediate nitro buggies. The last one before we have the pro nitro buggies that are about to come on next. 713 people now clocked in here onto YouTube.
Johnson's roughest lap of the run so far, but it was a 40.5. Still 10 laps in a 6:36 the pace for Kyle. Trying to charge through this traffic clean. See he and Horn working together through this traffic, trying to one clearing the way for the other. Second in line here is our race leader, Kyle Johnson. Goes to the high side of the crash traffic. That's going to be Ryder Antill with him, trying to run him clean here. Johnson coming down the hill. Up and over the doubles. Goes double, single, single. Hits the 180. Last time I was a 40.5, like I said, one of his worst laps. This one a bit quicker, 40.3, as he continues to stretch out the lead. Horn now back to the 2 spot, worked his way from those rough opening laps, finds himself back in the 2 spot in front of Rodriguez. Mario Rudy running 3rd, Chase Antill 5th, or Mario Rudy running 4th, Chase Antill 5th, Ryder Antill 6th. Hagemeyer running in that 7th spot, Horace, Avellino, and Olins rounding out our top 10. Kyle Johnson, multicolored car coming down the hill there. Seeing money in that downside. Hard on the brakes here. Up the hill he goes double, single, single. Around the 180. One of the Antill brothers right with him. Johnson across the line. 39.2 that time by. Not his hot lap, but still very quick nonetheless. Hot lap of this race gonna go to Travis Horn. He did a 38.3 just one lap ago. Backs that up with a 38.5. Horn is on the gas, going fast, trying to reel in Johnson. 10 laps in a 6:39 the pace for Horn. 10 laps in a 6:36 for Johnson. Johnson's gonna have to keep it clean. Horn has been making up maybe 0.3 of a second per lap. I don't know if that's gonna be enough to spread the gap, but Johnson slows down much more than this. It may cost him. Johnson, 39.6 that time by 2 seconds, separating our leaders as they are out on the final lap. Johnson going to have to keep it clean. That's not clean. Gets it turned sideways going up the hill. Almost gets lawn darted by some crash traffic there. Up the hill he goes, pushing hard, trying to keep it between the pipes and not slow it down.
He got closer over the bumps there to see if he can maybe get a lap here. Kyle Johnson Leading the way, Mario Rudy and Rodriguez now get their third and fourth spot. Horn and Johnson to see if they can keep the fast time. Horn completes his lap. He stays number 2. Kyle Johnson up the final corner, and Kyle Johnson will stay at the top, and he will capture the top qualifier in round number 2 of the intermediate nitro buggy.
So last round he did a 10 and a 6:36.6. This round he did 10 and a 6:37.2. Very consistent. Travis Horn last round did a 6:37. This round he did a 6:38. So both of those guys very consistent overall. Rodriguez going to finish third in that one. Then it was Rudy, Ryder Anthill, Chase Anthill, Noah Hegemeyer, Trevor Owens, Joey Avellino, and Donato Tridardi, followed by Renato Tridardi Jr., Ryan Rand, Anthony Horth, and Sean Mayfield finishing up our running order. But that should make Kyle Johnson our top qualifier in the intermediate nitro buggy division. Congratulations, sir. Nicely done. 2 very tricky runs, to say the least. There was a lot going on out there, and you ducked and dived when you should have dodged. It was beautiful.
So now coming up next is the Pro Nitro Buggies. They will be coming up now. A couple of groups that are in right here with Brandon Rose, Ivan Moreno Jr., Ryan Cavallari, Lee Setzer, to name a few. Always exciting for people coming out and tuning into the Pro Nitro Buggy ones.
So let me go back to my StatMaster screen here. We have Pro Nitro Buggy. There it is. Lutz was a TQ last round. He did 10 and a 6:21. Mayfield did 10 and a 6:22. Fuller did 10 and a 6:24.4. Wiggins did 10 and a 6:24.5. Rivkin did 10 and a 6:25.2. Drake did a 6:25.6. Fenster did a 6:27, and then we start getting a couple second gap as we get back to Moreto with a 6:30, Arredondo with a 6:31, Cavallari also with a 6:31, and Pecco with a 6:32 as well. So should be some very tight action here as we work into our first of 2 heats of Pro Nitro Buggy Division. They're out on their warm-up lap right now. They're on the comms with their pitmen, having them being told, take it easy, don't break it in the warm-up, find some open space out there. You know how to do your job better than I do. I don't know about you guys. Pretty excited about qualifying. I usually don't care about qualifying, but it's been pretty good. These guys have been having like last lap qualifying battles. That's not a common thing in my world. Maybe I always block out qualifying. This happens all the time. Beautiful look at the very, very full rostrum. I think 14 guys up there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. That's more. 16 guys up there. Dang. Field definitely not getting very spread out. I don't think that's the move, guys. A couple of them jumping pipes there to find some open track. That's probably smart. And the green flag loop is live, if you will. Wade, Piggott, even Moreno going to be first ones across the stripe. They like the front of the group. As we roll things out here, everybody checking things in, everybody's transponders working. What the running order is, we do not know yet, but we will find out here in just a couple seconds.
36 seconds now in. Wade Piggott, Ivan Moreno Jr., Dylan Nelson, Brandon Rose, Ryan Cavallari, as they will come back around here to start end their first laps to put them on the board. As they come across one at a time, you'll see them on the left side of your monitor where they come up here. Presented by jconcepts.net. And the Pro Nitro Buggies.
Look at that. Cavo to the front of this one. Multi-time national champion. Ryan Cavallari has 30-plus Roar national championships to his credit. He is a 4-time IFMAR world champion as well. Very, very talented. What used to be young man, but now he's an old hat. This guy's almost old enough to run 40 plus, I think. Cavallari opens things up with a 37.9. Rose comes across with lap number 2, 38.1. Cavallari with 38.9, 38.7 for Pecco. Order swapping around now. Pecco comes in with a 37.8 that time as we jump on board with Mr. Ryan Cavallari.
And I believe, if I'm wrong, we saw it in the first portion of the broadcast earlier today. I want to say it's Pecco's birthday.
Somebody
today.
mentioned that, yeah. What a better way to spend your birthday than in Vegas racing RC, right?
I tell you, when
That's what I want for my birthday.
There was, like we talked about it yesterday and obviously a little bit today, as far as maybe it was some pushback of changing the dates around, and people didn't want to have that. I will say, though, that he probably was one guy that was pretty excited about it. Hey, it's my birthday week, and I'm all excited about it. I like that.
Cavallari looking good right now, sticking in those 38s. Seems to be hitting his marks everywhere. Car looks pretty comfortable. Not getting too buck wild in any of the rough spots. He's running close to the pipes, high side when he needs to.
Oh, a hard crash.
That's my bad.
Right at the bottom, and then there is the announcer Jinx going around. One of the marshals had it stuck there too, and gets it riding.
I can hear him from the driver's stand. Are you kidding me? Oh, well.
I bet you they had the camera on me.
That's my bad, Cavo. I'm sorry. If we drop back now to pick up, I believe that is Rose. No, yeah. That should be Mr. Rose.
I'll tell you, that was one of the better turn ones we've seen all day, about how just how he drove right there, just calm and cool and collected all the way through one, where it's been a challenge for so many people here. Let's watch Brandon Rose here for a while and check him out on this lap right here. Great work by our crew getting this shot.
Hip jump there. It's the downside. That's what I'm talking about. You see, these guys are going something to the effect of 4 to 5 seconds quicker than other people, and it's mostly from downsiding. That downsiding makes a huge difference. You're talking a couple tenths every single time you do that. As we pick up Pecco even in, your current race leader comes across the line last time by 38.8, this time by 38.1. Pecco on the gas.
Hard little tumble there. Down the back right there as we follow Pecco here.
Moves to the inside. Ooh, a little bit of wheel-to-wheel contact as he tries to find some open track. Not getting a lot of love here. That may be Arredondo right with even in. Looking at our beautiful live time scoring engine status bar, lets us know who these guys are probably racing with. Pecco, one of the few guys going double-double right there. Pecco across the line coming through traffic, 39.5. Slowed him down just a little bit, but back on the way now.
We go double box.
It's Pecco on the top and Rose on the bottom, I think.
Yep, that would be correct. And again, for those that are trying to figure out who's in that fourth position, that is Jimmy Fishback the fourth. That's there on our monitor.
Pecco coming down the hill. Rose across the line that time by 38.5 for Rose. Pecco's last lap of 39.5. We saw that rough one this time by a little bit quicker, 38.7, but not quick enough. Separation between Rose and even in 0.5 of a second here with still a minute on the master clock. About 3 laps left to go for these guys. They're out on 7, scheduled to go 10. Top, looks like 9 drivers are all under the TQ time. Check that, top 10 drivers all under the TQ time, because this is heat number 1. They're setting the TQ time. Rose looking to set a very quick time to beat. Last round, they did 10 and a 6:21 to top seed. Rose looking to pick that up, 6:26, not too shabby. Pushing down the hill, Pecco across the line, 38.6 that time by Rose with a 38.4 his last lap. We're back on board with Evening. Up to the top side, you see the car getting turned in the air just a little bit, able to counter steer. Back on board now with Rose. So he's jumping down the hill. Ooh, a little bit to flat there, not an ideal landing. Working his way through that far side. Section goes double-double, no problem. Big speed bump forming on that inside there. Out on final lap for Rose right now. 38.1 that time by. Separation between he and Pecco right now. about a second. Rose is going to have to make it count. Pecco's going to need a very hot lap if he wants this top spot. Rose pushing a little wide right there, trying to hold on to it. It's going to come down to the downsides here. Down the hill he goes. Up, back on the track. Watch this
Pecco
downside
can have it here. It's smooth.
Rose and Pecco. 38-1 last time by for Rose. Rose getting himself to the line. We'll watch the scoreboard. Pecco trying to come home clean. Rose only comes in with a 39-2. Is it going to be enough? Here comes Evening. Evening across the line with a 38-8. Not quick enough. Needed another half a second. Rose going to hold on for the TQ time.
Here comes Jimmy Fishback, the fourth. Fishback, who sends it there in the final. He gets a 38.95. Oliris comes in. Setzer, who moves up to that third spot. He leaps over Fishback. And as of now, it looks as if Brandon Rose is going to take the top qualifier for now in the Pro Nitro Buggy in the first group of two.
Man, look at those times. 26, 26, 30, 30, 31, 32, 32. Very close racing here in the Pro Division, our B sort. So Rose going to set the time to be 10 laps in a 6:26. That's only 5 seconds slower than last round's top qualifying time, and would have been good enough for 7th overall. So we'll see how that stacks up this round. It changes every round, but you know how that goes. Yeah, good run there for Setzer on the last lap. Checked in with a 38 flat. Moved himself from, I think he was 4th or 5th, up to 3rd, so that's always good. More spots, more better.
Pecco was the only driver as far as fast times to get into the 37-second bracket. However, it'll be Brandon Jones who had the better pace with a 26.35.
Rose.
Or excuse me, yes, Brandon Rose, that is, yes. So Rose will be top qualifier for now as we get set here for the second portion of our Pro Nitro Buggy.
Oh, sorry. I thought I was talking to Jensen. Yeah, I called
Pro
Jensen.
Nitro Buggy here, come up here next one as they get all the marshalling set up and everyone organized. Charlie Sawenka, Ford Martin here with you on this Friday afternoon for qualifying sessions. As they get all set up here, getting ready to go. We saw Ryan Lutz, who has been fast in the morning portion.
Yeah, Lutz, technically speaking, our current TQ, because he TQ'd round 1, we will find out here. There is still another heat of very fast racers here in our Pro Buggy division. Lutz TQ'd last round 10 in a 6:21. It came down to a last lap battle between he and Mayfield. He took it on the last 2 laps, put in heaters. He had the advantage of being second on the track, so he was able to hear what Mayfield's finish time was. His pit told him, you better put your head down and run some laps here, bud. Coming up in this one, Camden Line, Van Dalen, Mayfield, Rivkin, Savoya, Wiggins, Wynn, Fuller, Spinrad, and Lutz. They are out there in their warm-up laps, waiting for the Loop is Live call. 10 seconds to the start of this one. You see some tomfoolery going on around there. So many cars stacked together. Why would you do that? It seems like not a good thing. All right, clock is underway. Lutz and Wiggins already across the line. Then it's Fuller, Wilson, then Drake, then Mayfield, Fenster. This is just how they're checking in. Nothing matters until they finish this lap.
Come back around here. Ryan Lutz, who was fastest in the first, currently ranked number 10. Right now in the top 25 RC rankings. Lutz, number 10. Everything is led here right now in the RC rankings, led by Ongaro. And you have Juan Carlos Elliott Boots, Dakota Finn.
People are like, they're
On
not
your top
even
four.
here.
Only one right there that you see is Fuller, who was number 6, Mayfield number 7, Rifkin number 9, Lutz number 10, Fee number 11.
Opening lap here, Camden Lime, your top seed by just a blink of an eye over Fee Win. Probably the two youngest drivers in the field right now in our pro division. Lime at the front, Win in the 2 spot. Here comes Savoya running third, Contreras after that. And Spinrad, Fenster, Lutz, Van Dalen, Wiggins, and Robinson, but is still too early in this one. Only 1 lap, maybe 2 laps into the books. Pace for our leader right now, 10 laps in a 6:15 early on. Coming down the hill as we jump on board with the one, the only, the world famous Mr. Ryan Mayfield. Mayfield pushing hard right now. Often see Mayfield at the top of the podium. Most of the races he goes to, he is definitely in the mix. Working very hard that Techno race program. And Mayfield is usually one that does not come out swinging. He's a consistency guy, and then he'll put in heaters at the end. Really likes to feel out the car and the track, make sure that he's not pushing where he's not supposed to be pushing. And as I say, that checks in with a 37.8 that time across the line. 36.8 for Van Dalen that time across the line, just behind. 38.1 for Win, Lime with a 38.1, 38.6 for Savoya, 38.5 for Contreras. Our top 5 drivers, except for, I think, Reno, all maybe barely in their 20s type of thing. I think Fee's still a teenager.
Van Dalen still leading the way. Fee right now currently in that 2 slot. Walker Spinrad 3rd, Frankie Contreras 4th. Ryan Mayfield in that 5th position here currently right now, and a name that we're not seeing right there in that top 10. You see him on the left of your monitor. Down in that 14th slot is Lutz.
Not a great run for Lutz so far. But anything can happen. We've seen a lot of action out there. These guys are, for the size of this track, they're pretty bunched together. So it's not so much you're going to crash. Somebody could crash in front of you and take you out type of deal. Jump back on board here with Van Dalen. Working his way through that top side section, coming back down the hill now. At the 180, goes double and double. See him coming, hitting the downside on power, maybe throwing a little smoky tire show. 37.7 that time by for Van Dalen. Uh-oh, long lap here for Win as the red light of doom comes on. Win dropping down to 41.7. That's going to move Van Dalen now back to the top of our leaderboard. It's Van Dalen, Lime, and Win, our top 3. Spinrad, Mayfield, Rivkin, Robinson after that. That order changing now as some rough laps happening and people actually dropping out of the top 10.
2 minutes to go now. Remaining in the Pro Nitro buggies here, Seth Van Dalen, who now owns that top spot. Fee has actually dropped down to the 4th spot for now. Camden Lime in position number 2. As he comes back around to the bottom of our screen, we'll see him pass by just here in just a moment. As we stick here now is left hand, back where the concrete slider is, back over the little bump to the right hander in the back corner. And Dalen still has the fast lap of a 36.87 with a pace of a 17.6 10-lap pace.
Only driver to do a 30-second lap this round. Next call, as I say that, Fee says, what are you talking about, Willis? I did a 36.9 just now.
Puts it the second fastest lap of this session. Currently owned there by Van Dalen with an 87.
Seth up and over the rollers, charging down the hill. Bit of a risky move there, coming down the hill on the heat like that. See him nailing the downside, back on the power, gets the buggy back on the ground, copious amounts of throttle being applied, gets the run, goes double-double, even crosstowns, get the optimal race line. 38 flat last time by Van Dalen, 37.3 that time by. Continues to pick up the pace, 6:17 now. He's got a couple second lead and almost some contact there coming through some lap traffic. They mashed on the brakes hard to give him the space he needed. I think that was Mayfield.
Seth Van Dalen hold on here.
Van Dalen, Win, and Lime, our top 3 drivers. Van Dalen has 3 seconds and some change.
Look, some traffic, though, right in front of him. How much is that going to affect him? Had to put on the brake a little bit where he couldn't get that exit. Makes a very nice, clean pass. As the bell is going to sound here shortly, and there it is.
So Van Dalen out on his final lap right now. Fee out on his final lap. Van Dalen has to keep it together here, getting a little turn sideways up the hill, able to hold on to it into the concrete section, climbs the little speed bump roller up to the top side, through the pit of despair, jumping down the hill into the speed rollers. You see it come out a little bit wing high, but able to drive through no problem. Jumps down the hill, hits the downside, buggy back on the ground, hard on the binders, little bit of a slide there, good run. Not a good run up the double. Shorts it just a touch. That's going to cost him a little bit. Still checks in with a 38.5. Going to hold on for the TQ unless Fee can come across with a 35. He can't. 38.4 to finish things up. Camden Lime trying to hold on for a good run here as well. Camden comes across with a 37.7, picking up a bunch of time on his last lap. Jermaine Robinson trying to turn in a heater as well. 38.8 not going to do it. But Seth Van Dalen going to TQ round number 2 here of the Pro Nitro Buggy Division. Hottest run of the weekend so far, 10 laps and a 6:18, 3 seconds quicker than they went last round. Fee Win going 10 laps in a 6:21.014. Camden Lime going 10 laps in a 6:21.116. Very close racing out there. You see 3 more drivers sharing the same second, and 4 more drivers after that all sharing the same second. Extremely close racing here at the 2026 Silver State at the beautiful, excuse me, what's the name of the casino? South Point Hotel and Casino. I totally lost my train of thought. Sorry, guys. But don't move a muscle, folks. We're sticking with this coverage here as the 2026 Silver State Indoor Off-Road Championships from the beautiful South Point Hotel and Casino in Las Vegas, Nevada. They are servicing the track right now as they do at the end of the round, and we'll be back with some racing action here in just a couple minutes. It'll be our 40-plus electric truck division coming out next. So Lutz had a 6:21 last round to take the TQ. This round he did a 6:25, and that went from 1st to 8th overall. So very, very tight racing action here. Qualifying, if it's any sign of how the racing is going to go, I think we're in for a barn burner. Do they water the concrete? I don't think they water the concrete. I don't think they did. You can see on the edge there, they got it just a little bit. That's what it would look like if they watered it. I'm pretty sure they didn't, so that's good. Yeah, the track is getting some of that telltale character that A-Scale Racing often does. Tyler Rubart, yeah, I did once. We try not to wear everybody out on that. But just in case you didn't know, I do a podcast. It's called RC Stuff. You can find it on your favorite podcast service. Myself and Matthew Gonzalez talk about all things RC. And I will, of course, be going over my highlights of this wonderful experience that I've been having. I've been doing live RC events since 2008, on and off, sometimes several a year, sometimes once a year, sometimes I get a year or two off, but always a fantastic time. And it's not because of the live RC guys, it's because of the chat. You guys are super fun, and we thank you all for tuning in and making our day so much more enjoyable. If it wasn't for you guys, what would we even be here for? We'd just be talking into a box and it wouldn't even matter. So, we have another TQ to be decided here, and it is all over the place. That's what I like to see.
Ryan Mayfield, Big John number 1, Seth Van Dalen number 2.
All right, folks, don't move a muscle. We're going to take a small pause for some station identification, and we will be right back.
Unlock the ultimate RC racing experience with the Live RC Bonus Lap membership. Rewatch every lap you raced at your local track using the RVA system. See your lap times, stats, and charts. Analyze your data just like the pros. Plus, enjoy full HD live streams from RC tracks worldwide. Elevate your racing with unmatched insights and global coverage. Join today.
I would suggest highly you do the bonus lap membership. It's some of the best money you can spend on RC if you're a racer, because you get all sorts of good information. You got family and friends that race. Maybe you're not even a racer yourself, but you want to keep tabs on them. Do it. It's super fun. My backyard, it's not mine. My buddy has a backyard track. It's called the Peacock Pit. Soon enough, you'll be able to see my championship-winning lap times against all my friends who've never raced RC cars in their life. It's going to be big-time bragging rights going on, because we got ourselves some lap times at the Peacock Pit, and it's pretty awesome. All right, so that was our pro. I'm trying to look up some stats here, because that was interesting. Pro Nitro Buggy. We got a 3-way tie for the TQ. Thank you, RC Victory Lane. You made me go click on it so I could make sure I had my information right. Fuller had a 3 and a 5. That's 8 points. Mayfield had a 2 and a 6. That's 8 points. Lutz had a 0 and an 8. That's 8 points. So that's a 3-way tie for our TQ right now. It looks like the tiebreaker would probably go to Lutz based on time. He's got 10 and a, yeah. By 0.4 of a second, he's got the advantage there. So very cool stuff, and that's what we're talking about. That's what that bonus lap gives you access to. Even if you don't have it, you can actually see what I'm talking about right now.
Like a lot of you have, he went through cancer a few years ago, and then unexpectedly passed away in December.
They're doing a moment of silence.
Over the last few years, once he went through cancer,
I think in respect, we're also going to do this moment of silence.
We would get together, we would chat about life and what it meant, and going through adversity and how it opened up your world. And I know that he had an incredible family. He had all of us as incredible friends. We definitely miss that guy, and we want to take one moment of silence right here to honor Stephen Best. So silence for the next about 15 seconds, please. All right, well, we love you, Stephen. We're going to do things right for you from here on out. So here we go. Slowly get back up to beat.
I didn't catch the name, but they were doing a moment of silence for a lost RC brother who went to pit lane and never came back. So it's a tough break. But lots of close action here in our top 10. There's several points ties as we go down the list here. So round number 3 should be a barn burner. Coming up next, we do have our 40 plus. That's an age. Don't know what else that would be. Electric truck. Current TQ in this one is Brian Eider. He actually locked up the TQ because he TQ'd both of the first 2 rounds. But Tyler Brown is sitting 2 right now. Trammell, and it's Matt Wolter. Battelle is sitting 5th. Fredenrich is 6th. Rooney is 7th. Garwood is 8th. Lewis is 9th. And Hanneman sitting 10th right now after 2 rounds of qualifying. As we work our way into our final round of qualifications here, round number 3 on the day. Our qualifying order will be set at the end of this one. The time is now 4:30 locally. Takes us, give or take, 4 hours to do a round, so expect us to be on the air with you for about that much longer. Thank you, Tyrone. It was a moment of silence for Stephen Best. I knew Stephen fairly well. I've worked in this industry for a long time. He was a mainstay of lots of the magazines. He loved RC as hard as anybody else. He went through some stuff a few years ago and had a very sudden loss. So, Stephen, we miss you, buddy. As we get back underway here, this will be race number 23 of 46. Our second half of the program. First half got ran yesterday. We said many times before, they split it up so that we run the nitro buggies and the electric trucks on day 2. We run nitro truck and electric buggy on day 1. The same thing happens on the mains. nitro truck and electric buggy mains will be tomorrow. And this group, the electric truck and the nitro buggies, will happen on Sunday. We're up and running here. Mark Gerard going to lead them off with a 41.7 Singleman in that 2 spot. Then a Stacker, Mayberry, Moreland, Newman, Kaz, Ginsey, Callies, and Lutton are top 10 right now. As we pick up, I believe that is our race leader, Mark Gerard, coming down the hill, getting out in the fluff, giving her a bit of a throttle boost. Going double, single, single, nice and easy there. Coming down the hill, suspension compresses up and over the roller. Mark with a bit of a rough one. 42.7 going to drop him down a bit, but 42.7 ain't that bad, or 42.4 rather. Up and over that roller. Big air, drops down in the concrete section. You see him getting a little skatey there. And to our knowledge, it didn't look like they watered the concrete that time, as far as I can tell. That guy's got some lights on the inside of his car for better hallway vision. I guess in 40 plus, that probably helps. I can see my car way better when it glows in the dark. Let's see if we can figure out whose car that is. That's taking underglow to a whole new level. Overglow. That should be Alan Ginsey. I just watched Tron, so this is like freaking me out. There's a Tron truck out there. He just needs the wall sliding behind him. 3 minutes and 15 seconds still remaining in this one. A Stacker continues to lead the way. 41.8 last time by 9 laps, and a 6.15 is the pace. Sengelman 42.6 that time by. Gerard with a 44 flat, bit of a rough one. Moreland with a 43.0, 42.4 for Newman. Callies with a 41.7.
He just had a rough lap, so should work his way back up into a 7-lap run potentially.
We jump on board. This should be, that's Mike Mayberry across the line. High-Tech's very own. Not only do they support the racing world at large, he comes out and has a good time racing. I get to see the High-Tech guys a couple times a year. They get to a lot of the fun races that I go to, and even some of the rock crawl stuff, so that's always awesome. We jump on board. I believe this might be Thacker that we're on board with now. Based on my lap status bar, very fine feature of the live time scoring engine for keeping track of where people are. I think I got it. I think I nailed it this time. It's either him or it's Mayberry. Oh, Mayberry just crossed the line. So this is Thacker. Look at it. Nailed it. Nailed it. Race leader across the line that time by, did a 41.1 last time by, does a 42.2 this time by. 9 laps and a 6.15 is the pace. Not too shabby. Solid 9-lap run here with 1 minute and 35 seconds remaining on our master clock. Thacker climbing the hill, makes that slow and easy right-hander. Up over the speed bump he goes, jumping back down the hill. Comes a little short there as he rolls through the speed bump section. A little power wheelie there as he goes down the back. Oh, no. Looks like maybe some problems for Thacker. Oh, no. My LiPo cutoff has not been disabled, and now my truck doesn't want to go.
And it's come to a stop here, Sue.
I hate when that happens.
Well, he just threw him off the side, and now he makes his way back in, but he might be just
so
joining off here.
Electric racing, the batteries are lithium polymer batteries, and it's bad if you take them below a certain voltage. So the speed controls all have a safety feature that lets it shut the car off at a certain voltage, and that's adjustable. Some guys don't take the time to kind of fine-tune that, and it can kick in before the end of the race because it thinks the battery's dead before the battery's actually dead, because of what the speed controls were set up to say, or to look for. So that'll be a situation where they're probably going to take that back to the pits and turn that feature completely off, because most guys would much rather ruin a battery than have that happen. Tough break there for Thacker. Something happened to the car. We don't know what it was, but in electric racing and the A-scale side, it usually comes down to running out of run time. Oh, no. Another one kind of doing the same thing, it looks like. No, maybe he was just hitting his marks.
A little bit. He is doing a little bit slower, just trying to pull it away. It's just barely just. It's like he's limping around there just a little bit. But
some of the speed controls have a safety mode where they don't turn the motor off. They just make it go real slow, so you can still finish your run, like in a situation like this. So.
Buzzer is sound. Mark.
And
he is now in the lead right here. Bart Singelman second, Jose Newman third.
There is that thing about forgetting to charge a battery, or running out of time to charge a battery, or maybe you got an HV battery and you didn't HV charge it. All sorts of variables come into electric racing that aren't there for nitro.
Mark G coming back around as he has the lead for now. Singelman second, Kaylee's third as Callie comes back around and gets it. So does Mark G. I see Bart Singelman. Does he have enough to come back around and grab the lead at the final moments? There he is going back around. Kicks it over. Into the final corner, and he will stay in that number 2 position. Did run his fastest lap there at the very end, but still not enough as far as to keep up that pace of a 19.6 as Singelman runs a 22.2.
Well, it's Mike Mayberry's first time running A-scale off-road. That's cool. Truck's the way to go. They have so many tractions.
So as far as we look at the track overall, we're now reaching into the first race, or excuse me, the first grouping here for qualifying as we're back down to starting now race number 24. How do you think the track is starting to hold up even more on now what is the day 3 of the Silver State Championships?
We're definitely starting to see some rougher spots now. You can see the cars kind of protesting the lines that they're being run against, bouncing around. You see a lot more wings popping up, coming out of corners, and a lot more kind of hippity-hoppity moves by the cars, and that's usually a sign of some rough stuff starting to happen out there. So I think we're right at the start of the track kind of breaking up a little bit maybe, but we'll see. People at home are like, Charlie, you don't even race A-scale. How do you know? It's because I announce it. Announcers know everything. If not, if you say something with confidence, people will believe a lie. Ask me how I know. I do it all the time.
It's like going into a racetrack. If you know what you're doing, not many people are going to question, at least as far as if you don't have a pass.
Walk tall and speak confidently.
Have the shoulders reared back and everything.
I've gotten into lots of places I'm not supposed to be just by looking like I knew what I was doing. I had a buddy that we used to go work events together, and there was one event that we went to, and they had us on the outside doing the RC stuff, and to get into the inside where the facility was, you had to have a badge. So he comes over and he hands me a lanyard with a badge on. I'm like, where'd you get these? He's like, oh, I had them in my car. I'm like, what do you mean you had them in your car? I'm like, come on, let's go. If you walk in there with a badge, they're going to let us in. They don't look at the badges that closely. He was dead right. We got to walk around the whole place, and we weren't supposed to be there. It was pretty cool.
So coming up now is my man Charlie. Will take a quick little break here for a second as you look into the second group of our 40-plus electric truck. One last round on the day. As they get positioned and get set up here.
Don't leave me hanging, bro. This is live. We're all good. This is live. Here we go.
We're now 30 seconds into the session. They got the green light going on now.
All right, so everybody working lap one.
Mark G right now at the time to beat of a 9-lap pace of a 19.641.
Smoker 41.3.
5 minutes left.
5 minutes left, 1 minute down.
Walter now top 3. Mattel 4th, Garwood 5th. Ryan Eider leading the way early on.
Some contact that right there had to navigate some traffic. They're all sliding around, one over the top of each other. They made some contact, 3 or 4, right there against the pipe, as they're able to navigate their way through some congestion. Right there, everything appears to be okay now for the time being.
430 remaining. Our last unit 40 over D truck. Right now the top 10 in race 24 with E1 through 10 for the entire round. Mark Gerard will be 11th, Mark Sweeney 12th, Nate Lester 13th. Black is taking 13 plus 2 bump ups. So 15-car main event starting tomorrow at 8 a.m. That's not 100% official yet, but should know shortly if that's exactly what we're doing. I expect it is.
So we are 2 minutes and 19 seconds in now to this next session. And the 40-plus electric trucks, the final time that we will see the 40-plus electric trucks on the track until our mains on Sunday. And one just tops it over there on the backside, keeps it riding all the way through, and slips back around the sandbag, able to navigate his way out of it. 2 down the side here as able to get across. Brian Iders right now still leading the way. Eider now just completed his lap as we're following now Tyler Brown. Brown with Tony Roney there, right there behind him. Eider still leading the way. Trammell just completed his 5th lap of a 39.864. Garwood, Brian Wright, Brown, and Roney. That back end, back over there, with Eider still leading the way. Watkins, B6, thought Buddy was going to slip on the concrete. He got close. He had to do a little dancing over there to navigate without those cars hitting him, but he did a great work trying to avoid it.
Silver State Oval Championship starts tomorrow. Make sure you go check out the action. I was over there earlier watching all the guys run laps, and then this guy named Jimmy Babcock took the wheel and smoked everybody for 8 minutes straight. Dude, it was fantastic, man. That guy still got it. Hope he doesn't hear that.
Yeah, he did have his dancing shoes on for sure. Yes, yes, he did. And there's Eider right there.
Somebody's building a car for him to race this weekend. So
Eider to
check in with Jimmy for his
try and keep it as smooth as he can to come back around for lap 7. Eider with a time of a 39.4, ran a fast lap of a 30 flat. Only him and Matthew Walter are the only ones right now on a 10-lap pace. Eider in a 28.8, Walter in a 39 flat. Paul Swanson saying, let's go Eider, hometown hero. And contact there, right in the middle with those guys, but Ellis still keeps it going with Eider. See, that's going to hurt his lap in it. He does move down to a 42 flat, but has about a 7-second advantage as they make contact with Eider. He goes around, tries to get that one going. It's not going. Oh no, trouble for Eider as it's not moving, and Eider, who originally was sitting there in the first position in P1 in the last session of the day for the 40-plus electric trucks. Eider, huge problems. As they'll make their way across, as you saw right there, and hand the truck over. So Eider only had a couple laps left, maybe a lap and a half, and could not finish. So that's big trouble for Eider.
Eider led this whole thing, but unfortunately a problem right at the end. Don't know what died, but
There's a couple of these guys that come around and finish some of their laps. And that is going to do it. Our timing and scoring right now will still have Eider as the leader. And what has been a solid day for Eider ends in a bit of a tough situation as he's led qualifying in the first and second sessions here. So he will break out after he's had a solid day. Again, led sessions 1 and 2. We'll look at the results, and as far as how our monitor is going to have it, a lot of the drivers through the rest of the session that completed their following laps did not update, but we'll go based off what the monitor will give us. And Eider will have the lead. So now it just officially did update. Matthew Walter will have the lead. Our timing and scoring is a little delayed right here through the facility.
The internet's doing internet things. We have it set
delay
to,
there a little bit.
Here, I think I got it. Oh no, it's not it. Electric.
The 40-plus electric trucks.
It still hasn't updated. It takes like a minute or two, from my experience. Because we do the same thing at races. We're too lazy to remember anything, so we just sit in our pits going refresh to look at the results. I use Live RC a ton when I go to the races because it tells you the score, basically, and that's all I'm concerned with most of the time.
That's a tough break there for Eider as his car will break out there in the final moments.
I saw, as I was walking back, I heard him say something. Did it, like, crash damage?
When he landed, it just would not go, and they immediately pulled it off track. But Eider still will have the overall top qualifier by virtue of his TQ in round 1 and 2.
He already had that locked in, so not a big deal. But
still nice for bragging rights to have that sweep in all the quals.
Right, so it updated now. So Walter's going to get the TQ for that round, so that should put him second overall. Trammell with 5 points will be third, so that'll be our top 3. Qualifying complete. Tyler Brown going to be 4. Battelle going to be 5. Woody Garwood 6. Way to go, Woody. Eric Hanneman 7. Chris Friedenrich is going to be 8th. Dan Lewis is going to be 9th. Tony Roney going to be 10th. John Callies is 11th. And Paul Thacker going to be 12th overall. And I don't know how many they're taking. But Mark Sengelman 13th and Mark Girard 14th. Chase Smoker going to round out our top 15 in 40-plus electric truck qualifying. Up next, Sportsman electric truck, race number 25 of 46, our final heat of qualifying here at the 2026 Silver State Indoor Off-Road Championships from the beautiful South Point Hotel and Casino. We're in their biggest arena. It's so big, it's called the Pavilion. It's bigger than an arena.
And South Point offers a lot here, especially if you've ever been out to South Point. You got a movie theater, you got great dinner, the casino, obviously. You got a bowling alley, you got a spa, a pool, and a hot tub. You get just about everything here, and the folks here, especially led by the Gons and Brenda Gon and all the work they've done out here to make this place special.
Even the stores here are not gouging prices. Like I went down and I bought a bunch of snacks for here, and usually you go to regular casinos in Vegas and you come out of there no less than $30. It was like $20. It wasn't bad at all compared to what I'm used to.
No, not
at
all.
So like resort fee nonsense. So I like it. I think we should. I got to get Joey and Scotty to get together. They need to tag team one of these things.
The Sportsman electric trucks now will make their way out as they just got the green light to start their session.
That way me and you could do this, and they could run the race out there.
That's fine with me.
And then we could occasionally talk to them.
I'm fine. I'm fine with that.
Yeah.
I'm okay with that. If you can make that happen.
Then you could soak in the presence of Scotty.
That's right. Yes. See, here's the thing. As we have dealt with today, I have heard all the great things about Scott. I've watched his races. And then now since I've been with you now, all I've heard is you have dogged him the whole day.
Yeah. I make fun of the people I like the most, and I say that all the time because there's a bunch of people I'm very hard on, and I'm only hard on them because I like them so much and I want them to suck less at life. So, Scotty's one. I don't know. You stand around and listen to racing, and as a part-time career race announcer, I pick out a lot of things. And I'm sure I do a bunch of the stuff that I hate as well, but it's hard for me not to tell him about it when we're hanging out and it's just me and him. Like, hey man, you know when you do this, it's terrible. And it's like, oh god. So a lot of those conversations happen. You're welcome, Scotty.
Cade says, who is speaking on the broadcast? Can you please introduce yourself? Ford Martin here on the call with alongside Charlie Swanka, who's with us today.
Did they tell you how to say my name? Because you're the only person I've met that said my name correctly without me having to tell them. So way to go, guys. Thanks. I appreciate that. That's amazing.
My man over here.
It never happens.
Hey, he's got me set. Gents got me all set up and told me how to help.
I worked at Novak for, 15, 16 years, and the lady never said my last name right.
How do they usually pronounce it?
Lots of ways. The most common one is Schwenka or Swanka with a hard W. It's just a name. I should have my name.
Am I getting? Well, the most important thing, am I getting it right?
You're nailing it.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah, you're nailing it. I say so many people's names terribly that I deserve my own name to get butchered.
We've probably have butchered a lot of the names here today. So, and I got to give a lot of credit to our marshals and one today. Have seen no one take a tumble today. I think they brought they learned their lesson from yesterday.
Yeah, maybe they told them, they sent him an email, said stop falling on the track. We don't got insurance for it. That's not true. They got insurance for it. I think you signed away. But back underway, Robert Shaw leading the way right now. Sportsman electric truck. Let me find some Sportsman electric truck stats here and see where we're standing. There it is. Look at that, Live RC. You're so awesome. Reed Saunders locked up the TQ in Sportsman electric truck. He TQ'd round 1 and round 2 with 2 9-lap runs. So lots to be decided yet because we have lots of points after that to be decided. So this round will be the tail of the tape.
One goes over and crashes right into him.
The collections were open.
Walking the neon wheels. And I've seen a lot of these drivers around here. And maybe it's a certain style, but I've seen a lot of them have gone with the neon wheels. Is there a reason behind that?
Yellow wheels versus white wheels. I'm glad you bring that up. That is the age-old debate in off-road RC racing. What is faster, white wheels or yellow wheels? Jensen, you're a yellow wheel guy, aren't you? That's what I thought. Says a lot about a guy, the color of wheels that he runs. But yeah, no, for some people it's a vision thing. They can see them a lot better. For a lot of people it's a race voodoo thing. They think that one color wheels is faster than the other, and it's kind of a thing in the pits on which world championships have what color wheels winning them. And there's guys out there that know the stats. I unfortunately don't. Maybe the throbbing super brain will be able to tell us the stats on white wheels versus yellow wheels for national and world championships. I bet they can. But yeah, that's about the bit of it.
Okay, because I've been wondering about that because I've seen a lot of the different style of wheels and the colors, and I don't know if there was a certain reason behind why that's the case.
No, again, depending on the class, you'll see a lot of bright colors in the 40 and 50 plus classes because it's a lot easier to see. Yeah, there was a dude who had lights on.
Oh, trouble. Right off the jump. Contact midair.
White wheels.
Robert Shaw was one of them.
Yeah, put it in the chat. What do you guys think? What color wheels
Robert
are faster?
Shaw again.
Oh, no.
The wing is slightly bent, but it remains to be okay.
Oh, yeah. Looks like a screw came out. The wing of an A-scale vehicle takes a lot of beating, often more than the bumpers. Oh, no.
Oh, no, and right there, right in the middle of traffic.
All of the
They're
trucks
all together.
are together in the same section.
Oh, geez. And what a lap it has been. They bounce again off each other. And another bounce.
Just when you think you've made it through the destruction, it comes back and gets you.
And these are all four, all peas in a pod right here. Put them under a blanket. Another hit once again. Robert Shaw.
Poor guy.
Drop him down to third after a 55.8 second lap.
Heat 1 here, our C sort of Sportsman electric truck. Definitely not working together real well in this qualifier, unfortunately.
As the buzzer will sound. Tell you, that was a rough lap for Robert Shaw.
You know, it's quite possible, Sportsman, you may be still out there having a great time, because this is just vacation. Go do some roosts. I think that's fun. Taking each other out like that.
Shaw comes back around to complete his lap.
Man, he went from first to fifth.
And back up to third.
Oh, nice.
So he gets that 44 flat, recovers as best as he can after what was a tough previous lap that he had, and he ends up with a 10.5 and an 8-lap pace. As of now, it looks as if Grayson Folan will lead the way in the first wave of our 3 in the Sportsman electric truck.
8 and a 603 to an 8 and a 608, and then you got a very tight grouping, a 10, 11, a 12 there all together. Oh, we still got a car to finish.
That's McPherson.
I looked away
from behind.
For a second.
Now, he's only completed 4 laps. This will be his 5th, so he may have gone off track, fixed a couple things, and brought it out there. I guess, is this more to help the average later on as far as starting position, or what's the reason behind, even if he's only completed 4, now to go for his 5th to complete this out here?
Track time. He definitely needs a little bit of track time, so making sure that he gets his finishes in there, and maybe, in my eyes, I paid for this track time. I'm going to get all my laps.
Sure,
and the computer didn't say I'm done yet. And if the truck is wounded, that last lap could finish the break off. So that way when you get back to the pit, you know for sure what's broken. There's no question.
Yeah, that's right. Maybe they did like a quick little fix, make sure everything is okay, and send it back out there. So here we go. The second wave coming up, race number 26.
Victory Lane says 13 make the main and 2 bump up. That seems reasonable. Cadell, I did. I worked at Novak from 98 until they closed in 2016, I think. Or maybe it was 99. I can't remember exactly. I think it was 99. White wheels are faster. No one else chimed in on the which wheels are faster thing? I thought for sure that was going to trigger you guys.
So go ahead and go to 9.
Not that I was trying it.
So a lot of people in the chat, I feel like if this is the big conversation you talked about, we didn't see many conversation around that.
Ford's like, Charlie's full of it. No one even cared. Thanks, guys.
All right, so you got 1. Thank you.
Yellow wheels are fast. So I got 1 vote each way so far by my count. I'm gonna leave it up to the Mega Super Brain to keep track of our chat count. You know what they're doing? They're all off researching what color wheels have the most nationals and what color wheels have the most worlds, and then the decision will really be made.
Jeremy Court says that he finished the race because he spent $1.5 million just the race this week there. So, hell yeah, I would do as many laps as humanly possible, even if I broke or not.
Jeremy Courts, what's up, buddy? I haven't seen that dude in years. I had a sweet Worlds adventure with Jeremy Courts years ago when we were in Italy for the Worlds. He was our designated driver for the evening, and we went and hot-rodded my rental car around to go get McDonald's. It was a good night. See, that's on your Facebook one? My Facebook one didn't update.
Is the live chat going on?
I
think you might be on
the video.
Are you on the old?
Oh,
because the stream on Facebook did end, and then a new one came up.
That's right.
Saving lives one at a time.
It's my first day. I'm back.
You got in late.
I'm bad.
Yeah, you got in late last night. It's okay. We'll just say that.
Sure.
You didn't get the coffee in Starbucks. Is with the coffee you like.
Oh, it reset while I was in the restroom. That's why. I didn't even know that happened.
All right, let's go live here in 3.
This is heat number 2 of 3. Sportsman electric truck RB sort getting underway. They'll take about a lap, 2 laps before we really know what's going on. Sometimes not a lot is told by how they get across the line on the opener. You see these guys are all bunched up together while they got tons of open space around them. Many of you guys in the chat know these racers. You should send them a text and be like, hey, you guys should space out more when you take off for qualifiers.
All right, so Greg's on the clock. Let's follow Greg Clark for 1 lap. Kind of blue, and then blue on the front, brighter blue, and then darker color on the back side. Not sure if that's black.
All right, Ramos is going to open things up with a 41.6.
Taking him for a ride. How about that? Going on each other on top.
Contact. That's how 10 scales are made. A scales made.
Oh boy, and knocked over once again on his lid. So he got knocked after that contact, and still just all over the place.
This is not
sideways.
This is not going to be a good qualifier. I can tell already. Deep calming breath. If I was on the announcer stand, I'd be telling these guys, deep calming breath, stop taking each other out.
And on the other side right there, you saw it there briefly. It gets sideways. They keep it going. There's that neon look. Probably one of the best looking race cars that we've seen here today.
Oh, he's got his underglow. Oh, that's the whole glow.
With the light underneath of it, and that's a good looking body on it.
He's running 40 plus and Sportsman truck. That's good to see. More track time. I'm going to try that. That looks cool. It could be LEDs that plug into the receiver. There's a lot of those that are pretty bright, or it just could be like a flashlight in there, tiny bright flashlight. Or it's probably much more complicated than that. These are RC guys. They don't do anything simple.
Now, at that light being under there, does that use more electricity than you need to have for the race?
Yeah, I would guess he's probably got a separate battery plugged in there, but he could run it off of the main battery as well. Well, LEDs don't draw a ton of power. Most of these guys can do way more than 7 minutes on runtime without really worrying about it. I think most of the electric A-scale stuff is like 10-minute mains, and sometimes they don't make it, but usually. Ramos at the front, then it's Miller, Moreland, Clark, and Heeb as our top 5. I think be on board. I'm going to take my guess that this is Miller.
It's either that or McPherson.
Right. It's gonna be a tough one.
I'm gonna say Miller.
You're wrong.
Oh, so at the back one.
No, it was Miller.
Yeah.
The second one in line was Miller.
I try to say which one makes me sound right.
You were right. You were right. On board here with Richard Miller as he works his way through the concrete patch. Slides his way up the hill, nice and easy there, a little nose high, but that's the safe way. He gets turned sideways up and over the face there. Usually that means that there's a rut forming right there. Little sideways acceleration, that's just normal things that start to happen as the day progresses. Some of these speed bumps that are out there. A little short, a little single. 42.3 last time by. That one not super clean, but quite a bit quicker, 41.9 that time. So Miller and McPherson running nose to tail, but in opposite order. There's McPherson just ahead there. And as we pick up, I believe that's going to be our race leader, Ramos.
Trying to beat Grayson Folan's time of a 3.6. Grayson currently residing in the 10th position in the qualifying lineup right now currently.
Oh, there's a car with no body out there. That's not good. Or it's just a very, very black body.
We're gonna see when it comes by right here. I think it's the well.
Oh, no,
the body's on it.
Yeah,
It's all black.
Super black.
For a moment there, I thought, yeah, he doesn't have a body on it, but it's like a dark reddish.
Yeah, it's
it
just
looks like.
Oh, no, it's red windows, black body. There we go. Super HD. This is, I think, Ramos and Garcia, or Hebe running together based off our super sweet lifetime scoring engine progress bar.
Ramos leads the way after 7 laps completed. Miller, Clark, McPherson, Hebe, your top 5.
Working their way up the hill right now into the concrete patch. See him going inside. Big power slide there. Getting all kinds of chachi. Up the hill he goes. Oh, crash behind there. So you jump up the hill and it just gets a little bit of air with the wheels turned. And there's just enough traction to make that a real bad time. Ramos in the blacked out red windshield. White wing, white wheels, getting a little wing high there, nailing the downside. Sidestep there. You dancing around up the hill, but not too bad. Big power slide through the concrete. Coming down the hill. Smooth and easy there through the rumble strips. Up the hill. Master clock has expired. Ramos is out on last lap right now. Last time by was a 41.8. Going to try to improve on that in the closing stages here. Goes Yard. Looked like maybe he was going to try to double it, but overjumped that first one just a little bit. Ramos comes across the line with his hot lap on his out lap, a 40.8 to finish things up. Going to go 9 and a 6:15. A +1 lap on our current TQ. Going to set the time to beat. Miller coming around to wrap his run up as well. Did a 41.8 last time by. Finishes up with a 42.4. McPherson coming in done.
Riley Clark now coming around in this big grouping that we see right here. Clark now making his way around. Here is Clark right there. He gets bumped by McPherson, who jumps in after that bit of a slower lap there by Clark, a 44.8 and a 32.21 9-lap pace.
Get a niner in there?
Niner. And that's going to do it for the second group. That's going to do it for the Sportsman electric truck.
All right, so you do overall at the conclusion of race 26.
I know someone was watching the Indiana game over there a little bit.
Yeah, I hear sports ball in the distance.
The college football playoff going on right now currently of Indiana and Oregon. Miami having their win last night to go to the championship game.
Victory Lane says electric mains will be 10 minutes this weekend. The nitro mains are usually 45, if I remember correctly. They reserve 60-minute mains for world championships for some reason. I do love the 45-minute mains as well. And they usually finish up closer. I feel like most of the worlds that I've been to that have hour-long mains, there's a little bit more attrition than there is in a 45-minute main for obvious reasons. That extra 15 minutes is a lot.
Robert Wells. Number 12 is Greg Clark. They should have Mark Garcia, number 8.
So Steven Ramos with the time to beat here in the final Sportsman electric truck until Sunday. Last time that we are going to see them.
Oh, a bit of a pause for the cause here? Oh, they're waiting on a marshal.
One more marshal to make his way out there, that back corner. There they go.
That's the stuff we're talking about, the delays and keeping things on track. Comes down to stuff like that, because that happens 10 times in the course of a round, and we've added 10 or 15 minutes in a hurry. And sometimes
they add up.
Sometimes it's nobody's fault. There's not enough racers, so getting a volunteer out there. And I've been at races plenty of times. You'll be sitting in the pits, and you start to tune out the race announcer real quick for your sanity. You can't be paying that much attention to everything they're talking about. Sometimes they're talking about nonsense, like us. So it's easy to not hear them call for volunteer turn marshals. And then other races we go to, there's guys who are just chomping at the bit. They want a volunteer turn marshal because it gives you good luck. The more you volunteer turn marshal at a race, the better luck you're going to have. RC Karma, we've been calling it. And every time you volunteer turn marshal, the RC gods give you an RC Karma coin that gets cashed in.
Oh, okay, yeah.
By your car not getting stepped on by a marshal or whatever going on. Or, God forbid, you do need a minute of grace from the race director because you volunteer turn marshaled so much and you saved the event 15 minutes, he might give you a minute back.
No Boy Scouts this time, though.
That's a rarity that there's marshals out there. that happens few and far between.
Oh, and a wheel. The left front comes off.
Sorry. That wheel nut's not have been on very tight.
I'm sure exactly what that is.
Turn marshaling is a very necessary part of RC car racing. It makes you appreciate driving clean, because if there's a dude who's crashing in front of you every single lap he comes by, you're like, come on, guy. Yeah, that's a missing wheel nut. Just wasn't all the way tight, probably. You sit in your pits, you work on your car all day long, you take the wheels on and off 10 times, and then that one time that it matters, you forget to crank that guy down.
And that wheel comes all the way off right there, so that will, not sure exactly whose that was. I mean, we'll be able to find out here when the session comes to an end, but as far as completing this one right here, the last time for the Sportsman electric trucks, that's going to be it. Yeah, that's right, not the wheel, says Jessica Labounty, R.I.P.
Jump on board here with Chevelle Keats, currently running in that 4 spot, last time by a 41.3. Time to beat in this division, Steve Ramos from the previous run, 9 laps and a 6:15. Looks like top 5 drivers currently under that TQ time. Still a great run for Ramos. Keats to that top side section, dropping down the hill, nails the downside. That's good for at least a plus a 10th. Goes double, comes out a little wing high. Up and over the roller, keeps all 4 on the ground. Chevelle Keats now at the top spot with a new hot lap, 40.7. Only 2 laps in the book so far, still a lot of racing time left to go. It is Keats, Lasher, Moreno, and Saunders at the top of this one.
That voice sounds familiar. Is that the Hobby Wing guys at Bikes and Balding? Oh, we're bringing some cookies in here. All right. Thank you. Appreciate that. Thank you very much.
Thanks, guys. It's Pepto Garrett and Mr. Howard. Good to see you guys. Pleasure as always.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Keats at the front of this one, coming around to complete lap number 3. Last time by 40.7. This time, little bit of a rough one there, 43.5. I looked away for just a moment to pick my cookie, and that caused maybe an announcer's jinx as we drop back now to pick up Lasher and Moreno. Everybody kind of running nose to tail right here. Top 3-4 drivers all together on the track trying to work together. Oh, that's not going to help at all. That's going to cause some rage throttling. Figure out which drivers these are. I want to say that's going to be Lasher and Moreno that were making contact there. They were on schedule to be across the line, but after all that contact, they will be a little late. Keats across the line with a 42.2. There's Lasher and Van Steep.
And we didn't see it there when it went off track, but just the car just appeared coming off the top
from
of the
hill.
From the backside. Yeah. Okay, those cookies are awesome.
His mom is a baker. They always got good
it's fantastic.
Snacks. Yeah. Team Howard. Those are the guys I was telling you about when our parents brought them over and they were little kids and they brought them over, they're full-grown adults. That's fair. I think it's fair. I'm liking that we're starting to see some sparks on the faces of the jumps. The steel screws in the bottom are starting to get to the hard pad good enough that they're making sparks. That's a sign of a very fast racetrack. Matt Lasher across the line, 42.9 that time by Moreno with a 44.3. Newman with a 40.9. Back and forth they go. Keats with a bit of a rough one there, a 44.3. Only now looks like
contact right there, just at a screen.
Top 6 drivers under Ramos's time right now.
Oh, and there's jumping right there in front.
By the way, Chase.
Oh, no, check that. Only the top driver is under the TQ time. So Lasher, the only one currently under Ramos's time. Everybody else trying to make that gap up. But you see a lot of contact out there. A lot of 43s and 44s, maybe some mistakes happening. Still got a bit of time left to go here. They got maybe 2.5, 3 laps to put their head down and put in some clean ones. All it takes is a little bit quicker. You'll pick your pace up quite drastically at the closing stages. Back to Keats now, 43.2 last time by, trying to crack the whip, get back under that current TQ time. Ramos had a good run. Keats going double-double there. Does a 40.4. Lasher late to the line, 43.1. Nose to tail here. Traffic getting some space. Working together well. That's probably either Saunders, Kazarian. Keats all the way up to the 2 spot on that last lap. Some rough laps here in the closing stages for our top 3 or 4 drivers. Pressure starting to max out. Newman out on final lap now, checked in with a 40.6 to take the 2 spot. Hot laps at the end, going to make the difference. Keats across the line, 41.3, not too shabby. Lasher across the line, 41.3 as well.
Lasher right here as the bell has sounded.
Lasher going to have to push hard if he wants to steal this TQ. Ramos's time is quicker.
It's going to be quick. He had his fastest lap on lap 1. Does he got another fast one in him to hold that position? Newman in second. A fast time of a 40 flat. A 16.3 for Lasher. For Newman, an 18.8. As Newman he moves down. Moreno Sr., does he have something he can pull out of the bag? Lasher. Keats moves to second. Chevelle, that's a nice run for her. Lasher with traffic in front. Lasher has a slower of a lap, but still takes the point over Chevelle at the end.
Well, there you go. Steve Ramos from the B sort going to hold on for the TQ time. Keats put in a heater at the end of that one to move back up to second. Lasher held on for the 2 spot overall for the round. Moreno going to go 3rd for this race, 4th for the round. Newman, Sanders, Kazarian, Sawinski, Moan, Lasher, and Dennis after that.
So Ramos, nice work. Well, the first time that we have seen all day yesterday and today where a driver from the second round will be faster than anybody in the following round after them.
Doesn't happen very often, but it does every once in a while, and that's one of those situations. I think we talked about it earlier, that sometimes it's better to be in the B because it's not as elbows up competitive as it is when you get these top 3 or 4 guys in the A sort getting together and causing lots of havoc. So that puts a wrap on Sportsman electric truck as we move now to heat number 1 of 2 in our intermediate electric truck division, race number 28 of 46 in your program. After intermediate, we will go to pro electric trucks, only 2 races away from some pro racing.
We said our first bite of the cookie. What did you think?
Very
How
good.
was it? What do we get? Is that a
very
chocolate?
Good. I don't know what it is, but it's good. Some sort of chocolate cookie combo thing. It's very good.
It looks good. That's right. So coming up next now here for the first of our intermediate electric truck is what was this talking to us about? Cage Mills, Woody Garwood, Sean Mayfield, Brandon Hicks, and Ryder Anhill, Nick Lester, Tony Roney, Christopher Spears, Bart Singelman, Mark Jouard.
Woody came out to the vintage race that Team Associated put on, the Vintage Championships. And it's a vintage race, so him and a couple other guys wore clothes from the 80s. Like they were dressed up in their gear that they probably still had in their closet from 86 and 87. It was pretty funny.
So getting things set up, waiting for a couple of the marshals to get pointed up and all set up here.
Number 6 is going to be
Did I just cough in the thing? I'm sorry if I did. I might have missed the button.
Well, it's funny because when I do my other games that I have, all you have to do is press the talk, but you just hold it down, and then when you let go, you're back on. This, you have to tap it, and then tap it again when you're ready to go back on. If you ever pull that out talking to our producers here. With 2 buttons here to talk to our producers.
I think there's a button that they can change that. Like there's a switch for that because they didn't used to be that way. Or maybe they were. I don't know.
Were you used to just holding it down?
I don't know. I can't remember. I don't even remember what happened yesterday, let alone 6 months ago. There's been lots of different boxes in front of us over the years.
As they water the track down, they were waiting for a couple of the marshals in, get a couple of the watering of the track. A great setup for everyone to be right here, have a great look of the racetrack.
And then number 10, back right corner, will be Mike Mayberry. Mike Mayberry, no laps in that last one. So Mike Lasher.
I wonder, do they have the scoring up on the monitors out there? I think they have huge monitors with our scoring on there. That's why it's all washed out. It's too much data. Yeah, Womack, let's go, Woody. I like that. Quartz is right. He says, I would drive until I couldn't drive it anymore. You don't get a whole lot of track time there. Yeah, every lap counts. Go and find a new hole you didn't know was there. Or rut, or divot. Just Poet is the marshal for hire there this time. I did see a dude that had a shirt that said marshal for hire, so I'm going to guess that's the guy.
Let's take a quick break real quick while they water things down. We'll take one with them here. You're watching the 2026 Silver State Indoor Championships here from Las Vegas.
Just wait an extra second. Just let that soak in a little bit.
Unlock the ultimate RC racing experience with the Live RC Bonus Lap membership. Rewatch every lap you raced at your local track using the RVA system. See your lap times, stats, and charts. Analyze your data just like the pros. Plus, enjoy full HD live streams from RC tracks worldwide. Elevate your racing with unmatched insights and global coverage. Join today.
Back here at the South Point Hotel and Casino, Charlie Swanka, Ford Martin, here with you on this Friday evening. Here as we get set up now for the intermediate electric truck as is finished watering down the track here, and we're all set to go as their first of 2 groupings here now for qualifying. Get going.
Bikes and Balding. Yes, same guy. That's me.
If you want to join us here now going forward to find out all the rest of previous laps and stats and anything that's happened from yesterday and today, be sure to join us on silverstate.liverc.com.
I've been using it to look at previous round times so we have an idea of what we're dealing with here.
You've taken full advantage of it.
It's great. It's great. TQ in this division already wrapped up. Travis Horn TQ'd round 1 and he TQ'd round number 2. Tridardi did 2 2s in a row. Tridardi Jr. did a 2 and a 5. And Rodriguez did a 4 and a 5. So those will be the guys to watch out for as we move through this program. And many, many more. The anthills always very fast as the loop is live. And trucks are rolling to start their opening laps here in our final round of qualifying from the 2026 Silver State Indoor Off-Road Championships from the beautiful South Point Hotel and Casino. We bring you non-stop coverage here on liverc.com. My name is Charlie Swank. I'm alongside Ford Martin, and we are thanking you all for joining us all day long. You've been in the live chat, hanging out with us, and we appreciate you enjoying this awesome racing action from Las Vegas.
Yeah, from Facebook and YouTube here, they've kept us company just about all day long as We appreciate you sticking with us, which was a 12-hour day yesterday, and now is looking into what could be another 12-hour day here today.
They jinxed it. They said they were ahead of schedule, and now we're behind schedule because it's going to be 13.
Is that what we're telling? Is that what we're being told?
I did the math. It's going to be 13. There's no way they can do it in 12.
Oh, so that's why you do not say it at the beginning of the day.
No, yeah. Before the round was even over, he's like, "Thanks, everybody. We're way ahead of schedule," and then they started slacking off.
Everyone heard that and said, I got time. We're okay. We can hold things back.
When I do it, we always try to tell everybody. We never give them an update. We just say, great job. Thanks for getting out there. We appreciate you guys not talking to your pitman or looking at all that fun stuff, and it keeps everybody pretty motivated. It's hard to do. RC racers get distracted very easily. There's something about holding a transmitter where you lose common sense in a hurry. I don't know what happens. Brack wants to know where's Scotty. Scotty's not ever going to be here. He's in Tulsa doing dirt over things. The Mud Boss Shootout.
A couple of the anthills, Ryder and Chase. 1-2 now. Brandon Hicks. Tony Roney, as now he was just jumped and swapped spots with Cage Mills.
We are on board here with Chase Anthill. Blue and red with the yellow highlights. Looking clean and easy there. And that's what we're talking about, that roughnicity of the track picking up just a little bit. You see the trucks kind of bouncing up and down, a lot more up and down movement than we saw in the morning round. You know what it is? The lap times haven't slowed down all that drastically. The consistency has. A little harder for these guys to push the pace and avoid those kind of slidey mistakes that start to happen.
So now as we look to some of the mains here coming up this weekend, how demanding is this track going to be for the mains from the beginning to the end now that you've had a chance to kind of see this track right here? How demanding is it going to be for these guys in the mains?
I think, like, these guys are used to this, and I would say that at this point in the program, the track's probably in better condition than what they're used to. So that might put them in the mindset that they can push a little harder, and they might start to tear the track up a little more because they are pushing a little bit harder. So it's one of those deals where we always kind of got to wait and see, but A-scale being A-scale, it's going to get worse. It's definitely not going to get better, but how much worse it gets, it's hard to say for sure. Ryder and Chase at the front of this one. Tony Roney, 39.5 there for Ryder, 39.1 for Chase, a 40 flat for Tony, but that time by a 47. Drops down the ladder, allows Cage Mills to move into the 3 spot. Looks like setting the early time to be here, 10 and a 6:34. Last round, they did 10 and a 6:26 as the top time, and they did 10 laps down to about the 5th spot. So big improvement here for Ryder and Chase. Going to check in with some 10-lap runs if they can keep it between the pipes. Or probably not supposed to talk about it. The cameraman announcer jinx has been real this weekend.
It's definitely been on full display, that's for sure.
One of the few powers I have in life is being able to make people crash that can't even hear me.
Well, it works every time, because if it's that when it's either when they crash today or if it's other sports where I say, hey, this person, he's been perfect from the free throw line today, boom, there's a free throw that's missed. It never fails.
Yeah.
That's why I try to just not say, if someone's perfect, I try not to say just anything anymore.
I wish that it was a real thing, but I think that's just the nature of the beast.
Oh, I'm a firm believer in it. I'm a firm believer. It's a lot of times, it's even when you don't say anything, it's even the people from behind the scenes when they pop up a graphic that said he is, like, so-and-so has finished top 5 in every single race so far this season. Boom, they finished 7th that week. You don't even say anything about it. It's just the graphic that pops up on the below it.
Man, the Anthill's on a heater here, going 39s back to back to back. Ryder Anthill, quick lap of 39.0. Chase with a 39.1 hot lap. Both of them just checking in with another 39. Cage Mills with a 39 as well. So the track may be getting rougher, but these guys still going faster. Deep, calming breaths as they work together here in the traffic. Swerving and merving under braking. 38.3 that time across for Chase Anthill. Ryder across the line there, 39.4 in the pink, and I think that's a gray. That's white. Pushing the pace here in the closing stages, Ryder and Chase. 6:34 the pace for Ryder, 6:36 the pace for Chase. Cage on a 9 and a 6:05 right now. Ryder working that top side section. A little bit of an over jump there, going to cost him a bit of time. Slides down the hill, squares it up, goes double, single, single, as you do. Coming across the line here to complete lap number 9. He's going to get across for one more. Ryder checks in with his new hot lap. 38.3 that time by. It's like half a second, maybe 7/10 of a second quicker than his previous hot lap. Anthill on a 38.4 behind him. Also checking in on a 38 lap on the out lap. So the Anthills pushing hard here. See him coming up on some traffic. Going to hope for the best here. Steps sideways in front of him. That's not what you want to see. Pulls over, pulls on the brakes. A little bit of an over jump there. Ryder at the front. Separation 2 seconds. So unless Ryder has a bit of a rough one here, should be able to hold on for the TQ. 39.2 for Ryder. Oh, a tough one there on the outlap for Chase.
Yeah, Chase, that's not a 40.7 pace overall. He will keep the 10-lap pace. Him and Ryder will be able to keep that, but not the outlap he was looking for.
That's how it goes. Got maybe collected. He was ahead on the track. Ended up behind as they crossed the line with a 44.7 outlap. That's a stinger. That's a plus 7 seconds on your plus 6 seconds on your hot lap. So not ideal, as they say. But they're going to go 1-2, both with 10-lap runs. And if we look back at round number 1, only the top 5 finishers for the round did 10. So if that holds true again, we'll see. But track, I think, might be getting faster somehow, because the Anthills went quite a bit quicker this round than they did last round. They've had 9 and I think Ryder had 9 and a 6:01, it says. That's pretty close to a 10-lap run now. So am I reading that right?
Coming up on race number 29, the intermediate electric truck.
It's too much data. I've overdated myself.
So you got a lot of things going on over here. You got obviously you got our monitors going on. We got the YouTube chat, the Facebook chat going on. You got the stats you're looking up. You got a tea in your hand. You got everything. You've had a cookie you just ate.
And that cookie was excellent.
I'm telling you, I loved it. It came at a perfect time. I needed like a little pick-me-up snack, and it came at a perfect time. As they wait to get some of the marshals in over here. As you're seeing, we're hearing. You might hear in the background over here too. Got the, I believe, the Indiana-Oregon game going on. Do we have a score update on Indiana-Oregon right now? 14-7. Indiana in front, and Indiana in front. All right. The college football playoff. Heard some football there in the background here with our team. So they're coming here and beat Ryder Anthill with a 33.5 at a 10-lap pace. In this group, Barry Rowe III, Brian Wyrick, Tredarty Jr., Chris Morrell, A.J. Rodriguez, Ryan Rand, Donato Tredarty, Kyle Johnson, Travis Horn, and Trevor Hollins.
I was looking at the list, and I'm like, what's he looking at? Because I'm going down the list, and you're going up the list, and they weren't.
I switch it up a little bit.
Yeah, that's good.
Try something new.
I like it.
Why not? We've done from 1 to 10. Why not go 10 to 1 for once today?
Start in the middle.
Go 5 to 4 to 6 to 3 to 7.
Yeah, next time just do random.
551 people now watching on YouTube, and we're glad to have you here with us today. All day long, you've stuck with us.
Well, that was a nice line there. Yellow truck with the high side and just kind of shot straight across, squirted across the concrete like it wasn't even there.
20 to go.
In race number 29 of 46.
Coming up after this will be Pro Electric Truck Division. TQ in this division has already been decided. Travis Horn TQ'd round 1 and round number 2. So he's out there in a victory formation as far as qualifying goes. Maybe trying some setup changes, finding some new lines, but he's definitely not going to skip around, that's for sure.
I got a great question that just popped up in the YouTube chat just now. Are yellow wheels faster than white wheels?
We've been asking the same question, Rob. Did you miss the poll earlier? We said the same thing, and because Ford was asking me if there's a difference in whatever. I'm like, yeah, yellow wheels. Some people say yellow wheels are faster. Smart people say that white wheels are faster. I'm a white wheels guy. And then we brought it up with the chat, and like 2 people chimed in, and that's it. So I'm glad you asked, bro.
Well, they didn't say anything at first. We had to encourage them again. Like, okay, I guess nobody replied. Then we had some people come in and said some things.
Like 2 more we got.
Yeah, we got some white wheels coming in here.
Yeah, there we go. That's better. Good job, team. Team White Wheels for the win.
So as they get going here, the first minute has passed. Travis Horn, Tredarty, and Tredarty Jr. currently right now your top 3.
So Horn with no pressure on him to take the TQ, just kind of being out there running some laps. Tredarty across the line, 39.7 that time. That's the Donato flavored Tredarty. I need to go meet those guys. 3 of them. Is there? Because there's another Renato. He's not in there as a junior for no reason. I think regular Renato Tredarty also races.
Look that up.
Oh, trying to go yard in the doubles, not quite making it. That was going to be... Travis Horn still at the front of this one. Renato Tredarty Jr. running in the 2 spot. Donato Tredarty running 3. Then it's Brian Wyrick, Ryan Rand, Daniel Lewis, Matthew Wolter, Trevor Owens, AJ Rodriguez, and Chris Morale rounding out our top 10 here. Heat number 2 of 2. Top looks like 3 drivers under the current TQ time of Ryder Antil. Antil loves the sound of that. A top 5 will help him race his way into the main. If the chat is right, they're taking 13 and they're bumping 2.
And right now, look at the distance he's put on right now. A 21.1 pace. Tredarty Jr. and Tredarty right now, respectively, are 25.9 and a 29.3. And some people in the chat think that, in our RC Victory Lane, our YouTube moderator thinks he's fast enough he can go run pro next year.
Yeah. That happens. Some guys get on a good one, and they've never really, I guess, been on the big stage before, and they're just super good at RC, so they don't sign up for pro right away. I've seen it happen a few times over the years. Class of the field, as they call it. Usually if they crush them, their friends won't let them run those classes anymore. They make them go run pro. Horn, Tredarty Jr., and Donato, our top 3 still. 38.2 for Horn, 38.6 for Jr., 39.9 for Donato. Owens with a 38.4, 39.7 for Ram that time by. Pace for our leader, a 6:21. He's got 4 seconds to the good of Tredarty Jr. Only the top 3 drivers under Anthill's time right now. Ryan Rand currently running in the 4th spot. About maybe 3 seconds off of Anthill's time, maybe less.
Again, I want to give a major shout out to just the track crews that set this track up at Factory Tracks and Joey Christensen, who got this track looking in great shape just to come out here, and it's held up really well throughout the entire week so far.
Yeah, that's something we probably should ask a racer. How does this compare to previous years and other tracks? They'll tell us. We're going to go ask one of those guys. Next time I take a union break, I'll find out. I'll bring my phone this time. Last time I was going to go talk to somebody, but I didn't bring my phone, so I didn't have a way to write it down. I had some important... Never mind. I was going to say I had some important downloading to do, so I said it anyway. We're on board now with Travis Horn. Last time by a 38 flat. His hot lap is a 37.5, so he's got a little more in the tank. His pace right now, 10 laps in a 6:21. Previously, he did 10 in a 6:23 and 10 in a 6:26, so just getting faster. That can come from the driver. It can come from the track. You get a little more blue groove that makes the cars quicker in the smooth sections and they are slower in the rough sections. Quicker than they are slower. Does that make sense? They're more faster than they are slower. I think that makes sense. But Travis did a 23 in the last round, a 26 in round number 1. If he does a 21 this time, he'll consistently improve by 3 seconds per round. That'd be pretty cool. Or he actually get down to a 20, which he may do. He's out on his final lap right now. Just checked in a 37.5, nearly his hot lap. Horn pushing. There's that big high outside line. Streaks across the concrete. Working his way through that top side section. Through the rumbles. Smooth and easy. I bet you he's going to go 10 and a 6:20. If he keeps this together, it's going to be another 37-second lap. This has been pretty clean so far. Goes double again, because why wouldn't you? Big power down the hill, crosses the line, another 37.6. Called it. 10 and a 6:20, 3 seconds faster again. Yeah, some consistency. Nice run, Mr. Horn. Chidardi Jr. trying to hold on now for the 2 spot. Last time by 38.9. Donato with a 38.9 as well. So Team Chidardi trying to jump into the top 5 here. Donato was sitting second overall, and it looks like maybe a problem for Renato here on his last lap.
Not got back to the line just yet.
And is he? He's not gonna. He's off. Because Horn did an extra lap, and Chidardi Jr. did not come back around.
That is a tough break.
Oh man, maybe more battery situations. Who knows?
And we watched even the chat and even noticed too just about how just Horn just absolutely just sending it every time across those whoops off the downhill.
What's the top time in Pro Electric Truck? Pro Electric Truck, you're looking at 10th is 10 and a 6:08. So these guys are still not that fast. I mean, they're fast, don't get me wrong. All right, so that is going to do it for our intermediate electric truck division. Overall TQ is going to go... Oh, hold on. I switched screens. There it is. Overall TQ going to be Travis Horn. Oh, it didn't refresh yet. Hold on. I got to wait for it to refresh.
Wait for the internet.
Then I'll know the rest of them. I got ahead of myself, as usual.
Mark Henry letting us know Indiana has taken a 21-7 lead over Oregon and the Ducks.
Sports ball.
Brandon Mendoza going off his Heisman winning season and could be the next quarterback right here in Las Vegas. Could be the number 1 NFL draft pick that many people are projecting him to be right here in Sin City.
Instant millionaire. That's nice to see.
Right there with the Raiders.
Oh, so here, I got the order. Intermediate truck qualifying order going to be Travis Horn on the 1. Donato Trinardi going to qualify 2nd. AJ Rodriguez going to qualify 3rd. It was a tie on points between Renato Trinardi Jr. and Ryan Rand. Renato Trinardi Jr. going to get 4th. Rand going to be 5th. Ryder Anthill goes 6th. Kyle Johnson goes 7th. Trevor Owens goes 8th. Chase Anthill goes 9th. Chris Morale goes 10. Matthew Walter goes 11. Brian Wyrick goes 12. And Sean Mayfield goes 13. Daniel Lewis and Barry Rowe the 3rd, rounding out our top 15. Pro Electric about to get underway. Pro Electric truck, to be clear. So Ryan Lutz has a TQ and a 2. Seth Van Dalen has a 4 and a TQ. Mayfield has a 2 and a 7. Rivkin has a 5 and a 4. Just to give you guys an idea what's going on here. Mayfield and Rivkin are tied on points. Fee and Jonah Wilson are tied on points. Mayfield and Rivkin have 9. Fee and Wilson have 11. Wiggins and Heckert and Contreras and Fuller all have 16 points to round out our current top 10 with 2 of 3 qualifying rounds.
A couple AJ fans here in the chat. For AJ Schumacher, that is. As we get ready to set up here our first run of 2. couple of the names in Tyler Fenster, Lee Setzer, Adam Drake, Walker Spinrad, Spencer Heckert, Caden Fuller, Reno Savoya, and A.J. Schumacher.
Track is live. Driver's getting them checked in right now. As always, it will take a little bit of time before we really know what's going on. It does at least look like they're not all in a gaggle of trucks together. As we are on board. That's Heckert's car? Nope. Even Moreno.
And Moreno Jr.
Yeah. Moreno opens things up with a 37.4. Fenster with a 37.7. Fuller with a 37.4 as well. Hecker with a 37.3. We get on board with Fenster, and as the camera pointed at him, his car jumped off the track. But it wasn't that bad. Could have been worse. And
nice save, nonetheless, for Fenster, riding right now in the 6th position here after completing one lap, a 37.758 with a 17.5 pace.
Fenster running to the outside there. You see him doubling in, doubling out. Just touching the fronts and the rears on the tippy top of that downside. Fenster across the line. Bit of a rough one there. 39 flat. We saw him get off the track at the top of the hill. Costs him a couple seconds. Heckert, Setzer, Moreno Jr. our top three right now. Yes, Fenster, and looks like that's Adam Drake trying to work together here.
Spencer Hecker and Ivan Jr., the two technos running 1 and 2, a tenth of a second apart. The Sparko of Lee Setzer running in that third spot. He's another 10th back.
Fenster, after that rough one, all the way down to the 8th spot. We jump now to our race leader, Spencer Heckert. Heckert checked in last time, 37.5 or 37.3 for lap number 2. His first lap was also a 37.3. His third lap, a little bit slower. I mean, a little bit quicker, 36.8 actually. So Heckert on the gas, going fast right now.
And I noticed a lot of guys here recently have started. It looks as if they started to figure out that turn one part where they cut in that right front just enough they nip it right under the pipe, and they sort of get more of a rhythm of it as they're starting to figure out the track a little bit more.
It looks like they beat the top of that peak down enough that it got quicker, so that's not as much of a peak as it used to be just from running cars across it. So they might have worked the track in a little bit, because these guys continue to shred laps. 10 laps in a 6:11 is the pace right now. Not quite as quick as they did the top heat, but Spencer's last round was 10 in a 6:11 and 10 in a 6:13. So he's right on pace right now. If he can keep it clean, he'll be able to pick this up a bit.
3 minutes have passed with 3 minutes to go. Halfway now currently.
We pick up
Spencer Heckert, as we just saw him just moments ago.
Lee Setzer that we're with right now. Super nice guy, lots of fun. His better half, I think, I want to say Haley? No, sorry. She's the photographer for K-Concepts sometimes.
Oh, trying to balance his way. And that's Heckert.
As we saw Setzer running some clean laps, we pick up Heckert with a very rough one there coming down the hill. Just checked in with his hot lap of a 36.5, and then that happened. Drake now to the 2 spot. Moreno Jr. to the 3 spot. Fuller, Savoya, Setzer, Spinrad, and Fenster our top 8. And looks like Schumacher not making the start.
Adam Drake.
Pick up Mr. Drake, as with Heckert's rough lap there of a 40.6, going to put Drake to the top. 10 laps in a 6:15 the pace right now for Mr. Drake.
All right, 4:15 now, 1:45.
Drake finding that speed bump there in the run-up. See the truck protesting. Jumps in the sky. Pretty clean downside there. Works his way down the hill. Up and around. Goes double and double. Last time by for Drake, 37.6. This time by a little quicker, 37.4. Drake with a hot lap of a 37 flat just a couple laps ago. Oh, big power move.
Sideways, and does a nice spinorama all the way down in. What a move.
Backs are in there. Does what do they call that? The chachi? What's the Jake
the
turn?
cha-cha slide?
It was like a Jake turn. What do they call that? and you pull the parking brake and rip it around. He spun around backwards. Bet you Jensen's going to get us an instant replay for later. It'll be cool. Oh, Drake pushing it a little too far on that first downside. Barely sneaking it across for the second one. Drake with a 37.7. Heckert back underway. 36.3 for Heckert that last time by. These guys got 2 more laps left to go. Drake going to try to pick it up here. Runs to that high side, looking for the quick line through the concrete. Up to the top side he goes.
I know a lot of people are tuning in and fans of A.J. Schumacher. He has not completed a lap, so he's not taking part in this qualifying session. He sits down there at the bottom of your screen. You see in position number 9.
Hard to guess. I didn't see him check in either, but jump back to our race leader now. Just checked in with his hot lap of a 36.3. He is going to be coming around to take his white flag lap this time by. 36.9 that time by. Heckert been pushing the pace, staying down in those 36s. He may not improve his round 1 or 2 times, but this should still keep him in the top 10 range, top 5 range overall for this round. He did a 6.10 and a 6.11 previous round, so he's going to be right around there. But as we saw, had a very rough 42nd lap in the middle of the run, so that's good for probably at least plus 3 seconds on his overall. Heckert sliding down now. Oh, no.
Oh, trying to keep on it, going feet.
That's not what you want.
And comes back to the line and will pop off a 37 flat, and that will have, he'll be paced by about 3 seconds over Adam Drake, who sits in second, 4 seconds over Moreno Jr., who sits in third. Setzer, Fuller, Savoya, Finster, Spinrad, your top 8, with A.J. Schumacher not taking time in ninth.
So Heckert did a 10 and a 6.13 in round 1, 10 and a 6.11 round 2, and this is 10 and a 6.12. So he's right in that ballpark, not a whole lot quicker, not a whole lot slower either. Coming up next, our A Source Pro Electric truck. You see our finishing order there and our A Main Hobbies race results. Brought to you by Carl's Jr.
As they will head their way out now, as the pros have made their way. So be sure to retweet, or I guess now it's repost and share, and everybody know that now the pros are about to make their way onto the track. For the Pro Electric trucks, the last time they will be on track for their qualifying effort.
I think that's a good point. We could keep track of yellow or white wheels winning each race, and then we would know. We'll just go by finishings, like who finishes in the first spot. It doesn't matter what their time is.
I feel like at this point, with this being a much of a debate, maybe we can work into one of the graphics on our bar on the left side. We have, instead of the sponsor, we just have a yellow circle or a white circle, and then I feel like that could clear up a lot of things.
Could be good. I think that the AI can probably do that for us.
I think so, yes.
We could put it in the car computer. Like, they put their information in, and there's a checkbox when they sign up for the race. Do you run white or yellow wheels? We'd have to have more options. In some races, there's orange wheels. Those are usually used by lappers.
That's the final answer. All right, marshal spots are all covered. Ivan Jr. down at the 8 cone down there.
So they got a bit of a hold here, and it's for turn marshals. Every time there's a hold, it's to try to find turn marshals, it seems like.
And they got him here pretty quick.
That one's still missing. They didn't have one at that chair spot, so we'll see if they figure that out or not.
This whole wheel thing was pretty quiet when we mentioned it at first. No response, and now it's taken over the YouTube chat.
It's because it's fun, and it's a thing in RC racing. I mean, if you want to know how serious it is, Scotty talks about it all the time. That's how serious it is.
Okay, all right.
So like I said, only 24 main events tomorrow. And with all the gaming warm-ups and sponsor sheets and everything, we're slated for a 7 p.m. finish time with actual racing.
In Dirt Oval, there's black wheels too, and there's orange wheels. So we would have to have more colors to cover all forms of racing. For the most part, in off-road, it's just yellow or white. I think occasionally you'll see dudes running black wheels out here too. Maybe not in big-time serious races like the Silver State. All right, our A sort of Pro Electric truck is about to get underway. The loop is live. You see him cross. Frankie Contreras is going to lead him out here.
As they set up here, the first few seconds are underway. 600 people now tuned in to the YouTube chat to watch the Pro Electric trucks. And the top heat right here come out and take the track. Contreras Jr., Wilson, Van Dalen, Wiggins, Rivkin, Lutz, Robinson, V, Mayfield, Fuller. The top 10 drivers on track now currently.
Contreras looking pretty smooth on his opener here. I'm going to guess this one at a high 36. 37.1, not too shabby.
A 37 flat for Jonah Wilson. And coming back around is Wiggins, Rivkin, making their laps now. They got to beat Spencer Heckert, who right now has a 12.7, and as of right now, the majority of the field has already beat that time.
Lutz coming out swinging, and we pick him up here. Opens things up with a 36.8. That is a quick lap. Feed and Win also with the 36. His even quicker, a 36.5. But right now, Lutz, gets it a little wrong there. That could have been a whole lot worse. Good thing truck action was happening. He just motocrossed over the sandbag.
Lutz, who was fastest in session 1 over Mayfield, as we're starting to follow him along around the racetrack.
As we switch over now to third place runner Jonah Wilson. Jonah just checked in with a 36.8. His hot lap early on in this one.
Wilson out, the hard left-hander that's, tell you what, it is going to be black by the end of the week as far as the rubber buildup right there.
Yeah, it's a hard braking, hard acceleration corner, and 180s are good for that. Wilson across with a 37.3. Still going to hold on to the third spot. 10 laps in a 6:10 the pace. Looks like top 5 drivers now under the time of our current TQ Spencer Heckert. 10 laps in a 6:12.7 is the time to beat. Wilson at the bottom of the hill, coming up now. Gets it back on the ground. Applies the power. Jumps. A little over jump there. Really got to nail those downsides to maximize. We drop now to Spencer Rivkin. Rivkin at the top of the leaderboard. Did a 36.9 last time by, going double-double up the hill. Back down the speed roller. Gets it down a little hop from the back. 36.6 again. So Rivkin on the gas, going fast right now. 4 laps in the book, scheduled to go 10 laps in a 6:08.
Just look how smooth he is navigating his way through this track right here on this layout and just handling things at ease for Rivkin, who's first overall, just ran his fastest lap here after 4 laps, a 36.613. Rivkin
making a late start, I think you'd say, to A-scale racing in general. He was a full-time 10-scale racer, never really even touched an A-scale car until a couple years ago, and has been really laying down the heat as we pick up Mason Fuller now on the backside of the track. Fuller currently running in that 3 spot, 36.7 last time by. Up and over, going double-double speed roller section, hipping and hopping there, 36.7 again. Nice and consistent there for Fuller. Lutz now back to the front. Rivkin, then Fuller, then Contreras, now Wilson, now Mayfield, now Wiggins, Van Dalen, Wynn, and Robinson. Top 10 running order. Looks like top 7 drivers currently under the current TQ time of Spencer Heckert.
Bit of a cut right there, but still appears to be okay after went off track just momentarily.
Fuller working his way through the speed rollers. You see it cost him a bit of time there. 37.3 drops him down behind Rivkin. Rivkin did not have a great lap, did a 37.5. Both of them falling off the back of Lutz. Lutz on an 06 pace, or 07 pace right now. Rivkin and Fuller both on almost matching 09 paces. Lutz across the line, 36.4, continues to check off those 36-second lap times. His pace begins to quicken. We continue on here with Fuller as he works his way through the bottom side. Late race charge, maybe still in the books to the 37.3 last time by. This one looking a lot cleaner, going to be a high 36, we'll give it 36.69 that time by for Fuller. Rivkin's on an 08, Fuller's on an 09. Rivkin did a 36.77 last time by Fuller. Going yard, the high sideline as we drop back now to Rivkin running in the 2 spot. Rivkin down the front straight, 37 flat. That's not what he wants. 36.5 for Lutz just behind him there.
Trying to hold it down there. Nice little move down there, the left-hander. Trying to be nice and smooth all the way through the concrete slider that has been pretty busy all day long. Rivkin, as we talked about it right there at the 37 flat, he was just bumped from Mason Fuller.
Rivkin coming down the hill now, slides are in there. Going clean double-double there, nailed both of the downsides. Oh, a little aggressive.
Bobble there just a little bit.
Still does a 36.6. His hot lap's a 36.5, so that's not too shabby, pushing hard here at the end. White flag waving for Lutz right now as we pick up our race leader. Working his way through the center section. Yellow wheels, black wing. Lutz did a 36.9 last time by. Fuller did a 36.1. Backs it up with a 36.4. Here comes Fuller on the last lap. Lutz is going to take it across the line in just a few more corners. He did a 36.9 last time by.
He led in the first session. Can he do it again here? Fuller,
gets turned around.
He bobbled Lutz. Now can Fuller steal it from him? Lutz will hold it now. It goes to Fuller. All he's got to do is have a clean lap here. Mason Fuller, the final corners, coming up here to try and get the pole. Mason Fuller, final corner. He comes back around, and he will be bumped to 3. Rivkin will go up, and he'll take it back. What a dramatic last few corners.
Mayfield putting in some hero laps at the end as Lutz and Fuller both had rough laps. You see, Lutz had a 38.9, Fuller had a 37.8. That's a slow lap for these guys. Cost him a couple seconds. Allows Rivkin 36.3 hot lap to steal the TQ. Mayfield turned in nearly his hot lap, a 36.8 at the end to go to the 2 spot. Fuller going to finish 3rd overall. Lutz down to 4th. Jonah Wilson holds on for 5. Van Dalen, Contreras, Wynn, Wiggins, and Robinson rounding out our top 10 in the Pro Electric Truck A sort here in round number 3. We're going to let the scoring update, and I'll tell you what our top 10 are.
Wow.
What a finish there. Look
What
at
a
that.
finish.
Half a second between Rivkin and Mayfield, and that was the difference on their last lap. Rivkin did a 36.3, Mayfield did a 36.8. It's half a second difference, basically. That's good times. That's good times.
You see Fuller right there at the bottom of your screen, that black hoodie. On the left side there. What an ending, as now they would take a chance at watering the track down here a bit.
I've been to a lot of races. It's not very often that qualifying is exciting like that. And on that note, folks, we're going to take a small pause for the cause. Don't move a muscle. We will be right back.
Live RC is the world's leading platform for all things RC, offering the most thrilling live RC racing coverage, breaking news, exclusive content, and much more. LiveRC.com lets you stay ahead with the latest RC news and articles, along with our industry-leading live racing results page that provides up-to-the-minute race results, lap times, stats, graphs, and race lineups. Unlock the full RC experience with our bonus lap membership. Enjoy live video streams from tracks around the globe, bringing the action right to your screen. Dive into our YouTube channel for live broadcasts from the world's biggest RC races, plus highlights and more.
Follow us on Facebook for the latest news, announcements, photos, videos, and racing coverage from around the globe. Don't miss a moment of the excitement. Visit liverc.com today and fuel your passion for RC racing.
And we are back, folks. Thanks for tuning in. Non-stop coverage of the 2026 Silver State here from the beautiful South Point Hotel and Casino. The top 13 here in Pro Electric Truck, the top qualifying spot with a TQ, a 2, and a 4 is going to go to Ryan Lutz, Seth Van Dalen, Ryan Mayfield, and Spencer Rivkin, all tied with 4 points. Van Dalen had a 4 and a 0. Mayfield had a 2 and a 2. Rivkin had a 4 and a 0 as well. So it went down to the combined times of their keeper run. Van Dalen going second, Mayfield third, Rivkin fourth. It was another tie between Jonah Wilson and Mason Fuller. Wilson going to go 5, Fuller going to go 6. Wynn is going to qualify 7th overall. Contreras Jr. going to qualify 8th. Wiggins qualifies 9th. Hecker qualifies 10th. Robinson 11th. Savoya 12th. And Lee Setzer rounding out the 13-car A field. Adam Drake going to be on the bubble, qualifying in that 14th spot with Ivan Moreno Jr. rounding out our top 15 of Pro Electric Truck. And now all the flashlight racing has been completed. We are back to nitro racing. This is our 40-plus nitro buggy division. TQ in this division has been, looks like, wrapped up by Mr. Richard Saxton. He got 2 zeros, TQ'd round 1, TQ'd round 2. Very consistent 9-lap runs, 9 and a 6 flat, 9 and a 601, so good to see it.
Some of the fans were asking if they could water the concrete.
They've been asking.
All day long, just about.
I don't think they're going to do it. I think they're smarter than that.
Green flag in the air for the 40-plus nitro buggies. A few seconds into it now as we get going. Some of the names in Chad Rott, Tromo Labone, Pepto Garrett, Stephen Smith, Sean Osanasian, Greg Young, James Richardson, James Calball, to name a few that are taking part in the first of our 40-plus nitro buggy. Be 3 groups in this one. Right now sitting at 546 people have been watching here today. Are currently right now on Live RC and our YouTube page. I'm curious if anybody that is currently right now have been watching all day long since 8 a.m. If you have, and we're going to play the honor code here. Major props if you've been able to do that and stick with us all day. See, KRD12 has been since 10 a.m. Thomas Bauer. It's been a fun broadcast today. Travis Corey, been watching all day here in Queen Creek, Arizona. We appreciate you tuning in here today. All day yesterday and today, start to finish, supporting the Colorado guys. We have Daniel J. been watching 80% of the day and 50 of yesterday. And Alex says, I've been here since 8 a.m. Thank you for joining us with that. It's incredible news. Appreciate you being with us here for the 2026 Silver State Indoor Championships. With 2 minutes and 30 seconds here remaining. As Matt Bean leads the way with David Vincent, Chris Freinreich with Pepto Garrett, and Steven Smith. 2 minutes here to go. In our 40-plus Nitro Buggy division. Matt B right now at the fast lap of a 41.8, a 26.5, 9-lap pace currently right now. And of course, we knew RC Victory Lane would be with us all day long. Love if you had a Smell-O-Vision Nitro style, says Daniel J. Thomas says, now put RC on ESPN. I know we've talked about that earlier, about maybe putting on the Ocho. ESPN Ocho. We've seen some fan earlier today talked about pillow fighting on ESPN Ocho. Maybe get some RC on there. Been here since 8 a.m. Matt Nelson says 12 p.m. he's been here. A lot of folks have been with us today, so we appreciate you hanging with us all day long. Down in quiet, RC says, nice job, Lutz. He's been supportive. Lutz, who's had a pretty solid day. Now the 40-plus Nitro Buggy in their first of 3 groups. Breeze Boyles, and I'll make sure I have that last name correctly. Breeze Boyles. Call Matt B here for now, but that 9-lap pace of a 26.3. David Vincent riding right now in second with Chris Freinreich in third. Pepto Garrett in fourth. Tremo LeBone in fifth. Steven Smith in sixth. Sean Osanasian in seventh. Chad Brock in eighth. James Caldwell in ninth. And Greg Young in 10th. As that will do it for the bell. Some of these guys will come around and finish their laps. One takes a bit of a tumble there, but gets it moving. B, who's going to come around and get a couple laps in, do his 9-lap pace. Trammell, Steven Smith, and others below have done their 8 laps, and the top 4 have that 9-lap average. And a little new graphic. Did we just add that in the top left? The new cards and the casino. I think some new graphics we just added.
So fancy.
Yeah, we just added that, I believe. Great work by our team adding that together.
Just like that. They're busy. They're over there patting themselves on the back. They couldn't even hear. This one coming to a close. Heat number 1 of 3 in our 40-plus Nitro Buggy division. More than likely, Resboy is going to set the time to beat 9 laps in a 6:26. Oh no, I got too many things.
In the YouTube chat, I see FTW. Charlie is my baby daddy.
Unlikely.
KO Good says appreciate the coverage.
We appreciate you guys tuning back in. With lots of awesome qualifying action. I haven't been this excited about qualifiers in a long time, but it's been really great to see these last lap battles coming down, and I can't remember in recent history when something like that's happened at these heads or IFMAR style qualifying. They're usually kind of a snooze. I think that attributes to a good layout and a track that is pretty darn good. These guys are able to push the pace and minimize the mistakes, keeps the racing very, very close. And they've all got very fast hot rods.
Take a look at our grid lineup coming up next for the 40-plus Nitro Buggies, and our 2 of 3 as we are now on race 33 coming up here.
Oh, it's Ricky.
perfect. Out there. And 11 should be Richardson. You got the Richardson.
All right, I'm going to go get some Stat Master here. This is 40 plus nitro buggy.
Roll them out. Here we go. Roll them out. Here we go.
I'm looking right at it. I already clicked it. So right now, Battelle is 7th overall. He's got an 18 and a 7. Is that what that says? No, a 7 and a 9 point score for 16 total. Hickerson, he's in the next race. Tilke, he's in the next race too. So we'll find out. About to get things underway as they are out on their warm-up laps. See, these guys, pretty experienced. They're decently spaced out. You don't see any cars running nose to tail right now. They got a corner or two between them. That's the way you want to be. Somebody coming back to pit lane. Maybe you need to make a tune change. Sometimes it's too lean, too rich. Maybe do a ride height change, stuff they can do real quick in the pit lane. And you see it cut across the track there so you get the change done and still get kind of an outlap.
Less than 5.
Another one of those track cut moves to get some open track. He got a lot of open track. And then he let a car go right by him and decided to run up right there. It's great.
Well, the air quality in there looks smoky. Well, it's better than you think it is based on right now as far as the screen. It looks worse than it actually is.
Right. You know how the camera adds 10 pounds? Well, it also adds a little bit of haze.
A little bit of haze to it.
I was just out there, and it doesn't seem that bad. It might be a little worse right over the track where we're shooting, but like in the pits and the rest of the area, it's really not that bad. Coker, Newman, Gaslam, Martins, Battelle, Ashton, Viterbo, Mueg, White, and Vinkemold are all rolling out. It's our first 10 across the line. It takes a couple laps before we really know what's going on. Gaslam across the line, 41.9. See a 42.5 there for Martins. Newman with one he wants to forget, 48. Coker also had a rough one. We saw those at 50.6. Battelle now to the front, 41 flat, 41.7 for Mueg. Mugi. Vinkemolder now to the top. Vinkemolder, I want to say, I think he won 50 plus at DNC last year, if I'm not mistaken. So he's a wheelman. So we pick up Vinkemolder in the all orange with the yellow highlights. Body's bright, but the wheels are brighter, and the wing is brightest. Nails the downside. That's good for a minus 10th on your lap time at least. Gives it back there, runs a little bit wide, goes double and single, as the buggies tend to do. Vinkemolder across the line, 41.3. Ashton with a 40.3 as he takes over the top spot. Battelle with a 40.8 to the 2.
Oh, and a swerve almost there in front.
Wow.
Crashes right there in front of him, but keeps it moving as he crossed over at the bottom of the hill. Got one right up against the pipes and struggling. Has to have a marshal come over there and pick him up.
That was a drive through the smoke moment. You just got to go for it and hope for the best. I think if he would have slowed down, it could have got worse. Vinkemolder now, I think, working. This is probably going to be either Moog or White. Either way, they crashed right on out of the way for him. That was very considerate. Vinkemolder across line, 41.1 that time by. You see there, about a second and a half off our lead battle of Ashton and Battelle. Time to beat is 9 and a 6:26. Top looks like 5 drivers under that time right now. Vinkemolder charging hard into the rhythm section there. Jumped about 3 rollers in, and that's not something you see the buggy guys doing very often. I'll take lucky over good any day. Goes double, single again. Outside to inside line, nicely done. Vinkemolder did a 41.1 last time by. Ashton with a rough one. That's going to let Donnie V move up a spot. New hot lap for Donnie, or no, check that. 41.3. His hot lap's a 40.7 from his opener. working to the outside, now to the inside.
We'll try and beat the top qualifier Breeze Bulls. That'll be 26-7. And as of right now, they are expected to beat that if they keep it up at this pace. Is just past halfway point in the session with 2 minutes to go.
Vinkenmolder consistently running that same kind of line there, runs it just a little wide. Maybe that inside line, his car doesn't like it, and he found that out, so he stays away from it. Vinkenmolder 41.6 that time by Patel with a 41.8. And Vinkenmolder separated by just about a half a second right now. Advantage to Patel. Sparks as he runs up the hill there. Using every bit of that suspension travel. That's to the outside there. You saw a bit of a roost shot. Oh, big overjump there. Not going to help him. Patel across the line just there. 41.2. Vinkenmolder going double-double that time. He dropped back, or up now to Mike Patel, our current race leader. 9 and a 6:10.7 the pace for Vinkenmolder, 9 and a 6:10.8 the pace for Patel. Patel around that top side 180. Little overjump there. They want to nail that downside. It just makes the lap time that much better. Goes double, single, single. Patel's last time by a 41.9, this time by a 41.1. Significant improvement. Down the hill. Eking it over. Vinkenmolder and Patel. Uh-oh, problem there for that lap for Vinkenmolder. His red light of doom is on. He has a 46.2, so Patel going to get a bit of a cushion now. He has about a 7-second lead with that one. Tough break there for Donnie V. Patel charging hard right now. Been consistent and clean at the front, been all in the 41s, maybe a 42 here or there. Looking smooth right now. Comes down the hill, 41.1 again. Pushing those low 41 second lap times. 9 and a 6:10 still the pace. See him airing it out there. Lands a little bit to the low on the downside. Through the concrete patch, runs it to the high side, kisses the berm. Coming up on some traffic now. This is a tough one. You're out on your final lap. You need to make it count. But you also can't get too close to the crash. Especially when they're swerving and merving in front of you like that, coming up short. That was a clinching moment. Running a little high side there, going, just comes up a little short on the double. This might be one of Patel's worst laps, but still at the front. 42 flat for Patel.
Patel get it here. He looks to be on the way to do so, at least for this session.
Ashton.
5-point gap. Ashton jumps up. Vinkenmolder, is he able to jump it? We'll see. He is. He moves up to that second spot and jumps Ashton. Can Craig M come over here and improve his spot, or will he keep it? He'll keep it right there in position 4 with David White. See if maybe he can hold on to that 6th spot. Needs a lot to go his way to jump Roman there for the 5th spot. And David White will cross over a bit of a slower lap of a 43.8. He'll stay in his position, and his EQP will stay at number 9 as Breeze Bulls will fall to the number 4 spot.
So Patel with a heater run. Vinkenmolder with a good run as well. He had to get it back together there. He had a couple rough ones in the middle, put his head down at the end, nearly matched his hot lap on the out lap. Ashton did do his hot lap at the out lap, had that 2nd spot, but Vinkenmolder was just a little quicker on the end there. Went a couple tenths to the good and was able to hold on. Still, one more heat of 40-plus nitro buggy before we can determine the rest of the grid. That is definitely going to help Patel out. I think last round, the quickest runs at the end were going to be 2, 4, 8, 11, 16. Yeah, so that could be another maybe top 3 or top 4 run for Patel. So we'll see how it pans out for him.
Take a look at your grid coming up here now for this one up here, or excuse me, the results that just ended up finishing, presented by A Main Hobbies.
Well, no one's coming out, Jamel, so it looks like you got to handle it yourself.
Coming up next will be Tyler Brown, as you see here, now updated with Anthony Howarth, Justin Watson, Richard Saxton, Brian Eider, and Ryan Dunford. To name a few that will be here in this session, ending there with Reggie Tung, with Brent Theichel and Gene Hickerson. Telke. All right, Brent Telke, that is.
A.K.A. Ultra Kill. Years ago, Sean Cochran, who worked at Associated, so did Tilke, and we go to Cleveland. It's a hotel race, and he would bring his Xbox and we would play Halo. And I thought I was pretty good at Halo until I played Tilke, and he killed me 15 times in a row, and I never got one kill on him. It was terrible. So I call him Ultra Kill now, because Ultra killed me. Somebody asked if that's Charlie here. Yes, it is. I'm Charlie. This is Ford Martin beside me, bringing you non-stop coverage of the 2026 Silver State Indoor Off-Road Championships, brought to you by Techno RC at the beautiful South Point Hotel and Casino. It's the indoor championships because it's not just off-road. There's a dirt oval race that's going to be going on tomorrow. They run qualifier on Saturday, mains on Sundays. So they've been practicing today, and they just open practice, so we're not showing you any of that. But you will be impressed when we do show you.
We have a lot going on as it is already currently.
True story.
No check from Justin Watson. 15 seconds. No check from Watson. The water coming down right after this one.
So coming up here now for 6 minutes. See if they can knock off Mike Patel with that 6'11", 6'24".
Track is live. You see them rolling out there. The guys that want to go fast try to start at the front because they figure they'll have the most open track that way. Sometimes it works. Sometimes it don't.
Richard Saxton, the defending champion in the 40-plus Nitro Buggies, looking to have the clean sweep here. He was the fastest in rounds 1 and 2. It's great just to be able to hear that in the background. It's like a wasp nest just taking over this entire arena.
All right, so first 3 across the line. It's shuffling around now. Brown, Eider, Tilke, Saxton, Degani, our top 5. Brown with a 38.9, Eider with a 40.7, Tilke with a 41.2, Saxton 41.41, Degani with a 41.42.
There's Eider himself there.
It is. The Iron Man skiing paint job.
Eider, see how lap number 2 looks. Eider will stay in position 3 with a 40.721. Had that on lap 1, which is his fastest.
Back-to-back 40-second laps for Eider. Most consistent early on. Braun went a 38, then a 39, but that's faster. Howarth, though, last in line to come across the line, did it with a 40.0 to move himself up to the 2 spot right now. We're very early on in this one. Tyler Brown scheduled to go 10 laps in a 6:31. Howarth scheduled to go 9 in a 6:02. Saxton now moving to the 3 spot in front of Eider, Hickerson, Degani, and Tilke. So Somariba running 8th right now. Then it is Dunford and Spratley. Dunford, one of the Losi staff members. He's worked at Losi for many years. It's great to see him out here racing as well. Makes for better product if the engineers race. Brown at the front, though, just checking off sub 40-second lap times like it ain't no thing. A 38, a 39, and another 39. Howarth with all 40-second laps as he moves into the 3 spot. But here comes Saxton. Saxton checks in with a 39.3, new hot lap of the race. Or no, check that for him. Tyler Brown still has the hot lap 38.9 for his opener. Eider third and fourth, Degani fifth.
Yeah, we try to cut it there just a little bit and sent it in there, and didn't really lose much, but didn't gain anything. But he tried it.
Nothing lost, nothing gained. It's not that bad.
Tried to move on it.
I think we are now on board with our race leader, Mr. Brown. Working double, single, as you do in the buggy division. No, that is Degani we were on board with. I'm sorry. Our race leader, Tyler Brown, with the red light of doom, 44-2 for Brown. Somehow able to hold on to the lead. We continue on with Degani.
Oh, and Eider goes around. He sent it last time. This time he maybe knocked off the front of it. Let's see if when it comes back around. It looks to be okay. Appeared there momentarily that maybe he knocked some out.
Sounds like there was some contact between Saxon and Eider that maybe caused that, and it looks like Saxon gave him the track position back because both of them have their red light of doom on right now. Tyler Brown back to the front, 39.5. Saxon comes across the line with a rough one there, 52.3. Eider had a 45, so that's going to allow Howarth now to the 2 spot. Degani going to be third. Hickerson up to 4th. Tilke up to 5. Dunford up to 6.
Hickerson doing well right now in that 4th position. A fast time of a 40.285 and a 9-lap 10.773 pace. Degani now is that 3rd spot. Tyler Brown and Eider there completing their laps.
Brown, class of the field right now, consistently sub 40-second lap times. He's back on track now, doing 39 in the mid to low 39s, actually. His pace is 9 in a 6:01. Howarth is on 9 in a 6:05. Degani 9 in a 6:07. Hickerson, Eider, Dunford, Tilke are top 7.
45 seconds. Final 3 waters of the day. Race 35, 41, and 45.
30 seconds remain left in this last qualifying session for the Nitro Buggies. The next time we will see them on track will be on Sunday afternoon.
Good clean run there through the double-double. Not something you see very often in the buggy division, especially in the 40-plus. Hickerson looking hot right now. 40.8 that time across the line. Finding some pace here in the closing stages.
Oh, sideways and able to keep it going.
See, he's running black wheels, but he's got yellow stickers on them. I wonder what that would count as. Maybe that would count as yellow. Hickerson coming down the hill, back up to the top of the track now. Around the 180, clean. A little bit of touch of the downside there, not too shabby. Comes down the hill. Little bit of a power slide there inside. Oh, plays it safe that time, those double singles. Hickerson coming across the line, 42.2. Howarth had a rough lap on his last lap. Going to have to collect it here if he wants to hold on to that 3 spot. He's only got 4 tenths to play with. Tyler Brown. And there's Howarth coming in with a 39.6 heater outlap for Howarth. Tyler Brown with a 39.1, also a heater outlap. So it's going to be Brown, Degani, and Howarth as our top 3. Hickerson holding on for 4th. Dunford and Tilke. Looks like our top 4 drivers, the only ones, or sorry, top 3 drivers, the only ones to get under the TQ time of Mike Batale. So that may change up our qualifying order. I'm frantically pressing refresh so I can give you guys an update.
and right now, Levi Jackson asks, how cold is it right now?
It's not bad.
It's currently 40 degrees in Las Vegas. Inside of here, it's probably in the mid-40s inside the arena.
It's significantly warmer inside the booth. That's all.
That is, and here I would probably say
it's nice.
Maybe in the 60s, low 60s.
I'm pushing refresh. They're watering the track again. I think that means one good thing for you guys to enjoy. commercial?
All right, so let's get those marshals.
I'm pushing
back
refresh.
around at the 1, forward 2, Justin Watson, are you here? You're going to be able to marshal for me, Justin Watson at the 3.
All right, it updated. You guys want to know the 40 plus nitro truck? Top qualifier going to be Richard Saxton. Brian Eider going to be our second qualifier. Reggie Tung going to qualify third. Tyler Brown going to qualify fourth. Dunford is fifth. Patel sixth. Howarth is seventh. Donnie V going to be eighth. Paul Somariba going to be ninth. Tramel LeBeau going to be 10th. Paul Thacker 11th. Kenny Brosh 12th. Keith Schroeder going to be 13th. Richard Miller 14th. And Pepto Garrett rounding out our top 15. 40 plus nitro. But, oh wait, no. That was the nitro truck one. I'm sorry. That's not it. I read the wrong one, you guys. I got to do it again. I had it on the wrong one. I take all of that back. Rewind. Saxon is still TQ of our 40 plus nitro buggy, but Tyler Brown going to be 2, Greg Degani 3, Anthony Howarth is 4th, Reggie Tung is 5th, Justin Watson is 6th, Brian Eider is 7th, Mike Patel is 8th, Gene Hickerson is 9th, Brent Tilke is 10th, Donnie V going to be 11th, Ryan Dunford 12th, Paul Somariba going to be 13th, Ashton is 14th, and Roman Gastelum rounding out our top 15. And that for sure was Nitro Buggy in our 40 plus flavoring. As we get our way into heat number 1 of 2 in our 50 plus Nitro Buggy division. Oh, to be fast. See Kenny Brosh in this one, John Kayleys, Keith Schrader, Donald Flowers, Dave Didasco, Tim Lime, James Richardson, Keith Henry, Mike Pavia, Lance Onaga, as well as Mike Christian, Brad Church, Brian Wright, and Mr. Doggett. Working our way through the program. This is race number 35 of 46, round number 3 of qualifying here from the Techno RC Presents Silver State Indoor Championship. Joey and the crew from the dirt putting on a fantastic event here at the South Point Hotel and Casino. Beautiful facility. Doing my best to not participate in any casino action. When I was out here last time, I did not win at all. Let's just put it that way. It was a very rough wallet lightning type of week. So I've got 2 trips worth of losses into 1 trip. So I'm going up to the room, watching YouTube. I'll probably sit around and rewatch the broadcast actually to see how many things I screwed up. I think it's kind of a weird thing, but I do it almost every race. So, let's see here. I got 50 plus Nitro Buggy. Mike Patel, top qualifier right now. He TQ'd round 1, got a second in round 2. Vinkelmolder got a second in round 1 and a TQ in round 3. So TQ still to be decided. And 40 plus and 50 plus, a lot of the same names. Hickerson, Scrally, Perez, all at the front of this one. We will see how it all pans out here in about 12 minutes. Loop is live. They're out there getting them checked in now. This field looking nicely spread out. That's what we like to see. Coming across the line, it's Wright, Church, Lime, Richardson, and Schroeder. Anxious to get their clocks underway, making sure they get to the line first. It does take at least 2 laps before we kind of have a good idea what's going on. Sometimes rough laps, sometimes mystery hot laps. Beautiful look there of the concrete patch. That is the actual arena floor. I love me some mixed surfaces. I think that's very cool. probably wear out a set of tires in that section alone doing sweet burnouts. Laps starting to come across now. We got 2 of them upside down in kind of the no man's land area. None of the Marshall spots are super close to where the crashes in the low areas are, and then you got to run up and down the hill and be careful. Lime showing us our early leader, Richardson Wright, Flowers, Schrader, Kayla's Church after that. Christensen checking in, bit of a rough one there, 51.7, not what he wants. Kenny also involved in some of that, 49.1, 49.3 for Keith Henry. Lime across the line for lap number 2, 45.6 that time by as we pick up our race leader. Big air there. You see a little bit of an over jump. Buggy kind of unloaded on the downside, and it got a little loose when it didn't need to. Lime loosened that outside pipe just a little bit. Coming up the hill he goes. That little short chute, avoiding that little pothole that's up there. Oh, finds kind of an outside to inside line there through the whoops that looked pretty clean. He kind of did those as jumps, the rhythm section, instead of just banging his way through all of them. Threads the needle between the turn marshal and the upside down car. Lime with a 45.6 last time by. Works it across the stripe that time by. 45.7, not too shabby. So we drop back to pick up Schroeder in the 2 spot. Crash traffic there. I think that was Schroeder that got off the track because his red light of death is on. He drops himself all the way down to the 5 spot. Kenny Brosh now getting back in the mix, 42.3 that time across the line. He moves from down in the 8th spot up to 2nd right now. Callis with a 45.3, Flowers with a 44.8, Schroeder with a very rough one, a 52 flat. Halfway through this one, they're scheduled to go 8 laps. Going to set the early time to beat Tim Lime's pace right now. 8 laps in a 6:05, 50 plus nitro buggy. He's number 1 of 2. This should be Dasco. Yeah, that's Brian Wright there with a 43.7. Lime still at the front, 45 or 46.5 that time by. Get a little buck wild there at the top of the hill. Steering left, steering right. Can't get it to straighten out.
Under 2 minutes to go now here. The 50 plus nitro buggies. Tim Lime leading the way.
Oh, man.
Oh, my gosh. And another one goes, so they're all over the place.
The yellow white car not having a happy handling package right now. Very loose and hard to keep her in a straight line. Sawing on the wheel, trying to stay out of the way. Lime still at the front. Schroeder now back up to the 2 spot. Brosh down 1 spot to 3. Callie's running in that 4 spot. Then it's Flowers rounding out our top 5. I think this is Brian Wright. I think that was the blue car with 2 yellow wheels.
Oh my gosh, a hard hit right there in one of the sandbags. It's kind of hidden a little bit because all the dirt has pushed up right up against that sandbag, so it's kind of hard to see, and ran right into it.
And this is 50 plus. They probably can't see that far.
Well, someone said, I'm not sure, maybe you mentioned with Levi Jackson, said 40 plus has become the old pro class, so now they have 50 plus with the real old guys to the trophy.
That's been happening in lots of forms of RC racing. There's a couple guys that were top competitors in their younger years, and they come out and smoke the 40 plus classes pretty hard. So I think it's good. It makes everything very competitive. It's in the mix still. Kind of keeps you fresh. In the electric world of RC car racing, they have a spec class, which is supposed to be for people getting fast, but it turned into like this pro spec class because a lot of the spec teams have budgets for these classes, and there's these dudes that have just been living in spec class for years, and they're used to the pressure now, so people that are coming through the ranks have to race these veterans, basically, of spec class racing, so it makes for some very, very competitive racing.
Didn't get enough on the throttle off the bump, and the landing that he was looking for.
Sometimes you just want to stay in it.
Buzzer has officially sounded, and that will do it for the 6 minutes. So some of these drivers will finish up their laps here now. Tim Line leading the way. Cowley's in second, Schroeder in third.
Man, if Tim finishes us up, he's going to have a good, clean run here. He did all 45s and 46s, and I just jinxed him. He did a 47 to close it out. My bad. Ooh. Sorry, Tim. Actually, that rough lap cost him the top spot. Schroeder going to steal it away with a 45-second final lap to Line's 47. My bad, Tim.
That's Brian Wright, the one right there in front of us that just flipped over.
Oh, no. In the closing stages, everybody kind of going down with some not great outlaps. It's coming down to the hottest outlap. I don't think Brosh has enough to take it. He's a couple seconds off the back of
just a little bit right there. Mike Christian as well. Instead of Dynasco pulls off an absolute miracle, he'll be down there and stay in position number 9.
Right.
Well, he could actually improve up to him, move over Brad Church.
It's true. It's only got a 10th to mess with there.
Got a little too hot on entry. Dynasco and Flowers there together.
Oh, look, he did it.
And he did. He does jump. Brad Church and move to the 8th spot.
Points.
I'll do it for the first of 2.
Callie's going to sneak that one off at the end. Going to set the time to beat here in 50-plus nitro. 8 laps in a 5:09. Schroeder just a blink off the back, a second and a little bit of change. Then it was Lime, Brosh, Christian, Richardson, Wright, Didasco, Church, and Henry rounding out our top 10. Pavia, Anaga, Flowers, and Doggett not making the start once again. I think he hasn't made the start yet. He's a no-show. Levi can run 40-plus in 5 years. I remember saying that. It feels like it was years ago.
So right now as we start race number 36, we have 10 more after this, with it being 6:48, so it looked to be just around like 8:30 tonight, 8:30, 9 o'clock, local time.
Oh, Slim's in the house.
The second portion of our 50-plus nitro buggy.
There's Smoker atop his mighty tower. He brings a whole step ladder up there.
He wants to be known where people can find him. That's no problem.
It's a height advantage for vision. I'm telling you, it makes a huge difference. Some tracks have a rule that you can't get your belt above the height of the driver's steering. He's got almost his knees at the banister, so that's pretty good. This will be our ace source of 50-plus nitro buggy heats, 2 of 2. TQ is still to be decided. Mike Patel has a 2 and a 0. Don Vinkenmolder has a 2 and a 0. Hickerson has a 3 and a 6. Spratley has a 4, so depending on how this one a 4 and a 5 rather. And Perez has a 3 and an 8, so they take the best 2 out of the 3 rounds to determine their points. You get a 0 for a TQ. Is that right? Yeah, you get a 0 for a TQ, and you get 2 points for seconds. It's a little skewed there, but it ends up working itself out. And if there's a tie on points, they combined the times, the finishing laps and times of their 2 runs that count. It used to be it went to your throwout. Whoever had a better throwout race, they considered that more consistent, and so they went with that. But that got pushed by the wayside because it was lame. A faster driver could have 2 significantly faster runs, still tie on points, and just have 1 bad run for the throwout and get bones. Buddy Christian RC. I was told it's 13 with 2 bumps. I'm not sure. That's what I was told. I say I'm not sure because the chat told me. I have no reason to not trust the chat, but you never know. They could just have bad information. After 50 plus nitro buggy, I think we get into
Sportsman
nitro buggy, and then we got intermediate nitro buggy, and after that, our last 2 races of the day, 45 and 46, going to be our pro nitro buggy, where still a TQ is to be decided. I want to say, I can tell you.
Van Dalen was the last one. He was able in pro nitro.
So yeah, Sportsman nitro buggy, TQ is still to be decided. Intermediate nitro buggy, looks like Kyle Johnson will wrap that up. All right, first lap in the books. Spratley going to come out swinging, 40.6. Hickerson in the 2 spot, Patel 3 with a 41-second lap time. Hanneman going 3 right now. Then it's Robinson, Perez, Martin Sexton, Howard, and Thacker. It's Scott Howard. I think it's father of Baron and Baron. We have to ask those guys on the state of names. How come Scott got a regular name and the sons didn't? His mom got to pick the names. When my daughter was born, her mom told me if it's a girl, it's this name. If it's a boy, it's this name. I had no vote in that. My daughter's name is this. Patel at the front, 40.2. Hickerson with a 42 flat. Time to beat is 8 laps and a 6:09. These guys are all on a 9-lap pace right now. Oh, aggressive.
Taking a bump, aggressive move down and
drives
takes
away
the
from
tumble.
the turn marshal. Turn marshal's trying to get in his car and he's trying to drive back up and over the pipe. I think this is Hickerson and Patel. No, it's Patel. I can't remember the colors. I'm going to start writing it down. We approach lap number 3 here for most of the field. Patel with a 42.9, Hickerson 41.9. Hanneman climbing the ladder 41.8 as he moves himself to the 3 spot. Coming down the hill, runs a little bit wide there. Back up, going double, single, single. And it is Patel we are with as he works his way down the hill. Big air. Whoa.
Big air and a little too much there. Aggressive move and pounds the ground and lost balance of the car and able to still keep it going thanks to the marshal, but loses some precious time.
You're going real fast. You hit the lowest part of the jump. The car unloads. You got to turn the wheels, so you think, and that's what you end up with, an upside-down car as it pretty much has no weight, and it's springing itself up off of this racing surface. That's how good it's up.
3:45 down, 2:15 remaining.
Patel, see if he can hold on to this one. Hickerson charging hard, but 43.0 not going to do it. Patel comes across the line with a 44.4. So that's going to let Hickerson move to the top spot right now. Patel does not have this TQ on lock. He's got to finish ahead of Vinkamolder, and right now that is happening as Donnie V is down in that 5 spot. Hickerson in the mix right now. He's got a 3 and a 6 so far. If he can TQ this round, that would move him up to the second. Maybe not. He'll still get beat by Donnie V. So Hickerson kind of needs this one to hold on. Here comes Vinkamolder, though. Vinkamolder heard us talking about him. Checks in with his hot lap, 40.5. Still got 3 laps left to go. Anything can happen here. You see our top 4 drivers only separated by 2 seconds. That's barely a mistake one way or the other. We see these guys go from a 40 to a 42 on a pretty regular basis in this division.
1 minute to go, driver. 1 minute to go.
Bit of a bobble there at the top of the hill. Patel, Vinkamolder, Hickerson, Hanneman, our top 4 right now. Coming down to the final couple laps here. Scheduled to go 9. Lead group all out on 7 right now. Vinkamolder with a 41.4 as he moves to the top spot. If he can hold on to this, he will secure the overall TQ. He was in 5th 2 laps ago. Vinkamolder now put his head down, mounting a charge, but so is Patel. Hickerson into this mix as well. But a couple seconds off the back door. Vinkamolder and Patel gonna have to keep it clean. Side-by-side action here. This is Hickerson and Perez trying to work together. Patel in the mix with those guys.
One flips in front of him and takes him out with them.
Oh no. That is going to help Patel out. Hickerson upside down there. Vinkamolder had a very bad lap, 43.3 that last time across the stripe. Patel, if he can keep it between the pipes, finish this lap, he will be our overall 50-plus nitro buggy TQ.
Can he get it done here? Vinkamolder, who's now 3 seconds behind as far as pace. Hickerson, who's right there, only a couple tenths of a second separate them.
Patel racing to the stripe now, comes across with a 41.3. It will be all eyes on Vinkamolder as he would have to put in a heater.
He was a little bit slower on that lap.
Not even doing it.
Handman needs to really pull something out of the hat.
If anything, Hanneman here can bump up a couple spots. Oh, gets the rollover for good measure. No, it's just getting worse.
Crashes across the line.
That'll secure third.
He still will keep that 3rd position.
Yeah, not too shabby.
Paul Thacker comes across the line, and he will stay in that 8th spot. So that's going to do it for the 50-plus nitro buggies.
And with that, it should be Mike Patel as our TQ overall in 50-plus nitro buggy. Vinkamolder will have 2 2s. That should put him 2nd overall. We're going to wait for the official timing and scoring to update, and then we'll make our presence felt.
Racing things out with Trudarte Sr., who did not take a lap. Jay Smoker and Chris Champlin did 2 and 1 laps respectively. So now insert the Sportsman Nitro Buggy.
4 heats of Sportsman Nitro Buggy ahead. Our D sort here based off of seeding. We got only 9 more races to go before we wrap this up. All right. No, it still hasn't updated. Come on, Internet. There's Scott Howard, turn marshaling. Son, or a father of the Howard Racing trilogy. 50-plus nitro buggy. It updated. So officially, Mike Patel, your top qualifier in 50-plus nitro buggy. Donnie V going to go 2nd. Gene Hickerson going to be 3rd. Perez will be 4th. Spratley is 5th. Hanneman 6th. Paul Thacker is 7th. Mark Robinson is 8th. Chad Rott is 9th. Scott Howard going to qualify 10th. Elton Martin is going to qualify 11th. Schroeder is going to qualify 12th. 13th qualifier going to go to Lawrence Quintal, with John Kayleys and Jay Smoker rounding out our top 15. Kayleys and Quintal were tied on points, and it went to Quintal by about 3 seconds. There was another tie on points between Thacker and Robinson. It went to Robinson by about 5 seconds.
All right, so I have somebody on 8. All right.
Worked our way into Sportsman Nitro Buggy. This TQ also still to be decided. We'll get to that later.
As look here, a good wide shot of the track as they go out there for their opening laps. And then Sportsman Nitro Buggy, Westergaard, Smart, Bird, Wright, Reed, Church, name a few. That's in this first split. It's a great shot from our Wangle shot. We did have a couple of them throughout the weekend where we've had them coming up the hill. To name a few, where that was a great shot, having them come down the front straightaway and climb that jump all the way up. It's been a great week here at the South Point Hotel in Las Vegas. Got couple more qualifyings left. 2 long days in a row, and major credit to our entire live RC team that has stuck with it all day yesterday, especially flying in, waking up early in the morning on a Wednesday to fly over here, setting up all day Wednesday, Thursday, getting things set up as far as the camera work and doing qualifying, today doing qualifying, and then Saturday and Sunday handing things out as far as the mains.
You know what they say? They get to do this. So when you really like it and it's an honor, you get to.
That's right, yes.
And
it's all about perspective.
I wouldn't mind being part of that crew, but they have so much packing and organizing to do, man. It's crazy.
Are you not going to organizing stuff?
Oh, God, no. It took me like I have a camera bag that I travel with for the Hobby World YouTube channel stuff that I do, and it took me like a whole week to organize that thing. But I probably have way too many cameras. I only ever use one.
Everybody else is, I know, showing not racing. So that means we're going to
Yeah, major credit once again to the Live RC crew. Been hard at work all week long, bringing you great coverage all week and throughout the weekend here at the Prevert Pavilion.
Westergaard going to lead him out, opening lap 44.5. Church in the 2-spot, Flowers right, and Smart. This is the race that only has 5 cars in it, so hopefully they're getting some volunteer turn marshals queued up because they're going to need them.
Right, Church right there, right. Another 2 seconds behind, off Flowers back, and another 3 back to Jeremy Smart.
Nine laps in a 6:41 the pace here. Sportsman Nitro buggy. Mason Westergaard pushing hard. Westergaard with a rough one there, 47.2 as we are on board here with Brian Wright. I'm not sure why Brian Wright finds the camera on a very regular basis.
And a couple of those tumbles there that we saw earlier today.
A little short there down the hill, but able to salvage it. See, he got a little fluff there. They're going to do another water break, I think at the conclusion of Sportsman.
Yeah, right before they go in the intermediate. They'll have one more water break.
I think they said they were going to water for the pro class, too. We'll see. I've been eavesdropping on the track announcer occasionally. Halfway through this one, as far as time goes, only a third of the way through on laps. Church at the front, Westergaard now to 2:44 second lap times for both of them. Wright with a 45, Flowers with a 45, Smart with a 48. As we pick up, this is either going to be Church or Smart. This should be Church. No, it's going to be Smart. No,
it was Church. Jeremy Smart was the one that had that flip over, it appears to be. Oh, and right there, immediately, as we talked about having...
He almost jumped to the other lane. That might be the hot lap there. That sandbag was way better than a metal stake in that situation. 45.4 for Church last time by. Westergaard with a 44.8. 2 minutes on the master clock. These guys are all going to have probably 4 more laps to go here. As Church works his way through the backside section, gets it up on the bicycle, down the hill, runs a little wide, over jump. Downsiding is very hard. And a lot of times you'll start to try to nail your downsides and you'll just start coming up short for no reason. So then you start to over jump. It's a nightmare. RC off-road timing is very hard to know. Power slide there to the concrete corner. Drop back. This one should be Flowers. Flowers going quadruple singles there. That's a rough one. A 50.7, doing himself no favors.
Nice little slide there on the exit of the last corner. A minute to go here. Now, Brad Church leading the way. Brian Wright. Westergaard is your top three. Donald Flowers, Jeremy Smart. Only 5 cars on track right now currently.
Keith Bird is the guy that confirmed that he got the early bird special on the entry fee, but due to the last-minute date change, was not able to adjust his life schedule to make the event. Bummer. But it was nice to know that's what happens. Papa Bear 9498, you're fire too, bro. You're fire too. Thanks for tuning in, everybody. As always, we would really be bored without you guys. So thanks everybody for tuning in and sticking with us throughout the weekend. Some of you have been very, very helpful with our missing information, and we thank you greatly. The throbbing super brain that is any live RC race chat. Whether it be on the tubes or on the Facebook, you guys are always there to got our backs. And I can't thank you enough.
Not much time remaining. Time expires in the master box, so we're kind of working on Horn's time now. Brian Wright, 47 flat, 1.5 in the second. Now Brian Wright early, 7.
Now as they come down and finish up there a few laps here.
Brian Wright gets done. He's lap 604.9. Jeremy Smart with 7.602.
Brad Church looking at Westergaard right now. Brad Church, who's about to come back around and finish his lap. Here he is. Brad Church will stay at the top of the board. And here's Westergaard coming on the final right-hander. One of them, that is. And the left-hander back of a small bump here to start finish line. And Westergaard, who kind of spun out there a little bit at the very end. That's going to hurt him. He lost a second by doing that. And it's going to end up resulting in Donald Flowers hopping over him. But that's going to do it for the first of our Sportsman. Race number 38 now approaching.
Mason's got number 1, Jeremy's on 2, he's on, Brian Wright's got 4. Actually, Brian Wright's got 5.
You can check out the last few ones as far as when it comes down to previous races and the scheduling for this weekend, the track maps, and even the broadcasts. You can always find it here on silverstate.liverc.com. Here from the Prevert Pavilion at the South Point Hotel and Casino in Las Vegas, Nevada.
The ridiculous one, sticking around to help out again. Chris is looking to help out. Thank you, Chris.
Time to beat now. We're going to be Brad Church with a 2.616. He is the current top qualifier here as everyone is in their round 3. Last time that we will see right here these final groups for the Sportsman Nitro buggies.
Number 8, yeah, if you can help me there, that's perfect. 1 is good. I need a volunteer on 10 on the back right corner.
As they will make their way onto the track now. Try to get their opening lap set, is waiting for a couple of the marshals to get set up.
Otherwise, that was going to remain open. Steve Babcock can get a little exercise. He's headed to number 10. Here we go, race lap 38. Roll out, check him in, track is going. Thanks to volunteers. This guy looks
As they'll make their way back on track now here for their warm-up laps. They're getting set up, waiting patiently here for the green light.
Right there, number 5. 15 seconds time. 10 seconds. Got Thompson. Everybody check. We're all good here. This is flag is green.
And green flag is now out. So 6 minutes now for the Sportsman Nitro buggies. Back around the right-hander, back over. As Robert Wells, the first one to record a time with a 45.736. Five minutes to go, 1 minute in.
44.7. Front side, watch the straight. You know, what I've kind of seen is if you end up on the front straightaway because you tumble coming down the hill, if you're in the front straightaway, sometimes it's just easier to turn it around and go back up the hill. But trying to get over this pipe, you go 50-50, you get in the sandbags, all kinds of trouble. So, something to think about.
4:16 here to go. Left with Tim Line, Josh Thompson, Robert Wells, Trace Wells, and James Richardson, your top 5 currently now. Trying to beat Brad Church.
Chat
2.616.
Chat says yellow wheels are still faster. Could be. Yeah, Mr. Course, Lima's racing. I'm glad to see it too. He's been a pit dad for so long. I've never seen him driving, so this is great to see. He's actually pretty darn consistent. Like he's running, I forget if it was 50 or 40 plus, but he had a good clean run. I think he had kind of no slow laps compared to his own laps, if that makes any sense. We totally jinxed him because he just did a 47. I think that's what happened on his last lap. We just can't say his name. That's all. My bad, Mr. Lime. Again, that's on me. It's not on you at all.
It's not you. It's us.
Yeah, it's not you. It's me. That's what she said.
Some contact there as those 3 under a blanket. 3 wide all the way through that corner. Going around some slower traffic. They make contact once more.
Oh, that was a good move
He
by
really
the
sent it
lapper.
in there.
He moved right out of the way. Woo. Airing that one out. A little wiggle of the wheel, a little flip of the throttle, bring that nose up. Not only can they control side to side with the steering inputs to get the car to whip one way or the other, a little throttle brings the nose up, a little brake brings the nose down. It's just like a dirt bike, except cooler because you can't fall off of it. Thompson at the front, 40.9 last time by. That was his hot lap. That drops Lime down to the 2 spot. I see Lime there, about on his average lap of 45 flat there. Robert Wells with the red light of death, still not crossing the line. Une, Richardson, Wells, Pavia, Bennett, Calba, and Velato. How do you say that, Jose? You were saying it right. I was saying it wrong. Velato?
Valadeo.
Valadeo. That's what I said. Valadeo.
Thompson here with 2 minutes left at the point currently right now, but Brad Church, however, is the top qualifier based on current speed.
It's always nice when you hold the round TQ and they say your name over the PA. They say, current TQ, Brad Church, 8 and a 6:02. Nobody under that right now. And in fact, they're not even close. They're not even going to beat the second place time right now. So these guys having a bit of a rough one here. Time locally, 7:15. We are on race number 38 of 46. 2 more races of Sportsman. That'll bring us to race 40. Then we'll have 3 or 4 races of intermediate, and then we get to our pro classes, where the lap times will be drastically faster. Those guys run almost 11 lap paces. Off the track. Wanted to go pull over in front of the Canoe fan over there. Lime across the line with a 44.9 that time by Uni with a 43.5 as he moves to the top of the leaderboard. Tyler picking that pace up quite a bit. Lime on an 06, Uni on a 6:03 pace. Thompson on a 6:13. Bennett also on a 6:13. Coming through the rumble strips there, Tim Lime pushing hard. I think that's I wonder if he just runs the same car twice, or if he's got 2 cars. I feel like it'd be very hard on the car to race it twice per round. Pretty close contingencies.
Une now with final seconds ticking off here now.
Gosh, Tyler,
Lime, Wells, Thompson, Bennett, your top 5. With a couple seconds here left to go. As they finish off their clock, the bell has just sounded.
Rooney pushing hard there. Finding the inside line, sizing up lap traffic.
One gets stuck.
Traffic crashes out of his way. That was nicely done. Oh, high side there, giving him some space. Oh, comes up a little short. Going to cost him a little bit of time. Oh, no, Lime and Uni getting together here on the closing stages.
And we'll see what that's going to do here. Does that move Thompson to the top as they crash right there on the front straightaway? It won't do anything for that, as Une, for the time being, will have the top time, at least for this session, but Brad Church, it looks to have remained the top qualifier.
Church holds on one more round of sitting in the hot seat. As we work our way through the C sort, our Sportsman Nitro to Buggy Heat 204. So that was White Wheels for the win, in case you were keeping track at home. Finishing order there. Uni, Lime, and Thompson are top 3. Wells, Bennett, Richardson, Pavia, Calbaugh, Kirkus. Circus? I can't be Circus. Damazi are top 10. With Valet, I can't say it. Do it. Say it.
Valadeo.
That's what I said. Valadeo and Wells rounding out the running order. I have a mental block on some names that no matter how many times...
say it one more time for us?
Valadeo.
Valadeo. There you go.
I'll get it eventually. Probably Monday when I'm on the flight.
You'll start thinking about that.
Yeah.
That's all you'll think about. And you're the Red Eye Sunday night, correct?
Yeah. I do a bit of an overnighter in Atlanta, and then I fly out of Atlanta in the morning to go to Tulsa. Booking my flight. It's fine. I don't think there's anything going on at Chili Bowl until the afternoon anyway.
Get some good sleep. Can you sleep on planes?
Oh, yeah. I'm built for travel. I think I even got an exit row.
That's a huge win.
Yeah.
Is it a frequent flyer miles luck into it?
No, I think whatever ticket system that Live RC has, they got some sort of sweet travel deal. I just got to pick seats, and the flights weren't full, so I picked the exit seats, and it didn't have a fee, so I was like, sick.
That's perfect.
Usually you always have to pay for those. The flight that I came out on from LA was so empty. The row in front of me, the row behind me were both empty, and I was sitting in one of those exit rows that only has 2 seats instead of 3, so there was a gap next to me. I didn't realize until we were landing, it was like a 45-minute flight too, so it wasn't that cool. But I could have sat in that one seat that had no seat in front of it for my sweet travel picture where you have all of the leg room. I forgot. They had the seatbelt sign on, so I couldn't get up and switch.
My flight I had, we were the very far, I was right by the restroom, actually.
That's
I was in the window seat. And I ended up out, I looked back and saw there was about 5 rows back for the plane that had nobody in there.
Yeah.
So I asked one of the flight attendants, we get 10,000 feet, went to the very back of the plane, had a whole row to myself stretched out.
It's nice, isn't it?
It was, I went to sleep, perfect.
Doesn't
Laid
happen.
out, all 3 seats, got my pillow and went to sleep. It was great.
It doesn't happen all that often. But both of the Delta flights that I came out on weren't fully booked. The first one was booked. The second one was practically empty. That's a thrilling edge of your seat conversation here for our car racing.
Talking about, we had a little bit of a break there for a moment.
It's fun.
Talking about some travel. Like we'll be traveling back on Monday morning out of Las Vegas. Some people will be maybe even trying to catch the couple red eyes, as we will on Sunday night.
For a while there, red eyes were actually hard to get because so many airports had cut back hours type of deal. So you can only get them going certain directions. Like you can get them from LA going east because you end up landing the next morning, so the hotel or the airport's open. Pretty tricky. I think I only had like 3 or 4, maybe 2 airlines that had the hours that we needed to make this all work out. B-Sort here, Sportsman Nitro Buggy Division. TQ is still on the line. We'll find out who that will be in our next heat. Contact there. These guys giving each other some space. And this one we got Gonzalez, Stephen Smith, Stephen Ramos, Matt Morrow, Jay Neal, Scott Bourdon, Jack Folan, Chris Champlin, Mac Marmon, John McDermott. Did it get warmer in here?
I feel like it has a little bit. I mean, this is the warmest part of this arena right now.
It is getting pretty intense. Maybe it's the body heat. Or maybe it's all the viewers making the server work harder and it's heating up. Or maybe it's Jensen Bitcoin miner over there that's just mining Bitcoins while we It's not happening, guys. I saw a stupid meme the other day. They said it was a water heater that was powered by Bitcoin because they ran the water through the cooling system for the computer while it made Bitcoins, and that was supposed to be the water heater. Morrow going to lead him out here, 43.4 that time by. Marmon with a 43.6. Kazanak, 43.8, 43.1 there for Smith on his lap number 2, going to be his hot lap. Morrow late to the line now, going to drop him down the leaderboard. Bourdon in 5. Ohanizian in that 6th spot. McDermott 7th, Gonzalez 8. Pepto Garrett in that 9th spot, and Steven Ramos rounding out our top 10. With Folan, Neal, and Champlin after that, still looking to check in on their lap number 1s. And Morrow with a very long lap here. I believe maybe a mechanical. Still hasn't come across the line as we get across with Sean. There's Pepto Garrett. Big air there. That's Ohanizian.
3.5 minutes here to go.
Marmon, Smith, and Bourdon are top 3 right now. Time to beat is 8 and a 6:02. These guys, top 5, top 6, are all on 9-lap runs right now. But as we've seen here in Sportsman Division, anything can happen. It gets a little dicey after about the first minute. Bad things start to happen. On board here with Pepto Garrett. He brought us some snacks with Team Howard earlier. one of the friendliest guys I've met in RC. Always got a big smile. He's a Vegas local. Anytime I travel and I post about it, he's like, let me know if you need anything. And he usually pops up out of nowhere bringing some gifts. Came out to Vegas, and they had a no outside food policy at the arena that we were in, so he had to like sneak it in. It was great. He's very sneaky. Bit of a rough lap there. Got all the way out on the wall, and you never want to touch the walls in RC car racing. It's usually all bad.
Mac Marmon leading the way with a 44 flat. His last lap that he had just now, a little bit slower, but currently the fast one of a 43.3, a 33.48 pace.
Jump on board now with second place runner Mr. Steven Smith. Came across the line with a 43.9 that time by. Not too shabby. Pace is 9 and a 6:36. Gonna have to pick that one up a little bit if he wants to hold on to that 9-lap run. Usually if you're at the first half of the run and you're on a 9 and a 6:30 something, doesn't always hold up. Got to keep it clean. Smith coming down the hill. You see that braking bump starting to form right there. Just before the corner, getting a bit of a rut. You see that wing jump up in the air. Hanesian and Kaziak across the line. McDermott across the line. There's Smith across the line. Had McCarv's all mixed up again. 44.1 that time by for Smith. Marmon with a 44.3. Slap to the outside berm, gets stuck. He went under the wall. I think he moved the pipe. I want to say this is Pepto Garrett again, if I remember correctly.
This might be a Sonician here.
Yeah, I think you got it.
As far as what the marker says in our timing and scoring here.
You nailed it. It's Kazniak.
Kazniak, okay, all right. We were both wrong.
It's Kazinak. Kazinak.
Yeah.
I think I've been adding letters to it. I've been doing that my whole life.
See, Thomas Bauer says, how long before the Pro Nitro? I'm assuming the Pro Nitro buggies. That will be here. We're right now on race 39. That is going to be race 45 before we see them. So, kind of do the math in your head there a little bit.
But you don't want to leave yet because Sportsman Nitro Buggy TQ is still to be decided. That'll be coming up in our next race, if I'm not mistaken. I'm not mistaken for once. I got something right. Actually, Mac Marmon in this one, trying to put in a run. He is in the top 10 right now on qual points. He might need this one to stay in the top 10. Steven Smith sitting 13th right now. Wants a better run to help improve that. They take the best 2 out of 3 qual points rounds. If you're unfamiliar with qual points, don't worry, I won't bore you with the explanation. It makes no sense, but basically round by round they get points on where they finish and then all resets each time. I did tell you.
They told it's Kazniak.
Kazinak. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dennis Porceller. We appreciate that. Ramos has completed his 8 laps. Mac Marmon and Steven Smith, the only 2 that have currently on a 9-lap pace.
Ooh, Marmon going to have to pick it up here. He wants to keep that 9-lap run. That's a 44. Going to need a quick... Oh, he's out on lap 8 right now, so he's got it in the bag. I believe this would be Marmon that we're with here. 43.7 last lap. Smith had a bad one, a 51.1, dropped him down quite a bit. Marmon across the line with a 43.4.
Picked up the pace there a little bit.
9 and a 6.42. Quickens at the end. Nicely done. His quickest run of the weekend so far. Actually, it shows Mac TQ'd round number 2, did 9 and a 6.23. So one of our round TQs there. Good clean run for Mac. He did a 6.42. 19 seconds slower than his best run, but a 9-lap run in Sportsman Division, pretty solid. So as I scroll through here, it looks like we had 9 lap runs, about to 11th or 12th spot. Maybe, I should 16 points there into the 9 lap run. So that 46 might not be enough. We got a TQ, a 17, or TQ and a 19. So Marmon TQ'd round number 1 from the B sort. But then, round number 2 did a 19, not what he needed. And that run, we'll have to see how it pans out. He's the current TQ, so he can't do any worse than, say, a 13 or so, maybe a 14. So that and a 0 should keep him in the main. Right now in the main, you got 17, 18, 19, 4, 5, and 6. So Marmon should be solid in the main with that. Even if all of these guys go faster than he did. We'll get that car. I think that's Chevelle's car. It is. You see Dad on the horse. Somebody get that man a belt. I often forgot my belt at the race, so you zip tie the belt loops together. Pro tip, folks. Just do the side loops, not the one.
Yeah, to get the zip ties, and everything for it. But they do that a couple times.
Travel a lot and I forget lots of things still. So now I got pants that fit. That seems to be the big issue. Or I made myself fit my loose pants. This is heat number 4 of 4 in our Sportsman Nitro Buggy Division. Cars to watch will be Dustin Metz, Reed Saunders, and Eric D'Andero are our top 3 right now. D'Andero has a 4 and a 6. Saunders has a 2 and a 3. Metz has a 3 and a 0. And those numbers I'm talking about is their finishing positions. A 0 equals a top qualifier. For the round, a 2 is a second spot, 3 is a 3, 4 is a 4, so on and so forth. Working our way around here in our opening laps. Check swings going on there. First vehicle across the line is going to be Mr. Newman. 43.6 to open things up. Saunders with a 44. Takumi with a 45. 46 for Vincent. Franchuk. So far the hot lap as our first 5 have come across a 43 flat. Keats now with a 41.5 to open things up. Chevelle cracking the whip right now. Currently in the 4th spot overall. Has a 9 and an 8. Wants to improve that position. Villegas now at the front, 41.4, but only 1 lap in the books.
Oh, trouble. Look, they're almost coming right back in front of traffic there.
Yikes. Gaggle of cars here trying to work together, doing inside-outside things. Two laps in the books for this group. Keats across the line, another 41-second lap time. Villegas coming across the line right about now. We'll get that lap time for you. 41.1. So Garen Villegas, our top seed, trying to make their presence felt. I don't see them in the top 13 right now. Sitting 15th overall.
They kind of get together there, too.
Has a 17 and a 27. He would need to TQ this round or at least get a single digit if he wants to stay in our top 13, rather. Villegas, Keats, and Franchuk, our top 3. Sexton with the long lap, going to let White now move to the 4th spot. Reed Saunders going 5. Saunders sitting 2nd overall right now. Still very early on in this one. Scheduled to go 9. Everybody out on 3 right now. Villegas, another 41-second lap time. Oh, Keats with a rough one there. Drops way down the leaderboard. Franchuk now climbing into the 2 spot. Saunders 3rd. Metz to 4th. Metz current TQ with a 3 and a 0. Trying to make his presence felt. Here comes D'Andero. across the line, 43, not what he needs. Franchek with a 42, not too shabby. Vincent with a 43, 43 for Sexton. Hooking up a pipe right there. That's not the line.
Losing a little couple seconds there.
I think that was our leader. That was Villegas. 45-2. Still holds on to the top spot right now. Still quicker than the TQ. 9 and a 6:21. So they're about 20 seconds to the good right now. Looks like top 6 cars under our current TQ time. Can they hold on? Can they make it quicker? A rough lap in the middle can be, the damage can be lessened by some hot laps, but it can also be made worse because you push a little too hard and you just dig a deeper hole. Stuff like that, that little over jump there, that'll come to bite you a little later on as the car will do some funny unloading stuff as you try to pick up the pace. Vegas 45-2 last time by, comes across the line this time by 44-6, so not that great trying to get back on the horse and going for the wild ride at the top of the hill. Had a little bit of a miscue. Marshall had to touch it as he got out by his feet there.
You were 90 seconds to go.
Oh, no.
Some more contact
Oh,
right there.
no.
He tried to thread the needle, but
Oh,
too
no.
loose. It goes over the top. Make more contact. He actually hit him on his wheels and still in trouble and does multiple zips around and it's gone from bad to worse.
Just aggroing over there. Marshall helps him.
Oh, he threw him on his lid again now.
Oh, tough break
and
there.
now it's stalled out.
Oh, no.
Laying down, that's a tough break.
That sucks. Was that our leader? No.
Was that? Maybe it wasn't.
No, it wasn't.
Saunders?
Villegas was part of that wreck. I know that, but it wasn't our leader. Saunders.
Travis, maybe.
Oh, there's 2 Saunderses. Yeah, I think that was Travis. Travis was in the mix. He was, I think leaders were coming through. There was a little bit of contact, and it just kept getting worse. Car got shuffled through the wrong lane. He did one of those anger burnouts. The marshal went to grab it. Tried to get him, tried to help him out. It didn't work. Car was upside down. And on top of all of that, it flamed out to boot. So that's going to allow Christian Franchuk to the top spot. Reed Saunders down to 2. Villegas down to 3, but on a bit of a rough one there. Villegas back-to-back rough laps, 47 and a 48. Top 3, 4 drivers under the current TQ, so Mac Marmon loving the sound of this. A TQ and a 6 would do him quite nicely. Could move him up to 3rd overall. Master clock has expired. Marmon's qualifying order is in the hands of these racers. His points determine where they finish. Most of these guys aren't going to move around the field too much, but Marmon will have a lot on the line here. You see Franchuk very late to the line, a 59-second out lap. Newman with a 43. Actually, Franchuk getting caught at the line there. Oh, no. Upside down in the doubles. That maybe was going to be white. Yeah, it was. Saunders just coming across the line now. He's under the TQ time, so that may secure Saunders as our top spot. He's got a 2 and a 3. We'll have to see what Metz does here. Metz needs a heater on this last lap. He needs to get back by Villegas because he's got a 3 and a 0. And Saunders would take it from him right now. Metz comes in with a 2. He gets by Villegas. It may come down to laps in time. Villegas could put in a heater right now to steal it back. Goes double, single. Villegas across the line. Not going to do it. Sexton going to finish 4th. So with that is probably going to move Marmon from 7th to 3rd overall. We're going to wait because I'm really bad at math.
As of right now, Marvin will be, at least in this category, 6th as far as the qualifier for this round.
Right.
Now we have to find out where he will officially
So tail of the tape
here.
Saunders just got another TQ, so he's got a 2 and a 0. Metz also he got a 2 this round, so he's got a 2 and a 0. It's going to come down to laps and time. So he's got a 6:29 and a 6:35. That's a 22. I think it's going to go to Saunders, so that'll be 1 and 2. D'Andro's got 10 points, no improvement there, but Marmon's got a 0 and a 6. That's going to move him in front of D'Andro. So we're going to keep hitting refresh here like a crazy person, and I'll get you official order on our Sportsman Nitro Buggy top 15.
Soul 68OU1 says shout out from the UK. 3:40 a.m. here currently right now.
Hello.
So appreciate you tuning in here from. I gotta think you're either staying up late or you're waking up early. It's either one of the two.
It's 3:40 a.m. Nice to have you with us.
That's like right in the middle where it's. Are you waking up early or are you going to bed late? You're kind of right there in the middle.
Friday night, 3:40 in the morning, maybe just getting back from the pub, having a great night. All right, what button was I supposed to push? Sportsman, where to go? Why can't I read? There it is. We should change the order. Okay, here we go. It already updated. That was the fastest one yet. All right, so Sportsman Nitro Buggy. Reed Saunders is going to be the TQ. He tied on points with Metz. He beat him on the tiebreaker by give or take 5 seconds. Villegas is going to take the third spot, and it's because of that last round. That third spot that Villegas got improved him overall. He had a 2 and a 27. I missed that. So now he's going to have a 5 overall. Mac Marmon going to go to the 4th spot. Sexton going 5. D'Andro going 6. Steven Smith going 7. Chevelle Keats going to be 8th. Christian Franchuk going to be 9. Jose, oh no. Valadeo, is that it? Valadeo going to go 10th. Travis Sonder 11th. Josh Thompson 12th. David Vincent going to be 13, with David White and Tyler Une rounding out our top 15. Soul says he's up late. I like it. Daniel is Vegas. Yes. Joker Labs, Poker Hand. Yep. Maybe we'll work on them for that. We should have a class that does it, the Vegas entry class, where they're more out there to have fun and put on a show. Working our way through the program, 4 heats of intermediate Nitro Buggy about to take to the track. I believe intermediate Nitro Buggy TQ has been secured by Kyle Johnson. Travis Horn got a 2 and a 2, 6 and a 3. So Ryan Daze, if he TQs this round, could move up a spot on the grid over Horn. So we do have some shuffling in the back of the pack. Looks like Mario Rudy's got some time he can make up. A couple guys got some low scores here, single points along with double points. Usually shuffles you down the ladder so you get a good single point run, and that'll really bump you up from where you're at.
The intermediate Nitro Buggies coming out here for their first of 4 groups. 10 seconds here as the Donuts here waiting to get almost about the wrong direction.
So some of those guys,
people on oncoming traffic.
Some of the guys didn't care. They're taking that extra outlap, but Smoker wants to lead from front.
And that's a track there just a little bit. Didn't come to a stop. Is that a situation where you might see race control ask him to stop a little bit? He obviously he came to a stop when he hit the bags, but he went across the track. He saved some time.
They'll look at the lap time, and if it's bad enough, they're like, all right, that's fine. It wasn't that good. And they'll let the RC Karma gods take care of the rest.
All right, so race 41 working right now.
Yes, sir. Combustion RC, we will wrap this round up. We have this plus 5 more to go, and that will complete all of the qualifying here at the 2026 Silver State Indoor Championship.
It's all mains after race 46 officially concludes with the Pro Nitro Buggies. It is all mains from here on out.
Tomorrow, Saturday, here in Vegas, we're running our finals for Nitro Truck and Electric Buggy Division. So it'll be 13 cars qualify in each of the mains, and the top 2 bump up. And if you don't know what that is, make sure you turn in tomorrow, because it is very exciting. Bump up racing, comes down to the last lap very, very often. These guys very rarely get a runaway win, and it's always extremely exciting to watch these bump-up races because they are fighting tooth and nail. The pressure's on. You always want more track time. I think the lower mains are 15 and 20 minutes, so that's a lot more track time, and pit stop racing is super awesome. They get to work with their pitman some more, so always good times. Leaders pace right now, Brendan Bartlett, 9 laps in a 6:08. Spratley on 9 in a 6:13. Willoughby, 9 in a 6:24. Morales on 9 in a 6:29. Still lots and lots of racing left to go. Only 2 laps of 9 in the books right now. Work our way through that top side section, coming back down the hill into the rumblers. I'd call it a rhythm section, but there seems to be no rhythm unless rhythm is hitting all of the jumps. Whoops. Maybe we can call them whoops.
The Chris Berman. Whop! Whop! I'm going to give it some of those.
Across the line now as we run with Roman Gastelum. Roman coming down the hill. He and his son, longtime racers. Zach got a family, so took a break from racing, as many do. I've seen it go both ways. People have a kid and then they get into RC. I've worked at hobby shops and racetracks over the years, and without fail, some dude comes in. He's like, "Oh yeah, I just got a kid. I got to get something to keep me at home and keep me busy." And then other guys get out of RC because they got a kid and they need to focus on all that. So it kind of goes both ways. I think budgetary restrictions. I know when our kid was born, I stopped doing everything. Find a race. Oh no, big contact there. Let off the gas.
Stuck right there. We move on. He just saves it from being flipped. Another one on its lid once again.
That was Gastelum and Spratley making friends out there. That puts Bartlett to the top with Matthew Willoughby and Andrew Morales, our top 3. Spratley, Wiggins, Martin, Bresboa, Gastelum, Spears, and Brundage rounding out our top 10 with Viterro, Didasco, Smoker, and Parker not registering laps. We know we saw Smoker take off, but he's probably not going to be happy about that at all. I mean, who would?
Near contact, and they make it once again. Clips him and keeps it going. Just under 2 minutes here left. Bartlett, Willoughby, Morales, Wiggins, Spratley, your top 5. Bartlett currently right now at the 10.3 pace on 9 laps.
Combustion RC has never been to a race that doesn't do bump ups. He's a race director at Dirt 4 Raceway in Tulsa, Oklahoma, and they had a J-Cons winner Dirt Oval Nats last month. Had a guy bump from qualifying 6th in the F main to finish 2nd in the A main. That is awesome.
Wow.
That is awesome. I know we did bump ups years ago at Motorama at the 10-scale track, and Matt Olson did like 10 bump ups or something like that. It was pretty impressive. Working their way up the hill, Bartlett, and I think this is Morales trying to work together here. It's Martins and Morales trying to work together here. Bartlett just across the line, a couple corners behind these guys.
You see a lot of people right there, especially the one where that pipe starts to come up there just a little bit, where there's not as many, where the cut is. You can see it a little bit left here possibly. We won't be able to now, but a lot of drivers have been really taking advantage of it and trying to cut the corner as much as they possibly can. They got used to it now at this point.
I saw they were up there trying to fix that. One of the marshals was shuffling the background, and Sean went up there and kicked it a few times. And I think what they've done is the car's been running so much to the inside that they've actually dug out the track below the pipe now. So they may have created their own cool new line.
The group is coming. I wonder if they might add some more dirt over to there.
Be interesting. Bartlett across line, 42.9, still at the top of this one. 9 laps in a 6:13, trying to set that early time to be here. Round number 3 of qualifying, 2026 Silver State. Brought to you by Techno RC here at the beautiful South Point Hotel and Casino.
Had a lot of our YouTube chat and Facebook chat been chatting with us all day long here today. Appreciate that. Been a lot of fun all day long hanging out with everybody.
Bartlett's still at the front of this one. He is out on his final lap right now, trying to make it count. coming through this group right here. Has had some pretty consistent laps at the end here. Checks in with a 43.4, not too shabby.
Last seconds falling off here. Willoughby, Spratley, Morales, and Wiggins. Bartlett's already finished his 9-lapper. Willoughby, who's off camera here, completing his lap. He will lose a couple seconds there after that 44.6.
It has been a long day here. Producer Sam is having a moment on the far side. We're sorry, guys. We got a little distracted. We're having a mental breakdown as he's singing Metallica very poorly.
I thought something like Looney Tunes or something over there. We're just all over the place.
They have been down here since 7 a.m., so they're an hour 13 already. We're barely touching hour 12. So you know how it goes. Hey, look, my computer wants to update so I can do that cool Windows.
Hey, you can't do that thing now.
Now I'm going to push install to. Oh, no. I'm not pushing passwords. I don't know any of my passwords.
The password to get in your computer?
No, I do. Just kidding. It might start doing it now and it'll ruin everything. I don't know.
They do everything that you don't want it to do.
I've had to use computers most of my adult life because of the jobs that I worked in, and people always swore up and down by Macs are the greatest thing since sliced bread. I never used them. I had Android phones for that matter because I didn't know any better. And then my boss got me into using this Apple ecosystem because that's what our office uses. I'll tell you what, it's had its moments where it's flawless, and then it's had its moments where nothing works. Like, you do what it says, the buttons aren't there that they say they are, or the button's there and it doesn't let you do anything. It's not really any different than a regular computer. They all got their issues eventually. I'm sure the chat is on fire. Just like white wheels or yellow wheels, PC and Macs can also...
We'll take a quick little water break, and we'll take one with them here. In the intermediate nitro buggies, and group number 2 coming right up next, and then following afterwards the pro nitro buggies right here from the South Point Hotel Casino, Las Vegas, Nevada.
Live RC is the world's leading platform for all things RC, offering the most thrilling live RC racing coverage, breaking news, exclusive content, and much more. LiveRC.com lets you stay ahead with the latest RC news and articles, along with our industry-leading live racing results page that provides up-to-the-minute race results, lap times, stats, graphs, and race lineups. Unlock the full RC experience with our bonus lap membership. Enjoy live video streams from tracks around the globe, bringing the action right to your screen. Dive into our YouTube channel for live broadcasts from the world's biggest RC races, plus highlights and more.
Follow us on Facebook for the latest news, announcements, photos, videos, and racing coverage from around the globe. Don't miss a moment of the excitement. Visit liverc.com today and fuel your passion for RC racing.
And welcome back here to the South Point Hotel and Casino in Las Vegas, Nevada for the 2026 Silver State Indoor Championships. The Prevert Pavilion. As we get set for the intermediate nitro buggies as they get ready to head their way out there. For the second portion of our groups out here for qualifying.
Buntu says he's been using Linux since 2006. Or no, see, I'm so PC illiterate. That's the name of the Linux is Ubuntu. I've never even seen a Linux machine